Warning. Adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. D.E.M.O.N.S. Getting Summoned Weekly Isn't So Bad. Author, Vongrak. Chapter 1. A totally normal birthday cat quickly got up, glancing slightly over to her desk searching for her clock. 5:30, okay, I have time. Sitting up and walking through her sparsely populated bedroom to the closet, she picked out a clean version of her school uniform before sneaking down the hallway. Careful not to wake the other children, she snuck into the shower. Okay, quick shower before waking the others and then try to catch the old man making breakfast for everyone for once. The old codger never lets us thank him. A short 5 minutes later, a still drying cat glances at herself in the mirror, barely out of frame due to her slightly tall build, and considering the bathroom had been designed for children much younger than her, she was lucky she could see herself at all. Her startling red hair draped just past her shoulders as she found a hairband to tie it up. Quickly fixing the rest of her appearance, she walked outside, returning her pajamas to her room before bracing herself. Time to wake the kids, I guess. At least it isn't my responsibility anymore to make sure they stay up. Knocking on the sets of doors, she ran down the hall yelling, "Breakfast, get up now while it's hot or miss out, you all have to be showered and ready for school." Reaching the end of the corridor, Kat slowed down to tackle the stairs, still taking them decently quickly before repeating her act through the ground floor hallway. Okay, hopefully that's all the kids, let's see if I can catch the old man. Turning back towards the stairs, Kat noticed that Sylvie was already awake and clearly waiting for her. A tiny blonde-haired girl waited by the dining hall door in her nightgown. Sylvie was 9 years old, about average for the orphanage kids if you discounted Kat and the old man, but for some reason, she had taken a particular liking to her, making sure to wake up in time to eat breakfast together. At least she is easy to get up in the morning, unlike some of the others. Walking past and grabbing Sylvie's hand, they walked together into the dining room. The pair walked into a huge room with 3 large tables, 2 across the middle of the room and 1 against the wall, containing what would be the children's breakfast. A veritable feast was laid out, but no sign of the old man could be found. That scoundrel, I even woke up early because it's my birthday and I still couldn't catch him. Would it kill him to accept a little thanks from us? Come on Sylvie, let's grab our food, don't want the others to take the good stuff, Kat said. The little girl just nodded slightly. Kat sighed, I really wish Sylvie spoke a bit more. I don't think she has any issues with the others, but I worry about her sometimes. Quickly filling herself 2 plates of food, she found a seat on the edge with Sylvie before the sound of feet could be heard echoing down the hallway. And here comes the rest of them. A mess of around 20 kids burst through the door and straight over to the food, with 3 older-looking ones following behind. Those 3. Is it really that hard to keep the little ones in line? You're supposed to keep the kids calm before handing food out to them all. I did it by myself for years and they can't even make half an attempt with 3 of them. At least Gramps would set them straight if it ever really became a problem, like someone not getting enough food, but come on guys, you're teens now, put in some effort. Contrary to Kat's internal musing, she simply sat quietly and ate her meal with Sylvie. They were a strange bastion of calm amidst the rowdy group, seemingly paying it no mind. Finishing the food and washing off her own plate as well as Sylvie's, Kat began walking back upstairs to grab her bag and head towards school when she felt a slight tugging on her skirt. Turning back, she saw Sylvie looking up at her with big eyes. I couldn't get you anything but, happy birthday, Kat, thanks for always having breakfast with me, Sylvie said. Bending down and giving the girl a quick hug, Kat replied, anytime, come and find me anytime, before straightening up and heading back upstairs. Quickly running upstairs and grabbing her pens and school books, Kat started heading for the front door. Do I go looking for Gramps before I leave? Nah, he's probably hiding away somewhere. I doubt I'll find him unless he wanted to be found, and I have no plans to be late for school. And so Kat took off, heading for the center of her small town. An hour later, Kat found herself staring up at All Saints Regional School, a rather strange name for the somewhat unique position the school had found itself in. It was a public school despite being privately owned and the only school in the town. In fact, many believe the school to be older than the town itself. Despite this, it was impeccably maintained, regularly gaining new buildings and retiring older ones as needed. Despite the school's central nature, it owned a good chunk of the land around it and never failed to expand when necessary. Walking off towards the area where all the senior classes are held on the far side of campus, Kat stopped to go rummaging through her locker when she heard 3 voices laughing. "Welp, I guess it's that time of the week again. Looks like Dumb, Dumber and Boar are on their way." Quickly sliding into her locker and shutting the door, she waited with boredom as the voices stopped in front of the locker. "Oh, girls, look, we can't have our dear friend Katarina's locker unlocked. Who knows what they could do, and look, the lock has been left out. How convenient," said one of the voices. Yeah, play it up, come on, I have things to do." The lock snapped shut with a clink and the 3 proceeded to continue down the hall. "And now we just sent off a quick text to Lily." Kat pulled out her old Nokia phone and hit send. "And now, we wait. I do wish there was a bit more room in here so I could sit down, oh well." After a short wait, a small figure appeared outside and began fiddling with the lock, and then it was but a moment before the door swung open to reveal a short, wiry girl. She had a mess of brown hair cut short but still covering her eyes if not for the glasses she had on. "Thanks, Lily, you're a lifesaver," Kat said, stepping out of the locker. "Why do you keep letting them do this, Kat? You can stand up to those 3, I know you can," said Lily. "Yeah, but it's not that bad really. And we have an understanding, they can pull small pranks and I'll just let it go. We all know the bottom line here," Lily Cat replied. "It's not right though, this is the second time this month they pulled the locker stunt. And you are always there to get me out, so it's fine." "Well, what about the time they threw water on you? You were soaked." "It was the middle of summer, it took like 5 minutes to dry and it was just before I didn't even need to keep the clothes on." Lily seemed to struggle at that. You helped me when they were after me instead. Why won't you do something to help yourself or let me help you?" Lily said quietly. "It's fine, Lily, no one gets hurt when they go after me, I don't care, and they get to feel better about themselves." Kat smiled down at the smaller girl, but she didn't seem convinced. "It really is fine, they know their words do nothing to me and that if things got too rampant I'd sort the lot of them out myself. I don't need them going after Lily again. I just wish she could understand that I'm not just doing this for her, I really don't mind." The pair stopped talking as they neared the classroom. Giving a brief nod to each other, they stepped inside and sat down. Chapter 2, A Totally Normal Birthday Part 2. At the end of the day, Kat was getting ready to leave when Lily walked up to her. "Hey, I was just wondering, if you had nothing planned, would you like to hang out at my house for your birthday?" Kat turned towards her friend. "Do I ask about her parents? Do I accept? I didn't tell the old man I'd be out late, but..." "Sure, that sounds fine with me. Will it be alright with your parents though?" Kat asked. Lily's eye twitched for just a fraction of a second before replying, "Yeah, it should be fine, and I asked, it's just, I don't know what their problem is. You and me both, Lily. You and me both." Grabbing her bag and heading for the door, the two walked for a while in companionable silence. "So, I'm sorry I can't get you anything more, but I hope you like it," Lily muttered, holding out a worn-looking piece of paper. Kat grabbed the paper from her friend and noticed it was rolled shut. "Thanks, Lily, it's fine, really don't mind it, but oh, can it wait till later to check out? We are just in the middle of the sidewalk and there isn't really anywhere to stop." Her friend went a bit red and turned away. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, it can wait till my house. I'm not really sure why I didn't just wait, to be honest. What is going on inside that girl's head sometimes? She's a good friend and she has great grades, but sometimes I wonder." Picking up the pace, the girls quickly arrived in a small neighborhood, a bit out of the way for most, but for Kat it was about halfway between school and the orphanage. "I wonder if I should visit more often. I haven't really had the chance to really talk with Lily recently outside of school." Strolling up to a modern stone house with a small garden out the front, Lily walked up to the door and took a key out of her pocket, only for the door to swing open to reveal an unimpressed woman examining the two. Oh, yeah, how could I forget? Good evening, Ms. Furos. Thank you for having me over, Kat said as she walked in. No trouble at all, Katerina. Please come in, said Ms. Furos with sharp eyes and a small smile. Seriously, is it just me she doesn't like, or is she naturally that creepy? The girls took off their shoes and headed for Lily's room. Come in, I haven't really cleaned up, but you've been here before, you know what I'm like, said Lily. Messy, the girls says, her room is nearly cleaner than mine and I have nothing in it. If she didn't know so many books lying around, the room would be spotless. Kat wandered in and left her bag by the door, looking around for space to sit. Lily's room was a strange space, with dark walls and posters of strange symbols, a perfectly clean desk and literally piles of books lining the walls. Okay, well, the books are stacked pretty neatly, but still, Lily, why? Wandering over and throwing herself in Lily's desk chair, Kat sighed, stretching herself out, finally able to relax. So shall I check out this scroll now? Kat asked. Yeah, sure, Lily said. Kat unfurled the scroll and started reading. Thanks for everything, Kat, I mean it, you've helped me a lot throughout these past 2 years and I really wanted to do something to express that. You know how I get sometimes stumbling over my words, so I thought I'd do up a fancy ancient scroll for your birthday. I wonder if my future self will even be confident enough to give this to you. Probably, I'm not quite that bad, but oh, did I force you to read it after you went home? If I did, make sure to bonk me on the head next time you see me, because I'm trying to be more confident in myself, I think. Really though, I just needed to say thanks, Kat. After that was a series of strange symbols Kat didn't recognize, probably more demonic stuff. I think that's what she's been up to lately anyway. Kat beckoned to Lily, who got up and slowly sunk towards her, looking a bit like a small scared kitten. Kat wrapped her arms around the poor fool. Thanks, Lily, you're the best, Kat said. It's nothing, Kat, really I meant what I said. Bah, you're plenty confident in class. You just need to talk with everyone else the same way you correct your teachers, Kat said with a grin. Lily's face went a bright red at that one, but didn't say anything. Ha, she knows I'm right. I'll never forget the first time she corrected the maths teacher in the middle of class, didn't even put her hand up high, nearly died laughing. Kat's smile only got wider as Lily disentangled herself and hid half her face behind the pillows on the bed. So, what's the research topic of the week? Kat asked. I take more than a week to research something, you know, that was one time, Lily replied. Yeah, one time where you went through 5 major research binges in a month. I don't know where you even found half of those books, Kat said. You know I research everything on the computer, right? Lily gestured towards the desk. The sort of books I'd need are old and expensive. Most of these are literally junk I found around the place. What? Kat asked, shocked. Wait, I never told you, Kat? Some of these books don't even have anything written in them. I wish they were real, Lily said, holding back laughter. Fine, I guess I see where you're going with this. Seriously though, tell me what you've been up to. I quite like to hear about your research, Kat said. Lily's eyes brightened, fixing her glasses and letting the pillow drop. Lily starting talking. Well, actually I've been back on demons again. I did a completely horrible job the first time, really. It's just a bit hard because all the old myths have been so distorted in just the last 10-20 years, where demons went from these horrible monsters that steal your souls to complex human character. And look, don't get me wrong, I love that take on them, I really do, but it makes it so hard to get into the history of demonic figures and what forms they used to take. See, even here she goes. I really wished she would be this happy about a few more things, but at least this is something. Besides, her research always is interesting. Lily continued to, for the most part, complain about the difficulties of trying to uncover long forgotten accounts of demons and how their interpretations had changed over time, slowly, only to be completely upended and the legacy dashed in the last decade. Before Kat glanced over at the clock. 11:05, shit, I listened to Lily go on for hours. I have to get back before Gramps starts freaking out. Lily, eyes still shining, noticed a shift in Kat's demeanor. What's up, Kat? I'm not boring you, am I? Lily asked. Lily, it's past 11, I have to get back before it gets too late. I'm lucky I can relax tomorrow, but even still I have to be up to wake the kids," Kat said. Lily's eyes went wide. "You can stay here if you want. I'm sure I can just convince me parents, especially considering." Kat held up her hand, getting Lily to stop. "It's fine, I can't worry the old man again, not after last time. Anyway, I have to go, maybe we can catch up later. I'll see how things are going around the orphanage and if I have any jobs left for the weekend," Kat said, grabbing her bag and making short time towards the door. Waving to her friend as she left, Kat quickly made her way down the street towards the orphanage, waving at Lily smiling in the doorway before she rounded the corner. A short jog later and Kat was approaching the orphanage grounds and noticed a light was on in the old man's office. "What's going on here? I know Gramps gets a bit worried, but why is the office light on instead?" Silently making her way up the front lawn and opening the door, she looked around and all was silent. The children asleep. Kat tiptoed as she made her way to the office. Kat slowly opened the door before peeking in, spotting Gramps reading behind his desk. Kat stepped into the room. Gramps was an odd one. His office was filled with rugs of all shapes and sizes, with the largest rug encircling the desk and a slightly smaller one encircling the sofa in front for the guest. The rugs all had various strange designs and none of it quite fit together. Some rugs had spots, others stripes. Most rugs lined the floor, but Kat was pretty sure the curtains were rugs as well, and yet, even in the madness, the two largest stood out with intricate detailed linework in mesmerizing patterns. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Kat sat down on the sofa. "Katerina, pause, Kat, the old man sighed, turning to face her. "You've been here for a number of years, I've taken care of you most of your life and well." Sighing again, Gramps struggled for his words. What has gotten into him? "Cheer up, Gramps, this isn't the old man I know and love." But Kat held her tongue. This was important, she wanted to give him a bit more time. "You're the oldest charge the orphanage has ever had. We have a surprising number of connections and manage to adopt practically everyone. I don't know how I do it, but well." "Gramps, you're rambling again." "It's fine, Gramps, just say what you need to say. It's clearly weighing on you," Kat said. The old man sighed. Air rushed out of him as he seemed to age a decade in a moment, but a resolve shone in his eye. "Kat, I love you like a daughter, I do. But the rules that allow me to run the orphanage forbid me from taking in someone over 18. Honestly, I hate to even tell you this. If it was just me getting in trouble, I'd probably shut up and not try to put your life on the clock, but, because I care about you, and because this is your problem as well, I need to ask. Kat, can you promise me that you will find yourself a good place before you turn 18? Please," said Gramps. "Shit, Gramps, I didn't know. No, I have a year, school finishes soon, I have plenty of time to find a place to live." Gramps looks like he's being stern here, but I can see the pain in his eyes. "I have to try. Gramps, I accept. I swear I'll find a place for myself," Kat said with resolve she almost felt. Good, thanks, Kat, please have this as payment." "It's not much, but I hope it's something," Gramps said, lifting a box up onto the counter. Kat looked at the package, examining it closely. Gramps hasn't ever really given anyone much of anything for their birthday. There is just too many kids at the orphanage to give them birthday gifts, especially with the high adoption rate. Gramps is making a big deal out of this though. "What is in this box?" As Kat touched the lid of the box, something burned through her. Kat smelled soot and ash and her body felt an uncomfortable heat. And then it was gone. Nothing had happened, hardly even the memory remained. Kat paused for just a moment before lifting off the lid to reveal an intricately woven black kimono adorned with white flowers. Kat's eyes bulged. "Gramps, what have you done? Where did you? I mean, this is, whoa." Flicking her yes up to Gramps in surprise, she saw him laughing. "It belonged to my wife, once upon a time. The fool told me to give it to the next lass I married, so I'd always remember my first." Gramps sighed and rubbed his eyes. "That damned fool, she should have known I was never getting married again, as if I could forget her," said Gramps, staring at the ceiling. I hope she won't be too mad at this old man for giving it to his daughter instead. And with that, Gramps seemed to sink back into his chair. He looked older now. Across the room, Gramps' old clock continued to count. Each thunk landing like a hammer fall on the silence. Damn you, old man, I'm not crying. Walking over to Gramps and hugging him, Kat said, "Thanks, Gramps, for everything, truly." After patting her on the back a few times, Gramps picked himself up and headed for the door. "This old fool needs to get himself to sleep, much too late for these old bones," he said, and walked out the door. Kat just stood there for a while before carefully returning the garment to the box. She'd have to find a good way to store it, but for now it would stay in the box. "Damn it, old man, don't go giving away stuff like this. I already can't repay you for what you've done." Sighing and carefully making her way up the stairs, Kat expertly navigated the halls in the dark with the ease that only came from sneaking around the building since she was a little girl. Returning to her room and placing the box on her desk, Kat sighed and grabbed her pajamas. A quick shower later and Kat was flopped against bed ready for sleep. A flash of fire, and the sound of burning crackled next to Kat's ear. Half asleep, Kat batted at the strange sound before a bright flash erupted and covered the room. After the light had dispersed, everything in the room seemed fine. There was no fire, no flames, bed and desk were in order, and yet Kat was nowhere to be found. Chapter 3, The Demonic Energized Messaging Operations Neural System. Kat rubbed her eyes. There was fire, a lot of fire, but for some reason she wasn't afraid. It was all sorts of reds swimming into blues, greens disappearing into yellows and melting back like churning tides. It was a stunning sight, and Kat couldn't help but appreciate the rapid shifts in shape and color the fire underwent. Content to watch the colors flow around her, Kat relaxed until a progress bar appeared in front of her. Underneath the bar, words appeared wreathed in flame, burning into existence before cycling to a new response. System starting, stabilizing summoning circle, initializing language module, granting rank 1 premise error, completing bloodline investigation, pending, ancient bloodline detected, form incompatible, delaying awakening, install complete. Thank you for using Demonically Energized Messaging and Operations Neural System, or D.E.M.O.N.S. We wish you luck on your contract. Kat's feet landed solidly on a hard floor and she gazed around. She was in the middle of a strange intricate circle that made her eyes swim slightly if she looked at it. Glancing around, she noticed the room was filled with books rising up along the walls for well over 10 meters before meeting the ceiling. Lily would have a field day in here. Kat's musings were interrupted by a terse shout. "Boy, shut down this summoning right this instant, banish this fiend immediately." Kat's eyes lazily followed the sound, eventually landing on an old man in a dark robe standing next to another figure. This second figure was in a small circle and looked to be around her age, perhaps a bit older. Certainly, he was young compared to the old man, but why was he being called boy? "Master, what are you saying?" "I have finally completed a successful summoning on my first attempt. I've been your apprentice for 10 long years. Give me one good reason I should end the summoning and lose my chance to be recognized as a summoner in my own right," said apprentice. "You're damn fool is what you are, boy. Shut down this summoning right now before I come over there and make you do it myself," shouted the old man. "Man, this is a weird dream. Am I projecting something here? Who are these people supposed to represent anyway? I liked this more when we had the pretty fire colors. You know what? Yeah, just try and interrupt the summoning. Come over here and try. Do it, old man, I dare you. I know you won't, because for some reason you think I need to end it properly, otherwise you would have forcefully cancelled the spell. I've seen you do it to other students before. Surely if it's that big of a deal you can do it again," said apprentice smugly, glaring at the old man, challenging him. "If you really want me to cancel the spell, give me a good reason, not just some sorry excuse. You damned brat, you win. But know that you're making a huge mistake. That bitch clearly looks human. Human, you fool," the old man said this as if that explained everything. Kat turned to look at the old man and he shivered. "Yeah, serves you right, old man. Come cower before my all-powerful gaze. Seriously though, mind your language. What did I do to you? Do you think it's polite to speak to guests that way? What does that matter, old man? Plenty of demons can take human form. Succubus, quite a few pit fiends, not to mention the lords and princes. Why should it matter to me what the damn thing looks like? Retorted apprentice. You unbelievable idiot! Said the wizard, face going red and beard swinging as he put his whole body into scolding his apprentice. Not only is everything you listed at least a mid-tier demon, which, might I remind you, should be impossible because the circle is set up specifically for low-tier demons. Even then, if I was willing to entertain the idea weak mid-tier snuck through, none of them, even the succubi, would be able to completely hide their demonic traits. The only possible way for this thing to look the way that it does is if it's an exceptionally powerful demon. Ooh, yes, fear me mortals, for I am the great and powerful cat. I have conquered entire realms for the disrespect you have shown me, ha ha. This is great. Cat let her gaze wander the room, landing on the apprentice, who paled significantly when he met her eyes. Whoa, this guy's scared of me. Yes, stare into my eyes, young fool. But, sweating bullets, the apprentice struggled to get the words out. What about the temperament? I mean, I set the circle up to only accept the most passive of demons, one willing to act peacefully when it's summoned. It might be strong, but it's fine, right? Stammered apprentice. Guilty as charged. I'll accept the whole passive thing, sort of. I think I'm a pretty chill most of the time, but this is a dream, so maybe I should fuck with them just for the fun of it. Cat smiled at the thought, and then decided to keep smiling, raising it even further up her cheeks, hoping she looked at least a little creepy, though it was doubtful. The pink pajamas probably weren't helping. Fool, if one part has failed, the other likely has too. It's just as likely to tear us limb from limb as it is to dominate our minds and force us to work for it till our bodies are dust. Shut the damned portal down now before it decides to try breaking out. We don't have the power to contain this thing in the slightest. The old man screamed. He was clearly exceptionally agitated at this point. The apprentice seemed to struggle with himself for a moment, before stretching out his hand and beginning to chant. The words seemed to twist and worm themselves around each other as the boy spoke, overlapping each other, doubling back and twisting themselves, but somehow remaining clear to Cat as she struggled to listen in. Demon summoned from beyond this plane, I banish you. Demon from beyond this plane, I dissolve any contract we have, I banish you from this plane. Demon, you are no longer welcome here, this circle is not your own, be grasped and pulled and twisted back towards your home. The floor dropped out from beneath her. Cat once again found herself in the world of strange fire. Yawning, she stretched out, twisting herself a bit as she fell. Why am I still so tired? This is kinda a weird dream. Will I get those messages again like last time? Bah, who cares? Magic fiery thingy, can you drop me off back to bed please, thank you. As if it could hear her thoughts, Cat was plopped back onto bed. Pulling the covers back over herself, she snuggled into the pillow and closed her eyes. As Cat returned to her slumber, she missed a projection in front of her eyes spewing out a series of messages: contract terminated, forceful termination identified, termination deemed wrongful, full compensation awarded to user, beginning transfer to account, halting transfer, awakening bloodline, error insufficient funds, resolved, incremental awakening beginning, initiating. Cat's eyes shot open, a searing pain coming from her back. Quickly reaching for her pillow to stifle the screams, she spasmed on her bed, hands gripping the bottom for relief and finding none. Twisting and turning, Cat threw off the sheets in her struggles before the pain began to subside. It wasn't gone, but it had dulled from the feeling of someone trying to hammer a steel spike into her spine to a much gentler feeling of ripping it back out again and leaving it. This is not how I wanted to wake up this morning. Cat groaned and turned fully onto her stomach, hoping to relieve the pain in her back when she noticed something strange. Her back felt off. When she tried to roll over, it was like she had a small weight pulling behind her. Craning her neck around, Cat froze. Sticking out of her back was a long thin something. Ignoring the pain for a moment and trying to sit up, Cat followed the line down past her legs to find it ending in a mostly flat spade shape. Oh no, okay, calm down, that doesn't have to be a tail, does it? Certainly, it's probably just blankets, In my thrashing around I rolled my blankets up and this is just what it looks like now. Cat didn't believe herself for a second. Not only were her blankets red not black, she could clearly see them at the foot of her bed. Chapter 4, The Demonic Energized Messaging Operations Neural System Part 2. Waiting a few more minutes for the pain to subside and to calm down, Cat was slowly coming to terms with a startling realization: she could feel the tail. Not only that, but somehow, she knew how to move it. Flicking her new tail around was somewhat awkward as she had ended up sitting on part of it when she sat up for the first time, but it was certainly moving, and not in any explainable way. Sneaking a look at the clock, she noticed that it was 5:15, plenty early enough to avoid getting spotted, so she grabbed some clothes and headed towards the shower. Quickly undressing, she turned around and tried to examine herself in the mirror. What she saw was, much to her dismay, extending from the small of her back was a thin black tail. Concentrating on it allowed her to flex and move it extremely easily as if it were another arm. The worrying part was that it felt completely natural to her, as if adding a massive 2-meter or so tail didn't throw her balance completely off. Quickly showering and throwing on a shirt, Cat paused. How on earth was she supposed to hide the tail, or first, how was she supposed to wear pants with tail? Trying to wrap the tail around her leg proved fruitless. The thing was too long, and the spade end wasn't quite as flexible as the rest of it. Shit, okay, I need to hide this tail somehow. It moves a bit too well for people not to ask questions, and I can't just wear my pants below it because I'd reveal too much of my back and people could tell it's a real tail. Okay, would dresses work? No, of course not. They have the same problem as pants. Calm, Cat, calm. A moment passed and Cat lifted her shirt and began to wrap her tail around her midsection over and over again, tucking the end underneath the coils to try and hold it in place a bit. Okay, this works, I think. I don't look weird in the mirror, but it's hard to tell. Really uncomfortable though. Feels like having your arms bound. Hopefully my tail can't cramp up. Dressing and returning her pajamas to the bedroom, she checked the clock. 5:45. Dealing with my tail took longer than I thought, though I don't have to wake the kids till 6 technically. Do I need anything? Looking around the room, Cat didn't find anything she deemed immediately useful until her eyes fell on her cell phone. Do I call Lily? She knows something about demons. Hopefully. Should I tell anyone? No, I need someone to work this through with. Cat reached out towards her phone, about to start calling her best friend, when she suddenly remembered the time. Shit, Lily won't be awake for another while. When did she say she wakes up again? Damn, I'll just send her a text. Sending a quick message off to Lily to call as soon as she woke up, Cat began the routine of banging on the doors. However, while racing down the stairs she clipped her tail on the banister and nearly lost her footing. SSSSS, that hurts. Note to self: not as thin as I used to be now, I'm hiding a tail under my shirt. Now hobbling down the stairs, she continued her knocking before heading for the dining room and noticing a concerned Sylvie. Are you okay, Cat? The little girl looked up at Cat with big round eyes, daring her to say she was fine. Cat sighed. I'm fine, Sylvie, I just knocked my hip on the railing coming down the stairs. It's nothing to worry about. Sylvie kept staring at Cat, searching for other answers and seemingly finding none. She dropped her gaze but still huddled by Cat's side, sensing that there was something else. The pair went to the mess hall as normal to have a quick breakfast. As Cat was about to ascend the stairs and pick up a few things, she felt a tugging on her pants and looked back to see a still concerned Sylvie looking at her with big eyes. Are you sure you're fine, Cat? The pain from before should have gone away. God, don't look at me with those eyes. I'm sorting out potentially worldview destroying phenomenon. I can't put that on Sylvie's shoulders. All fine. Look, Sylvie, things have gotten a little bit more complicated since yesterday and I'm trying to figure some things out. I have to head out for a bit, but I promise after we eat breakfast tomorrow, I'll tell you. Deal? Cat said, expecting some resistance or pouting, but to her surprise Sylvie just nodded, let go and headed back to her room. That kid is too smart for her own good. I hope she stays just as sweet though. Hurrying upstairs, Careful to mind the tail around her waist, Kat gathered a few things then headed for the front door. Right as she stepped outside, her phone buzzed. "So, what's going on, Kat? Are you in trouble or something? You've never tried to get my attention this urgently before," said Lily. "Yeah, some stuff happened yesterday after I left your place and I really need to go over it with you. Are your parents home? I'd really rather we did this someplace they weren't around," said Kat. Yeah, they should be out doing the weekly shopping for the rest of the day. Let me just go check," Lily said. Kat waited a few minutes, hearing the rustling of clothes and a few clicks presumably from doors opening as Lily made her way through the house. "Okay, yeah, the car's gone, so you should be fine, I think. Is it really that big of a deal? It's not like you to dance around an issue like this," said Lily. Yes, it is," Kat said. "Okay, just come straight over, I'll be ready for you whenever you arrive." Beginning a light jog towards Lily's house, Kat quickly realized that her tail did affect her balance and she had to compensate for that. Slight shifts to the left and right made her tail twitch slightly and attempt to react to her movements, trying to keep her on balance. Needless to say, with it tightly bound around herself, the assistance it brought was minimal at best and distracting at worst. "Shit, don't tell me I have to relearn how to walk. Stupid tail. Then again, maybe I'm the idiot thinking that I could walk normally without the tail being involved." 45 minutes later, Kat arrived at Lily's front door and knocked. No response. Damn it, is Lily still in her room? I doubt she can hear the front door from there, or maybe she's still getting ready. Do I just wait here or? Kat's internal debate was halted by a solid thunk from inside the door before it swung open to reveal a tired and messy Lily. "I don't get how you wake up so early or easily. Anyway, come on, you sounded serious on the phone," Lily said as she guided Kat back to her room. "Well, I guess we should get the easy stuff out of the way. I have to leave the orphanage before I turn 18. Kat said. Lily froze in the hallway. "That is the easy stuff? You're getting kicked out of your home in 12 months and you tell me that's easy? Kat, why would you put up with that of all things? You've helped the old man run the place for years. I can't believe he'd force you out like that." I mean, cutting Lily off, Kat jumped in with, Whoa, hold up there, Lily. This has nothing to do with Gramps other than the fact that he had to tell me. Apparently it's just the rule." "What, and you took him at his word, Kat? This is serious. What are we going to do?" I mean, Kat grabbed Lily, pulling her into a hug to stop things going too far. "Calm, Lily, calm. I trust the old man. He even gave me an amazing gift and cried on the way out of his office, Lily. It's fine," Kat said, trying to soothe her agitated friend. "I don't think I've ever seen her freak out so much. I can only hope the tail doesn't go even worse. Hopefully it's fine. What could possibly make it worth getting kicked out? You mentioned that the orphanage does alright, but I doubt Gramps has the spare cash to get you something really special. I mean, last year he only got you a few notebooks," Lily said, calmer but still uneasy. "He gave me his wife's hand-woven kimono that has been kept in pristine condition for at least my entire life. Apparently he was supposed to give it to his next wife, but he decided to give it to me, his daughter, instead," Kat said, tearing up a little remembering the moment. Oh. I am so sorry, Kat. I didn't know you guys were so close. I mean, you don't talk about him that much and I just assumed. I'm sorry," Lily said. "It's fine. I never really mentioned it because he really has taken care of me my whole life. I don't remember my parents and I know they both died before I turned 2. I've been with Grumps for as long as I can remember, and I always knew he cared for all of us at the orphanage, but yesterday really hit home for me how long we've been together and what that truly means," Kat said. Breaking apart, the girls continued on to Lily's room before shutting the door. "So if this isn't what you were concerned about, what the hell is? I can't imagine anything short of losing an arm actually causing you any real grief," Lily joked half-heartedly. "I'm close actually. I might not have lost an arm, but I did gain a tail," said Kat, lifting her shirt and uncoiling her tail from around herself. Kat's eyes quickly flicked up to Lily after not hearing a response, only to see the girl slam herself into the headboard with a loud thunk. Is this considered an improvement on her first reaction? Kat smiled wryly to herself. Now I need to wait for her to wake up. Again. Chapter 5, Panic. Lily groaned, rubbing the back of her head as she turned to the side. Her memory was a bit foggy. Opening her eyes to stare at Kat, she said, "Wait, what are you doing here, Kat? Hang on. Wait, don't tell me something important, Gramps. No, tail. Wait, you have a tail." Lily finished, finally noticing the swishing tail behind her best friend. Okay, you're messing with me. You heard me go on about demons yesterday for so long, and this is my punishment. Honestly, the tail looks good on you, but surely something that moves so well would have cost. Oh no, realization dawned on Lily as it occurred to her, even if Kat did have access to that kind of money, never would she spend it on something for a poor joke. Yes, Lily, we have a problem. The tail behind me is real and I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do about it. Can I still say hell? Hey Lily, what are the ethics of a demon swearing about hell? Kat asked. Wait, are you sure that's a demon tail? I mean, plenty of other things have tails, and oh no, the end is a spade. Kat, please tell me you aren't a succubus. Lily pleaded. How should I know, Lily? Just because I woke up like this doesn't mean I have any more of an idea than you do. I don't feel any different besides the tail, if that helps. Actually, it seems to have really screwed with my balance. My brain seems to be wired to compensate for it now, and wrapping it around myself to hide it caused me some minor balance issues running over here, and for now at least let's save the more questionable parts of this to the side. I'd like your help figuring out what to do with the tail, and then we can freak out about the future, alright? Is there anything special I need to know about it immediately? Okay, Lily said, struggling to calm down. Can I just have a quick look while I think about this for a moment? It hasn't really hit me properly yet. Kat nodded, and Lily walked over to her back. Closely examining the area where Kat's tail merged with her body, she could find no discernible markings, as if it had always been a part of her friend. Poking around the area slightly, Lily began, Okay, well, first things first, my guess is that demons don't really have a major weakness in their tails. The biggest issue you are likely to have is just getting used to it, I think, and maybe some people might target it because I'd imagine a tail is hard to defend, but that's about all I have for you there. Taking a deep breath, Lily continued, the real issue is the spade on the end, not because of the spade itself but because of what it represents. You have to be some kind of succubus. No other demon ever really developed something similar to this. Some have more varied tails than others, but the spade shape marks you as a succubus, of that I'm mostly sure. The question is, what does that mean for us? What do you mean? Is there any problem with succubuses? Succubi? Lily nodded at the second one. Aren't they like beautiful women or something? I've never cared too much about my looks, but I certainly don't look horrible. Kat said, Well, succubi tend to be, how shall I put this, a little sex obsessed normally. Now don't get me wrong, some minor instances of them give them different roles, but things aren't quite in your favor after that one. Wait, actually, are you going to keep changing? Do you get the cool tail and that's that, or is there more to this? Well, I might have left out a few things, like the tunnel of magic fire and the demon summoning ritual. And the random floating text, but I don't really remember it all too well, Kat said. Kat, what did you do? Please don't leave out important stuff like that. Why didn't you tell me before? Lily said, Well, I mean, at the time I mostly just thought it was a dream. I was curled up in bed and I might have even drifted off to sleep for a bit when all of a sudden I was surrounded by all sorts of strange fire. Kat said, Do you mean you were in hell? Lily asked. No, it was just fire and none of it burned, but it sort of felt like some of it could. And there was a bunch of different colors all around. As I rushed past, it was a complete rainbow and then some. Kat explained. Okay, keep going, Kat, please, Lily said. Right, okay, so, I think there were some words that flashed around me as well, and I think some of the text said something bloodline. I don't really remember exactly what else it said. I also seem to recall the text wishing me well at the end, I think. And something about an awakening of some sorts. But that it didn't happen or something? Look, I was waking up somewhat and I wasn't really trying to focus at all. I thought I was dreaming and I was very distracted by the colors. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before until I met the wizard," said Kat. Lily just sighed. "Kat, please don't say that like it's completely normal. I'm struggling to keep all this straight in my head already, and it's only so easy to believe you because you're my friend. And the tale is very distracting, so I can't forget that either." Sorry. Kat sat down next to her friend and continued speaking, all the while slowly moving her tail behind Lily. "So after the flames all died away, I was standing in a room with two guys. Now, to be honest, I didn't notice at first because the room was stacked with books, and I mean stacks, floor to ceiling bookshelves, and the place was at least 10 meters tall. You'd have loved it. Anyway, after the old dude started yelling, I started paying more attention to what was going on. So, there was a funny circle around me and the younger one, let's call him apprentice, telling him to cancel the summoning, and how clearly everything had gone wrong," said Kat. "Well, to cut the story a bit short, it turns out the spell was supposed to summon a weak demon with a calm temperament, and I'm not sure how they measure the strength of a demon, but I doubt I'm that strong if wizards can pull people across dimensions. Anyway, like I was saying, they thought the spell had fucked up because I didn't have any demonic features at all, and that is supposed to take a very, very high level of power, which obviously I don't have. Anyway, the apprentice got all pale at that and did some long chant to send me back," Kat finished just as she got her tail to circle around Lily. "Eep, damn it, Kat, don't do that." Lily looked at her friend with a pout. "I'll come here, it wasn't that bad," Kat said, giving her friend a hug. "So what can you tell me?" Leaning into Kat's hug, Lily replied, "Right, so, the important thing might actually be the text you were talking about. It seems like for whatever reason over the next however long you are going to turn into a demon. I don't know what that means really, maybe nothing, maybe you will become a different person, I just don't know. What I do know is that magic is real and you likely have to deal with it. Demons are supposed to be summoned routinely, so my best guess is that sometime soon you will be summoned again. If nothing else weird happens before next Saturday, we can reevaluate that, but I have no reason to think this will be the only time. Honestly, Kat, I'm somewhat at a loss. I don't know how I can help you here." Kat leaned in and hugged her friend close. "Honestly, this has helped a lot already. I don't normally get too flustered about things like this, but you also don't normally wake up with a tail, so who knows. I guess the only question now is what to do when I'm changing for gym class." "Kat, we don't have gym till next week," Lily replied. "Oh, well then it's not my problem. Do you want to do a bit more research together before I have to sneak out to avoid your parents?" Kat said. Lily looked like she wanted to contradict Kat, that her parents weren't that bad, but Lily's parents did like to go out of their way to make her uncomfortable. And so, they spent the next few hours doing research, uncovering little of note before it was time for Kat to leave. "Oh, one more thing, I'm probably going to tell Sylvie about this. She somehow managed to figure out something was wrong already, and I can't resist those eyes of hers. Maybe she's the one with bewitching powers," said Kat. "Look, it's not my business who you tell, and I don't think it will be an issue to tell Sylvie from what I know of her, but be careful." Lily said, "The school isn't that religious considering its name, but you have a real honest-to-God tale, Kat. Who knows what they'll do?" "I know, Lily, I know." After a short journey home and a rushed lunch, Kat got started on the weekend cleaning. Every Saturday the orphanage expected everyone to clean out their rooms as well as the dining hall, or more accurately the three stooges in charge of keeping everyone organized were supposed to be in charge, though this was not to be. Instead, Kat still led the cleaning efforts, cleaning her own room first before rounding everyone up and instructing them to tidy before handing out buckets, and then spending the time bouncing between helping the other kids clean and cleaning the dining room. And yes, technically the oldest was in charge of the orphanage cleaning, that's how it had always been. Over the past 6 months Gramps had been encouraging the 3 teens, Sarah, John and David, to be in charge. They always complained that Kat was still the oldest, but Gramps intervened, stating she had done those duties for 7 years, longer than anyone, and it wasn't her responsibility anymore. Well, that's what Gramps said. Reality begged to differ. Kat was the one making sure to wipe down the tables in the mess hall. If this demon summoning stuff becomes a big time sink, I'm going to have to force those three to actually do their damn jobs. For now, those three, Gramps, and I have an uneasy truce. I still do most of the work, but mistakes are on their head, not mine, and someday soon they need to completely take over. Hopefully they can sort themselves out quickly. After the cleaning, Kat had her evening meal with Sylvie and assured the little girl that tomorrow she would tell her everything. She just needed to ask, and while that had seemed to put the girl at ease, that didn't mean she had completely let the matter drop. Sylvie occasionally stole glances towards Kat as if in some moment of hesitation Kat's problems would become completely obvious to the little girl. Going upstairs to shower, Kat decided to go to bed early. I really need the sleep, apparently. I was up last night being summoned to who knows where, and after the cleaning, honestly, I could use the extra sleep. A quick shower and change later, Kat found herself drifting off to sleep, hoping that tomorrow wouldn't be quite so tiring. Chapter 6: Peace in equal measure. Kat's morning routine was pretty standard until she went to return to her room. Looking down, Kat saw Sylvie pulling on her skirt. "What's up, Sylvie?" Kat asked. "Are you going to talk about yesterday now?" said Sylvie. "I was under the impression you would want to showerify." Sylvie kept staring at Kat, stopping her from speaking. "Right, okay, then I guess we are talking about this right now. Come on then," Kat said, leading Sylvie back to her room. She lifted the little girl onto her bed and sat down beside her. "So Sylvie, if you really want to know what's going on, I have two things to tell you about. One of them is nothing major and the other one is something I'm not sure you will actually want to know about, but I keep my promises, okay?" Kat said. "Tell me about the little problem," Sylvie replied. "Okay, well, Gramps informed me that I have to move out before I turn 18, said Kat. Sylvie's eyes went wide and she started to pout. It was as if she was trying to contain all the words she wanted to say so that she had the chance to think them over. Sylvie leaned over and wrapped her arms around Kat before looking back up and asking, "If you leave, can I come with you?" Kat was stunned. I don't know, Sylvie. How am I supposed to answer that question? Yes, no, maybe? I don't want to ask if she's serious. I could see how much effort she put into thinking about what to ask me first, and there is none of the over-the-top panic Lily had. "I don't know, Sylvie, I don't know," said Kat. Sylvie looked like she was about to respond, but she stopped and began poking Kat in the side. A look of confusion crossed her face as she kept poking around the side of Kat's stomach, trying and failing to identify the tail hidden underneath Kat's shirt. After a minute of poking, Sylvie looked up at Kat, the question unspoken but present. "That's the second thing, Sylvie. Do you want to move on to that instead?" Kat asked. Sylvie's eyes flickered for a moment. Kat could also see the battle raging in her mind, debating over asking more about staying with Kat or moving on to this completely strange thing she had no guesses for. In the end, she looked to Kat and said, "You really don't know if I can stay with you?" "God, the eyes, not the eyes, have mercy on me, Sylvie. I don't even know if I can take care of myself, let alone you as well. Gramps taught me to cook, but he always gets to the kitchen first. And what about school, and. Fine. I'll see what I can work out, Sylvie. I still don't know, but I'll do what I can." Kat sighed. The little girl smiled brightly at that before returning to a more serious face just as adorable as the smile. "Now I want to know what's funny about your stomach, Kat. I can't figure it out." "It can't be just a shirt or something," said Sylvie. "Well, and now please keep this to yourself." Slowly backing away from Sylvie a bit, the girl looked a bit sad at this but stayed still. Kat started to unwind her tail. Moving it had gotten much easier in just a day, and she could easily unravel it even under her shirt without needing her arms to help. Snaking her tail out from under her shirt, Kat continued. "I seem to have grown a tail." Sylvie's eyes flicked between Kat's face and tail, as she shuffled closer and slowly reached out a hand to try and touch it while flicking to Kat's face, searching for confirmation she was allowed to do just that. Kat smiled at the girl. "I'm not sure she'd stop even if I said no." "Well, Sylvie might actually stop, but then she'll be distracted for days thinking about it, I'm sure." Eventually Sylvie managed to grab Kat's tail and she shifted it so that movement on Sylvie's part wouldn't be pulling on her tail. After a few moments of poking and sliding and moving, Sylvie turned to Kat and asked, "Why is your tail so soft?" Kat stared at the girl, unsure of what to say. What do you mean soft? I don't remember it feeling that strange when I was poking about, and besides it's certainly not fluffy. What do you even mean? I'm not sure. What do you mean, Sylvie? Asked Kat, said Sylvie with a scrunched face. Poking the tail in various spots and hugging it against herself, it's just really comfortable to hold. Kat proceeded to move her tail and Sylvie let go, pouting for a moment before Kat curled her tail around the girl and pulled them together, shockingly easily. Whoa, wait, that took almost no effort. Is my tail stronger than my arm? I certainly couldn't lift Sylvie so easily with just one hand, though perhaps I shouldn't say that out loud. Sylvie, now bound tightly on Kat's lap, let out a crystal clear laugh of pure joy and smiled at her new seat. Yawning and burying herself in Kat's body, Kat just smiled and started to stroke Sylvie's hair. It seems like Lily and I might be looking at this the wrong way. Sylvie seems to have absolutely no concerns, and she's the most observant out of all of us, really. Shuffling herself towards the end of the bed, Kat decided to follow Sylvie and take a short nap before lunch. Pulling the girl against herself with her arms and tail, Kat nodded off. Chapter 7, For the King. The school week passed uneventfully. Lily and Kat had decided to finish up all their work as early as possible, just in case this demon thing started eating up more of their time. As such, they spent most afternoons in the school library attempting to complete assessment that would be due later this term. Even the bullies seemed to take a week off for some reason, though perhaps it was just because Kat was so serious about getting her work done and they thought they might cross the line somehow by interrupting them and staying away. It was Friday afternoon. Kat and Lily were sitting in Kat's room. Normally they would go to Lily's house to hang out, being closer to school and less noisy, but the idea of Lily's parents overhearing their conversation overrode that train of thought and allowed Kat to keep her tail out, which was much more comfortable. After a week, Kat had regained the ability to walk around comfortably without difficulty. It was still vastly less comfortable and required some level of concentration, but it no longer majorly interfered with her day. So Kat, are you sure you don't need me to stay over and keep watch? Said Lily. It's fine, we don't have a spare bed for you, and even if we did, your parents wouldn't be happy at all. They certainly won't let you stay out late, and I'm not sure if they'd think staying overnight here is better or worse than you running around outside, said Kat. Fine, I suppose, just be careful whatever happens. Will we be meeting up tomorrow to discuss things, or do you have other plans? Said Lily. I think meeting up tomorrow will be for the best. I'll text you in the morning and try and sort things out, okay? Said Kat. The two hung out for a while, talking about nothing for the most part. A week of studying in the library together had made the two well aware of what was going on in each other's lives, so they just killed some time before Lily headed home and eventually Kat went to sleep. A flash and the sound of burning woke Kat. She flinched but kept calm, looking around more carefully this time. Above her was a rapidly spinning symbol of complex lines that seemed to shift as she gazed at them. It was time. Kat reached out slowly, and just as her hand was about to touch the portal, she stopped. This is probably a summoning portal. I think I must have brushed one last week when the light flashed. Quickly jumping out of bed, she got changed into one of her old outfits just in case something happened, deciding to leave her tail in full view this time before walking back over to her bed and pressing her hand against the portal. As soon as Kat's had touched the embers flickering off the portal, she was sucked in. We welcome you to your mandatory weekly summoning. Bloodline Awakening is on schedule. No changes to be made. Language module currently functioning. Current funds 0. Good luck, and may you have a successful contract. D.E.M.O.N.S. Kat burned the message into her mind. She might have forgotten the first one, but now that things were serious and a lot more real than she had initially imaged, Kat knew that anything she could gain from the system would be valuable information. At least the backdrop is exactly as I remember it, and the colors truly are stunning. If I had the option, I could stare at this for hours. As if despite Kat's wish, the summoning ended at that moment and she appeared in a radically different setting to the first time. She was in a dark room with only a sliver of moonlight coming through a window somewhere behind her and a number of candles dotting the walls. The room looked misused and hardly ever cleaned, and yet, as if despite that first impression, she noticed two chairs in perfect condition off to the side, and a man standing across from her in one of the most elaborately designed outfits she had ever laid eyes on. He wore a thick coat with a number of beasts depicted on it in various stages of attack. They looked almost alive, like they were ready to leap to the man's defense at a moment's notice. Under that he wore a mostly plain shirt with a crest emblazoned over his heart, but Kat struggled to make it out, with most of it being obscured by the cloak. She looked up to meet the face of an old man, and the eyes of an ancient being. Two ears sprouted from his side and his graying hair hung low around his neck. Is this old man an elf? Wait, if he's an elf and he looks that old, just how old is he really? Why the hell is he summoning me? The old man sighed, flicking through the book he was holding in his right hand. I, King Therius, Claudius, Maximilianus, Berhambeliden II, slayer of the ancient bone hider, learning of the forgotten mines and defender of the kingdom, do so declare, the king started in a booming voice before trailing off. I do so declare, flipping through the various pages of the book, that if you accept this contract you will be bound to this room for the duration of 2 hours, and the man flipped through more pages. You are unable to strike at me more pages or attempt to. The man flipped through yet more pages, struggling to figure out what he needed to say. Attempt to disclose this meeting to others for the duration of this contract. Do you accept? The man finished. Do I accept? Is there normally a discussion here? Are we negotiating the terms, or is he telling me the terms? Guess 2 hours is fine, I can accept that. The notice before said I needed to do 1 contract a week, and I don't want to get in trouble with that thing. I accept, Kat said. She was going to continue speaking, but at that moment a red chain appeared between the two, wrapping around each of them quickly before sinking into their skin. Holy shit, what was that? Damn, I think these contracts are a lot more binding than I initially thought. Okay, it's fine, I agreed to help the man for 2 hours. That's fine. It was at this moment the king moved himself from his circle to one of the chairs before collapsing into it and gesturing for Kat to do the same. Kat walked over and took up a spot on the chair across from the king, letting her tail curl around her and rest in her lap before looking up towards the king, waiting for him to speak. I need advice. My advisors are all corrupt, my family is dead, and I would like your help, said the king. Okay, be calm, collected, we just need to give him a simple answer and pretend we are way more knowledgeable than an ancient elf. How is it that you believe I can assist you when your advisors cannot? I have even less a stake in your kingdom than the advisors, said Kat. Demons like yourself cannot lie. I plan to use this to get some answers for important questions, said king. Wait, what? I can certainly lie, or at least I think I can. Is he wrong, or am I just not demon enough yet for it to matter? If that is what you wish for, Therius, please ask away, said Kat. Ha, to cut my name so short, I suppose that is fair. I'm not much of a king anymore, and I'm certainly not your king. First, I want you to tell me which of my advisors truly is corrupt and which of them were forced into this by the others, said Therius. Therius, I'm a demon, not a god. I have no knowledge of your advisors, said Kat. The king seemed to sag at this and responded, I'm not surprised really, I had to try, you know, but anyway I guess I'll continue. What are the chances my wife and son were murdered during my 100-year meditation, Therius? How am I supposed to answer that question? I don't have any information other than what you have just told me. With only that I could only make a poor guess, said Kat. Ah yes, I suppose that's right. In that case let me ask you, what are the chances that my kingdom survives my death, said Therius. King, please, you're killing me with these questions. How am I supposed to know any of this? Therius, I have no more knowledge of the future than you. How could I possibly know the fate of your kingdom? I don't even know what it is called. I have only just entered this plane, and you have told me nothing of yourself, of the state of the kingdom, said Kat. Huh, I didn't really think about that, said Therius. Kat was dumbstruck. What was even your plan then? What did you think was going to happen when you summoned a demon? Is it just me? Am I the dumb one here? No, surely not. Anyway, can you share with me some demonic knowledge perhaps? Perhaps a way to keep the ancient forest healthy, asked Therius. Oh, Boy, do I have an answer for this one, Burnett said. Cat, the old man spluttered. What do you mean? How would that help the ancient forests? Wait, you can't lie. The elf seemed to seriously consider himself for a moment. A minute passed, then 10. The silence continued to stretch before the king said, I just don't get it. How does that make any sense? All forests need something from the soil. This helps empower the growth of new trees and bushes, which in turn helps the animals thrive. The charcoal and ash released when you burn a forest to the ground is extremely valuable, said Cat. The king paused, and then started cackling madly. A way to improve the ancient forests. We've been researching for generations, thousands of years, and it's just handed to me. Ha 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 ha, I can get my kingdom back with this information. The king got up and sprinted for the door, throwing it open and running down the hallway, cackling all the way. Chapter 8, So that's where the advisors were. Ah. Cat looked around, down at herself and back up again. So do I just sit here for the rest of the time limit, or? Cat looked around for something to entertain herself with. The room, however, was bare, lacking any features that might provide her some entertainment except for the summoning circle and the chairs. I guess I can look at the circles for a while. Getting up and heading towards the circle Therius had been standing in when a thought occurred to her. Wait, this looks remarkably familiar. I'm certain I've seen this circle before or something similar, and it wasn't last week when I was with those two wizards. Stopping and moving over to her own circle, she examined that as well. This also seems familiar. I'm certain I've seen this somewhere. Scanning through her memory, Cat couldn't recall anything specific, just a hazy recollection just out of reach, giving her the feeling that if she thought about it hard enough the mystery would be solved. But Cat knew that it wouldn't be so easy. After getting lost in the strange patterns and lines of the summoning circles, Cat started moving about him. Is there anything else interesting in the room? I've still got plenty of time before the contract expires, right? Searching the room for anything potentially interesting, Cat kept thinking to herself. I don't want to just leave. I'm sworn to keep this a secret, and I don't know if demons are well received here. Cat continued casing the room until she noticed some of the stones under the window were misaligned. Cat stood next to them, tapping her foot. Do I start poking around? Maybe there's a secret passage. Wait, aren't I already in a secret room of the castle? Pausing for a moment, Cat was about to keep tapping when the floor fell out from beneath her. Cat began sliding down a sloped surface, hurtling towards the darkness. After about a minute of sliding, the slide seemed to even out a bit before throwing Cat against a painting. Before Cat could get her bearings, she started to hear voices coming from the other side. Dusting herself off, she started to peek through the hole in the canvas and pay attention to what was being said. Look strong, for the last time, we can't just duel the king. He's still much stronger than us, and sending a formal duel request just gives him a chance to kill us if he suspects anything. Said the figure below Cat. I agree with you, Karanuas, a duel is much too risky. Poison has got to be the way to go, replied the figure sitting opposite the one called Karanuas. Shut up, Pafanuas, we've tried poisoning him in the past and not once did he even show any sign of distress or sickness, and we've had over 10 plans involving poison now, shouted the one to Karanuas left. Speaking of failed poisoning attempts, Baronuas, how is assassination attempt 237 going? Any luck on finding that rare snake? Said the one next to Pafinas. Honestly, Sagittarius, I think we've been had. I've never heard of an Akans, so I doubt. Sagittarius stopped speaking when he heard a tearing sound. The group of elves all whipped their heads around just as Cat tore through the painting and landed on the ground. Shit, how am I going to get out of this? Cat thought to herself, staring up at the elves beginning to surround her. Shit, we've been seen. Who is this peasant? Do we kill her or torture her for information? Said Pafinas, just as Cat was about to reply with the polite suggestion that murder isn't the greatest policy. Flames shot up from the ground, engulfing her in a bright white light before she found herself back in the tunnel of fires again. Welp, that's one problem dealt with. Congratulations on your successful contract completion. Funds will be allocated your account. Error, currently redirecting funds to facilitate awakening. Thank you for your patronage. See you next time. Before the text winked out of existence once again. Well, that's just great, at least I know I'm getting paid for my ridiculous escapades. Hopefully I can start profiting from them at some point, but for now it's fine, I guess. Kat started to relax, content to simply enjoy the passing lights as she was transported back to her room. Ground rushing to meet her, Kat found herself standing right where she was before she left. Looking around the room and noticing nothing amiss, Kat checked the clock and noted that it was 2:30 a.m. It seems like at least some time had passed during my transit and subsequent dealings with the king, or perhaps the portal had only opened at 2:30. I'll need to check the time before I leave next week. Looking around once more, Kat was about to climb into bed when she noticed her clothes were filthy. Sighing, she stripped them off and prepared for another shower, hoping not to wake anyone. A quick shower and much scrubbing to remove the cobwebs later, Kat returned to her room with the orphanage none the wiser before curling her tail around herself and slipping under the sheets. Hopefully the wake up won't be as painful as last time. Chapter 9, My Eyes. Kat's eyes burnt in their sockets, shriveling to dust before starting to regrow. Kat got to experience every fiber of her optic nerves as they were painfully reconstructed one at a time. Following this, magma seemed to fill her eyes as the rest of the eye was reformed, searing her mind before it finally stopped. Nope, much worse than last time. So very much worse. Cracking her eyes open just a tiny bit, Kat immediately felt an overwhelming sense of nausea and closed her eyes again and lay down flat on her bed. Oh great, it's the gift that just keeps on giving. Waiting for her churning stomach to calm down, Kat breathed deeply and tried to find a bit of calm. First, they mess with my balance and now I can't even see straight. What's next, breaking my legs? Slowly opening her eye just a crack, Kat found it wasn't quite as bad as the first time, but her vision still felt immensely uncomfortable. 5 minutes of staring at the ceiling later, Kat found that keeping her vision on a fixed point and not moving seemed to be helping her. Suddenly, burning letters appeared in her vision. The D.E.M.O.N.S system would like to inform you that upon acceptance of your next summoning you will be required to wear your demonic attire. Please have your outfit prepared beforehand. Kat glared at the message. What do you mean demonic attire? The hell does that even mean? Demonic attire. Demonic attire can be considered a demon's uniform. Demonic attire is permanently grafted to an individual demon's soul in order for it to grow with them. Demonic attire can be summoned at will and allows for demonic traits such as wings and tails to phase through the outfit so that they are always compatible. Most demons only have one demonic attire in their entire life. Choose wisely. You could answer my questions this whole time? Kat was shocked. All that worry, all that speculation, and she literally had the answers handed to her on a burning platter. Yes. Kat went back to staring at the burning letters before closing her eyes and willing them away. This was a problem she could deal with after she got Lily to come and meet her. Slowly moving her eyes to the clock, Kat was surprised to find it reading 6:05. Damn, I have to wake everyone up already and I'd really rather shower first. Maybe I need to get the Three Stooges to finally start waking everyone else up. Despite her internal protests, Kat carefully raised herself up, trying to avoid making too sudden movements. I really need to ask that thing why I'm so nauseous when I look around, but that will have to wait. It should have been my first question. Kat did the morning wake up at a much slower pace than normal, careful to avoid shifting her vision too drastically before meeting with Sylvie and heading to the dining hall. What's funny this week, Kat? Asked Sylvie. I'll go over it later, Sylvie. Once I have a shower and text Lily, we can go over it together. This seemed to calm the girl. Perhaps she thought I was going to run out and talk to Lily first again, and well, I could, but I really don't want to be walking or jogging until my head gets fixed. Quickly eating her breakfast, Kat went to stand up when she felt Sylvie tugging on her pajamas. Looking over, Kat noticed that Sylvie still had a mostly full plate and was clearly upset at Kat's attempt to get into the shower before the rest of the kids. Not that most of them showered, but still the orphanage only had a few bathrooms and she had wanted to get in before Lily arrived. I just want to have a quick shower, Sylvie. You can come hang out in my room after, okay? Said Kat. Sylvie pouted a bit but nodded. Cleaning away her plates, Kat headed upstairs, had a quick shower, and then returned to her room to find a fully dressed Sylvie already sitting on her bed. Did she skip her shower or something? How did she get here so fast? I thought I was pretty quick with my shower, but... Sighing, Kat sat down next to Sylvie before being overruled. Now Kat had a 9-year-old wrapped in her tail sleeping while she waited for her best friend to arrive. Why is Sylvie so tired though? I don't remember her taking so many naps like this before. Despite Kat's apparent concern, she started to relax and stroke Sylvie's hair. About an hour later, a knock came at the door. Do I tell them to just come in assuming it's Lily, or should I hide my tail first? A tired-looking Lily opened the door slightly, spotted Kat with her tail, and quickly jumped inside and shut the door. Kat, isn't it kind of dangerous to have your tail out like that? Lily asked. Well, it's fine really, none of the other kids have come to my door for a long time, I'm too old and scary for that. The only person who hangs out with me still is Sylvie, but as you can see she's asleep, said Kat. Well, anyway, you mentioned there was big news, is it more important than growing a tail? That was pretty shocking, said Lily. Well, I suppose it depends on how you look at it. It's certainly less surprising, and even if later I grow wings or something because we are more prepared for it, I doubt it will come close to the surprise the tail did. You're probably going to end up with wings, Kat, said Lily deadpan. Choosing to ignore that statement, Kat continued, remember those words I told you about? Well, turns out I can ask the think questions, and I thought it would be better to go through them all together. Are we including the sleeping beauty on your lap? Because I'm not sure it counts as being here if she's asleep, said Lily. At this moment, Sylvie raised a hand and waved but retracted it shortly and curled up tighter against Kat. Well, never mind then, I suppose. What sort of things can you ask it? Asked Lily. Pretty much anything, I guess. The only reason I know is because I was wondering what counted as demonic attire, but we can get to that later, said Kat, not minding the suspicious glance Lily sent her. Okay, well, I guess we should sort out how long your transformation is going to take and how many features you will gain, said Lily. Kat forwarded Lily's question and the words lit up. System cannot provide such information as it varies on a case-by-case basis. Warning, despite the system will enact punishment on user Kat should this information be carelessly spread by user Kat or parties related to her. Kat repeated its answers, assuming that Lily would have commented on seeing the flaming letters. That's a bit concerning. I promise not to spread the information if that helps. But can you tell us what kind of demon Kat is? Said Lily. Subject Katarina Kat is a redacted succubus. What do you mean redacted? What information can I view? Asked Kat. Subject Kat is able to view all unranked knowledge as well as specific information directly relating to yourself and your abilities. Isn't exactly what kind of demon I am quite relevant to me? Wait, no, don't answer that just yet. Can you tell me what's up with my eyes and why I feel so sick? Asked Kat. User Kat's eyes have been upgraded, and while D.E.M.O.N.S does not know all of the specifics, most common are the following additions, such as drastically increased vision range to include some ultraviolet light as well as the ability to see various magical energies. It also includes what D.E.M.O.N.S suspects to be causing user Kat's issue is that user Kat no longer has a small blind spot in user Kat's eye, and user Kat's brain is trying to correct for that. Why can you guys rewire my brain to get used to a tail instantly, but a small bit of extra vision completely removes my ability to function? Asked Kat. Unknown, process user Kat is undergoing is rare. The best assumption is that other features were all additions and easier for user Kat's brain to process, but the removal of the blind spot has removed an ancient piece of human biology on user Kat's planet that user Kat's brain no longer knows what to do with. Kat, can you catch me up? You got a bit caught up there, asked Lily. Oh yeah, sorry, one thing led to another, I'll just go through it with you. Kat explained. Okay, but why is the specific kind of succubus that Kat is redacted? I agree, that seems pretty relevant to her, said Lily. User Kat's specific race would merely be a best guess at the moment until all distinctive traits appear during awakening. On top of this, most demon family grouping is highly classified information, and thus without confirmation the system cannot guess at user cat's subtype. Chapter 10, More questions. Okay, I guess, how about telling us why cat gets summoned every Friday night? Lily asked. User cat must complete one summon a week and has the default setting applied which summons her as soon as the week resets. This is considered default because some demons find it hard to be summoned despite so many summonings. Can I change those settings at all? Asked Cat. User Cat does not yet have rank 1 permissions. Further customization will become available upon reaching rank 1. Well, I guess that's probably all of my questions. Do you have any more left to ask, Lily? Asked Cat. Before Lily could speak, Sylvie instead asked, can I become a demon like Cat? Am I supposed to translate that question? I guess it can't hurt. I could always not tell her the answer. More information is required. Depending on the exact meaning of the question, if individual wishes to be exactly the same race of demon or if any demon race would do. Furthermore, other bloodlines that might prohibit demon transformation could be present within individual. Cat reluctantly repeated the information for Sylvie before she asked another question. How do we get more information? Asked Sylvie. I guess I'll translate Sylvie's questions as well. A number of ways: self-testing or access to certain devices. However, information about bloodline testing is classified for unranked individuals. Sylvie pouted at thin air, shockingly accurately to where the words seemed to hover in front of Cat, but she paid it no mind. Sylvie, being a demon is dangerous. You heard what Cat said, that she has to be summoned once a week, plus you're very young at the moment. Said Lily. But I want to grow up and be really cool like Big Sis Cat, so why wouldn't it be worth becoming a demon? Said Sylvie. Cat hugged the adorable little girl with a very satisfied grin on her face. Don't encourage her, Cat. What you do is surely dangerous, and I mean you've been lucky up till now, and I didn't want to discourage you or anything seeing as you have no control over it. But you really shouldn't be encouraging a little girl to follow in your footsteps, said Lily. Shrugging, Cat replied, well, I have to be a higher rank to get access to whatever it is anyway, and sure, I might not want to let Sylvie become a demon right now, but we can always wait. Isn't that right, Sylvie? Yeah, I don't want to be a demon just yet, but I don't want to miss out either like Miss Lily, said Sylvie. Lily's face twitched slightly. I haven't missed out on anything, little girl. I'm sure whatever awakening process would work on me to right? Said Lily. I really don't want to ask the system. Despite Cat's internal pleas, the two continued to stare at her expecting an answer. Okay, system, are they right? Such information requires a higher rank to access. Cat smiled and repeated the message. Sylvie and Lily both looked at Cat suspiciously, both searching for some trace of falsehood before Cat burst out laughing. So you were lying? Bad Cat, said Sylvie. Seriously, Cat, what did it actually say? Said Lily. Cat in between gasps, no, it's just you pair looked so alike it was hilarious. The pair both pouted and looked at Cat, which did not help with her attempts to control her laughter. After Cat calmed down, she redirected the conversation, so, moving on from that, I need to choose my demonic attire and apparently I only get one. I have an idea of what I'm going to choose, but I want to hear from you both first. Cat then lifted Sylvie off herself and unwound her tail before getting up. Cat knew she could lift Sylvie with just her tail, but that would be immensely uncomfortable for her, so she didn't even try. Walking over to her closet, Cat opened the doors to reveal a mishmash of outfits she'd owned for a number of years, some better fitting than others. I think that I can pick anything I want and it will be changed to be wearable by the sounds of things, so feel free to examine my whole cupboard, don't hold back, said Cat. Lily immediately made her way to the wardrobe, carefully examining each garment, while Sylvie pouted at Cat for releasing her for about 30 seconds before following in Lily's footsteps. Why not go with your school uniform, Cat? It's one of the most formal things I can find in your cupboard and it doesn't look that bad, said Lily, not really believing in herself. The outfit she had suggested was their school uniform and it had a surprising color scheme upon first inspection. It was a collared shirt in all black, complemented by red trimmings and a red tie with a black symbol representing the school emblazoned on the center. The complimentary skirt was a dark red with a black webbed pattern going down along the dress. Although the administrators insisted it was checkered, no one believed them. Well, it's not actually the worst suggestion. Our uniforms are pretty striking and go shockingly well with my hair, but isn't it kind of weird wearing my uniform off on adventures? Well, you're right, the uniform is pretty decent, but at the end of the day it would just feel so weird. Plus, this is permanent, so I would have to wear my school uniform for the rest of my life, and I don't think I want to put up with that, no matter how good the uniforms looks, said Kat. How about this dress, Kat? You said it would fit no matter what, and it's still really pretty, Sylvie said, pointing to one of Kat's old dresses she used to wear when she was a bit older than Sylvie. It was a radiant white with white flowers around the neckline and blue flowers running in a diagonal line from the left shoulder. It was of surprisingly good make, and when she had found it secondhand she was so excited she wore it every chance she could until it was too big for her. That dress brings back so many memories, but I don't think I can wear it again. Gazing over the rest of her cupboard, Kat sighed. I've moved away from white a lot, and I don't feel like this dress is something I want representing me for the rest of my life. Plus, I'm a little scared. Apparently I'm a succubus, and they might have different definitions of fitting that I'd really rather not deal with. That's quite a good suggestion, Sylvie. I used to wear that dress whenever I could. I just feel like I've moved on a bit, you know, I've grown out of the style a bit. I'm just not sure it would work, plus. Well, never mind, said Kat, throwing a quick glance at Lily, who gave a slight nod in understanding. Looking through Kat's cupboard, the three continued to bicker slightly over all the different outfits in the closet, but none of them really seemed to work. How about these jeans and shirt? Said Lily. A bit too casual, said Kat. Well, I've had my fun with you guys, but I actually already had something in mind, perhaps you guys remember, said Kat as she walked towards the cupboard. It was at this moment that Lily and Sylvie shared a look of understanding before nodding towards Kat as she picked up the box at the bottom of the cupboard and put it on her bed. I plan to wear this. It's beautiful, it honors Gramps, the material feels great, and it's still very formal, Kat said, reaching into the box to pull out the kimono Gramps had given her. For the first time she pulled it out of the box to reveal it fully. It was an intricately woven black kimono with white flowers that had the slightest golden highlights and seemed to fall and collect along the sleeves and base of the outfit as they slowly fluttered down, along with a matching sash that seemed to have a river carrying the petals along carefully. Kat quickly undressed and then slowly put on the kimono, and as she was about to begin struggling with the sash, Lily walked over swiftly and completed the job. Kat carefully placed her hands together and looked at the two, waiting for confirmation. Her eyes briefly flashed purple before returning to their natural dark blue. The impact hit Sylvie and Lily like a truck. They both stared open-mouthed as the confident girl before them transformed from their confident friend to an untouchably regal appearance. After the pair slowly regained their senses, they gave Kat a slow nod. No words could describe how well this suited Kat when she was trying to be serious. There was nothing to be said. Chapter 11, A Special Job. The week passed uneventfully. Kat and Lily exchanged frantic studying in order to finish assignments early for less frantic studying for next week's test. They would be the final batch of assessments for them before graduation, and they decided it would be best to perform well. Even though Kat was less sure of needing to complete a high school education these days, Lily still planned to enroll in a local university, and under less demonic conditions Kat was going to do the same. Event was uneventful because it turns out hiding a tail is really easy if you just hide the identifiable spade and change casually. No one even looked twice at Kat despite the 3 instances of that week. Kat did try to subtly imply that the teens should really start doing more work around the orphanage, but they just pretended not to notice, and Kat wasn't willing to push this issue. On Friday night, Lily was doing the final adjustments on Kat's outfit before her summoning, and even provided a set of hair sticks for her. They were simple dark wooden sticks with white flowers on the end and a red center. Are you sure I can take these? They're quite lovely. Are you sure it's okay for me to have these? Kat asked. Yeah, they go great with the outfit, and even though they aren't super convenient right now, if your hair gets any longer, they will be. Plus, I haven't worn them in ages and I don't have the hair for it, said Lily, indicating her messy short hair. If you're sure, it sounds like you won't be ever getting them back if you give them to me. Last chance? Said Kat. Just accept the damn gift, Kat. I basically only got you a note for your birthday. It's fine, said Lily. That note was so sweet though, and I could tell the effort it took to make the thing. Though I wonder if the writing took longer based on how much trouble that seemed to cause. The note was lovely, Lily, and I know your parents would got you for spending your money on me anyway. Wait, are you sure they won't notice this missing? They were always strangely attentive about things. They even accused me of stealing a few times. Blushing, Lily sighed, they shouldn't. I left them buried in my cupboard in a box, just in case, and as I said, I haven't worn them in a long time. In fact, I've kept my hair short since I've known you, so it's fine, Kat. Really? Kat looked at Lily for a long time before nodding. It really is a great gift. I don't want to turn it down. I'm just a bit worried. Stepping back, Lily admired her handiwork. Kat really seemed to glow in that outfit, something about it just brought everything together. Tearing her eyes away, she said, well, I have to get going now. My parents will probably be unimpressed considering it's so late already, but at least they won't punish me just yet. I should leave before that changes though. Kat nodded along and opened the door for her friend. Want me to escort you out? Said Kat. Sure, said Lily. Kat walked Lily to the door and saw her off. It wasn't that late, only 8 o'clock, but Gramps liked to have the younger ones in bed already with lights at 9. Only Kat and the teens were exempt from that, but they were expected to wake up before everyone else, so it prevented them from staying up too late. Well, most of the time. After waving Lily off, Kat returned to her room. I do somewhat wish I had nice shoes as well, but I only have the one pair of plain black shoes unless you count the more casual ones. I never caught the shoe bug others seem to. Kat was interrupted by a set of blazing words appearing in front of her. D.E.M.O.N.S wishes for user Kat to undertake special summoning. Despite being before weekly reset, this will constitute for next week's summoning and you will receive a favor token. Are you interested in the arrangement? Yeah, I guess. Could you provide some more details perhaps? Summoner known as D.E.M.O.N has been attempting to subvert the system by summoning demons for mundane tasks, then asking them questions about sensitive information regarding demon summoning. D.E.M.O.N.S would like user Kat to pretend to be more powerful by hiding your tail and requesting he stops his summoning for information. System recommends baiting him into trading 10 questions from you for him putting his summonings on hold. Minor system support will be given to sell the lie. User Kat was chosen for this attempt because of your demon traits are not yet pronounced and you retain the capacity for lying for now. You may be punished in the event you completely fail this assignment. You will be compensated normally on top of the bonus. Do you accept? That's not much to go on. Can I really do something like that? And what sort of punishment do you mean? D.E.M.O.N.S believes user Kat to have a high chance of success. Punishment will only be administered in extreme cases. The summoning is happening as we speak. Do you accept? Somewhat reluctantly Kat nodded, and the familiar burning portal appeared. During her ride through the mystical fire, another message popped up. Demonic attire has been successfully bound. You can now summon and dismiss it with a thought. Additional note for user Kat. Do not let your tail phase through during this summoning. Keep it bound around yourself. Quickly focusing on her tail, Kat was pleased to find it was still wound beneath her kimono and hadn't moved. She hadn't expected it to be an issue, but sometimes it would unwind when she relaxed too much. Abruptly the fire ended and she found herself staring across at a man who looked to be around 50, with black hair specked with pieces of gray. He was in a surprisingly formal outfit that contained long black pants and a black jacket. He flinched backwards at the sight of Kat and quickly regained his composure. Thank you for answering my summons. I D.E.M.O.N offer you this contract to clean this room and have a small chat with me, said the man. Kat attempted to glare at the man and felt something click. A regal pressure flowed out from Kat as she stared the man down, causing him to begin sweating slightly. You seem to think I am not aware of you, D.E.M.O.N. You happen to have grabbed a few of my subordinates in the past, so I'm here to offer you a deal of my own. 20 questions and then you will cease your attempts to gather information on the demon race. You are collecting things far too valuable for the price you pay, said Cat. D.E.M.O.N stared back at Cat. You have no right to dictate my summoning. You may be a demon, but you cannot act without my say-so. 10 questions. Cat paused for just a moment. And before you continue speaking, know that while I cannot always stop you, if you attempt to call one of my servants as you did today, I can always come instead. And are you really sure this circle can hold someone of my caliber? Cat tried to increase the pressure she seemed to be exerting but failed until, D.E.M.O.N.S will assist you in this. A new wave of pressure washed over the mage, cowing him slightly. He glared defiantly at Cat, so she started, Phew, stop, okay. I D.E.M.O.N do so agree to the contract, 10 questions and then I will cease my inquiries, said D.E.M.O.N. That was too easy. Let's stare at him menacingly for a bit and see if he changes it. Glaring down at the man still, 30 seconds passed before his expression cracked. Fine, damn you. I D.E.M.O.N do so agree to the contract, 10 questions and afterwards I will cease my inquiries and refrain from encouraging others to continue them in my place, said D.E.M.O.N with a sigh. Cat nodded, and thick red chains rose up to surround the two, layering them until finally they vanished. D.E.M.O.N sighed from the strain, nearly collapsing but stabilizing himself with his knee. I wonder if the backlash didn't affect me because I'm a demon or because the system is helping me here. What? No answer. Shaking slightly, D.E.M.O.N righted himself and smiled at Cat. How many demons share your level of power? Countless, said Cat, and the man paled while Cat's grin stretched wide like the Cheshire Cat's. And it's even the truth because I'm super weak. Eyes trembling as he looked back towards Cat, he asked, How strong are you compared to the strongest demons? Well, that's a bit too broad, don't you think? I have no idea how I compare on such a grand scale. I'm not one for comparing strength too often, said Cat as her grin continued to widen and stretch to the edges of her face. Hopefully this really creeps the dude out. He's already shaking. Do you have any plans to harm this kingdom? Stammered D.E.M.O.N. Well, I always have plans, D.E.M.O.N, but I'd say you don't have to worry about them, said Cat, carefully picking at her nails. The man shuddered, looking around the room for an escape before settling on the door. Now D.E.M.O.N, do you really want to go and leave me on my lonesome? The contract has been set. I can walk away and explore your world as long as I answer your questions whenever you ask. I thought I'd be polite and take care of them now though, aren't you happy? Said Cat, tilting her head slightly to the side. D.E.M.O.N's whole body shook. His eyes went wide as the implications of what he'd done finally hit him. He never restricted this demon in any way. She had free rein as long as he didn't use up his 10 questions. She could do anything she wanted, including attacking him or bending him to her will. As long as the questions remained unanswered, she would be able to exist without repercussion. His head slowly turned, fixing itself on Cat as his mind desperately worked, trying to come up with anything at all that could be useful to him. What are the limits of your powers? D.E.M.O.N struggled to get out. I don't know, I haven't found them yet, replied Cat. D.E.M.O.N was sweating bullets. 4 questions, he'd hardly even asked 4 questions, but the walls felt like they were closing in on him. His mind screamed at him for release, and before he could stop himself he asked, How do I banish you forever and curse you to never return? Cat laughed. She made it as deep and throaty as she could, keeping it going just slightly too long to further unsettle the man. Chapter 12, 5 questions left. You can't. 5 questions, was all she replied. Promise me you won't hurt me, please, begged D.E.M.O.N. I kind of feel bad for this poor guy. Am I taking this too far? Nah, this is pretty funny, and besides nothing is actually going to happen to him. That isn't a question, said Cat. Shaking, the man sputtered out a string of nearly incoherent words. Where can I find the love of my life, when will I die? Spat D.E.M.O.N, before breathing deeply, trying to stop himself hyperventilating. I don't know, said Cat. Your problems are your own, D.E.M.O.N. Come, I thought you wanted to know about demons? The man collapsed on all fours, sweat dripping from his face and hands, before it all stopped. A glass look came over the man as he slowly stood up and looked Kat in the face. How do demons access different dimensions? He asked. Using something older than even myself, I know not the inner workings, said Kat. Bertham nodded, as if this was to be expected. Are greater demons truly immortal? Asked Bertham. Well, I've never seen one die, and every single one I know still exists, said Kat, settling into a more passive expression to try and match Bertham. Finally, how much of this day did you plan for? Asked Bertham. Enough, said Kat with a small inclination of her head which was matched by Bertham. He had a strange look on his face as if all the mysteries of the world had somehow been answered for him. He nodded once more at Kat before collapsing face first onto the floor. Well, that sure was fun. I really do think I went a bit overboard here, but this was hilarious. The dude thought I was stronger than him and that there are countless demons ready to break down the dimensional walls if someone pisses them off. Though then again, as he mentioned, we can cross dimensions somehow, so maybe the demons could do pretty much everything I said. Well, not my problem. The tunnel of fire engulfed her again. Kat relaxed and let the colors float by, taking in the tunnel as it sent her on her way. Kat was deposited back in her room, but before she could begin preparing for bed, the familiar letters burned in front of her. Congratulations, user Kat. D.E.M.O.N.S thanks you for your assistance. You have completed this task to an unimagined standard, and D.E.M.O.N.S has decided to reward you with 2 favor tokens instead of the one initially offered for the special contract. To use these tokens, please visit the shop section. Shop? I haven't heard anything about a shop. What are you even talking about? User Kat does not yet have the required rank to access the shop. Must be at least rank 1 to activate this feature. Well, can I use one of those favor tokens to activate the shop early? User Kat is correct, the tokens could be used for this. However, D.E.M.O.N.S suggests that user Kat does not continue with that operation, as it is a disgraceful misuse of the token's potential. Well, what do they even do? I know I accepted the job and everything, but what can I even get with favor tokens? D.E.M.O.N.S favor tokens can be used for an exceptionally long list of services. It is best for user Kat to think of such things as a wish for almost anything. Please note, however, that D.E.M.O.N.S is not omnipotent or benevolent, and some outrageous suggestion will be outright ignored. Additionally, user Kat is forbidden from mentioning the details of the tokens to outsiders. User Kat is only permitted to say that SHE has them and that SHE is unable to speak further on the matter. Any attempts to bypass this limit will result in punishment. Well, great, Kat thought as she stretched. Pausing halfway through the stretch, Kat remembered that her outfit was supposed to accommodate her tail now. Repositioning herself and stretching, a shudder ran up Kat's spine and she let herself relax. I should have done this earlier. I can hardly compare this to the few times I could unwind my tail in after a long day. The ability to move it properly with clothes on is such a benefit. Kat enjoyed herself for a little longer before being interrupted once again by the system. D.E.M.O.N.S interrupts user Kat with new information. It appears that the next stage of user Kat's awakening will involve more changes than expected and will result in significantly more mess than it has prior. D.E.M.O.N.S recommends Kat find some way to contain this, such as a large sheet or garbage bag. Oi, don't just say something like that out of nowhere. What the hell is going to happen to me? D.E.M.O.N.S is simply making best guess based on user Kat's most recent status upon traveling through the summoning system. D.E.M.O.N.S can only guess at user Kat's next transformation and is not able to confirm anything at this time. Great, just what I wanted to hear. Okay Kat, what options do we have? Flinging open her closet doors, Kat scanned the thing for anything useful. No old sheets, we don't even really have spares. Wait, it's cleaning day tomorrow, I should be able to find one of the larger garbage bags for whatever is happening. Quickly but silently making her way downstairs, Kat made her way through the dining room into the kitchen and found the oversized rubbish bags used to store the kids' bags before dropping them in the bin outside. Grabbing it and making her way back to her room, Kat sat on her bed unsure of what to do with it. D.E.M.O.N.S recommends user Kat undergo awakening from within the chosen collection method. Oh, what great advice! Burning text. Falling asleep in a garbage bag is way up on my priority list. Kat sighed to herself, wondering about the life choices that had led her to such a decision. Are you certain this is the best way? D.E.M.O.N.S Surely sleeping like this is going to cause more problems than it solves. User Kat, D.E.M.O.N.S will not repeat the message again. D.E.M.O.N.S has been generous with these suggestions in light of the ownership of 2 favor tokens, and while such advice is easy to provide, it is simply a waste of resource to continually repeat the same advice for users who are unwilling to listen. Fine, I get it. Alright, I'll sleep in the bag. Sheesh, I just hope that I wake up in less pain than the first 2 times. Is that too much to ask? Peaceful transformations? Kat grabbed a pillow and pulled it onto the floor before covering herself in the bag. After much tossing and turning, Kat finally managed to sleep. Chapter 13, True Beauty is Beneath the Skin. Calming waves pushed themselves over Kat, starting in the center of her head and working their way down to her fingers and toes. It was an extremely calming sensation and Kat felt like she could drift back to sleep. Wait a minute, back to sleep? Where is my crippling pain and torturous fire? Kat's eyes shot open. She was still in the bag she slept in and pondered what the point even was before another wave ran across her body and her eyes went wide. Every wave that passed through her was flaying another layer of her skin. She was surrounded by it. The waves continued speeding up and the bag filled with dead and dying skin before one final tremble rocked through Kat, peeling of her nails. Kat paused, stunned as her hair floated down in her vision. She was scared to move, she couldn't see her hands or feet and she dared not touch her head. Okay, this has to be worse than the pain, right? At least it was over soon enough. Carefully extracting herself from her awkward sleeping arrangements, Kat noticed the skin on her arms was pale and smooth and her nails seemed fine. Reaching up timidly, she felt for the top of her head and to her relief found she retained or regrew hair after the incident. Quickly tidying up her remains, she tied the overflowing bag shut and went to examine herself more closely. Okay, this is weird. My nails look about the same, but my skin is really pale, like I haven't seen the sun in 3 years. Pale. Kat's tail twitched in annoyance and that only increased her confusion as she felt it brush through her hair halfway down her back. Reaching around, Kat confirmed her suspicions. She now had long hair, much longer than she ever really wanted or bargained for. I can't even decide if this is easier to hide than the tail. I mean, sure, my hair is really long, but that's not so bad. My skin though, surely someone will notice that, right? I've only dropped a few shades, but I'm closer to paper than person at the moment. Well, maybe I can cut my hair and then put on a jacket, hide most of my arms. But what the hell am I going to do about my face? Kat pinched her nose and sighed. I can deal with this later. Wait a minute, can I? Quickly glancing over at the clock, Kat was half relieved and half annoyed to find that it read 5 o'clock exactly. Clearly I didn't get much sleep, but I feel mostly fine. At least I have time to clean everything up. Now, do I get rid of the bag or do I clean up? No, that's a stupid question. Kat quickly prepared clothes for the day, before entering the bathroom. Just as she was about to remove her outfit, she remembered she was still wearing the kimono. Okay, the system said I can just twirl it away. Does that still work? Concentrating for a moment, the dress quickly faded, leaving Kat stunned at how easy it was. Guess that works. Kat stepped into the shower and turned on the water. Just as she was starting to relax, she noticed something strange. What is wrong with the water? Kat stopped and examined her hair and arms to see that the water was bouncing straight off her instead of clinging to her skin. Well, that's weird. Does that mean I can't shower properly anymore? Quickly stepping out of the shower, Kat attempted to dry herself only to confirm that she wasn't wet in the slightest. So, I really hope that things other than water slide off my skin and hair and this isn't another line of inconveniences I've been subjected to. Putting on her clothes and hiding her tail, Kat took another glance in the mirror as she pondered what to do about her hair. Perhaps I should just cut it? Surely that won't end well for me though. I'm not even sure I have scissors. Quickly pulling open the drawers of the bathroom vanity, Kat was surprised to find a sharp set of scissors clearly well taken care of. I sincerely apologize to whoever's these are for using them without permission. Kat brought the scissors down on her hair only for them to get caught. Kat tried applying more pressure but stopped just short of putting her full strength into the scissors. Clearly whatever had happened to her hair had made it much stronger as well. Well, that's just great. How am I supposed to hide this mess? Gently returning the scissors to their hiding place, Kat sighed. I don't even have anything to hold my hair up because I tend to keep it short enough that school doesn't mind. Shit, maybe I'll need to borrow something from Lily. Wait, would that work? Focusing on her hands, Kat tried to imagine just her hairpins from her demonic attire. Kat stared at her hand for 30 seconds intently picturing just the pins in her mind, and just as she was about to dismiss the idea, something seemed to twist and all of a sudden, her hair had wrapped itself around her hair sticks. How did that work? I thought it just let my outfit appear. Why can it also move my hair? System? User Kat seems to possess a slightly mutated form of demonic attire. This is an extremely common occurrence for succubi and somewhat rare for other demons. The specifics of your mutation are unknown, further study will be required. Well, that's reassuring? Maybe? At least I don't have to struggle with learning how to tie my hair back with the things. Guess I better get ready to wake the kids. Finishing up in the bathroom, Kat returned to her bedroom to deposit her things before stopping and remembering she'd simply phased out of her attire. Kat then proceeded to wake the orphanage before being confronted with Sylvie wearing a smug grin on her face. Yes, I know you have sharp eyes, Sylvie, we can talk about it with Lily when she arrives, okay, said Kat. Sylvie just shrugged like she had expected that answer and huddled around Kat's legs as she entered the dining room. After breakfast, Kat returned to her room with a police Sylvie in tow. Despite Kat's attempts to insist the girl have a shower, she wouldn't budge and Kat still struggled with Sylvie's demonic charms. Opening the door to the room, Kat was mildly surprised to find the garbage bag still in the corner. Whoops, guess I'll have to sneak that in with the trash later, or maybe I'll get rid of it tonight. Hopefully Sylvie and Lily won't ask about it. Hey Kat, what's in the bag beside your bed? Asked Sylvie. Why do I even bother? You really don't want to know, Sylvie? Said Kat with a slight shiver. The young girl looked up at Kat with questioning eyes but seemed to know that some questions truly weren't worth answering. Taking a seat on the bed, Kat stretched slightly and leaned against the wall before Sylvie sat on her lap facing her and said, "Can you wrap me in your tail, Kat? It's the best." Kat just smiled at the girl and let her tail snake out from under her shirt before she paused and then began using the side of the spade tip to tickle the girl. Sylvie's cheeks puffed up as she tried not to laugh, her eyes screamed betrayal at her friend for even attempting this. Kat withered slightly under Sylvie's gaze and wrapped her tail around the girl before lifting her up a bit and positioning her against her stomach. I swear if my demonic powers are half as good as Sylvie's, no one will ever be able to stop me. Kat decided it was best to just relax. She had an adorable child hugging her, the peaceful morning air drifting in through the window, and she was all up to date on her studies. There was nothing she had to worry about right now. Chapter 14, Breaking into your best friend's house. This peaceful silence was, of course, the perfect time for Kat's phone to ring. Checking the number, Kat saw that it was Lily's and picked it up. "Hey Lily, what's wrong?" asked Kat. "Okay, so my parents just left to go shopping, but I was given strict orders not to leave the house. Something about wasting my time with you instead of studying and that it was having a bad effect on my grades. Well, I told them that I had been studying with you and in fact you had better grades than me in a few subjects. They didn't take it that well, so I was wondering if you could come around instead. That way even if they come back I can say I followed what they said and stayed home," said Lily. "Look Lily, I'm perfectly happy to come over, but are you sure that's okay? I don't want to cause more trouble between you and your parents, said Kat. No, no. No, it's fine. I mean, never mind. I'd like you to come though if that's okay, and I'm sure Sylvie will complain unless you bring her, so feel free to let her tag along as well, said Lily. Okay, I'm on my way, said Kat before hanging up. Looking down at the girl on her lap, Kat said, looks like we are heading to Lily's, do you want to come? Sylvie responded with bright eyes and a smile before waiting for Kat to let her go. Wait, you need to shower first, Missy, said Kat. Most of the others don't shower in the morning, do I have to? Replied Sylvie. I shower every morning and you're a growing girl, so you need to take care of yourself, said Kat. That seemed to placate Sylvie, but she said, promise you won't leave without me? Kat nodded and released Sylvie, who bolted out of the room. Kat sat there waiting for a moment, considering her options before deciding to wait on the chair in the entrance hall. Sylvie would probably spot her. Sylvie didn't take that long to shower and quickly ran up to Kat in a light blue dress with a large yellow sun hat on. You look very cute in that, Sylvie, let's go, said Kat, grabbing the little girl's hand. Just as the two stepped through the door, a voice rang out from behind Kat. Kat, not right now, but later, perhaps tomorrow even, I'd like to have a chat with you if that's alright, said Gramps. Kat glanced over the shoulder and saw the same gruff old man as usual and smiled. Anytime you want, Gramps. I'm heading off to Lily's for a bit, but I'll make time to see you. Maybe if you didn't run off to hide after you cooked breakfast every morning, I'd talk to you more. The old man just chuckled and headed towards his office. Well, that was a bit weird. Trying to talk to me twice in 1 month, what's gotten into you, old man? Dismissing her concerns, Kat started walking towards Lily's. It was a slow walk for the most part, but Kat didn't mind and was happy to keep pace with Sylvie, that is until she got another call from Lily. What's up, Lily? Said Kat. My parents have got home early, I still want you to come over, just, I dunno, sneak in maybe, whispered Lily. Are you sure we want to do this? Asked Kat. Why yes, said Lily. Kat was most of the way to Lily's as well, and when they arrived at her street, she stopped. Maybe I should sneak in from the back. Heading to the street over from Lily's, Kat walked down until she found the house that bordered Lily's own. So do I just sneak around back? Or do I ask permission? Glancing at Sylvie, Kat shrugged and headed to the house and knocked on the door. A young woman in her 20s opened the door and tilted her head as she looked at the pair. She had short-cut golden blonde hair that fell just past her ears and a set of black pants and a white shirt. She had a smile that nearly blinded the two girls as she spoke. How might I help you girls? Would you like the truth or something more believable? Said Kat. Truth, I guess. Now I'm kind of curious, said the woman. I want to sneak into my friend's house through your backyard because despite studying with my friend for an entire week at school, finishing all out assessments a week before that, her parents insist I'm a bad influence on their daughter and told her not to visit me, so we decided I'd visit her instead, said Kat. The woman shrugged. Seems reasonable to me. I'm Vivian, by the way, feel free to use my backyard whenever. With this announcement, she walked back inside. Kat and Sylvie shared a glance as they walked around the side of Vivian's house. They were just about to start figuring out how to tackle the fence when the back door opened and Vivian walked out carrying a ladder. Thought this might help you girls. I'll put it away after you climb over, so you will need to find some other way out, but this should make it easier, said Vivian. Okay, I know this is really helpful and all, but why are you just going along with this? Not to be rude or anything, but why are you helping us so much, Vivian? Aren't we kind of suspicious? Asked Kat. Vivian smiled and seemed to think for a moment about answering Kat, but then Sylvie started looking up at her with big eyes, begging for the story to be told. Yes, Sylvie, use your mystic succubus powers to charm this girl into giving up her secrets. Wait. Well, I'm not one to dwell on the past so much, but if it's a request from you girls, how can I say no? Said Vivian. You see, back when I was your age. She looked at Sylvie for a moment before bursting out in laughter. When I was your age, Vivian continued, this time looking at Kat. I had a friend with strict parents like that, and her parents always hated me, said I was corrupting their poor innocent daughter. Didn't matter, I was top of my class, and it certainly didn't matter that my best friend had a fiery temper and got into more fights than I can shake a stick at. They always thought I was the bad guy. Anyway, to make a really long story short, her parents kept pressing and pressing for us to not speak to each other, and we drifted for a while. A wistful look came over Vivian, and her ever-present smile faded for just a moment. But it's fine now, really it is. My friend and I got together again once we hit uni. We were so much happier for it. In fact, we live together sharing this house. Well, I say sharing, I pay for it mostly because I'm the best architect and designer in town, finished Vivian, puffing out her chest proudly and beaming at the two like a kid who finished first in a running race. Sylvie walked over to Vivian and patted her knee, indicating for her to bend down, and when she did, Sylvie patted her on the head. The smile that split Vivian's face was so radiant that Kat was surprised she didn't go blind. Scooping up Sylvie in a hug like she was holding a stuffed bear, Vivian continued to beam. Who is the child here, Sylvie or Vivian? I feel like I'm going blind looking at this woman. But she's actually pretty cool. Hey, do you think I could get your phone number? I'm maybe looking at moving soon, and maybe you could," said Kat, finding it hard to continue as she watched Vivian nodding her head energetically. Exchanging contacts, Sylvie and Kat finally prepared the ladder to scale over to Lily's house before Vivian interrupted. "Hey, are you girls sisters? I'm just curious," asked Vivian. "No, yes," responded Kat and Sylvie at the same time. The pair instantly locked eyes, and Kat felt overwhelmed with guilt. Damn! She's as much a sister to me as anyone. I shouldn't have said that. Yes. Yes, we are," said Kat, but it didn't seem to help. Reaching down, Kat went to wrap her tail around Sylvie. It had become a habit at this point and seemed the best way to comfort Sylvie, but as Kat reached out, she paled even further than her morning transformation. Her head creaked towards Vivian, whose eyes had gone wide and mouth formed a perfect 0. Sylvie stared at Kat wide-eyed, worried about the mistake she had caused, glancing nervously towards Kat. Kat gave a light smile in return before Vivian asked, "What was that?" Kat coughed, hands rising to her neck as she failed to give rise to the word she wanted so desperately to say, "Nothing." Kat thought fast and instead went for, "Nothing to be worried about?" Vivian pouted, somehow managing to look adorable despite her age. "Come on, can't you tell me? That seems so interesting. I've never seen anything like it, please, Kat." Kat felt her will crumbling underneath Vivian's gaze. "Why does it seem like everyone else has better compulsion powers than me? I thought Lily said I should get a charm, or something, so why do these girls have it?" Kat sighed and looked Vivian dead in the eyes. "Do you want to break into my best friend's room with me?" asked Kat. Before she finished, Vivian had already climbed halfway up the ladder with her large grin back on her face. "Well, what are you two waiting for?" "Oh, this is so exciting," said Vivian as she climbed into Lily's backyard. Chapter 15, Breaking into Your Best Friend's House. For real this time, Kat and Sylvie shared a look before Kat motioned for her to follow behind. Kat helped Sylvie as the ladder was a bit large for her small frame, and Vivian lifted her down once she reached the top. Quickly following behind, Kat made it into Lily's backyard with ease before glancing back at the ladder. "Should we perhaps do something about the ladder?" asked Kat. "It's fine, it's my ladder in my yard, what could possibly go wrong?" replied Vivian, still hugging Sylvie. I guess Vivian didn't help Sylvie down. She just used it as a chance to keep hugging her. Shrugging the thought, Kat walked up to Lily's window and tapped on it a few times. Lily looked up from her desk to find her friend standing at her window, along with Sylvie and a woman who looked vaguely familiar. As she opened the window, she gave Kat a look as if asking for an explanation, to which Kat returned something resembling a hold off for now motion. The three trespassers swiftly climbed through the window to stand awkwardly in Lily's bedroom. She turned and faced the group. "So can you give me an explanation of what's going on? Please." At this, Vivian put down Sylvie so that she could raise her hand. Lily gave Kat a look to try and convey the immense amount of confusion she was experiencing. Kat answered with a shrug. Okay, I don't know your name, but I guess go for it, said Lily. Retracting her hand and bouncing slightly, Vivian paused for a moment before bringing her hand up to her chin, resting her chin in the crook of her hand while tilting her head slightly as if trying to give way to how deeply she was considering the question. Okay, so your friend, the tall one, Vivian said pointing at Sylvie, knocked on my door and asked me to use my backyard for sinister purposes. After I begrudgingly agreed, the two went out back trying to decide how to break into your house before I decided the best way to swiftly remove them from my property was to give them a ladder to send them on my way. Well, turns out they weren't content with just that, and while the redhead demanded answers from me, the pale-haired one stared at my side and convinced me to spill my deepest secrets. After having myself so exposed, I thought it only right to do the same, so I attacked them both with a question, upsetting the pale one, which caused Redhead to wrap her up in a hug. And so now I'm here to make amends for making the pale one sad, said Vivian, wiggling her eyebrows. Silence filled the room as Lily stared at Vivian, wondering what to make of the story. Honestly, Lily, she's pretty much correct, as shady as her interpretation sounds, said Kat. I still don't really understand how that ends up with her in my bedroom, Kat. What's so bad about you giving Sylvie a hug? You do that all the time. You've hardly let her go for the last few weeks, said Lily. Kat gave Lily a long hard look. Come on, Lily, you pretty much worked it out just a little more. Lily's eyes darted from her friend to Vivian and back, gears turning in her mind as she tried to figure out what the two were talking about. She was about to give up until she noticed Vivian slowing, bringing her hands together into an upside down here. Or a spade. Eyes widening, she looked from Kat to Vivian and back before looking down at Sylvie, hoping to find some denial that she was wrong, but Sylvie simply nodded. So, she knows then? Said Lily as slowly as possible. Yup, said Kat and Vivian at the same time. So what are we going to do about this then? Said Lily. I dunno, she seems nice, so I brought her along. What am I supposed to do? Oh, and I can't lie anymore, so that path is a no-go, said Kat. You're right, Kat, lying to your friends is bad, you should be more honest from now on, said Vivian, sticking out her tongue while Sylvie giggled. Lily and Kat frowned slightly at the comment, but Vivian just picked up Sylvie and said, I have the most important individual in the room here who approves of me. So no more lying. She smiled a cheeky grin. Do we really need to tell her, Kat? She can't take anything seriously and we don't know her, said Lily. Vivian just pouted in response and pulled Sylvie in closer. Kat shrugged and started unwinding her tail. She's already seen my tail, and I don't mind it so much, Lily. Besides, Sylvie already used her eyes on Vivian once today. Don't underestimate me, Kat, I can use my powers whenever I want, said Sylvie from Vivian's grasp. Lily just sighed and shook her head. Fine, you're right, she already knows, so we might as well explain properly. So Vivian, I don't really know how to explain this properly, so, just ask your questions I guess and I'll try to answer them, said Kat. We'll, said Vivian, dragging the word out, if I get open floor then I might as well start with the elephant in the room. How did you get your skin so nice and smooth? Demonic powers, Kat answered without hesitation. Vivian nodded seriously, like that answer was perfectly reasonable. I'd probably sell my soul as well for skin like that, so no shame, said Vivian. Now it was Kat's turn to grin. I'm the demon in this arrangement. Vivian seemed to pause at this. A moment passed before she shrugged and said, it's a shame you won't reveal that to me. So what's with the tail? No, seriously, I'm a demon. A specific type of succubus, but I don't know what kind. I get summoned once a week and I guess I can't lie anymore, said Kat, swishing her tail about in various patterns. Vivian seemed to not have an answer for that one, so Lily took the chance to jump in. So, nice skin? Is that all you got from this week? I guess it was only eyes last time, but you got a tire as well. Kat's hair got longer as well, can't you tell? Asked Sylvie with an innocent smile on her face. Wait, what? Cat, can you untie your hair for a moment? Asked Lily. Cat did as command except decided to show off a little and sent away her hair sticks, allowing it to flow down. Lily's eyes went wide and Vivian seemed impressed as well. That's a lot of hair, Cat. I don't think you can pass that off as normal at school. How did I not notice? Asked Lily. Nothing I can do. I tried cutting it this morning and it's really strong. Oh, and for some reason water bounces off both my hair and skin now. So that's a thing, said Cat. That's so cool, you can step out of the shower instantly dry, said Lily. Yeah, sounds great, except I'm not sure if it actually cleans me or not anymore, because when I say it bounces off, I don't just mean it doesn't cling to me, the water really does seem to jump off my skin, said Cat. Ooh, said Lily. I'll take that trade, said Vivian. Vivian, said Cat, turning to face the smiling woman, I don't mean to be rude, but you seem to be taking this very well. Don't worry about that, sweetie. I've got great practice at internalizing my screaming, said Vivian, still smiling but with a faint shadow in her eyes. No, Vivian, please don't look at me like that. Panicking internally as well, Cat suddenly had a vague feeling. Her eyes flashed purple and a wave seemed to extend out from Cat. As that wave touched Vivian, the darkness in her eyes seemed to leave and she seemed to melt into the cushion she had commandeered. Smiling, a lazy smile, Vivian said, Cat, whatever that was, it was beautiful. I feel so relaxed. It's kind of strange too, I'm still worried a bit, but I'm so calm and I can think, and, well, thanks actually. Cat looked at Vivian slightly taken aback. Whatever she did was not entirely intentional. Chapter 16, What kind of succubus calms people? Oh no, hopefully this isn't permanent or a bad thing, right? I've just calmed everyone down. Lily also chose to speak up, and as Cat turned to face her, she noticed her friend seemed to be sinking into her mattress. Cat, this is the best. If Sylvie is half as relaxed as this when you wrap her in your tail, no wonder she clings to you all the time. I can think so clearly, but at the same time all my stress seems to have melted away. Well, that's great. I didn't really mean to do that though, so I'm not sure what it is or how long it will last. Do you have any more questions, Vivian? Said Cat. You put me in a tough spot, Cat, said Vivian with a genuine smile. I have so many questions, but I don't really know where to begin. I guess, why do you accept a summoning every week, and are there more demons that I need to know about? I have to, it's a demon thing, and for some reason it turns out I am one, so I have no choice but to take a job once a week. It's been quite fun actually. No real complaints, but in terms of other demons, I guess I should ask, said Cat. Information regarding other demons within same dimension as user Cat is considered to be classified at your rank. Error, recalibrating, analyzing, information updated. Due to unique circumstances of user Cat and dimension user Cat resides in D.E.M.O.N.S. may answer, user Cat, you are the only currently awakened demon within dimensional boundaries. Well, that's some pretty concrete information, but what would I have done if it just decided not to say anything? Cat, are you alright? You were staring into space for a bit long if it was just the one question, said Lily. Yeah, I'm fine. The system just had a bit of a hiccup. Apparently, it wasn't going to tell me, but because I'm the only demon here it was able to answer, said Cat. I don't mean to interrupt you, but what system are you both talking about? Asked Vivian. Alright, so as a demon I can see burning text that calls itself the Mnemonic Energized Messaging Operations Neural System, and it has been able to answer some of my questions so far. It seems to have a lot of rules and whatnot, but it's how I accept summonings and it's been fairly handy, said Cat. Vivian seemed not to have much to reply because she just shrugged and continued to hug Sylvie before saying, I kinda wish I had your tail now. I bet if you use that to hug Sylvie you have spare hands to pat her head as well. I'm so jealous. Yeah, Cat gives the best hugs now, her tail is very comfy, affirmed Sylvie. I still never figured that one out, to me it's just really smooth and I don't really see how it makes it comfortable at all, the end even has a point on it, said Cat. Sylvie just shrugged at this like it was none of her concern. Sue, moving on from that, said Lily. Can we talk more about what changed? Can we get a list, Kat? Sure, and for Vivian's sake I guess I'll cover everything. I have a tail, better eyes that cause me more problems than they solve, clothes I can summon at will, and a new set of skin and hair, and I think maybe nails as well. They look the same, but I feel like I remember them falling off this morning, so I'll add that to the list as well. Oh, and I can't lie anymore, said Kat. Wait, your nails fell off? Said Vivian. Trust me, you don't want to know, said Kat, shaking her head. I'd like to focus on the whole lying thing if you don't mind, Kat, said Lily. Sure, what about it? So what exactly does that mean? What are the limits? Can you say something you think is right but actually isn't? Asked Lily. I really don't know, I only just noticed when I tried to tell Vivian that my tail was nothing and I couldn't do it, said Kat. How about you try something blatantly false like saying the sky is pink or something, said Lily. Sure, the words caught in her throat. Kat was calm and didn't try to force it, but a very uncomfortable feeling welled up from within her. Kat released a shuddering breath. Okay, that's weird. Not only can I not say it, thinking about saying it and keeping it in my mind as a thing to say makes me immensely uncomfortable, said Kat. I wonder. Started Lily, but Vivian finished. Try saying something that's only sort of true, like Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, said Kat. That's strange, why did that work? Is it because we don't know Peter Piper? Lily began mumbling to herself. And there goes Lily, we probably won't see her for another 5 minutes, said Kat. I can still hear you, you know. Wait, repeat what you just said, asked Lily. There goes Lily, we probably won't see her for another 5 minutes, said Kat. Wait, why could you say that? Surely you didn't think I'd actually be distracted for 5 minutes? Said Lily. Huh, that is strange, no, I don't think I did. Why is that? Said Kat. A few minutes pass as everyone thought on the issue. What was the difference between the statements that allowed Kat to speak? Suddenly Sylvie had an idea. Maybe it's because you never said it as a certainty, Kat? That's an interesting thought. I didn't say that Lily would be 5 minutes, I said it would probably be that long. But surely the whole lying thing isn't so lax, right? Lily possibly has pink hair, said Kat, and everyone turned to stare at her. That doesn't make any sense. It's clearly false, said Lily. No, Sylvie has a point, I think. Perhaps it's not what Kat can say but what Kat can't that is important. Kat can't say anything she knows to be certainly incorrect, said Vivian. But I clearly don't have pink hair, Vivian. Surely that counts as certainly incorrect, said Lily. Well, no, think about it like this. Kat said you possibly have pink hair. This statement is no more true or false because of the fact that you have brown hair. There is still the possibility, no matter how small, that you do in fact have pink hair. We can even see this in the tongue twister, because Kat isn't talking about a specific Peter Piper, or perhaps because she doesn't actually know of one. She can say that tongue twister because it isn't certainly wrong, responded Vivian. Vivian is probably onto something here. Good job, you pair. So it's things that are certainly false. What's something I can't try to say to prove that thought? Wait a minute. Wait, I think I have it. Remember earlier when Vivian asked that question about us being sisters, Sylvie? Said Kat. Sylvie pouted but still nodded. Well, here's the important thing, I was able to say yes and no to that question. Now how can I answer that question both ways if I can't lie? I think it goes back to what Vivian said about certainty. You are not my biological sister, but I do think of you as one. See, I was able to say that without trouble, said Kat. Fascinating, said Vivian. I think we are just scratching the surface in regard to how this works. I wonder how the line is drawn. Is it instinctual? Spiritual? Soul-full? Magical? This is so fun to think about. Wait, can't we just ask the system what the limits are? Said Lily. Everyone was silent. They could ask the system, but it almost seemed like cheating at this point. Sharing a glance between them all, Kat sighed. I guess I should, It's important to know after all. A demon's ability to lie is a highly contested debate topic within the demonic academics. Results are not entirely consistent across types of demons. Research into this is considered at least rank 1 classified. D.E.M.O.N.S can provide no additional information to user cat at this time. I'm actually quite happy with that response. It's been fun trying to work this out. Maybe I shouldn't go to the system at all unless it's really important. Food for thought, I guess. The system says that it's different for different types of demons and that further information is above my rank, so it won't tell me, said Kat. Lily pouted hearing this, but Vivian's eyes lit up and Sylvie giggled, apparently also pleased by the news. So, Kat, how about we talk about your demonic attire instead? Said Lily. I mean, we can, I guess? I'm not sure what else we can test with the whole lying thing right now, said Kat. Do you want me to summon it right now? Or should I change out of these other clothes first? Whatever you think is best, Kat, said Lily. Please put this demonic attire on right here, I want to see what happens, said Vivian with Sylvie nodding along. As you command, I suppose, said Kat with a mock bow. Chapter 17, Getting Kicked Out. Finishing the bow, Kat's hair appeared tied around the stick and her kimono appeared over the top of her outfit. Vivian and Sylvie's eyes widened at this, whereas Lily seemed to be expecting it. Hey Kat, what happened to the clothes you were wearing before? Asked Lily. Well, my shoes are actually my demonic attire, so they haven't changed, but the rest of my clothes are just under the kimono, said Kat, pulling aside the top of her kimono to reveal the clothing underneath. I would have thought it would have done something to your clothes rather than just put your attire on top, said Lily. Well, the system said my attire is a mutation and doesn't behave in the standard way, whatever that is, so maybe it has something to do with that? At the very least, it hasn't damaged my clothes or anything, so I say it counts as a win in my books, said Kat. Where did you get such a lovely outfit, Kat? I've never seen anything like it. The quality is just outstanding. Is this also an extension of your powers? Asked Vivian. Nope, this was actually a birthday present from Gramps. Apparently it was his wife's before she passed away, said Kat with a slight sigh. Vivian coughed slightly and continued, so has the material improved in any way now that it's part of the attire, or was it like that before? I'm not too sure actually, I haven't really tested anything out with it. And I can't really bring myself to test how durable the cloth is now that it's changed to demonic attire. Based on what it is, I think it will reform or something, but it's still not something that I really want to test out, said Kat. I think maybe you should test it though, Kat. What if something dangerous happens, said Lily. Well, following that train of thought, wouldn't it be even better to test her skin? Said Vivian. Sylvie and Lily looked at her in shock, while Kat looked at Sylvie and Lily the same way. Why are you pair so shocked? Vivian has the right idea. If the argument being made is safety, it is far more important to know if my skin is stronger. Oh wait. Guys, I can probably just ask the system, don't go glaring at Vivian over this. It's a good idea, said Kat. User Kat has not been summoned since skin has been reformed. D.E.M.O.N.S does not currently know how strong it may be. Can you use a normal succubus for comparison, perhaps a best guess? User Kat is not a normal succubus, any guess would be redundant using those parameters. Right, and I can't ask for the likelihood based on my type of succubus because I don't know yet and you won't tell. User Kat is correct. Well, that sure was useful. It seems like the system won't tell me, because I haven't been summoned. It doesn't know about my skin just yet, and when I asked it to use a standard succubus to make a guess, it just responded that I wasn't one, said Kat. So you said it wouldn't know until you were summoned, right? Asked Vivian. Yeah, said Kat. Well, can you ask it what abilities you have? Or at least what you have since you've been summoned last? Good idea, Vivian. Kat nodded in response. D.E.M.O.N.S is unable to provide ability information outside of demonic attire unless user thoroughly tests their OWN abilities. Currently, D.E.M.O.N.S is aware of physical changes in user Kat as well as some form of aura, But it does not seem to be of the charming nature standard to most succubi. More testing is required. Seems like the system doesn't actually know my abilities even if I'm summoned. Just my biological changes, said Kat. Vivian pouted on hearing this, but Lily seemed energized with the new information. However, just as a smile was breaking on her face, she glanced over at the clock and was shocked to see that it read 12:25. Shit, you guys have to leave now. My parents are freaks. They always eat at exactly the same time and lunch is at 12:30 without fail. Quickly before they spot you, said Lily. I can try and bluff you parents if you like, said Vivian. No, it's fine, I appreciate the offer, but, for now at least let's try and keep this a secret, said Lily. Nodding in understanding, the three quickly exited Lily's room through the window before heading over to the fence, with Kat dismissing her kimono along the way. Kat, can you grab the ladder? Your arms are longer than mine, said Vivian. I can do you one better, said Kat as she reached up with her tail and pulled the ladder over to their side of the fence. How strong is your tail, Kat? I don't think I could lift the ladder so easily with just the one arm, asked Vivian as she climbed over the ladder. I'm not sure, stronger than both of my arms at least, replied Kat as she helped Sylvie up the ladder before clambering over herself. Quickly grabbing the ladder with her tail again, Kat held it behind her after adjusting her tail to center it. Where do you want this, Vivian? Asked Kat. Oh, anywhere is fine, dear, though I suppose we can return it to the garage, said Vivian. Leading the way, Vivian marched, arms swinging side to side as she rounded her house and opened the garage. Depositing the ladder careful, Kat swung around to face Vivian. Well, I suppose we better get back home for lunch, Vivian. Thank you so much for your help. Oh, don't worry about it, dear. In fact, would you like to come in for lunch? I'm sure I have something lying around. Let's have lunch with Vivian, Kat, said Sylvie using her magic eyes. Ha, Sylvie's actually getting attached to someone who isn't me. I didn't think I'd see that for a few years yet. Sure thing, said Kat, patting Sylvie on the head. Vivian led them in through the door in the garage, and the first thing Kat noticed about the house was that it was clean. Unbelievably clean, with not a speck of dust to be found. Wow, Vivian's place is so clean. Even though we clean every week, it never gets like this, said Sylvie in wonder. Ha, that's my friend's doing. I have no idea how she does it, but she keeps the place spotless despite the fact that I've not once seen her clean the place. I always offer to help, but she rejects me, said Vivian, who started pouting towards the end. Leading the pair into her kitchen, Vivian found her eyes twitching at the sight of the feast laid out before them. How does she do that? I keep telling her that she doesn't have to make me lunch all the time. Oh, but it's so much better than my cooking. Wait, why is there enough for 3 people? Vivian mumbled at breakneck pace. Returning to her smile, Vivian whirled around to face the 2 girls. It looks like my lovable roommate has already provided lunch, so I guess help yourselves. Ah, will your friend be joining us? Asked Kat. I guess not. Don't worry about it much though. Callisto just disappears after making meals if she doesn't want to hang out. I swear that girl has only gotten worse since she moved in. If only her food wasn't so good I could complain about it, said Vivian, taking a big bite out of one of the mini sandwiches on the table. The 3 shared a comfortable lunch together, leaving a good portion of the food untouched by the end. Should we help clean up, Vivian? Asked Kat. No, it's fine. I'm happy to clean it up, said Vivian, quickly stacking a number of plates and glasses in precarious ways. So what are you girls planning now? I could show you around if you like, said Vivian. I think we will have to leave actually, we both have to help clean the orphanage soon, said Kat. Oh, do you dears volunteer there? That's nice, but isn't Sylvie a bit young for that sort of work? Said Vivian. Chapter 18, The Perfect Offer? We both live at the orphanage, said Kat. Vivian's eyes widened and she raised her hands in shock, dropping all the plates and cups she was holding directly into the sink. How can such sweet girls like yourselves be still there? That orphanage has such a good adoption rate. No, I won't have it. I'll adopt you both immediately, cried Vivian. Kat's eyes nearly fell out of her head. You can't just adopt a child like that, and don't you have a roommate to console first before adopting the kids? Ah, Vivian, isn't it a bit quick to make a decision like that? Said Kat. I suppose you're right. In that case I'll just adopt Sylvie. Thinking about it more clearly, she is much cuter than you, said Vivian, poking her tongue out at Kat. No, I want to stay with Kat, said Sylvie, who had somehow crawled onto Kat's lap during the conversation without her noticing. Sylvie has stealth powers now? Does her magic know no bounds? Vivian burst out laughing at that. Of course, I should have known. Curses, said Vivian, clicking her fingers in fake outrage. Seriously though, that place really does have such a great adoption rate. I even knew a few people at my university who grew up there for a while. How is it that you two are still there after any length of time at all? Said Vivian. Well, Sylvie is really shy most of the time. I'm surprised she gets along so well with you. But in the few instances where she might have been considered for adoption, she spent most of it hiding after she ran off somewhere, said Kat, with Sylvie nodding in her lap, innocent smile fixed on her face. Well, said Vivian, pointedly looking at Kat and waiting for the story to continue. Sighing, Kat complied, as for me, I don't really know. I've lived there longer than anyone else. I'm both the youngest and the oldest person the orphanage has ever looked after. Gramps has been there my whole life, and as for why I was never adopted out, I don't really know. Ah, sorry for asking you to leave then. I didn't know the place meant so much to you. Please come and visit any time, though it's fine hanging out, said Vivian, still with a smile. Kat sighed again. Well, actually Vivian, that's just it. Because I've been there so long, I'm about to turn 18 and that means I can't stay at the orphanage afterwards. I was hoping to find a place after Gramps told me, and then all these summoning shenanigans started happening and I just haven't had time to think about it, so, maybe, that's why I asked you to be serious about this, because I do need a place to stay and Sylvie made me promise to let her come with me if I could. And well, I don't know you that well yet, but you're really nice to be around. Sylvie somehow trusts you and you're apparently willing to take us both in. So it's just. I need some time to think and I need to know you're serious, said Kat. Vivian paused, and thought over Kat's words for a long time before dragging the smile off her face. It was clear she was fighting her lips to keep them from curling up as she spoke. I really do think you are both so sweet, and you're right, I really should ask my roommate before I commit to anything, but, I would like to try. Please think about it, and next time you come to visit, we can have a proper talk about this. I didn't really want to just spring something like this on you. I didn't think it would be quite so big a deal, but it is, and I don't want to pressure you both into anything. The three nodded and Kat and Sylvie stood up to leave. None of them wanted to leave on such a serious note, but Vivian wasn't going to pressure the two anymore until Kat and Sylvie walked up to her. Kat walked over to Vivian and wrapped her tail and both arms around her, pulling her tight. The two shared a long embrace before separating. This was when Sylvie motioned for Vivian to bend down, and when she complied, Sylvie gave her a pat on the head a few times and a quick hug. We will be back, Vivian, said Kat as Sylvie and her stood in the entranceway, before departing from the house. I'll see you both then, said Vivian as she waved them off. Sitting on her bed, Kat stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Why did things have to get so complicated? I was already struggling to figure out what I should tell Gramps when I talked to him. Do I tell him I've become a demon? That I've magically bound his wife's best clothes to myself? What the hell do I say about Vivian? She was just so bubbly, and it felt nice to be around her. I probably wouldn't bother considering how close I am to finishing school, but I don't have anywhere else lined up. But at the same time, I really don't want Vivian to think I'm only staying at her place because I'm getting kicked out. Then again, I hardly know Vivian. What other reason am I supposed to choose? Because she was nice to me for a couple hours. That's not hard. I've seen plenty of people act like obedient children until I turn away for a second. I wish everyone was as calm as Sylvie. And that's the other thing, isn't it? By agreeing to adopt Sylvie as well, this is no longer about me. It's abundantly clear that she won't stay at Vivian's without me, and as much as I want to take that as a sign I should stay away, there is plenty of evidence to the contrary. Mostly that Sylvie was willing to entertain her antics. She let Vivian hug her for that whole conversation at Lily's, and she even pat her on the head when she was looking for praise. Let's not even get started on the fact that Sylvie was the one who suggested we stay over for lunch. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. That's not even considering the implications of what she knows. She knows about all my changes since becoming a demon, the system, the summonings, everything. I don't regret telling her. At least I don't think I do. She took it so well, and it just seemed natural to bring her into everything with us. And she's even offering us a place to stay after hearing about all my crazy happenings. Could it get any better? Is that why I'm so hung up on this? I've found the perfect solution to all my problems, and I can't bring myself to believe it's real. I get to stay in town near Lily and Gramps. Sylvie would be living with me, and having Vivian around seems like it would always be fun. Maybe. Kat's further thoughts were interrupted by a light knocking on her door. Quickly hiding her tail, she got up to investigate who it was. Kat opened the door to find Sylvie clutching a pillow in front of her. Quickly ushering her in, Kat wrapped Sylvie up in her lap. "What's wrong, Sylvie? You look like you have something on your mind?" said Kat. "I'm thinking about what Vivian said." "Do you want to stay with her, Kat?" asked Sylvie. Patting the small girl on the head and tightening her tail a bit, Kat sighed. "I don't know, Sylvie. I really don't know what to do this time." "Why not, Kat?" asked Sylvie, as if fully expecting Kat to have all the answers. "Well, it's all gotten so complicated in just a day, hasn't it, Sylvie? This morning, do you remember what Gramps said this morning?" said Kat. Sylvie nodded in response. "Well, originally I was going to tell him about the D.E.M.O.N.S stuff, and just be honest with him and just deal with whatever came out of it. Now I don't know if I should mention it at all, especially if I'm moving out soon. Gramps has enough stuff to worry about, and I'm not sure what to do about Vivian. It all seems perfect for everything, and maybe I just can't quite accept that," said Kat. "Do you remember what Vivian said today, Kat?" asked Sylvie. "Well, Vivian said a lot of things, didn't she?" said Kat. "Vivian said it's bad to lie to your friends, right, Kat?" said Sylvie. "Yeah," said Kat. "Well, is Gramps a friend?" said Sylvie. Kat sighed at this. It seems Sylvie is better at this than she was. "No, Gramps is more than a friend. I guess you're right. I shouldn't lie to him. I'll tell him everything. Now I just have to figure out what to do concerning Vivian's offer," said Kat. "But you said it was perfect, didn't you, Kat? If it's perfect, what more do you need?" said Sylvie. "Well, when something seems a little too good you get suspicious, I guess, and don't just throw this on me, you'd be coming too. Don't you remember? Vivian said you were much cuter," said Kat. Sylvie laughed. "I want to stay with Kat no matter what, but Vivian is nice and we can always visit." Why do I get the feeling she means we can always visit the orphanage and not that we can always visit Vivian? Ah, well, this is tomorrow's problem. Maybe Gramps is the one who will have the answers. They say with age comes experience. Chapter 19, With Age Comes Wisdom. It was Sunday afternoon, the day after Kat had heard Vivian's offer, and she was standing in front of Gramps' office door. Course of action decided. It's a 50-50 shot that Gramps is actually behind this door. Normally I'd never catch his tail, but he said to come and chat, and he does always seem to know when someone really needs to see him. Knocking on the heavy door, Kat stood and waited. There was a thick silence until the door swung open to reveal Gramps already walking back behind his desk. "Okay, step 1, find Gramps. You've thought this through, Kat, stick to the plan." Walking up to sit on the chair across from Gramps' desk, Kat faced him, waiting for a moment and speaking first. "Gramps, I'm here for advice," said Kat. "Advice? I'm not sure I've ever had to give you that before, at least not in recent times. I thought you were here because I asked, but I suppose I can afford to offer you some advice," said Gramps with a slight grin. "Do you know someone called Vivian?" An architect and designer in the city? Said Kat. Yes, actually, she's quite well known for a few reasons, good and bad both I suppose, though I'm quite fond of the eccentric class myself. She actually did the plans for the orphanage extension. Shame I haven't gotten around to financing the construction. Why do you ask, Kat? Said Gramps. Well, when I was visiting Lily, I met her. She lives next door, sort of anyway, to Vivian and, well, she said something interesting, said Kat. Well, don't keep an old man waiting, the time will get me before the suspense will, said Gramps. She offered to adopt me and Sylvie, said Kat. Gramps paused, seeming to ponder the statement as if he could peel back all the layers contained within that sentence, searching for something he wasn't quite finding. I see, but something tells me that's not everything, is it? Care to continue, Kat? Said Gramps. Well, it's just that, I've been somewhat unsure as to whether I should accept her offer or not. It seems a bit too good to be true. I don't really think I personally need to be adopted, but when Vivian suggested just adopting Sylvie as a joke, it was made quite clear that Sylvie wouldn't accept unless I did, said Kat. Indeed. I suppose that does complicate matters, but isn't this a big opportunity for you, Kat? To finally be adopted after all these years. I remember you were always wondering when you'd get to leave when you were a lot shorter, said Gramps. Well, Gramps, I'm just a bit taller now and it hasn't bothered me for years. The two major complicating factors are Sylvie, and the 1-year timeline. I'm still quite confident I could find a place to stay before the end of the year, but even if the risk is small, which I do think it is, Vivian is offering me a chance to ignore that risk entirely, and it's a tempting offer. Then there is Sylvie. I really do want to convince her to stay with Vivian, but not only did she insist that she wouldn't leave without me, I promised her that I'd try and make sure she could stay with me after I left, said Kat. Seems a bit overconfident to promise Sylvie she'd likely be able to stay with you, said Gramps. You try saying no when she looks at you and pouts with her eyes all turned up towards you. I swear she's casting a spell on you, said Kat. Waving towards Kat to signal he conceded the point, Gramps continued, so what's the problem then? Well, even if I did manage to secure a place for myself, and I was able to provide for the two of us, I doubt I'd get the free time to actually take care of Sylvie properly. Here at the orphanage you always make us food, and even though she is very attached to me, the other kids are at least around for most of the day, and somehow Vivian managed to not scare Sylvie off at all. She even sat on her lap for a while. Said Kat. Kat, you still haven't told me what your concern is though. I can't help you if all you do is explain to me why staying with Vivian would be a good idea, said Gramps with warm understanding. Right, well, it's just I hardly know her, and it only took a few hours for her to offer to adopt 2 people. Surely that can't be normal, right? It just feels too good to me, I think, said Kat. Well, define normal, Kat. Would you really be considering this so much if Vivian was more normal? Look at my office, I collect rugs and shove them all in my office, is that normal? Sylvie thinks too much for her, a 9-year-old, and her own good, is that normal? Gramps paused for a moment before looking at Kat and saying, and what about you, Kat? Are you normal? His stare seemed to pierce through her soul, but before she could say anything Gramps continued, nonetheless, from what I know of Vivian, that sort of decision is pretty normal for her to make. She's very impulsive, but she has good enough intuition that things turn out well. Most of the time. Could Gramps possibly know about the demon stuff? There is no way, but. What was that last part, Gramps? I see, so what do you recommend, Gramps? Said Kat. Well, first I'd recommend talking to Sylvie. What has she got to say on the matter? Asked Gramps. I spoke with Sylvie a fair bit yesterday, and she seemed to think I was overthinking this whole thing, said Kat. Gramps laughed at that. Hey, ha ha, ha, I think that made me 5 years younger. Oh, what a day, to see that young Sylvie telling someone else to stop overthinking things. The joys of watching so many kids grow up, said Gramps. Honestly, Kat, I think this is a great offer. I've known of Vivian and she has a really good reputation around town in regard to all things If you enjoy her company, I'd advise you to accept her offer. Of course, I'll do my due diligence as the caretaker of this orphanage and you kids to do some investigation on her, but honestly, she's a bit too well known around town for her to hide much, especially considering she grew up here from what I know. Besides, unlike so many of the others, you'll still be in town. You can visit whenever you want. In fact, you should come and visit me from time to time lest this old man might think you've forgotten him, said Gramps with a chuckle. Seriously though, Kat. You are welcome to return here at any time, no questions asked, and damn the consequences if you really need a place to stay. And if the orphanage is a bit far to run, I think you said Lily lived nearby. I'm still sorry I have to make you leave in a year, but if you can move out somewhere so close and with Sylvie to keep you company, perhaps this old heart can rest easy. Thanks, Gramps, said Kat with slight tears in her eyes. I really needed to just get this all through my head, I think. Anytime, Kat, anytime, said Gramps. Kat stood up and walked towards the door. Just as she stood on the threshold, she paused for but a moment. Turning slightly, she stopped when she heard Gramps say, "That's enough surprises for an old man like me in one day. You can talk about the other one next time." Closing the door firmly behind her, Kat sighed. How much does the old man know? How could I even have thought about hiding it from him? Sylvie noticed in a day, and she hasn't known me anywhere near as long as Gramps has. Not only that, but he probably knows me better than I know myself. Should I go back and tell him? No, he seems to think it's not quite time yet. I'll trust that. Kat returned to her room. Chapter 20. A new perspective. Monday and Tuesday passed without incident. Kat and Lily had both prepared long enough for their final exams, and for Kat at least, the pressure was drastically decreased. She no longer had to worry about finding a place to stay in a year, she didn't have to worry about what to do with Sylvie, and her demon summoning had told her she'd be getting paid eventually, or rather as soon as she became a full demon. Wednesday passed in a similar fashion to the first 2 days. It seems like Kat's intrepid trio couldn't quite go the full 3 weeks without some prank though, so they gathered up a bucket of water each and hid around the corner waiting for her to pass by. Truthfully, Kat could have avoided the incident if she wanted. The buckets were clearly visible as they hung out past a corner, and the 3 idiots were still talking as they waited. Nonetheless, Kat continued on until a great wall of water hit her face and the sound of buckets hitting the ground and sprinting legs reached her ears. Welp, they left me well alone for 2 weeks, which I thought was a bit much. It's a little annoying. I still have classes today, so I'm going to be a bit wet, but after so long I can put up with this much. Kat lifted her hand to wipe her face off, only to touch smooth skin. Poking around the rest of her face and the front of her hair, it dawned on her what happened. I have water-repelling skin now, of course, why didn't I think about it? And those fools just tried to hit me in the face. I wonder if it was because they thought I'd started wearing makeup and wanted to ruin it, or if they wanted to avoid soaking my clothes too badly. Kat shrugged. I suppose it doesn't matter, I best just get back to class. Confidently striding back to class as she entered the door, she shot a smug look towards the trio in the back of the classroom. They just stared, dumbstruck at a completely dry and intact Kat, while Lily just looked between the 2 groups confused. And so, Thursday passed and Friday afternoon approached before Sylvie and Kat were called into Gramps' office. Taking a seat in the main chair, Kat once again sat opposite Gramps, while Sylvie decided Kat's lap was the ideal seating arrangement. So, I've done the required background and personality checks. And a few more. Along with some additional investigation. Anyway, Vivian checks out completely. I'm more than happy to let you girls sort everything out and get things approved at your earliest convenience. I haven't told Vivian yet, which isn't quite standard procedure, but, well, exceptions and all that. Have you both thought this through? While I'm happy to take you both back, I just need to make sure, said Gramps. Kat hesitated for a moment, but Sylvie replied, Yup, we're all sorted out, thanks Gramps. You can tell Vivian whenever you want. Okay, I can do that for you, Sylvie. When did you want to schedule the signing? Tomorrow, said Sylvie. I'm surprised to see you so excited, Sylvie. Am I really that scary to be around? Said Gramps with mock hurt. Nope, but this seems fun, and I get to leave my roommates, said Sylvie. Well, just don't let them hear that before you leave, said Gramps gently. And, there goes the conversation, I suppose. Why do I feel like the child here? Thought Kat as she walked out of the room with Sylvie in hand. Leaving Sylvie in her room, Kat went upstairs and showered before getting ready. I still can't quite get used to showering without the water sticking to me. It sort of feels more like a massage now, and I don't even know if it still helps keep me clean, and I don't want to ask the system for that particular answer. Staring at herself in the mirror, she willed her demonic attire to cover her and it instantly appeared. Walking down the hall back to her room, Kat lay down on her bed, determined to get a little bit of sleep before she was summoned. Awoken to the usual smell of fire and ash, Kat nonchalantly placed her hand through the portal and enjoyed the ride. Flames of various colors flashed by until she found herself in a chamber similar to her second summoning but much more well maintained. She seemed to be in a secret room of sorts. It was somewhat cramped and poorly lit, but the dust had been cleared away, and in the circle opposing her she found a tall woman with a kimono well made in much the same way as Kat's own except with brighter designs. The woman's light blue hair was pulled over her front and was longer than Kat's own newly lengthened style. Waving behind the woman were 5 fluffy foxtails, and a set of ears rested on her head. She had a strong piercing gaze as she looked at Kat, and it seemed to command the attention of the room. This seems a bit familiar, wonder if it's a queen this time? With a crystal clear voice, the fox lady spoke. Demon, I have summoned you for an important mission that cannot fail. I need you, to kidnap the princess. Meanwhile Vivian was knocking, repeatedly on Callisto's door. A slight crack opened and a single blue eye peered out into the hallway. What's with all the banging, Vivian? What's so important that you need to ensure my attention? I could hear you running all the way here, snapped Callisto. I've got some great news for both of us. You see the door shut in Vivian's face. Pouting, Vivian went back to hammering on the door. What? Said Callisto. Meanie, how could you slam the door in my face when I said I had great news? Said Vivian, pouting. No, you don't have great news. You have that look on your face that says that I've made an important decision without thinking it through or consulting my roommate, so I'm going to pretend it's a surprise for everyone, said Callisto. Now when have I ever done that, Callisto? Name one time. Said Vivian. What about that time you tried to take home someone else's dog? Said Callisto. Poking her tongue out, Vivian replied, it looks so lost all by itself. Any decent person would have decided to take it. We were in the middle of a park and it had a ball in its mouth, shot Callisto. Exactly. Wasn't it adorable? And besides, no one was around, said Vivian. They were right behind us. They heard the whole conversation. Those are minor details, Callisto, and besides, this is completely different. This time we'll be getting 2 kids instead, said Vivian with a hopeful smile. Vivian, you can't just find 2 sisters on the street and expect to adopt them. There is a process. And how do you even know they'd want to hang out with you? Said Callisto. Well, for your information, they aren't sisters, so there, said Vivian, puffing out her chest as if that negated all of Callisto's argument. Rigged. I'm going to phone the police and warn them there might be an abduction in the area. Hopefully they can prevent you from doing anything too silly, said Callisto. Seriously, Callisto? Those 2 girls I met last Saturday. They are both really sweet, and when I found out they were orphans I couldn't just leave them there. I confirmed everything with both of them over the phone. I passed all the background checks and Sylvie even wanted to have all the paperwork signed tomorrow. Callisto just sighed and said, You're really going to do this, Vivian? Yes, they really are sweet girls, and I thought about it really hard over the week before I accepted the offer just now. I promise you I know what I'm doing. You mean that they thought it was better not to immediately jump in the deep end and agree with you, so it took a week to sort things out? Said Callisto. Well, I mean, that's not exactly untrue, but I swear I thought about it lots. I didn't even accept any new clients this week so I'd have more time to think. Vivian, you spent the week browsing for furniture, which now that I say that out loud makes a lot more sense in hindsight, muttered Callisto. Well, I can't just have the girls' rooms be completely empty. I didn't find anything nice enough though, so I'll just have to go shopping with them both sometime soon, said Vivian. Welp, you can be responsible for them, it's not my problem, said Callisto. Oh, don't be like that. Don't think I can't see you smiling in that dark room, said Vivian. You can't see me. I'm behind the door, said Callisto. Callisto, you can't fool me. I am the master of smiles, no smile can escape my notice. It's an instinct I've honed over years. I can detect a smile at 100 meters, said Vivian, skipping away happily, for in her heart she knew she was right. Her roommate was smiling behind the door. Chapter 21, Your princess is in this castle, demon. I have summoned you for an important mission that cannot fail. I need you to kidnap the princess, said the fox lady. Okay, this is a very different request to the old king. Is there no option? Is there the option to refuse? I'm really not interested in kidnapping anybody, said Cat, raising her tail behind her back slightly. Curious, for a succubus to answer my summoning, it seems you are more interesting than I thought, said the fox. What do you mean by that, fox lady? Said Cat. The woman's eyes went wide at the question before licking her lips slightly. It seems, you don't quite understand how summoning a demon works. Rather amusing, if I might say so myself, said the fox. Okay, well, while you're amusing yourself, could you at least tell me your name so that I can stop referring to you as fox lady in my head? Asked Cat. The fox started laughing at this. Her icy, confident and aloof stare breaking into a smile. Okay, you win. My name is Chiharu, and I must say I'm rather pleased at the demon I've summoned this time. Seems like my conditions all worked, said Chiharu. Anyway, I can assure you that kidnapping the princess won't be as difficult or inconvenient as you might imagine. That's because I'm her mother, said Chiharu. Well, that's a bombshell. That means she's the queen? Wait, so that makes you the queen, right? Then why do you need me to kidnap the princess? She's your daughter, can't you just, I dunno, ask her politely? Said Cat. Well, this is actually her plan. Things are rather complicated, you see. A nearby nation is trying to pressure me into handing over my firstborn daughter for marriage. That is the kingdom ruled by the beast people, and they've been trying to encroach on our land for some time. Unlike us, they pass the throne down to the strongest warrior after the old king dies, and then have a strategy competition for the royal advisor. The problem is this time around the winners were twin brothers, and one of them set their sights on my daughter. I'm young, despite my 5 tails. I'm of more comparable age with the Beast twins actually, and because of my short reign I don't yet fully command the respect of my kingdom. I took over from my mother a short 20 years ago, though in actuality I was running the kingdom for a decade before that. Sorry, I'm rambling a little. The crux of the issue is that they want my daughter, otherwise it's likely war, and I don't have a strong enough presence to delay it by myself. That is why you demon who must remain nameless shall kidnap my daughter, said Chiharu. The Beast Kingdom has access to a potent truth spell, and it can even affect someone of my power. Thus, I need someone who isn't one of my retainers, I don't know the name of, and has no connection to the kingdom that I can trust to look after my daughter. This way I can quite easily fool the truth spell, and my daughter won't be forced to marry some pompous fool who thinks threats of war are the way to a lady's heart, said Chiharu. Ah, yeah, I see. I'm interested in helping you with that, it's just that I'm not sure if I'm strong enough to help you. I don't really have any major powers to call upon. Are you sure that it's safe to go escape with her? Asked Cat. Honestly, it should be fine. My daughter, Shizuka, is more than capable of sneaking out on her own. However, I've kept that fact well hidden, but she will still need an accomplice for a few things, especially because with some minor application of tracking magic it could be deduced that she left on her own if you're not with her, and that would cause all sorts of problems, said Chiharu. Don't we want to avoid being tracked though? I thought the idea was to escape from the Beast King's forces, If they can track us, how will we escape for a time? Asked Cat. Shizuka can easily hide both of your tracks. I just need to provide evidence of a minor struggle and a perpetrator. Your identity as a demon will make a number of people create false assumptions about what's going on just because of your race. Most are rather distrustful of demons, though I tend to find that it's because fools summon the wrong ones, said Chiharu. So, is that enough details for you? Asked Chiharu. Yes, I am willing to help you, said Cat. In that case, Chiharu, Mari tasked the demon before me to protect my daughter and aid her in her flight from the castle until such time Shizuka determines herself to be safe and dismisses you. Do you accept, said Chiharu. I accept, said Cat, careful not to mention her and ruin Chiharu's plan. Ethereal chains rose up to grate the pair, but instead of flaming they were coated in ice. These frozen chains rapidly encircled both of them, constricting around their entire figure before vanishing from sight. Thank you for accepting. I'd love to stay and speak with you more, but I have to get back before anyone notices that I've been gone. Once you leave this room, just make one left, two rights, another left, a right, two lefts, then continue forward until you find a dead end and push the only stone with nothing carved into it, said Chiharu before swiftly exiting the room and turning right. Well, that wasn't confusing at all. Hopefully I got all the directions. Luckily for Cat, she had indeed memorized the sequence of turns correctly from the Queen and swiftly found herself standing in front of a dead end with symbols covering the surface. There was just one problem: the tile she was looking for, the one without a symbol, was just barely out of reach of her tail and arms. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. How did Chiharu even expect me to press this damn button? She is shorter than I am, so surely she'd recognize that this is somewhat difficult. Cat scanned the corridor for something that would allow her to reach the blank square. Cat examined the wall lazily, trying to figure out any possible answers. She tried lifting herself by her tail, but that was exceedingly awkward. Despite its increased strength compared to the rest of her body, it didn't provide any kind of purchase and was quite smooth, preventing her from straightening her tail out underneath her to provide more height. Cat was about ready to give up when she noticed that a particular brick at eye level had some words on it. When she read it, Cat nearly died of embarrassment because in big bold letters was the word nothing inscribed in stone. Damn it, is this a joke at my expense? Or is this supposed to trick people who are impatient? No, that doesn't make any sense either. Sighing, Cat pressed on the tile. It clicked into place and the wall directly to her left opened up to reveal a conservatively but stunningly decorated bedroom. The walls all seemed to be made out of smooth black marble, with the occasional blue flower-like crystals that jutted out from the wall and seemed to emit a small amount of light. The bed was a simple frame carved out of wood with a plain white mattress and sheet combination. There was a desk on the closer edge of the room to Cat, and at the further side she saw what was likely Shizuka meditating on a slightly raised platform to separate it from the rest of the room. Shizuka was the splitting image of her mother in almost all ways. The exception was that she only had 3 tails and that she had a faint 3-line scar running across her left cheek. Additionally, instead of the elaborate outfit of her mother, she was wearing a simple white robe likely for training. Surrounding the young girl was several large chunks of ice which orbited her slowly until stopping completely and vanishing. Chapter 22. So, you're here to kidnap me? Greetings, demon. My name is Shizuka. I assume my mother has filled you in on at least some of the details, said Shizuka as she stood up. I guess. I was told to kidnap you, but that it was actually your plan. I'm Cat, by the way, said Cat. Well, Cat, I plan to escape the castle and head for my grandmother's hideaway in some mountains. Most people think she's dead, but it's actually that she's a battle junkie who got sick of running the kingdom and faked her death to get out of it. She pretended to be weak for that first decade to make sure my mother could run things in her absence, and then headed off to the wilderness to fight things again, said Shizuka. Do you have any talents that can ease our escape? Not really. I seem to have a calming aura I can project over people, but it's not that strong, said Cat. A calming aura, you say? Please hit me with it. Don't hold back too much, but no need for full power, said Shizuka. Cat centered herself and looked at Shizuka before allowing a wave of calm to wash out from her. Much to Kat's surprise though, Shizuka collapsed like a puppet with her strings cut, and Kat immediately tried to retract her arm before running to kneel next to the girl. "Hey, are you alright? What happened? Why did you collapse like that? My aura shouldn't be that strong," said Kat. Shizuka started to mumble something before changing tactics and summoning a large ice cube she promptly shattered on her own head. "There, much better. That calming aura is nothing to scoff at. I had all my defenses down, but still, if that's your version of not that strong, I'm sure you'll be fine if pressed," said Shizuka. "No, see, this isn't what I was expecting. Last time I used that on someone, it just calmed them down, helped them think clearly and relax. It didn't completely drop them," said Kat. "Strange. While certainly if I had my guard up, it's a simple attack to deflect that wouldn't be without effort. Nonetheless, I have no complaints if you are stronger than you think. That will only aid in our efforts," said Shizuka. "Well, with that established, I suppose I should go over the plan to actually sneak out of the castle. The plan is to wait for nightfall and the exit using the secret tunnels you arrived in my room using. Following those, we can leave the castle and end up in the city's commercial district. Now, depending on how quickly we manage to get through the tunnels will decide our next move. If my disappearance has already been noticed, I have a backup plan, but if not, we will simply exit the city as if nothing's wrong. I'll have a disguise on at the time, and the guards rarely stop foot traffic from leaving the city. From there we will walk to the nearest town and try to catch a carriage from there further into the country. I plan to disguise myself as a much older wizard, and you obviously will be my demonic servant. I don't know that much about demon summoning, but most people would be too scared to ask, and besides, while demonic summoning isn't illegal, it is highly discouraged, and you need a license for it. I already had a fake made some time ago for this, so it won't be a problem," said Shizuka. "Won't people be able to find us quite easily if they are looking for a kitsune and her traveling demon?" "We'd fit the bill perfectly," said Kat. "Ah, but they are looking for a demon and a captive. With me calling the shots, it won't occur to them that I'm the supposed kidnapped princess. Besides, my mother has been using her illusion magic to disguise the fact that I have 3 tails for some time now, and while it's quite easy to hide a tail of a kitsune, it's nearly impossible to fake the aura change you undergo each time you gain an additional tail. It should divert suspicion possibly even better than the disguise," said Shizuka. "Okay, well, I trust your judgment. It seems like you have this planned out. When do we leave?" said Kat. "Well, as I said, we leave at nightfall. It's just after lunch, you know," said Shizuka. Kat's eyes went wide at this. "Shit, I'm going to be here longer than I thought. Though it sounds like I was sticking around for the whole journey anyway, I'm going to be here for at least a few hours without getting back. What am I going to do? Wait, system, can I contact the others? User Cat may project a message using D.E.M.O.N.S at point of summoning, visible only to selected individuals if user Cat has interacted with them prior to summoning. Okay, can you write kidnapping a princess on her mother's orders? I'll be back as soon as I can. Just stall if I'm not back yet. User Cat's message has been received. Okay, that's one problem sorted. Now I think I'll really need a place to sleep. Hey Shizuka, is there any way I can get some sleep before we leave? I was summoned just past midnight in my world, said Cat. Of course, just one moment, said Shizuka as she tapped on a few crystal flowers on the walls. A soft hissing and a piece of the wall slid away to reveal a bed. Sorry, it's a bit cramped, but you can sleep here without anyone noticing you, said Shizuka. Shizuka, why do you have a secret bed in your room? Said Cat. Well, my great-great-grandfather was actually responsible for building the whole castle and a good chunk of the surrounding town. To this day some think he is the best earth mage to ever have lived. It was a gift to my great-great-grandmother, who said that the person who could provide the most impressive proposal gift would win her hand. Grandfather decided that he wanted to build her the greatest palace that had ever been built, and so he cleared the land for it, though some reports say that instead he chose a mountain and carved away the excess, but our records indicate the castle was built from scratch and not carved. Anyway, the point is it has countless hidden areas around. Even my family doesn't know all of the little secrets, though I think we know the important ones that affect the safety of the castle, like the entrances and exits, but you never know, said Shizuka. Okay, I think I understand, just wake me up a bit before we need to go. I've always pretty well on low sleep, said Kat as she climbed into the cubbyhole and pulled up the blankets, though now that I think about it, despite always being up Friday nights now I haven't really felt that tired. Is one of my demon powers that I need less sleep? Have a nice rest, Kat, and be prepared for tonight, said Shizuka as she closed the compartment. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Saturday 9:00 a.m., Gramps, Sylvie, Vivian and a witness all stand in Gramps' office with a stack of papers in front of them. No one made a sound. All was quiet as they stared at each other waiting to make the first move. Gramps was behind his desk, working through a second stack of papers, not willing to rush the interaction. Vivian had taken up residence in one of the armchairs off to the side with Sylvie in her lap. Sylvie was enjoying snuggling against Vivian and rested patiently. The witness for the signing was a nondescript man with a standard business suit and tie that appeared to be sleeping in the opposing corner to Sylvie and Vivian. Minutes passed, as none of them wanted to make the first move. After 30 minutes, Gramps made the first move. Vivian, surely you must be busy. We can't wait around forever and get in the way of your work. Would you happen to know when Kat is getting here? Actually, I took the next 2 weeks off too so that I could spend time with Sylvie and Kat. I can stay here all day. I don't mind waiting, said Vivian. Well, we can't hold up our witness. I'm sure he has very important work to do, said Gramps. His point, however, was undercut by a soft snoring coming from that same man. I dunno, Gramps, he seems to be enjoying himself, and I'm perfectly comfortable here, said Vivian. Time continued to pass. Gramps filled out forms, and Vivian pulled out a board game from her handbag to play with Sylvie. Hours passed like this, until the time began to inch closer to midday. Well, I need to start getting lunch ready for the other kids. Do either of you happen to know where Kat is? Anything you want to mention at all, said Gramps suspiciously. Sylvie looked up, and gazed slightly at the witness in the corner still snoring away from their game to answer first. Why would Kat share that sort of secret with me? I'm just a 9-year-old after all, and Kat's secrets have the chance to completely rewrite world history. How should I know? Said Sylvie. Gramps sighed. Vivian, how about you? Why would Kat share that sort of secret with me? I'm just a 29-year-old after all, and Kat's secrets have the chance to completely rewrite science and universal laws. Why would I be trusted with something like that? Gramps just shook his head. Setting his work papers to the side, he stood up and made his way to the door. Well, I guess we can just do this tomorrow then. Chapter 23, Destruction of Private Property is only a minor concern. Kat slowly awoke to a pitch-black room and was startled, not from the lack of light, but because she could still see. It seems like my eyes had more upgrades in them than I thought. Trying to move, Kat found her body not responding, her muscles silent and unmoving despite her commands otherwise. Kat waited, and started to feel something strange, centered halfway up her back. Ripples started to exude from that point, but instead of the calming sensation previous this time it seemed to worm through her muscles, bending and twisting them out of shape as that pressure continued to build in her back. Minutes passed and the twisting got more frequent, growing increasingly uncomfortable and unnerving, yet not causing Kat any pain in the slightest. Finally the pulsing stopped, but the pressure in her back continued to build. Turning herself over so that she was now on her side, Kat still felt something was wrong. Rapping on the back panel of her hiding space, it took only a moment for Shizuka to open it. Is everything all right? Night has only just started to fall. You still have. Shizuka trailed off when she saw the distorted look on Kat's face. Quickly taking a step back to give her more room, Kat pushed herself, desperately moving her twisted muscles as she fell onto the floor. Pushing herself slightly further away from the wall. Everything was still for a moment. Kat, what's going on? Asked Shizuka. Just as Kat was about to answer, a great ripping and tearing sound occurred as from Kat's back emerged two huge leathery wings before Kat's body shuddered and she lay completely flat, wings and all, against the ground. What in Everfrost's name was that? Asked Shizuka. Well, if I had to guess, this is the next stage of my awakening, said Kat. Yes, but what even happened to you? Your face was twisted in pain and you have wings? Said Shizuka. Oh, that wasn't pain. Whatever it was extremely weird and uncomfortable, and I hope to never experience it again, but it wasn't pain. As for the wings, well, I'm not a fully fledged demon yet. I am still undergoing an awakening which is meant to slowly increase my powers. I thought they happened after I returned from my summoning once a week, but clearly, I was mistaken. This time it's wings and maybe muscles. It felt like they were changing as well, but hard to tell on account of not being able to move right now, said Kat. Will this impede our mission at all? This plan took a lot of preparation on my behalf, and we can afford to delay it for a day if we must. Ideally, I want the highest chance to succeed, and for that the sooner we leave the better, because the Beast twins aren't here yet, but they are supposed to arrive within the week, said Shizuka. Well, that depends on a few things. Firstly, how long it takes for me to move again, and secondly, if gaining wings has messed with me in any way. My tail was a bit annoying, but that was only because I wasn't using it properly because I had to hide it. My skin changing gave me no problems whatsoever, and my eyes were the worst because I don't have a blind spot anymore and my brain freaked out, said Kat. So, make a guess, we have a bit of time before it would be best to leave. I've already made an appearance for dinner, but normally I see my mother before sleeping. Do I need to be prepared to leave when I return, said Shizuka. I think, emphasis on think, I'll be fine. It's very likely that the wings will be like my tail. Center of balance will be completely thrown off, but somehow that will already be compensated for. As long as I don't need to hide my wings, somehow it should be fine, said Kat. Right, well, the plan is for you to be my contracted demon. In fact, the wings will probably help with that. Your tail is easy to miss, but I'm not sure if you've noticed, your wings are massive, said Shizuka. Oh, stop that, you're making me blush, said Kat. I am, in what way? Why? Asked Shizuka. Dunno, just seemed the right thing to say, said Kat. Well, while you're having fun, I'm going to quickly say goodnight to my mother. I expect you to be ready to leave when I return, or else we will delay the departure by at least today, understand, said Shizuka. Of course, said Kat. Shizuka nodded and strode purposefully towards her door before exiting the room and leaving Kat to enjoy the scenic view of the floorboards her face had decided was a comfortable spot to rest. It took Kat 5 minutes for the horrible twisting feeling to leave her muscles and allow her to begin attempting to stand up. As soon as she had the thought, Kat instantly shifted into a crouching position with her wings flared and tail poised over her shoulder. How did I do that? I don't even remember how I stood up. Attempting to straighten out, Kat once again found herself confused because as soon as she began to right herself, she found that she had already reached the position. Okay, this is weird. Why does it feel like I'm skipping through time? Kat slowly rotated her hand in front of her face and found it did as asked, a slow rotation putting her hand on full display. Okay, so maybe time isn't messed up. What is going on then? This time, trying to take a couple steps towards Shizuka's bed, Kat was amazed to find herself beside it in only a few moments. Okay, this is weird. I seem to be a bit faster, but not enough to account for how quickly I was able to change position. What is going on? Kat did some more tests, trying for flexibility. This time Kat found it was now an extremely simple task to touch her toes. And continue along past that. Bending over backwards seemed to be similarly smooth until her wings got in the way, blocking her progress. Right, so I'm super flexible now. Kat tried to switch between a number of poses as fast as possible and found surprising results. Much faster than she could have thought possible, her form changed and shifted rapidly, barely an instant between increasingly complex forms. Okay, so it seems that my body can switch between stances extremely quickly. I was still unfocused before, so it was hard to tell, but it seems like I can't move that much faster than before. Maybe Kat's train of thought was interrupted by a small giggle. Turning on a dime, Kat found herself face to face with Shizuka, who stood with a calm look on her face and no trace of the laughter that likely left her mouth but a moment ago. I see that you are able to control your movements now, Kat. Are you ready to move on, said Shizuka. Two can play at that game, Shizuka. Kat switched from a position of mild surprise to one of serene calm with her hands held within her sleeves before she bowed towards Shizuka. I'm ready to leave whenever you require, Shizuka. I have completely recovered and have been waiting for you, of course. Just one thing left to do before we leave then, said Shizuka as she started gathering ice in front of her. Slowly building in size, the light began to shine within the chunks until it shattered, sending pieces of ice flying around the room, burying itself in the walls, the furniture and any other exposed surface available. Kat tried desperately to continue appearing calm and aloof in this situation, but her wide eyes full of shock betrayed her efforts. Quickly, we must leave through the secret passage. The room is soundproofed, but my spell may have damaged the enchantments somewhat. Let's leave quickly, said Shizuka as she pushed one of the flower petals on her walls to reveal a hidden passageway before she took off running at a light jog. Chapter 24, Mental breakdowns don't really help anyone. Kat quickly followed after, managing to catch up without much issue. So do you know your way through these tunnels, Shizuka? Asked Kat. Sort of. These tunnels have a special enchantment in them that confuses those who are not of my bloodline and aids those who are. I do roughly remember the correct direction, but I am relying mostly on the enchantment's guiding hand, said Shizuka. Wait, if that's the case, how did I manage to navigate the tunnel before when I was going to your room, said Kat. The enchantment doesn't work on demons. It neither helps nor hinders, because when the original was made my grandfather had no blood on hand to calibrate the formation. Though from what I know of demons, most of you are distinct enough that we'd need a host of samples, and it just wasn't feasible at the time. My mini-greats-grandfather was no demon summoner. That's a path my mother chartered mostly by herself, said Shizuka. I see. So, do you know how long we will be running through these tunnels? Not that I mind really, but I doubt either of us can run forever, said Kat. Indeed, sadly this is a rather long series of tunnels. It will take us at least 6 hours to navigate. I suspect there is a more efficient route, but the aiding enchantments aren't perfect. They will get you to your destination, just not in the fastest way possible most of the time, and I'm afraid they are simply too useful for it to be worth preparing an additional path through this labyrinth, said Shizuka. Okay, do you plan on taking any breaks along the way? Are there good resting spots? Asked Kat. No, not really. The tunnels weren't designed for casual use. The shorter routes don't need them, and the longer ones are intended for when we really need to get away from something like now. We can stop if you feel tired, but with my three-tailed physique 6 hours should be more than manageable if I burn some mana to empower them along the way, said Shizuka. Okay, replied Kat, and so the two marched on, through an endless maze of bricked walls and lightless tunnels. Kat started to really get into the pace of things and use the chance to zone out and focus on her body. This is so strange. I haven't really gotten to use my wings yet, but they already feel very comfortable to have around. And it seems that I was right, having them folded against my back doesn't screw my balance because it seems to be a normal way to store them. I do feel the urge to stretch them out occasionally, but it's mostly fine. It also seems like my muscles are a lot more efficient than before. I'm not sure if my top speed is actually much better outside of my posing shenanigans, but endurance-wise, they are much improved. We've been running for at least a few hours. It was at that moment Kat noticed the walls had changed. The walls were now completely smooth, and looked more naturally formed than the walls that came before them. This prompted Kat to remember that it had also been some time since the last turn or intersection. Hey Shizuka, how good is your night vision? Asked Kat. Honestly rather poor unless I dump excessive amounts of mana into it, replied Shizuka. Well, the walls are smooth now. Are we going the right way? Asked Kat. At this Shizuka immediately halted her advance, and Kat found it shockingly easy to stop in place behind her with a bit of help from her wings. Shizuka slowly walked over to the wall and began to feel the smooth stone. Shizuka began to tremble slightly as her hands covered more and more of the wall before she raised on up, creating an ice cube with a small light inside. Shizuka stared at the wall with disguised panic, that Kat didn't miss with her perfect dark vision. We might have a problem, said Shizuka. Please elaborate, what might that problem be? Said Kat. Well, the walls shouldn't be like this. In fact, I didn't even know the tunnels had smooth walls in any section, let alone on the route we were supposed to be on, said Shizuka. So what does that actually mean, Shizuka? I'm just following you, said Kat. Trembling slightly, Shizuka replied, it means one of three things, I think, and I sincerely hope none of them are true. Well, spit it out, Shizuka. "I'm not going to bite your head off for a mistake," said Kat. "Well, it's not quite that. At least one of these scenarios is completely unacceptable to me, but I'm forced to consider nonetheless," said Shizuka. "Stop dancing around the issue. We can deal with them whatever they are," said Kat. "Easy for you to say, you don't even know what the problems are." "How can you say that?" said Shizuka. Kat remained extremely calm. "Do I need to use my calm aura on her? She's clearly freaking out a lot here and we need to get moving at some point. We can't just stay in the tunnels. I'll tell her first." "Shizuka, I'm going to project my aura onto you, you need to calm down." "No, I'm fine, I don't." Shizuka was interrupted by the calming presence that washed over her. Turning her back to the wall, she slid down, landing softly on her backside. "I didn't need that. I'm sorry, Kat, that was very unqueenly behavior from me. The possibility, the fear of those options was a bit too much. So I suppose I should explain. The first option is that your presence somehow messes with the enchantment. It can't figure out if you're a friend or foe, and so it's trying to lead us in a roundabout way so that I can lose you somehow. Honestly, I doubt that's the case, but it's the one I most want to believe. Secondly, the enchantments could be breaking, they have come somewhat unraveled and don't work correctly anymore, leading us astray to be lost forever in these tunnels. And finally, that I am not my mother's daughter. Last time I tested the route she came with me, and the caves clearly recognized her. She always knew where to go, but I only ever had a vague sense of direction, and maybe they think I'm the intruder," said Shizuka. "Shizuka, that third possibility might be the single dumbest thing I've ever heard," said Kat. "What would you know? My mother is a wonderful queen, and despite my best efforts I seem only to have talent in magic. The affairs of state constantly escape me. I'm forever walking in my mother's shadow," said Shizuka, rambling away. "Shizuka, have you ever looked in the mirror? I'm not sure what you think, but I have never seen a mother-daughter pair that share their looks so completely. Plus your mother isn't an idiot. Why would she let you use these tunnels if she knew you weren't her daughter?" "This is nonsense," said Kat, increasing the power of her calming aura slightly. Shizuka started cackling against the wall, tears leaking from her eyes. "Can it really be that simple, Kat? I always feel so different from her, and I've never met my father." "But what do you mean we look similar?" said Shizuka. Kat just looked at Shizuka like she really had gone crazy. "Have you seen yourself in a mirror? You have the same hair, the same face, same build. So much of you is the same, it's easier to comment on what's different. The only thing distinguishing you from your mother is age and that scar you have, on your left cheek." "What are you talking about, Kat? I have red hair, and certainly no scar," said Shizuka. Kat walked slowly towards Shizuka as she sat on the ground, reaching out towards her face. She traced the lines of Shizuka's scar. "It's right here." "What are you talking about?" said Kat. It was at that moment Shizuka screamed. Kat leapt away from the girl and watched as she started to glow. Shizuka had her hand shakily reaching up to her face as the light got brighter and brighter before it traced the path of Kat's fingers. "I have a scar," said Shizuka haltingly before she snapped her head around to Kat and whispered softly, "I remember," before promptly collapsing to the side, falling limp and unconscious. "Okay, Shizuka, when you wake up I have some serious questions for you," thought Kat as she lifted Shizuka over her shoulder. "This is rather difficult with her tails and my wings." Moving Shizuka to the front and into a princess carry, and resumed walking straight ahead. "I don't want to be trapped in these damn tunnels any longer than I have to be. Haven't even run into anyone else and already weird shit is starting to happen." Sighing, Kat continued on into the darkness, wondering how Shizuka could possibly have missed the family resemblance or what she meant about red hair. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Sunday 9:00 a.m. Day 2 of Kat's disappearance, the same individuals were present. Gramps scanned the room over stacks of papers that seemed to double since yesterday, while the witness in his suit and tie sat in the corner, now covered in a blanket with a spiral design on it. It seemed to lull the onlooking into a calm state of mind and help them relax. Sylvie and Vivian were sitting opposite a chessboard readying the pieces for their first match. 2 hours passed, Vivian was in check and things were looking bleak when their game was interrupted by Gramps' voice. "So, Is there any news regarding Kat's whereabouts? Actually there is. Turns out her aunt's cousin's third daughter's stepmother's niece's childhood friend is from a long-lost line of professional yodelers, and Kat happens to be particularly well suited to the profession. As such, she was dragged off into the mountains to complete a training course without much say in the matter. Oh, and there should be no cell reception because they are so far away from everything, said Vivian Wright. Well, if there was no cell phone reception, how did Kat get this message to you? You informed me that you had no idea where Kat was yesterday, said Gramps. Her message was delivered by carrier pigeon, said Sylvie. Gramps just shrugged and went back to his paperwork as the witness continued snoring. Checkmate, said Sylvie. Chapter 25, The Dead? Twin Kat jogged forward with Shizuka in her arms, hardly noticing the increased weight when after about 30 minutes of running a coppery red started to bleed into Shizuka's fur. Is this a good thing? Shizuka seemed to think she had red hair, but she was also concerned she looked nothing like her mother. Is this an improvement or not? Kat sighed as she jogged. Honestly, when I promised to protect Shizuka, I didn't think I'd need to protect her from herself. Or maybe I'm the one going crazy. I wonder how the contract factors into that, like if someone tries to compel me to hurt her. No matter, just keep running, Kat. You can get your answers once she wakes up. And so Kat continued her jogging, unaware of the passage of time, until her passenger stirred in her hands. Carefully placing her off to the side, Kat watched as Shizuka slowly woke herself up, when suddenly Shizuka's eyes snapped open and she stood up. Finally, I'm no longer trapped in her head, shouted Shizuka, with her hands on her hips staring at the ceiling. What are you talking about? Asked Kat. Shizuka's eyes flashed to Kat before she let out a long sigh. It's complicated, Kat, really complicated, said Shizuka. Sue, are you the same person or not? And am I supposed to be protecting you, or is this a problem, said Kat, somewhat confused. Well, it's a bit of a long story. I am Shizuka and she is Shizuka, but we are not the same person, or maybe we are. I'm not sure anymore. This wasn't supposed to happen, and it really screwed with her head. Okay, for simplicity let's call the other one Major and myself Minor. That sounds fun and will help you understand things as I explain them, said Minor. Kat simply watched Minor expectantly. Right. Further explanation. Okay, so I died, or maybe she did. And let's start from the beginning. Originally there were two of us, twins. Mom had two daughters, Shizuru and Haruka. I was one of the two. I think I was Haruka. I'm not quite sure, it's hard to explain. Anyway, that's not the point. There were two of us until we were attacked. Assassins were sent to the palace with orders to kill my sister and me. At the time we shared a room, so they only had one place to sneak into. I'm not quite sure how they snuck in even to this day, but clearly something went wrong and my grandmother burst into the room before they could finish us off, so they just used their mana to combust themselves on the spot. The explosion knocked me, or Haruka, out and pretty much killed Shizuru, said Minor. Right, but that doesn't explain. Kat gestured vaguely in Minor's direction. This whole thing, laughing, Minor continued. Right, so well, sorry I get a bit scatterbrained. It's really hard to hold my thoughts together now that they are so much more free. Sidetracking, right, never mind. So my grandmother was already there and she quickly picked us both up and rushed us somewhere deep in the castle and began to set up a strange formation. I woke up, or Haruka did, still complicated, and I mean I am getting there, it's just. Right, so Haruka woke up and grandmother explained that she could save us, one of us, and I think, decided to save my sister. It was explained that everything that I was would be used in the formula to heal Shizuru's body and soul and that I'd die, but the choice had to be made, willing or we'd both die instead. Anyway, something went wrong, Major, or Shizuru, maybe, I think. Woke up but she knew something was wrong. She could feel Haruka dying and decided to try and keep me around. Well, that didn't work quite as well as one might hope. When Shizuru decided to hang on to both of us, we sort of combined a bit, but we also split. It's really hard to understand, Kat. Anyway, Major seemed to get the biggest parts of both our personalities, Sadly, I was a bundle of worry and insecurities, so Major got most of those, and I seem to be scraped together from what's left, said Minor. Cat stared at Minor, unsure of what to say, mind reeling with the implications of the story. What am I even supposed to think about that? What the hell am I supposed to do? Anything? Nothing? What happens now? Said Cat. Well, I didn't quite finish my story, Cat. See, Major had a few problems, well, more than a few problems. Because she took so much of myself with her, I was very tiny at the start, hardly a fragment of what once was, and so I couldn't do much at the time. That came later. Major, on the other hand, was freaking out because she felt like she was responsible for her sister's death, but also that she was dead, and then she had all of Haruka's petty childhood insecurities suddenly thrust upon her, and she snapped a little. Just a wee bit. Anyway, one of the major sticking points causing these issues was my insecurity regarding the fact that I didn't think Mum was my mum, you know? I looked so different and she always seemed so much cooler than me. Silly in hindsight, but it was my deepest rooted fear that all others stem from, but obviously Shizuru actually looked exactly like her, so one of the major things that was breaking her mind was that inconsistency, so Grandma placed a really powerful illusion on her to make her appear to be me. Plus somehow, we decided to take both names, because using one or the other felt so fundamentally wrong because neither of them were her names, said Minor. Right, but your hair appears to be red again now? I thought you said that was an illusion, said Cat. Well, my hair, Minor's and Haruka's, is red. When Major is in control it will go back to being blue. I guess you have true sight or something because nobody else noticed, said Minor. Cat felt a powerful headache coming on, pressing against her skull. So what am I supposed to do in this situation? Said Cat. Well, good question, dear. Major's not dead. You've just taken a sledgehammer to the little box she keeps all the nasty memories in when you told her that she looks like her mother. Honestly, I'm just as stumped as you are in regard to what we should do. Honestly, I don't really want to be in charge. It's weird. I mean, sure, being in control is kinda nice, but I really hope this means she will talk to me, and besides, kids soon have a pretty simple cloning technique we can learn off grandmother, and that should let us have a proper conversation. Until then, I'm really not sure. I also don't know how long I'll be in control for. See, I call her Major for a reason. This is still her body, not mine. Just at the moment she's in a few too many pieces, so I'm the more put together one at the moment. I expect that to end somewhat eventually. Hopefully, said Minor. Right. So should I tell Major about what's going on when she wakes up? Will you still be around? Asked Cat. Well, depends. I mean, in the ideal scenario, when she wakes up Major will be in control, but she can still hear me. If that isn't the case, then I don't know if it's best to tell her or not. Our minds are already really fragile as they are, and I'm not sure if taking another hammer to Major's would be ideal, especially considering the stress she's been under, said Minor. Okay. What do we do now? Asked Cat. Well, in the long term we continue on to meet grandmother. We need her for a few things now: sanctuary from the Beast King, the cloning technique, and maybe a little bit to stop our combined minds falling apart, rendering us comatose and unable to think. But I mean, no rush, said Mino. Chapter 26. Why are we here? Well, in the long term we continue on to meet grandmother. We need her for a few things now: sanctuary from the Beast King, the cloning technique, and maybe a little bit to stop our combined minds falling apart, rendering us comatose and unable to think. But I mean, no rush, said Minor. Minor, that sounds like a very good reason to rush, said Cat. I say we take a nap right now. Come, sit next to me and wrap me in your wings. I bet that's nice and warm, said Minor. Minor, focus. You just outlined all the reasons we do need to rush, said Cat. Cat, we're hours, days, weeks maybe from grandmother's house. We cannot run for that long. Plus, I'm very tired. Piloting the body is hard, and it was already tired when Major collapsed. It's really not easy for me to stay awake here, said Minor. Fine, I understand, said Cat as she sat down. She placed Minor on her lap and wrapped her tail and wings around the pair of them. I could get used to this, said Minor as she drifted off to sleep. What sort of problem have I found myself in? What am I supposed to do about this? Is any of this my problem? I get the feeling that breaking a contract is really bad for everyone involved, but how does it work with Major and Minor? The Queen contracted me to protect her daughter. Does this count? Does Shizuka count as one daughter or both now? These questions rattled around Kat's mind as she too drifted off to sleep, enjoying the fluffy tales that surrounded her. When Kat awoke, she felt extremely refreshed but in need of a good stretch. She refrained, however, on account of the sleeping girl on her lap. Kat managed to hold off the urge to snuggle into Minor's fluffy tail until the girl began to stir. "Who do I have the honor of greeting this fine morning?" said Kat. "Still me, of course. I think when Major takes over again my hair should go back to being blue. I said that already." "And who boy if it was Major you asked that question to? I worry over what would happen," said Minor. "Of course, I'll take that into consideration," said Kat with a grin. "Anyway, let's get moving, Kat. We have no food and no water. Now I don't know how long demons can survive without it, but I'm going to need some soonish. And sadly I don't have Major's ice powers, so I can't conjure up water," said Minor. Is conjured water safe to drink?" asked Kat. "Nope. But Major is smart enough to pull it out of the air and get it that way, which is safe to drink," said Minor as she started marching along, swinging her arms and legs wide. Minor, is fine to generate so much extra movement as you walk. You will tire more quickly," said Kat. "Bah, tell me something I don't know." "Moving the body is hard, Kat. I was hoping it wouldn't be this bad, but it is. I guess that's what happens when you're a disembodied voice inside your sister's head for a decade, but who's counting?" said Minor. Kat sighed at Minor's back with a wry grin. Not even 5 minutes later Minor spoke up. "So Kat, let's talk as we walk. Do you have any questions for me? We have hours to kill and I'm going to make the most out of having a mouth for the time being. A few things, I suppose." "Why is it that you only think you are Haruka?" asked Kat. "Well, I'm not sure how it is for Major. Remember, she boxed a ton of this stuff, whereas I was the box, so it wasn't really an option. Anyway, despite the fact that I have most memories from both of us, somehow Haruka's memories sort of feel like mine, you know? And the name as well. It feels like my name, like it belongs to me. Though of course not as much as Shizuka, but that's a whole nother can of worms to open up," said Minor. "Well, since you brought it up," said Kat. "Yup, I did. I was hoping you'd ask. So remember how I said that Major was a little broken after the ritual? Well, one of the things that really helped stabilize both parts of Shizuka was actually taking that name. Despite being Haruka and Shizuru before, whatever we were afterwards, it wasn't either one. We were both so changed from the experience, even though we didn't actually both stick around, nothing was correct. When Major took Shizuka as her new name, something shifted in both of us. Like an out-of-alignment puzzle piece had just slotted in. Somehow, we both knew that Shizuka was our name now. So in the order of names, Shizuka ranks the highest for both me and Major. Minor is my designation, or at least that's the one I gave myself for now. Haruka feels like it was me, but wasn't, and Shizuru feels like it definitely isn't me and never was, despite having quite a few of those memories. "I see," said Kat. "Though I'm not entirely sure I do." "Well, I guess I must, because I could actually say the words, but even still, how can you just think of yourself as a minor addition, and yet she's so cheerful. Minor even says that she wants Major to get the body back in the ideal scenario. I wonder if that's all talk or if she really prefers being a passenger." "Do you really want to go back to just being a voice in Major's head once she wakes up?" asked Kat. Minor stopped. "Honestly, Kat, yes I do." Turning around, Minor had tears running down her eyes. "I'm not supposed to be here, you know. She sacrificed so much of herself to keep me around, and honestly I'm not even sure I want to stay. I'm somewhat glad to be able to talk to a person for once, that's been a great joy to me, but it all feels so wrong. This fur may have turned red, but it isn't mine and I can feel it, the wrongness of it all. I hope that if Major creates a clone, I can move my mind into it for short time frames. I don't quite like existing, for lack of a better term. Not that I want to go away completely, I'm not ready for oblivion, I refuse to go that far, But this isn't right. Cat ran up and wrapped her wings and tail around Minor, releasing her calming aura into her as she sobbed. In between shocked sobs Minor continued, "Please, keep the aura on," said Minor as she came back to herself. "I can already feel it calming me, and it seems to help with the wrongness I was describing." Minor tried to pull away to keep walking, but Cat tightened her grips. "It's okay, Minor. It's okay, Shizuka. It's going to be alright," said Cat as she stroked Minor's head. After Minor had calmed down, Cat reasserted her grip on Minor before speaking. "Now, I'm really sorry I have to ask this after what just happened, but your episode reminded me of a question that needs to be asked. What is going on with the enchantments and why are we stuck in a straight tunnel?" "Oh, that's actually easy, Cat, and no worries, the crying helps. So, I think Major was completely wrong. I think the real reason is because Major didn't want to go to that prepared house in the city. I'm not quite sure what she wants. My thoughts aren't quite her thoughts and vice versa, but our subconscious might be, or at least I think they are more closely linked than our, main minds, I guess, are. I have two guesses. One is that she wanted to go to grandmother, not the house, and the other is that she was trying to find me in the tunnels. Maybe they did something to help with that. I'm not sure if they are advanced enough for that, but if they are, I think it's the more likely option of the two," said Minor. "What do you mean she was looking for you?" asked Cat. "I thought you said she locked those memories away and she couldn't hear you." "Well, those things are both true, but she hasn't completely lost her memories, just, let's say, put them in long-term storage. I think her subconscious must know I'm still in there. I mean, it must be, considering I think mine and hers chat quite a lot. Noisy buggers they are, and that because she wasn't wholeheartedly set on the fake house, I prepared so things went astray. The enchantments on these tunnels are powerful and very old. I don't know how they work, but I can almost believe they wanted to help us," said Minor. "If that really is the case, and the tunnels help us go where you subconsciously wanted to go, would that at least mean we aren't likely to starve to death or run out of water?" said Cat. "Yes, I think that it is likely. But that is only if my gut feeling is correct. I have no proof and no real knowledge of enchanting. It used to fascinate me, still does, but obviously Major dictated what we read, so I didn't keep up. Honestly, Cat, even if it's a 95% chance we don't starve, I think that's still a risk we don't take. Might as well continue as fast as we can, and hopefully Major wakes up soon so that water doesn't become an issue." "How much do you need, Cat?" asked Major. "Good question. User Cat requires an unknown amount of water per day. Further study is required. Perhaps you can make a guess?" "What about normal demons?" "Depending on how User Cat defines normal, the answer can either be almost exactly as much as a human, or almost no food and water. Gluttony demons heavily skew the demonic average of food consumption. However, the D.E.M.O.N.S would like to inform User Cat that User Cat has not yet completed awakening. D.E.M.O.N.S advises you continue to consume food in the near future." "Good to know, good to know." "No idea, Minor, I have no idea at all," said Cat as they strode into the continual darkness. Chapter 27, Questions. So many questions jogging along the tunnels, Cat started to zone out again. For her, she could see the endless tunnel extending endlessly in front of and behind her. The heavy rhythmic footfalls of both Cat and Minor falling in sync. 1, 2, 1, 2. The peace of the journey was not lost on Cat. It was satisfying. And "Hey Cat, did you run out of questions already?" said Minor. "Well, I have no burning questions anymore. And I'm not quite sure what other questions I'd ask." "Well, then I have plenty of questions for you, Cat," said Minor as she turned around and started walking backwards. "Like, what's your favorite food?" "Mine's cakes." "Or what's your favorite color?" said Minor. "Well, in terms of food, I'll eat just about anything, but I'm quite partial to pears, I guess, if I had to pick something. It's just food though, really. As for colors, I've actually always been really fond of my hair since I was a little girl, so that would have to be my favorite color," said Cat. "Boo, I can't see your hair, Cat. I figured out you have some sort of super night vision, considering you could see my fur change color, but I can't. Like, sure, I saw it when Major was in control, but it's not the same. I think." Anyway, what do you mean you're not that concerned about favorite food? That's like, the most important question all the time, Cat, said Miner. Well, I just eat whatever Gramps cooked, and even after he taught me to cook myself I never really get the chance, said Cat. Gramps? Who's Gramps? Is he like your granddad or something? Said Miner. No, Gramps is. Well, I guess it's a bit hard to explain. Do you know what an orphanage is? Asked Cat. Of course, just because I'm a princess doesn't mean I'm that bad, pouted Miner. Right, well, Gramps is the one who ran the orphanage I grew up in, and that's just what I've always called him, said Cat. Huh, that's kinda weird that you grew up in an orphanage. I wouldn't have thought demons had those, said Miner. User Cat. Before you continue, D.E.M.O.N.S insists that if User Cat intends to reveal information related to how User Cat grew up, that User Cat also explain User Cat was not originally a demon. Additionally, the inner workings of demonic society and operation are closely guarded secrets. Do not speak on them. Well, I guess it's nice they were clear about what I can and can't talk about. Well, normal demons don't. I wasn't always a demon, actually. Hang on a moment, did I ever ask the system why I'm turning into a demon? I think I just sort of accepted it. Hey system, User Cat is undergoing the rare process of awakening. Normally only full demons have access to system. Somehow User Cat connected to the system, therefore D.E.M.O.N.S initiated awakening procedures. Right, but how did all this happen? User Cat certainly has demonic heritage, but at this time D.E.M.O.N.S has devoted no resources to investigate the event that led to User Cat's connection to the system. It has happened in the past, and will likely happen again, but the frequency of such events are so low that D.E.M.O.N.S does not consider it repeatable. Okay. Well then, I've hung on a moment, Cat. What do you mean by normal demons don't, said Miner. Well, I don't really know how it works for others, but I wasn't always a demon, said Cat. What? How can you not always have been a demon? I know about demonization, and that does some bad things to people, but you clearly aren't demonized. Or I mean, maybe you are? It's an appropriate term, I guess. No focus, Miner. Why aren't you like the others? Said Miner. System? The process being referred to is likely known by D.E.M.O.N.S as containment failure or false awakening. To explain how this occurs would require extensive time and a higher rank. D.E.M.O.N.S is willing to provide extremely simplified version that does not infringe on classified information. Is this acceptable, User Cat? Sure, go ahead. Demons are compatible with a very specific form of energy that drives all other races without exclusion to madness. It is more potent than other sources of energy, but comes with a number of issues that demons have evolved to ignore or embrace for additional power. Can you elaborate on that? No, what makes me different? Well, I think that normal people trying to become demons fail because they simply aren't demons. We use a different energy source than most other species, and it does horrible things if they aren't compatible. I guess that I was. Someone in my family was probably a demon, but I never knew my parents, so I'm not sure if it was them. That's so weird though. But I don't actually care about that. Tell me more about this, Gramps, said Miner. Well, what did you want to know about him, said Cat. What's he like? Isn't it kinda strange to run an orphanage by yourself? Or maybe it isn't. I wouldn't. Cat, are you seeing this, said Miner. Cat looked ahead confused. The only thing visible was an intersection and more gray walls. Do you mean the intersection? Asked Cat. Of course I mean the intersection, Cat. This is everything we've ever dreamed of, said Miner. I don't follow, said Cat. Wheel. Finally I get another chance to see if the enchantment is leading you one way or another. It also might give us a clue as to where we are going, though honestly I'm just excited to see any change of scenery, said Miner. I suppose so. Miner ran up to the intersection and screwed up her face and concentration. Left. We definitely have to go left. Lead the way, said Cat. Continuing on down the halls, it wasn't long before Miner started speaking again. So what were we talking about? Doesn't matter, I suppose. So how about that kimono of yours? Is it magic? Your tail goes through it, but not like mine where it has a hole. How about we speak on that, said Miner. Miner, Why do you keep jumping from topic to topic so quickly? Do you want me to answer these questions? Asked Cat. Minor stopped in place and turned to Cat. Please put the camera back on, said Minor. Is that really a good idea, Minor? You shouldn't become reliant on it. I don't really know what it does to people, said Cat. It's fine. Please, Cat, then I will explain, said Minor. Okay, but I'm turning it off if you don't give me a good answer, said Cat. Cat activated her calming aura, trying to keep the intensity very low. This seemed to satisfy Minor as she nodded and went back to walking. So, you asked about the questions and the calm aura. Which one do you want to start with? Asked Minor, sounding much calmer at least. The aura, please, said Cat. Well, I might be a tiny bit more broken than I thought, said Minor. What do you mean? You don't seem broken to me. A bit scatterbrained, but certainly not broken, said Cat. Right, how to explain? So, I mentioned that majors control most of the time. Well, most of the time the biological signals are all sent to major. I don't ever deal with them. At least until now. And walking like this, it does something to me, said Minor, throwing her hands into the air. I can't quite explain it well, but the best thing I can compare it to is that normally I sit on a balcony, no sound except the calming wind. Then all of a sudden you blink and you are in a crowded marketplace. It's just too much. The talking helps though. It makes everything else quieter when I speak because this voice is louder than the little ones, and it also really helps when you speak because I suspect your voice has a bit of calming aura in it. The main one, it doesn't so much as shut the little voices up as If we go back to the analogy, your calming aura changes it to a hearing instead. They each come forward and calmly state their disagreements. It's not that there are less problems, but that the problems that are there are being reasonable about it. Said Minor. I'm not sure it's healthy for me to be propping you up like that, Minor. What will you do when I'm dismissed after the contract, said Cat. Ideally I'll be back in Major's head at that point. The voices weren't so bad before we went to sleep. I say voices, I don't literally mean I hear voices in my head. I'm not crazy. Minor slowly placed a hand over her face, sighing as she continued to jog. Please ignore what I just said. I don't hear voices in my head because it isn't my head. I'm the voice. I know I'm real, I think. Having two sets of memories really helps with that whole I am probably not crazy angle, but you never know, said Minor. Minor started to ramble about how sane she presumably was or was not, touching on topics a number of times repeatedly and reaching the same conclusion every time. The memories don't make enough sense, plus I'm red now according to Cat. And I can still feel Major's little thought box she's holding up, and before once again going through all the reasons she had to be crazy. Chapter 28. I'm sorry, the questions haven't stopped. Minor's ramblings continued for about half an hour before she stopped. Well, that was nice to get out of the system. Thanks for keeping the calming aura on me the whole time. I might have been having a small crisis, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. So, tell me about the outfit you have on. The kimono seems magical and it's really nice, possible better made than Mom's, and I've noticed you have your hair up, but Major didn't pay attention before and it's too dark for me to look at it properly now. I think that's the question I want to ask the most. Before I answer that, do you need another hug, asked Cat. Minor raised one finger, lowered it. Before raising it a second time, yes, I do. But we can't stop yet because I'm certain I won't be able to keep walking if we stop, and I can deal with it for now, if you're sure. This outfit is made up of a few gifts actually. Well, except the shoes, those are just the only good pair I had around. The kimono is from Gramps actually, the guy I told before. It's the more significant piece, so I'll leave that for a bit. The sash is the same, but the hair sticks were a gift from my best friend Lily. She gave them to me when she helped me put my outfit on. I can't tie the sash, so I had to get her help with it, and she gave them to me then. Honestly, they are one of the nicest things I've gotten as a gift, and I'm shocked she even managed to get me something at all, said Cat. Wait, just let me interrupt. Why were they one of the nicest things you've been given, and why would your best friend not give you a present, said Minor. Well, that requires a bit of a tangent. Do we want to go down that rabbit hole? Said Cat. Yes, said Minor. Right, well, I didn't really expect much from Lily because I'd only known her for 2 years at that point, and Minor cut Cat off to ask, how is she your best friend if you've only known her 2 years? Does Minor want me to answer my original question? Whatever, I guess. If it keeps her from having another crisis on me, I'll answer whatever she wants, so that requires a few things. First is that most of the people I knew, or know. Not sure how you want to count that, are the kids from the orphanage I grew up in, so both inside and outside of school I'd always just hang out with those guys, but they are in this sort of weird gray area of family and friends, you know? Well, I guess maybe not. See, I lived with them for a few years, and so you sort of treat them more like part of your extended family than just friends, but on the other hand there is so many kids at the orphanage, and mine in particular managed to adopt out most kids without too much trouble. Anyway, eventually as I got older I had less and less people to play around with because not only was I older, I was also now in charge of the orphanage duties. So, orphanage duties are things like waking everyone up, making sure they all eat breakfast and whatnot, and for most of them except Sylvie I just became, well, I guess something like Gramps' assistant rather than another kid at the orphanage. Plus at school we were always the orphanage kids with our own sort of group, and once the others all moved away it was just me. I wasn't terribly fazed by that, but I managed to become friends with Lily, and honestly, she's fun to chat with, and the only person I really go out of my way to spend time with outside of Sylvie and Gramps. Though Gramps is pretty hard to track down. Anyway, that's why she's my best friend. She's the only person I've really spent time with that's certainly not family, and I really enjoy hanging around with her. Oh, and she only moved to my town just before I met her, explained Cat. That's actually kind of sad, Cat said Minor. I don't think so. I've had a huge family my whole life. Gramps has always stuck by me, Lily really is a great friend, and Sylvie's adorable. I think I've had it pretty good, but didn't you say that you were surprised by Lily's gift? How is that good friendship behavior, said Minor. Her parents really hate me, I don't know why, but hey, that's how it is. She'd get in all sorts of trouble if they found out she spent money on me. Actually, originally, she got me a handmade note which was really sweet. It was only later she snuck the hair sticks to me, and I think if she gets caught it'll be pretty bad. Hopefully she was right and that they won't notice, said Cat. Oh, okay. I guess that's fine. I don't really understand considering my situation. Even Major doesn't really have proper friends. Comes with being a princess, I suppose, said Minor. And you mean to tell me my life was sad, said Cat. Well, I mean, Major does pretty well. I think. She has acquaintances and people after the kingdom, much like the Beast twins but younger, and less powerful. Plus we've always had Mom around, no offense, said Minor. None taken. I never knew my parents and it doesn't bother me at all, said Cat. And well, thanks, Cat. For everything, said Minor. What do you mean? Asked Cat. Well, I mean, thank you for caring, I guess. You've kept the calming aura up and I'm starting to feel much better. You put up with all my questions even though I dragged us on so many tangents. I know you are here on a contract from my mother, but I'm pretty sure you don't have to be so nice to me. And not just Shizuka, me Minor, and it's really helped me deal with the fact that I have a body for the moment and that Major needs me to keep things together while she sorts everything out, despite how much I wish to hide back in her mind. Anytime, Minor, we may be trapped underground, but honestly it's been an interesting time. I may not have to be nice to you because of the contract, but that's no excuse to be cold towards you. We've had good conversation, we are journeying through the bowels of the earth, what more could you want, said Cat. Food and water, said Minor. Now listen here, you little bugger, said Cat as she ran to catch up to her charge. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Monday 9:30 a.m. day 3 of Cat's disappearance, Sylvie and Vivian stared intently at the game board. The game was still chess, but the contestants now sported formal suits and the board featured a chess timer set to 2 hours, or rather, Sylvie had 2 hours and Vivian's clock was steadily draining and around the 1 hour mark. They both still had plenty of time and it was anyone's game. Gramps' desk now contained even more papers, filling the wide oaken surface with stacks of paper. The witness was now decked out with a sleeping cap and eye covers in addition to his blanket. "So Vivian, Sylvie, can you tell me if you've heard anything more from Kat?" said Gramps. "Right, so the delivery bird this time was a falcon, and it stated that she met a Peruvian rug merchant selling exotically partner drugs during her training in the mountains, and she was offered a rug for free if she guided him across the mountain line. Accepting the challenge, she is now fending off mountain lions and tigers as a chance to hone her family's secret yodeling techniques," said Vivian. "Right, and when will she be back?" "If she is guarding a rug merchant, surely once that's complete she can return, correct?" asked Grumps with a deadpan look. "Well, Peruvian rug merchants are notorious for backing out of unfavorable deals. Perhaps she will need to put in some extra work to earn the rug," said Vivian. "Vivian, your timer is still going," said Sylvie. Chapter 29. A bit parched. Minor laughed as Kat followed behind her. Minor wasn't really running much faster than before, and Kat made sure that she only gained the ground in small increments as she chased after the fox. That was until Minor stopped and put her hand up. Kat froze in place and watched Minor's ears twitch constantly as if searching for something. "Can you hear that?" asked Minor. "No, what is it?" asked Kat. "I think I can hear rushing water. Do you see anything in the tunnel up ahead?" asked Minor. Kat walked up to stand even with Minor and peered down the tunnel and was disappointed to see the plain flat walls. "It all looks the same to me," Minor said. "Kat, it must be further up. Follow me," said Minor. The two girls picked up their pace. Kat managed it easily, but Minor struggled to maintain their increased speed. Despite this, she led the way without complaint until Kat did see something. At the edge of her vision she could see the tunnel starting to expand. "The tunnel opens up at the edge of my vision. That must be where the water is," said Kat. Minor picked up the pace once again for the final sprint before charging into the opening. They stood in a smallish cave with a river rushing through the center. It contained crystal clear water to Kat's eyes and a dark abyss to Minor's. This didn't stop her from charging to the edge and dunking her head in. "Minor, does that actually make it easier to drink than, say, cupping your hands?" said Kat, looking down at the princess. Pulling her head free from the water with a gasp, Minor replied, "Nope, it's wildly impractical. I swallowed basically no water and my face is freezing." Despite her words though, Minor had a big grin on her face. "Why do you seem so happy then?" asked Kat. "Haven't you always wanted to dunk your head in a river?" "It's pretty cool," said Minor with a wink. "Points for trying." Minor said. "Kat, come on, that was great." "Gave me a real rush," said Minor. It was at that moment that Minor's grin rapidly retreated and was replaced with a look of concern. "What's wrong, Minor? Did the puns catch up to you?" asked Kat. "This is a body of water," Kat said. Minor, "Thanks for the observations there." Minor said. Kat, "No, it's just." "You don't understand," said Minor. "Nope, not at all. Are you going to tell me what's up or keep making funny faces?" said Kat. "This room is a dead end, and the enchantments are nudging me to backtrack. We were lead here so that we could get water," said Minor. "Right, but how is that a bad thing?" said Kat. "It means that we won't be reaching our goal anytime soon, and that Major is unlikely to wake up for quite some time," said Minor. "Shit. Because the enchantment sends us places, it had to send us here so we could stay hydrated," said Kat. "Exactly, and while I am very thankful for the water, it has some bad implications. Like, should we turn around? We've committed a lot of time to this, but with water here I don't know how much longer we need to walk. And what about food? The enchantment will probably do its best, but it can't give us something that isn't there," said Minor. "Well, it's entirely up to you if you want to turn back. As for the food situation, can't we just fish in the river?" said Kat. "Ah yes, let me just pull my fishing rod out of Major's storage ring. If we're lucky she might even have bait in there," said Minor with a big grin and strained enthusiasm. "You have a storage ring? That seems really useful. Why didn't you pack it with food?" said Kat. "Wait, you thought I was serious? Cat storage rings pretty much don't exist. Someone made a few of them a long time ago. We're not sure how many, but they appear in legends. Basically unbreakable, can store almost anything. Why would I ever hide something so useful when I've been in desperate need of water for at least a few hours?" said Minor with confusion. It just seemed pretty useful to have. And the enchantment on the tunnels seems really powerful. I just assumed that it was possible. I didn't know they were so rare. Or that they existed at all for that matter, said Kat. Right, sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Your calming aura helped me realize I shouldn't have said that, and I did it anyway. Guess it doesn't prevent poor decision making, huh? I keep forgetting what it really means that you've been summoned here, and I started saying that as a joke, but I was sort of venting at the end. Sorry, it's just. I know you can see, but I can't really. It's getting really hard to keep the little bit of mana in my eyes to barely see. My control is slipping and I'm freaking out a little bit because I don't want to stop and rest, but I can't see, and I'm a bit scared, said Miner, staring at the river to avoid looking at Kat. Walking up behind the fox girl, Kat brought Miner into her embrace, covering Miner with her wings and wrapping the girl up. Kat spoke, "It's fine, Miner. I can see everything bright as day, literally. I have no idea how that works, or even makes sense at all, but I can see. I won't let anything happen to you," said Kat. Miner leant back, putting her full weight on Kat. "Sorry I keep breaking down so much. I'm a little unstable, but I'm not sure increasing the power of your calming aura would help me. I mean, in the short term maybe, but what you are doing with it now, it's helping me deal with things but not ignore them, if that makes sense. You're right, we will get through this. I want to keep going. Major planned this escape for months. Sure, we completely botched the plan less than a day away from the castle. Sure, Major's basically in a coma, but who cares? We're visiting Grandma, going on an adventure, and tricking the Beast King. What could be more fun?" said Miner. "It's hard to keep up with this girl's mood swings. I probably would have amped up calm if she hadn't said anything because the poor girl needs help. Now is really not the time or place though. Pitch darkness, on the run, cold stone floor. It can wait, or better, perhaps her grandmother can deal with it." "Miner, we are taking a short break," said Kat. "Wait, but Kat, I can." Miner was interrupted as Kat squeezed her hand. Not enough to truly hurt her, but enough to interrupt Miner's words. "It was a statement, not a question," said Kat. "Okay, but just a little bit," said Miner, head drooping immediately. "I didn't expect she was that tired. How was she comfortable saying that she could keep going when she's passed out in front of me? Seriously, Miner, take better care of yourself. Now the question is, should I keep walking while she's asleep?" It's tempting. I think if Miner had actually taken a proper drink before she passed out I would, but I'm not sure she actually drank any of the water. Guess I'm committing to sitting in this position until she wakes up. Kat set her mind adrift. She wasn't in a position to be sleeping, and the sound of the water was a soothing thing, especially with the contrasting silence of everything else. Kat let the sound float around her, keeping her calm and relaxed. When Miner started stirring, it was hard for Kat to know how long it had been. It hadn't felt like much time at all, but time was rather inconsistent in this place. Slowly opening her eyes, Miner looked around at the cocoon of wings she was in and sighed contentedly before starting to get up. "We have to backtrack, likely to the intersection, and head the other way." "Are you ready to leave?" said Miner. "Yeah, let's go," said Kat. The girls took another gulp of water before heading out back into the endlessly repetitive tunnels. Chapter 30, A Leap of Faith. They made it through to the intersection with no trouble and continued on. Miner seemed frigidity but wasn't asking questions. Kat remained silent and just enjoyed the jog. "Should I try talking to Miner?" "I think it's fine, she can ask me something if she needs to hear things again. I suspect she's trying to deal with it. Unless it starts looking really bad, I'll leave her to heal on her own. I think there isn't much I can do for her if I don't want my calming aura to become a major crutch, though maybe it doesn't work like that, but it'd make sense, right? Surely that sort of things wouldn't be good to keep on." "Hey system, D.E.M.O.N.S is unable to provide further details on calming aura. All demons have at least slight variations in aura from one another, having differing effects, and user Kat's seems to have significantly deviated. Further aura information requires at least rank 1, good to know, I guess." "Wait, what's that up ahead?" Kat squinted into the distance. The tunnel didn't seem to open up really. Maybe a little bit, but the ground seemed to disappear. Placing her hand on Miner's shoulder, Cat stopped the girl in her tracks. "I think we have a problem up ahead. The ground disappears up ahead," said Cat. Miner shivered slightly and wrapped her arms around Cat's before indicating she was ready to proceed. The two approached the hole slowly and Cat noticed she'd be wrong. The tunnel did open up. Shame it was right around the edge. Stopping a few strides away from the hole, Cat tried to glance over the edge trying to see the bottom, but even with her dark vision, whatever lied at the cliff bed was hidden from her sight. "This is absurdly steep. What are we supposed to do here, Miner?" asked Cat. You're not going to like this." "I don't even like this." "Apparently, we have to keep going, past the edge and forward is where we need to go," said Miner. "Just great," said Cat. "Just to be sure the ground really vanishes there, right? I'm not just seeing things?" "I suspect so. I get the feeling that I need to go forward, but I shouldn't go forward, if that makes sense," said Miner. The pair carefully shuffled towards the edge where Cat bent down and tried to place her hand over the gap to find it passed through thin air. "I do really wish that this wasn't an endless drop." "What's the plan now, Miner?" said Cat. "Well, we just have to fly across, I suppose," said Miner. "How do you plan to do that?" "Do you have magic that would let us fly?" asked Cat. Miner looked confused at Cat. "Demons can't lie, correct?" asked Miner. "Yes," said Cat. "And this affects you, correct?" asked Miner. "And you have no idea how we would be able to fly in this situation," said Miner. "Nope," said Cat. "Cat," said Miner, looking at Cat with some disappointment. "Why are you looking at me like that?" said Cat. "You have wings, Cat," Miner yelled. Oh. Yeah, that would be useful. Am I strong enough to fly while carrying Miner? Actually, can I even fly with my wings? I didn't have any time to check before we entered the tunnels, and this isn't exactly the best time to check these things. Miner, I don't really know anything about my wings. I don't know if I can fly by myself, let alone if I'm holding you," said Cat. "What's the point of having wings if you can't fly? Plus I get the feeling we can cross this," said Miner. "Didn't you say the enchantment wouldn't know what to do with me because I'm a demon though?" asked Cat. Miner pondered for a moment. "I think it's fine, Cat. It's not sure how to mislead you through the tunnels and is likely unsure of what you are, but I guess it knows if you can fly or not," said Miner. "I don't see how that makes any sense." Even Cat choked back her words. "System, I'm not allowed to mention you, am I?" User Cat is correct. D.E.M.O.N.S desires that User Cat does not reveal D.E.M.O.N.S existence to summoners. User Cat has been allowed to speak to friends because of a number of factors. And those factors are? That information is considered to be classified information to User Cat, the good old classified because my rank isn't high enough. Good times. Cat, are you alright?" asked Miner. "Yeah, I'm fine, just some things I'm not really supposed to mention," said Cat. "I understand, I might be happy to reveal my secrets to you, but I've protected majors for the most part." "Don't feel bad, it doesn't bother me," said Miner. "Right, well. The question is, what do you do?" said Cat. "Well, we just jump off the cliff together," said Miner. "Well, that's hardly safe," said Cat. "Well, then you jump off by yourself and then fly back up and get me." "I'm happy to take the risk with you, I'm pretty sure it will work," said Miner. "But what if I can only glide? Perhaps my wings aren't strong enough for me to fly and I jump off and glide where I need to go. What then? I can't come back if that's the case. But what do I do if I can't glide with Miner in my hands? I'm sure I'm strong enough to hold her for however long, but are my wings? I just don't know, Miner. On the one hand, if I can fly, this is all fine, but if I can't fly, and I'm only able to glide even by myself, I'll have no way to come back and get you," said Cat. "Simple, we jump together then." "No hesitation, Cat. We've got this," said Miner. "I'm just not certain I can do this without you getting injured." "It's a risk I'm not sure we need to take," said Cat. "I have my full faith in you, Cat. I am at your mercy," said Miner. "But it doesn't matter how much faith you have in me, Miner. I don't know how good my wings are and I don't have a chance to test them properly," said Cat. Shrugging, Miner replied, Details, Cat. I say we jump and see where we go." Worst thing can happen is that I die and you get banished easy, said Miner. Where did the scared girl from before go? Asked Cat. She fell off a cliff, said Miner with a grin. Fine, okay. Fine, I'll try this for you, but I swear if we die I'm going to haunt you in the afterlife, said Cat. Sweet, you can keep me company then, said Miner as she jumped up. Cat caught her in a princess carry and sighed. I guess this is fine. For some reason I can't bring myself to just turn around and my gut says me wings will work. These changes have all been beneficial. Well, maybe the tail's a bit hit and miss, but everything else is an improvement. Surely the wings work, right? System D.E.M.O.N.S does not currently have much data on user Cat's wings. They may or may not be usable for flight. What about your average demon? Approximately half of all demons with wings can fly without the assistance of a special ability unlocked after they gain power. Just great. A 50-50 split on if I can fly. Come on, Cat, jump. Don't be a scaredy cat, said Miner. Cat didn't reply. She simply turned around and walked for a few minutes before facing the chasm once again and sprinting off into the abyss. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Tuesday 9:30 a.m. day 4 of Cat's disappearance, Sylvie and Vivian sat opposite a shogi board. Neither had made a move, each had been staring at the shogi board for at least 30 minutes. Why did you pair decide to bring a shogi board today? Asked Gramps, face now almost completely hidden by the papers upon his desk. Because I don't know how to play chess, said Vivian. Wait, you two spent 2 days playing chess and neither you know how to play? Asked Gramps, confused. I can play, Gramps said Sylvie, pouting, though this was hidden from Gramps' view as she was still facing Vivian. Right, well I guess that makes sense then, but why shogi? Asked Gramps. Because neither of us know how to play, and I lost the rulebook somewhere, said Vivian. Gramps looked awkwardly at his stacks of papers. He could only hope he wasn't responsible for its disappearance. Clearing his throat, Gramps asked, so, any further word on Cat? Your turn this time, Sylvie, said Vivian. Fine. We might as well tell you the truth. Cat's actually a demon and she got sent on a contract to go kidnap the princess in another dimension on the order of her mother, the queen. She's been going on plenty of adventure these last few weeks actually, said Sylvie. And how did she get the message to you if she's in another dimension? Asked Gramps, genuinely curious as to the answer. Interdimensional carrier pigeons, said Sylvie. Really? Said Gramps. No, it's actually a wall of flaming text in her bedroom, said Sylvie, as if that made infinitely more sense. Gramps just shrugged and went back to his papers. In the corner of the room, forgotten by the others, the witness slept. A new weapon in his arsenal to complement his blanket and nightcap, he had replaced his shoes with thick woolen socks, that now proudly extended past the blanket's end. Chapter 31, I believe I can glide. Cat's legs left the ground and she hung in the air for a brief moment before unfurling her wings to their full height. Her wings strained under the weight, forcing Cat to clench her teeth and do everything she could to simply glide. My wings are not happy with this arrangement. I'm not sure how long I can keep this up, but I certainly can't fly while holding Miner. Miner, where do I need to go? I can't fly like this if I even can by myself. I'm not sure how long I can last gliding either, Cat yelled to be heard over the rushing wind. Just a little bit left, Miner yelled back. Cat tried to bank gently to the left but found herself going into a spiral. Cat's instincts quickly righted her again, but now she was even more lost. Okay, that was horrible, said Cat. System, why did that happen? I'm using my wings for their intended purpose, I think, so why my instincts are so thrown off. User Cat, D.E.M.O.N.S would like to remind User Cat that User Cat's wings were potentially not valid methods of flight just moments ago and is now attempting to lift approximately double User Cat's weight. Right. I really should have thought of that, huh? Maybe all this walking has been getting to me as well. I'm missing things. Perhaps I haven't properly relaxed in some time. Miner, which way do we need to be going? Yelled Cat. Surprisingly, we seem to have ended up facing the correct way, yelled Miner. Cat nodded in response. I guess I just fly straight, or glide, I suppose. My wings are screaming at me, so hopefully I don't have to keep this up too long. I keep feeling the need to flap them slightly. I wonder what we are. Is that a wall? Panicking slightly, Kat said, Hey Miner, we got a problem wall incoming at 12 o'clock. What does that even mean? Said Miner, there is a wall and we are heading right for it, said Kat with slight panic. We're too high at the moment, we need to be lower, said Miner. And how do you propose we do that? I can't turn in circles too easily without going into a spin, and I certainly can't hover in place. I need the extra movement to keep us both in the air at all, said Kat. Can we just hold onto the wall, said Miner. Yes, let me ram face first into this wall with you in my arms, said Kat. Look, if you have a better idea let me know, said Miner. The wall was rapidly approaching. Kat and Miner were running out of time to make a decision. How much lower do we need to be, said Kat. I can't tell. I only get a sense of direction. The enchantment was never designed to work like this, I don't think, said Miner. Well, think fast, said Kat. Okay, what options do I have? Face first, turning at the last second once I fold up my wings and letting it hit my back, trying to circle around a few times, or try diving down maybe. Circling around it has to be, then even if we end up in a spiral at the very least it will slow us down a bit and I can try to correct. The others are far too risky. Kat angled left as carefully as she could, trying to avoid spinning uncontrollably as her right wing screamed in protest, her back muscles and those lining the wing threatening to rip under any increased pressure. Gritting her teeth, Kat struggled to concentrate on the gliding and looking for an entrance, but the pain in her back was building and it was getting harder and harder to keep her mind in order. Miner, you have to give me some sort of signal. I can't concentrate properly, the pain in my back is getting to me. Just tell me when I need to go straight, said Kat as she closed her eyes. They were already starting to water and the pain was making it hard to keep them open. I guess I just have to trust Miner here. Time seemed to stretch on for an eternity for Kat, and it was only slightly shorter for Miner. She was concentrating as much mana into her eyes as she could and tried to split her mind between looking for a gap in the wall that was just barely within her vision and the feeling that sat at the back of her mind that told her where to go. The pressure increased on the pair as nothing changed, but neither could afford to let their concentration slip for a moment. The air was thick with anticipation. Kat waited for Miner's signal, and Miner desperately searched for any indication that it was time. Miner's intense focus on waiting for the signal left her almost unprepared for the signal to go forward, because unlike her normally subtle hints, this one slammed into her as if an anvil had dropped on her mind from a great height. Now! Yelled Miner. Kat instantly tried to stop her spiral and direct her wings forward, but in that moment, she felt something tearing in the center of her back. Using her tail to hold Miner, she brought her right hand around to try and stabilize her wing, desperately trying to keep them heading straight. Miner's panic, however, was twofold. She could see Kat struggling with her wing in the corner of her vision, but her main concern was the rapidly approaching wall. There was no gap. No seam in the rocks, nothing but solid stone as far as her burning eyes could see. Closing her eyes and raising her hands to protect her face, the wall slowly approached. A moment passed, and when no impact happened, Miner opened her eyes only to be greeted with the ground. Kat's legs impacted the floor, throwing her to the ground with Miner, who Kat instinctively tried to raise up at the last second only to fail due to the length of her tail. Miner quickly erected a small bubble of mana in front of her to dampen the impact, but it popped almost instantly. The pair slammed into the floor and bounced a few times before coming to a stop in the corridor. In the darkness, Miner recovered first. She looked around to find Kat sprawled out beside her, blood over the floor and face against the ground. Panic gripped her heart as she stared dumbly at the girl that had quickly become her only friend. Miner slowly started to reach out a shaking hand toward Kat when she stopped. All of the blood surrounding Kat was being sucked back into her body. Pain. That was all that filled Kat's thoughts. She could tell she was in bad shape. Her back still burned from before, but now her pain was concentrated in the front. It felt like she had decided to use a sandpaper slide as a method of transportation and her knee might have shattered. Slowly, however, the burning pain in her back changed into a strange itching. Her muscles wormed their way underneath her skin, quickly reducing the pain in her back. Her knees felt like they were being compressed by a vice, crunching them down until the pain there too stopped. Slowly, Kat began to get shakily to her feet, attempting to stand shakily. For Miner's part, she watched in horror as Kat's body jerkily stood itself up, covered in still moving blood. Then the thing's eyes snapped open through the blood and a deep purple light seeped out of them, taking in the surroundings. The demonic visage in front of Miner suddenly began to cough and wheeze before turning to the side and spitting some disgusting gunk out of its mouth, then turning to Miner with a smile. Chapter 32, Demonic Regeneration. Finally, whatever that shit in my throat was, it was killing me. Kat's wounds across her body quickly closed and the remaining blood dried quickly before flacking off and falling to the floor, leaving her completely cleaned of the foul stuff. Looking at the drying spots of blood, Kat noticed something strange. Is my blood black? What does dry blood look like again? I don't think mine's the shade a healthy human body should have. Though I guess I'm neither of those things right at this moment. Looks like my outfit's in tatters as well. It hurts to see it like this, even though it should repair itself pretty quickly. Kat continued to stare at her outfit for about 10 seconds but noticed that it hadn't changed at all. System ideas? User Kat, demonic attire cannot be repaired at assumed level of power without removing and re-equipping the attire a second time. Some concentration is required, and fatigue may follow. Just great. Looking again, Kat noticed a shivering Miner. What's wrong, Miner? Asked Kat. I'm sorry, Mistress Kat, it's just that when you were recovering, it was the most horrifying thing I've ever witnessed, and I've died once already. Your wings were broken and your blood was dripping down only to slide back up into your body, and your eyes were glowing a deep purple that felt wrong somehow, like it shouldn't be allowed to exist, said Miner. It's okay, Miner, said Kat, instinctively moving in to hug the girl, but Miner flinched back. Only for a moment, but Kat's eyes easily caught the movement. Kat's arms fell to her side and wings drooped, even her tail was lying against the ground instead of hovering around her head like normal. Miner was heartbroken by the scene. It was clear to her that Kat had noticed her flinching and was actually quite upset at the idea she could be scared of her. Making up her mind instantly, she sprinted forward and jumped at Kat. The surprised demon reacted purely on instinct and caught the girl in her arms, who then proceeded to wrap every available appendage around Kat. Don't look so heartbroken, Kat. You looked really scary, bits of your face were falling off and the twitching was positively horrible. You saved me from the worst of the fall, and I only have a few bruises. I'm sorry I was scared of you, said Miner. Kat just sighed and stroked the girl's hair with her tail. I'm glad this was resolved so quickly. I don't know why it hurts so much to see her looking at me like that. I can hardly describe the feeling. It's like I'd somehow become everything I never wanted to be, and it was reflecting in her eyes. But why? Why did that bother me so much? I didn't do anything wrong? Right? Kat was unable to discern why that scene of Miner flinching bothered her so. It was only for an instant, and she even came and hugged me immediately after realizing that I'd seen her fear. I'm okay, Miner, I'm okay, said Kat. Miner looked up at Kat with tears in her eyes. No, Kat, you aren't, not really. Well, I can't lie, so I must be okay? Said Kat with a grin, trying to disentangle herself from the girl. Miner only squeezed back harder. I won't let you go unless you admit you aren't okay, or you can say it doesn't bother me at all. Miner, I really am fine. Kat started, but she could go no further. She strained to get the words out, to assure Miner that she was fine, that she wasn't bothered by it, but the words refused to come out. Kat strained against the compulsion, and Miner was surprised to see Kat's purple eyes return, but no further sound could escape Kat's mouth. Eventually Kat relaxed, eyes fading. Sighing, Kat said, I will be fine, Miner. Your second reaction really helped. I don't know why this is getting to me so much. After 30 seconds passed, Kat wondered why she hadn't heard a response from the small fox in her arms, but when she looked down she found Miner sleeping soundly. I guess it's really time for a break, huh, Miner? Thought Kat as she brushed the girl's hair back. Kat walked over to the wall and carefully slid down it. I guess I should remake my clothes quickly before I sleep. Dismissing Kat's outfit, her skin crawled. She felt exposed, not just from the lack of clothing but something else, some inherent sense of wrongness at not wearing her demonic attire, so she immediately resumed the garment. The discontent faded quickly but was replaced by a thick fog of fatigue. Huh, some fatigue might follow, you damn cheeky system. Thought Kat as she passed out collapsing against the wall with Minor in her arms. Kat woke up still groggy from sleep, waking Minor accidentally in the process. Sorry about that, Minor, said Kat. Schmilreg, said Minor, still only half awake. It was at this point Kat began to take proper stock of their surroundings and noticed something extremely odd. The walls were no longer smooth stone, and were not even carved brick, but instead they were tiled in a dazzling white. Rather strange choice of decor considering it's pitch black. There are no lights and the pure white does nothing to help this fact. Hey Minor, what's with the tiles on the walls? Asked Kat. They look strange, white tiles? Oh, hang on, said Minor, escaping from Kat's lap. She stood up and clapped her hands together loudly. Seconds passed but nothing appeared to change. What was the point in that? Asked Kat. The enchantment told me to, said Minor. You can't just use that as an excuse to go crazy, said Kat. Minor just held up her hand in a wait just a moment gesture, and it was but a moment before bright lights started to beam out of the top row of tiles. I stand corrected, it seems, there are in fact lights, and apparently the tiles themselves do help this fact. Sorry tiles, guess I owe you an apology. Kat got up as well and tried to stretch and found her muscles surprisingly stiff, especially in her back region. They twinged and ached as she tried to stretch her body. Trying on just her arms, she found that they were mostly fine, but still not quite perfect. It seems that my body isn't quite as repaired as I thought it was. I thought I was completely healed yesterday before I took a nap, but I guess not. Hey system, how good is my regeneration anyway? User Kat's regeneration does not yet have enough data for conclusive analysis. Currently believed to be limited by energy consumption. Energy, what kind of energy? I don't feel hungry yet. User Kat's requested information is classified. User Kat requires at least rank 1, well I guess that's fair then system. Hopefully I can find out more soonish because regenerating damage seems really useful. So Minor, what's the plan? Asked Kat. We continue on, of course. There is only one way forward, and while I don't recognize this place specifically, I think I might have a few guesses as to where we are, said Minor. Well, don't just leave it at that. What are the details, said Kat. I think we might be under my grandmother's house. That doesn't quite make perfect sense because I'm pretty sure we haven't been traveling long enough, but I don't know anyone else who'd be able to afford tiled walls and a secret underground passage, said Minor. Didn't you say your great-great-grandfather worked on these tunnels? Couldn't he have made the tiles, said Kat. I mean, yeah, I guess so, but then why bother tiling just this section and not the one at the castle? On top of that, from what I know of grandfather, he didn't really care for elaborate designs unless he was making something specifically to be showy, and I doubt secret tunnels are a good way to show off to your friends, said Minor. I don't know, Minor. I'd love to have an ancient network of tunnels to show off to my friends, said Kat. Well, now you do, Kat whispered Minor quietly as she started walking. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Wednesday 9:00 a.m. Day 5 of Kat's disappearance. Sylvie and Vivian sat opposite each other with a shogi board in the middle. Both of them were now wearing plain yukatas and sitting in CE's position. Lily sat off to the side, legs crossed, with a torai drum sitting next to her, beating it steadily in rhythm. Gramps' desk was now buried in paperwork, and even the floor nearby was unspared from the stacks of paper encroaching on Gramps' territory. In the corner of the room, the man there to witness to signing was tucked away with his blanket, nightcap and face mask, complemented by his blue pajamas covered in teddy bears. Gramps said something to the girls, but the sound was muffled by the papers. Knocking a bunch away from his face, he tried again. What is the latest news on Kat's whereabouts, said Gramps. The drumming stopped and Sylvie and Vivian turned to look at Lily, who was in turn looking at Gramps. My parents have assigned Kat 12 labors she needs to complete before they are willing to accept. She might, potentially, almost, not be a horrible influence on me. She has already slain a lion with her bare hands and managed to strike a deal with Lernie the Hydra for one of his heads as proof for my mother. I think she's doing something with a boar? I can't quite remember, said Lily. Right, well, how pray tell did you get the message this time, said Gramps. Heard it straight from Hermes himself, of course, said Lily. Gramps just nodded and shook his head. He had too much paperwork to do to be worrying about Kat. She could take care of herself. He did, however, hope that she would return soon. Chapter 33, Modern art is so bad it hurts. Kat and Minor walk through the now well-lit halls, but at a drastically reduced pace. Where before they were constantly jogging, the damage Kat sustained and the mana that Minor burned through meant that neither of them were keen to simply sprint ahead, even if the destination was likely so close. Despite this, Kat was putting her new muscles to work, keeping hair steps extremely regular and limiting the impact on her wings, creating a surprisingly graceful scene. Minor, on the other hand, was focusing on regenerating her mana as fast as possible. This involved turning her gaze inwards, and as such she looked a sorry sight compared to Kat. The silence was companionable though. Minor wasn't shaking, content to focus on her mana. She felt calm enough to ignore the unease she felt using the body in Major's place, despite the fact that Kat had not continued to use her calming aura after passing out. It didn't take the girls long to reach the end of the tunnel, where it expanded into a domed room with an intricate mural of tiles along the ceiling and the upper sections of the walls. The mural featured numerous scenes that also seemed to be connected by a white-haired fox with a varying number of tails. "Whoa, is this a compilation of Grandma's adventures?" mumbled Minor, mostly to herself. "It looks like it, assuming that the white-haired fox is your grandma." "Do you recognize her?" said Kat. "Well, the pictures aren't quite as detailed as I would like to figure that sort of thing out, and I haven't seen my grandma since the ritual. I'm not sure I'd recognize her even if they were perfectly detailed," said Minor. Kat took a second look at the murals but found she couldn't understand Minor's confusion. Everything looked like a perfectly renditioned version of the events, and she could even see the signs of age on the kitsune as she passed from event to event without the aid of increasing tails. "Hey Minor, you grandma put that illusion on you before, correct?" said Kat. "Yeah, why?" "Well, this mural has details to my eyes. I can see all the faces, the joy in that first picture when she is setting off on her first adventure. I can feel the joy radiating from her. And later on in the fifth scene, the sadness in her eyes as she looks at what I presume is a grave is quite impactful," said Kat. "What? Why would she hide something like that?" "I wish I could see these pictures with your eyes, Kat," said Minor. "It is rather strange. Why bother placing illusions over these murals? Or a better question, I suppose, is why make them with such detail if you're going to prevent people from looking at it?" Kat, do you think, maybe you could tell me about the murals if you don't mind?" "I don't really know anything much about her," said Minor. "Well, sure. As I said, the first one seems to be your grandma setting out on an adventure. She is wearing traveling gear with a slightly oversized backpack on and a smile on her face," said Kat. Minor nodded along with the story. "The second is what I'm guessing to be her first fight. It's made up of 3 scenes and it has your grandma trying to use magic on a wild boar but panicking and missing with the spell. After that she was charged by the boar but managed to miss being impaled but was dragged along anyway. And the final section has her using her hands to dig into its eye," said Kat, who could feel a faint pressure building in her head. "The third is your grandma meeting someone. They look to be human, I think, hard to tell because they are wearing a thick cloak and bandages, with burns on their skin, but your grandma seems so happy to see them. I can't think of whoever that is as creepy," said Kat. The heavy weight on her mind increasingly noticeable. "What is going on? I know I'm not just imagining things. Something is wrong with these murals." Kat's thoughts were cut off as she was shaken physically by Minor. "Keep going, Kat, you can't end the story now," said Minor in a panicked voice, practically begging for Kat to continue. Kat stared at Minor and was shocked at what she saw. Minor had a massive grin on her face, but there were tears dripping down her face. And her eyes, they looked like there was no life in them. Kat slammed the full weight of her calming aura into Minor. Eyes glowing purple, she reached out to grab the now collapsing kitsune, who went completely limp in her arms. "What the hell was that? Are the murals cursed or something? Why am I fine but Minor was acting out?" Slowly lower Minor to the ground. The girl didn't move at all. Only the slight movement of her chest gave Kat any indication she was alive at all. "Shit, what do I do about this?" Is she asleep because I slammed her with calming aura, or did my aura actually break? Whatever effect was on her but freeing her from it forced her to sleep? Kat looked around the room nervously, looking for anything that might help, but all she could see were the murals, and the strange patterns on the floor. Right, now the question is, do I try and wake her up or do I leave her to rest? We've just woken up, so I don't think it's exhaustion keeping her down, but what's the appropriate response to, I don't know? Mind control artwork? System help please? Information on magic of any kind is limited to at least rank 1 classification. Of course, I guess I've been getting away with too much stuff because it's more closely related to me, but because this isn't in the slightest, I guess the system won't give me much. Which is fair, I guess. It did warn me about this, but I just wish it would help. What about, system, why wasn't I affected by whatever that was? User Kat's immunity to this magical influence is unknown at this time. D.E.M.O.N.S recommends further testing. Potential suggestions include stronger mental fortitude, ability related to eye mutations, demonic nature. Okay, that actually gave me some information. So it can really depend on what type of question it is. This means the magic is probably some kind of mental thing, or it's related to visuals. That gives me something to go on. And Minor said she couldn't see them, and I don't think anything went wrong till I started describing them. Okay, I think I'm going to try to wake her up and be very careful not to mention the murals. Even just casual like I did the first time, lightly describing them. I can't be sure that wasn't when the manipulation started. Kat placed her hand over Minor's eyes so that when she started trying to wake up Minor, she had no chance to look at the murals again. Shaking the girl, she twitched and seemed to wake up. The girl started to squirm and break free of Kat's grip, but Kat pushed a small amount of calming aura over Minor while speaking. Something is wrong with the murals. I've covered your eyes for now, but I'm not sure if you're back. Can you give me a sign or something? Said Kat. What are you talking about? The last thing I remember was asking you to describe the murals to me, said Mino. Chapter 34, Modern Art is So Bad It Hurts, Part 2. Well, after I started describing them, I felt a pressure in my head but thought I was imagining things. I continued reading out another one, but then it got worse, so I stopped reading and you freaked out and tried to get me to keep telling you about the murals, but your eyes had no light in them. That's when I knew something was wrong, so I blasted you with my aura and you collapsed, said Kat. I don't remember any of that. I'm sorry, Kat. I didn't hurt you, did I? Asked Minor. No. Just the shaking before I knocked you out, said Kat. That's a relief. I'm not sure what I would have done if it turned out I hurt you, said Minor. It wouldn't have been your fault, Minor. It would have been whoever developed the enchantment on the murals. Do you think your grandma is behind this? Said Kat. I'm not sure. She does use illusions, but I don't really know enough about her to say that it was intentional, said Minor. How could something like that be unintentional? Said Kat. Well, Mino, there are some special pieces of art in the castle that I've never been allowed to look at because they can cause some serious damage if you aren't strong enough or you have a weak mind like me. Maybe the illusion placed over the mural was actually to prevent people that were weak like myself from getting hurt, but because you could see the mural anyway, it didn't work properly when you started to describe everything to me, said Minor. I thought you said you didn't know much about enchantments, said Kat. Well, I'm not sure if the paintings are enchantments per se. It's complicated and hard to study because no one would let a priceless artifact like one of those be taken apart just to find out what happened. I only know about these specifically because Mother was extremely clear that we must never look at those paintings in the castle. Apparently, she needed to display them for some reason, but she never said why. Just to stay as far away as possible, said Minor. Well, that is a little scary to hear. Trapped in a room of magical murals, and I have no idea how we are supposed to get out. At least it seems like I'm somewhat immune to the effects as long as I don't start talking about them, and even then, I certainly didn't suffer like you did, said Kat. Yeah, honestly that probably saved us. I have no way to recognize magical paintings, and if you hadn't shrugged off the effects, who knows what would have happened, said Minor. Well, the new question is, how do we get out of here? I can't see an exit anywhere, said Kat. The tunnel certainly wanted me to go into this room, but I can't feel it anymore. I guess this room isn't part of the enchantment network that has been guiding us, but hopefully this is somewhere in Grandma's house. Well, what's the plan, Miner? Any idea how to get out of this room, Miner? You'd know your grandma better than I would. Any idea how she would have hidden the exit? Asked Cat. No, but if you don't mind, can you lead me back out of the room just to confirm this is the direction we need to go? I was a little excited when the lights came on and might have missed it if the enchantment tried to steer me somewhere else. It isn't perfect, said Miner. Sure, said Cat. Cat held Miner's hand and directed her towards the exit. Cat had removed her hand from Miner's face, but the kid soon made sure to keep her eyes completely closed and tried to keep her mind off the murals by focusing on the sound of her footsteps. As soon as the pair stepped out into the hallway, the weak but ever-present indication of which way Miner needed to walk to reach her destination returned, and this time there was no mistaking that it was indicating she needed to return to the room. Cat, I wasn't wrong, we need to find the way forward in that room somehow, said Miner. Is there anything else in the room, Cat? Anything at all, said Miner. Well, the floor looks really weird, said Cat. Describe it. Broad strokes. As unspecific as you can be, just in case. Well, it's kind of a mess, lines and squiggles everywhere, nothing I recognize at all, said Cat. Is there any straight lines? Any order at all to it that you can see, said Miner. Nope, none, said Cat. That's very strange. If the floor was enchanted in some way, I'm pretty sure there would need to be at least some straight lines to make it work. See, I asked because a lot of enchantments are hidden in other things, like pieces of art or basic patterns on the walls, but as far as I know they do need some regularity, and a few straight lines are a must. I think, any enchantments Grandma has are certainly above me, but I think that rule holds true. Enchanting is like a language, so you need patterns, said Miner. Right, I understand, so the floor isn't enchanted. What's the next place she could have hidden something, said Cat. Well, Grandma can fly, I'm pretty sure. Or if she can't, it's pretty easy to jump up to the murals. I hate to ask, but can you take a closer look at them with your wings, said Miner. Cat stretched her wings carefully, feeling a twinge in her back still remained. Not really, Miner. I tore something in my back or wing. I'm not quite sure where the line is drawn, but anyway, I damaged it before the landing, and it hasn't completely healed. It's already much better than when we went to sleep. In fact, I haven't been as careful as when walking, and I didn't notice at all, so maybe if we waited, I could try, but for now at least that option is limited to us, said Cat. Your eyes are really good, right? Or can they just see in the dark? Asked Miner. They seem to have been improved a bunch, but it's hard to tell a lot of the time, said Cat. Well, I'm thinking, you know how they glow occasionally? Asked Miner. No? My eyes glow? Said Cat. Yes, I'm not sure why they do, but they can at least. They're purple when they glow, but I was thinking that if they light up like that, you can probably try and use the same technique I do to push mana into your eyes. If they glow occasionally already, it should be hard to damage them like most people, said Miner. I don't think I have any mana, said Cat. Oh right, you're a demon. Well, you certainly have something. We call it demonic energy, just force that to your eyes or something, said Miner. Cat shrugged towards Miner, then realized she couldn't see her response. I guess I'll see what I can do, said Cat. Channel energy into my eyes. The easiest thing I can think of is to try and push my calming aura into my eyes. It probably isn't demonic energy, but it's the main power I have control over, so let's try it. Cat summoned her calming aura, but instead of allowing it to flow outwards, she concentrated it on herself. Pushing it towards her eyes, she felt only a slight resistance before her vision expanded and she felt like she could see everything. The grains of the stone, the wear on the tiles, the dust that had barely accumulated despite the room seemingly being abandoned, the secrets of the world almost seemed like they'd opened up to her. Cat's mind was adrift in the detail. It was simply too much for a human mind to take in, and Cat wasn't able to properly process everything she was seeing. Suddenly Cat felt a push on her side and her concentration broke. Her eyesight returned to normal and she looked curiously at Miner, who still had her eyes closed. What's up, Miner? I didn't spend that much time looking, said Cat. Cat, I don't know how to tell you this, But you haven't moved in about 15 minutes. I was getting worried, so I thought, if something had gone wrong maybe a little push could fix it, said Minor. Curses, I hadn't noticed at all. It felt like an instant to me, or perhaps an eternity. It was too much for me to concentrate on. If there is something in the room I need to be more careful and not just shove all my power into my eyes, said Cat. Okay, just be careful, Cat, please, said Minor. Of course. How about this, if I don't say anything for 5 minutes push me again, said Cat. Okay, said Minor. Cat once again tried to force her aura into her eyes, however this time rather than trying to shove her aura into her eyes like an overstuffed suitcase she tried to pour it into them instead. Initially there was no reaction, but as she kept imaging herself pouring her power into her eyes the details slowly started to sharpen. Glancing carefully over the room, Cat noticed that just at the back of the room underneath the first section of the mural the one of the tiles had the slightest discoloring to it in the center. Minor, I think I've found it, said Cat as she walked over to the tile in question. Placing her finger gently on the discolored section she felt a click and heard a rumble coming from behind her. Turning around she noticed that the top of the room had disappeared, and a platform was dropping down seemingly by itself, coming to rest in the middle of the room. Minor, I've definitely got our way out. A platform just dropped into the center of the room. You think it's safe to hop onto? Asked Cat. Yes, I think so. It's probably a levitation platform. They aren't very common because they are ludicrously expensive to run monocrystal wise, and it only gets worse the longer the distance they need to float, so most people still use stairs, said Minor. The girls carefully walked over to the disc and placed their feet onto it. As soon as both of them were firmly planted on the disc it started to rise slowly up towards the ceiling. Chapter 35, Meeting Estranged Family Members is a Dangerous Pastime. As the platform rose up, Cat questioned Minor. So what can we expect from your grandma? Well, I haven't really seen her since the ritual. She had to be around to place that illusion on Major, but I don't really remember that. I more so have the memory of Major remembering that. If you follow? From what other people have told me, she is really adventurous but hates tedious things. She also gets sidetracked somewhat easily unless she decides to focus intently on something, in which case there is no hope of getting her attention. That's probably how the murals down in the room below were made. She probably worked on it non-stop and that caused it to shift into a masterwork artifact, said Minor. Okay. Where are we likely to come out? Said Cat. Well, probably near the entrance hall, I'd guess, but then again it depends if this is supposed to be a secret from everyone or just the standard riffraff trying to visit her, said Minor. Cat nodded at Minor. The platform was extremely slow in its movements, which helped keep Minor calm, but for Cat it was slightly irritating to see it slowly inching upwards. I know these platforms are horribly inefficient, but are they even good for anything? I could run up a flight of stairs faster than this. After a full 5 minutes Cat's head poked into the room that housed the elevator and she was quite confused. Looking around, the room was filled with a random assortment of items simply thrown in the room with seemingly little care, and everything was covered in a thick layer of dust. So thick that Cat was concerned about breathing in the air in the room, and Minor was already coughing. Swiftly grabbing Minor under her arms and wading through the junk towards the door, she burst out into fresh mountain air. Slamming the door behind them, Cat breathed in deeply while Minor kept coughing, trying to get all the dust out of her lungs. What the hell was that? There was so much dust in that room, I have to wonder if it wasn't some kind of trap, said Cat. I agree, Minor managed to get out between hacking coughs. Taking a moment to finally expel the last of the dust in their lungs, Cat and Minor started to take a look at the scenery. They appeared to be in a mountainous region and could see the cliffs surrounding the clearing they were in all directions except forward, where they saw a large single-story house that expanded far off in either direction and presumably into the horizon as well. In the more immediate surroundings was an intricately cared for garden with a small river flowing through the center. There were all sorts of plants Cat had never seen, ranging from small purple flowers that looked a bit like dandelions to monstrously sized bamboo stalks in small groups of about 3 scattered around the garden. Well, I guess it's time, Minor. Let's go meet your grandma, said Cat. Minor nodded and made to follow behind Cat, but as soon as they stepped onto the cobblestone path in front of them, ice shot up from the ground and encapsulated them completely, leaving only their eyes and nose exposed. Well, at least this isn't cold for whatever reason, thought Cat as she re-examined her surroundings. Looking over, Cat found Minor in a similar state. So, do we just wait here till this ice melts? Or should we expect Minor's grandma to show up? And I mean, this does have to be Minor's grandma's house, right? Why else would that mural be here? But at the same time, why would you have it under a storage shed, and one that isn't even maintained properly? I guess all that's left is to wait for someone to show up. When the hell did she get here? Cat's eye widened at the woman now standing between her and Minor, panicking for just a moment before calming down completely. If Shizuka and Chiharu could be said to look similar, then Chiharu and this lady were practically the same person down to the shade of hair. If someone had at this moment told Cat that the queen stood before her, she would find nothing amiss, except for the 2 extra tails that adorned this new arrival's back. Now, what shall I do with you thieves? I suppose I've been a bit lenient in the past if you still had the gall to show up and try to steal from me. A little fox and a demon, I suppose you summoned something to help you carry off more of my valuables. Shame you got one with such scrawny arms. Little shits the lot of them. Why, I'm tempted to kill you both right here. Well, anything to say for yourselves? Said the woman. Say anything. What nonsense are you spouting? You have our mouths frozen shut, thought Cat with wide eyes. Minor was even more panicked, tears in her eyes, struggling to move at all. Well, you both sure are quiet, aren't you? What fox got your tongue? Laughed the lady as if it was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. Ah, maybe killing you would be too boring. It's not every day a demon tries to steal from me, so points for creativity perhaps? Strange that you look like a succubus. I'd not known your kind enjoyed thievery, though I suppose you likely thought yourself appropriately skilled in illusions or shadow magic anyway, said the lady. Cat tried to push her calming aura onto Minor, but trying to curve it around the crazy lady in between them. Evidently Cat failed in this because the woman spoke up again. What sort of tricks are you trying to pull, demon? You have a strange aura, but not one strong enough to affect me. Did you think you could use it to scare me perhaps? Maybe try and break out of the ice first, darling, and I'll take you seriously. She said with a grin. Okay, why doesn't she recognize Minor? This has to be her grandma. The resemblances is just too much for this to be someone else. What is going on here? Okay, since I'm feeling generous, I'm going to melt the ice around your mouths. I'd like you to give me one reason each why I shouldn't kill the kid soon. The demon dies and gets banished either way, but I think it's only fair I give you both a chance to speak, said the woman. Okay then, we need to think about this carefully. What can I say to convince her we aren't thieves? Hopefully she knows demons can't lie, so that whatever I say will add weight to it. We just need to think for a moment, and Cat's thoughts were interrupted by Minor beginning to speak. We are just here to see my grandma, said Minor in between sniffles. Bah, you think I'm going to take pity on you because you're crying? Think my memory's so bad I don't remember the faces of my grandchildren, said the woman. I have no doubt contained within me that you are Shizuka's grandmother, said Cat. The woman whipped around to face Cat and swung her hand, tearing through the ice, catching Cat around the neck and lifting her up with one hand. Oh, think you can get around me with a little wordplay, do you? Seems like you have true sight as well, quite rare in a demon like yourself, but not the most surprising, said the woman. Come on, nothing else to say, dear? No more misleading statements to try and twist the truth to suit your convenience, said the woman. Cat struggled in the lady's grip, flapping her wings to try and prevent some of the damage being done to her throat. Forcing air up into her mouth to struggle out a further replay, Cat managed to point towards Minor and say, she is your granddaughter. The lady threw Cat lightly away onto the floor as she laughed. Ha, I see some setup has gone into this joke of yours, so I'll give you one more chance to speak, demon, then I'll rip your heart out myself. Shit, okay. What can I possibly say to get her to believe me? I'm pretty sure getting my heart ripped out isn't going to be good for my health. My name is Cat. I refer to my companion as Minor. She is the daughter of Queen Chiharu Maimori. And Minor is the princess, said Cat, clearly her throat already healed from the damage it sustained. The woman took a step back in shock. Her eyes whipping from Cat to Minor and back again, showing no signs of stopping. After 30 seconds of this, her eyes settled on Cat again. My granddaughter doesn't have red fur, it's impossible, it can't be done. But her voice was shaking. She had sensed something was very wrong with these thieves and knew that demons must speak the truth. Currently Haruka is in control, though she no longer enjoys that name. Something happened to Shizuru temporarily, we hope, and Minor has been in control ever since, said Cat. The woman vanished and reappeared behind Minor, smashing the ice around her and pulling her into a hug as she began to cry. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, whispered over and over again as she hugged the crying form of Minor. Cat walked over towards them and slowly extended her calming aura over both of them. The woman glared at Cat sharply when the aura touched her, but quickly turned away after she felt the effects. She sat there stroking Minor's hair for a long time, crying and muttering that she was sorry, until Minor spoke up. It's okay, Grandma, I don't blame you for what happened, said Minor. I was a fool. How could I ask you to trade your life for Shizuru's? I'm a failure of a grandmother. I should have saved you both. I shouldn't have pushed that choice on you, said Grandmama Imari. Grandma, I'm still here. Shizuru was always the one in control. Something happened, but we can explain that later. I'm still here, it's okay, you did save us both, said Minor as she stared at Cat, begging her to increase the power of her aura with her eyes, and she complied. Chapter 36, Letting estranged family members apologize is less dangerous but equally unnerving after some more crying. A lot more crying. Cat was now standing in front of Minor's grandma, who was in dojo with her face firmly planted on the ground. I apologize for attacking you after you got my granddaughter here safely. I still don't trust you, but I do apologize for freezing you in ice. And choking you. And throwing you across the garden. Grandma Cat's really nice. Apologize properly, said Minor. She's still just a demon. You can't trust them, said Grandmama Imari. Cat's different, said Minor. Prove it, yelled Grandma back with her face still on the floor. Before Minor could retort again, Cat spoke up instead. I would protect Minor with my life if the situation called for it, regardless of the contract that exists between us. See, can you repeat that, said Grandmama Imari. No, you heard me perfectly fine the first time, said Cat. Damn it, if only I didn't know how your truth compulsion works, I'd call you out on being a lying, manipulative traitor. But, I do know how it works, and that was way too specific and certain for me to complain, said Grandmama Imari. I still don't like you though. Well, anyway, Cat, why did you say that Grandma looks like Mom? She isn't that old, said Minor. What is she talking about? They look exactly the same. Illusions? It's more illusions, isn't it? I'm really getting sick of them, to be honest. She probably has an illusion on, Minor. To my eyes she looks identical to your mother. In fact, if she didn't have the extra tails and wasn't trying to kill me, I'd believe they were the same person, no hesitation. Though I guess your mother has a much better personality. I can hear you, demon, said Grandmama Imari. Yeah, that makes sense, Cat. So many illusions, they really haven't helped us much, have they, said Minor, ignoring her grandma entirely. Grandmama Imari stood up and said, well, now that that has been dealt with, granddaughter, would you come with me to discuss what's going on? I'll make some tea for you. Sure, let's go inside, Cat. We have quite a few things to go over, said Minor. Grandmama Imari's left eye twitched at this, but she decided not to contradict Minor, as much as it pained the old woman to admit her granddaughter problem trusted this demon more than her. Grandmama Imari led them through a number of hallways, stopping briefly to pick out a tea set from one of the cupboards and bringing it with her until they entered a small sitting room with a view of the valley below the mountain. Taking a seat on the far side of the table, Cat sat across from her, and much to Grandmama Imari's dismay, Minor chose to sit next to Cat, but she made no further comment. So, my dear, can you explain what exactly is going on with all this? Asked Grandma. Well, where do you want to start? Why I'm here, or why I'm in control? Asked Minor. Said Grandmama Imari, genuinely stumped. Whatever you want to start with, I suppose. Well, I'll go through why we're here quick. Beast King wants to marry Shizuka. Major took offense to that, and to avoid pressuring us with war, Mom summoned a demon to guide us to your house because she needed someone trustworthy and strong to keep me safe. That didn't work for her, so she could beat the truth magic, said Minor. Ha, that daughter of mine never listened home when I said demons aren't to be trusted. Of course she summoned one for such an important job, the fool, said Grandmama Imari. Hey, I'd probably be an incoherent mess without Cat's help. Not to mention I'd never have made it through the tunnel, said Minor. Oh, and pray tell how this demon saved you from that fate. I suppose her wings were handy for the last section of the tunnels, but there are better ways, I'm sure. Cat has a calming aura, and I needed that many times to stabilize myself to stop me from ending up in Major's position or worse, said Minor. Okay, but can you explain this whole Major Minor thing to me, said Grandmama Imari. Well, that spell you used didn't quite work properly back then because Shizuru wanted to keep me around, and while she did succeed, she stole most of my personality. Which admittedly was whining about things, but a big thing was that I had a hang-up involving my appearance. Anyway, Major, that's what I call what became of Shizuru, was complaining to Cat that she didn't look anything like Mom, and well, you know, said Minor. True sight, said Grandmama Imari with a grimace. Yup, and that caused Major to remember everything, and it maybe sort of broke her mind more than a little bit, said Minor. So it is this demon's fault, said Grandmama Imari. Stop blaming Cat, yelled Minor. Something like this was always going to happen. I can feel her repairing herself, and I don't even want to be here, said Minor. What? What do you mean by that, said Grandmama Imari worriedly. Existing with a body and everything is horribly unnatural to me. That's why Cat needed to use her calming aura on my most of the time. I'm what's left of Haruka, but that isn't much, and I was basically tapped in Major's head for over a decade. That brought a certain amount of peace, and while I am thankful to speak, I don't enjoy having a body. Ideally I can learn the duplication technique so that I have a body occasionally, but I'm more than happy for Major to take over again, said Minor. I see. Well, granddaughter, we have much to talk about. But first we should dismiss this demon, said Grandmama Imari. No, why do you keep doing this? Cat hasn't done anything wrong, said Minor. Yes, and while I want her gone regardless now that she has delivered you here, I assume her contract is up. You probably have to dismiss her personally, but you cannot keep a demon around for too long. There are consequences to that. You will be required to pay for their continued presence in some way, said Grandmama Imari. Cat isn't like that. She wouldn't hurt me, said Minor. Perhaps not, but I'm not sure. Cat, you said, has a choice in the matter, said Grandmama Imari. Perhaps was all Cat said. This system already said I'm not allowed to talk about it, so I'm pretty sure this is already pushing the limit. I will allow you one thing, my granddaughter. You may ask Cat for a beacon to allow you to summon specifically her, if, and only if you really need her in the future, said Grandmama Imari. System, what is she on about? A beacon is a method for individuals to be specifically called for when selecting a summoning target. Right, and how do I make one? User Cat cannot truly make a beacon before final awakening. However, on account of the rewards given by Summoner Chiharu, User Cat's closeness to fully awakening, and User Cat's thoughts on individual classified as minor, Shizuka, D.E.M.O.N.S will assist in making a one-time use beacon. User Cat will need to remake it at a future time if necessary. Please picture User Cat's sigil. What? Okay, what do I want for my beacon? What do I want to represent me? Something like a coat of arms? I'm just not sure what I should do. There are so many things, and you are just putting me on the spot? Do I have to do this right now? Cat, please, can you give me a beacon? I promise to take care of it and summon you in the future, said Minor, staring at Cat with eyes not dissimilar to Sylvie's when she wants something. Right now then, I suppose. Chapter 37, My Kingdom for Rug Actually System? Is it possible for me to just make a sigil at a later time? You said this wasn't a true beacon, so can I just have something as a placeholder? That is a valid option for User Cat, as it is correct that you only need a sigil for a true beacon. However, it is recommended that User Cat's false beacon still contain at least some representation of User Cat. Okay, I think I can work with that. Creating a sigil should be something I do after thinking about it for a while. It seemed like my sigil will follow me for the rest of my demon. Are you willing to give my granddaughter a beacon? I'm more than happy for you to leave right now, said Grandmama Imari. Cat, don't listen to her, you can stay as long as you want, said Miner. No, it's fine, Miner, it's just that I am unable to create a true beacon. I can make a weak version that you can only use once, if that is acceptable. If you summon after some time has passed, I will hopefully be able to provide you a real one, said Cat. That's fine, whatever it takes to summon you again is fine, said Miner. Fool, said Grandmama Imari, pressing her aura into Miner. Cat tried to push her aura against Grandmama Imari to give Miner some room to breathe, but her attempts were for naught. Don't you ever say something like that to a demon. You are lucky I can't see the chains of contract binding right now, else I'd be sorely tempted to kill you myself. Never ever promise anything to a demon. If they accept your offer, it can be just as binding as an official contract, said Grandmama Imari. Leave her alone, said Cat, eyes glowing and aura pushed still ineffectually against Grandmama Imari. She doesn't know any better, she's just a girl. She doesn't need you putting such fear into her, finished Cat. At this point Miner was trembling, eyes starting to roll back up into her head before Grandmama Imari dropped the aura and let Cat's crash into Miner. She deserves that and worse, you fiend. A promise like that could put the whole realm at risk. I don't care how much she trusts you, that sort of power should never be given to anyone, least of all a demon, said Grandmama Imari. How can you do this to her? She might look like a young adult, but remember, Miner has been unable to talk to anyone for years. Plus nobody ever told her the dangers of demon summoning. How was she supposed to know, said Cat. Heck, I didn't even know, so I can just accept things people promise me and force them into it? Is that a thing I can actually do? Grandmama Imari clicked her tongue, clearly unhappy with the development but willing to somewhat concede Cat's point. It was just a bit of killing intent, nothing to worry about. Much more standard than your strange Kamora. That isn't how these things are supposed to work, said Grandmama Imari, trying to shift the conversation away. You know what, give my granddaughter the beacon and I'll even let you ask for a gift, a bit of extra payment, if you leave afterwards. Is that a deal? Said Grandmama Imari. I don't need anything extra, I'm happy to give her the beacon regardless, said Cat. I said, a beacon, extra payment, then you leave, said Grandmama Imari, pressing her aura into Cat. Fine, if this is how it's going to be, have it your way. System, how easy is it for Miner to summon me if she has my beacon? Individual Miner, Shizuka, may summon user Cat by concentrating a moderate amount of mana into the beacon without any need for supplementary materials. Do note, however, that if no payment is given to summon user Cat, it will not count as user Cat's weekly summon quota, and if summoned regularly, user Cat might be required to compensate D.E.M.O.N.S. Okay, so I'll just give Miner the beacon, and worst comes to worst, she can summon me somewhat soonish with basically nothing, as long as it doesn't happen too often. So what do I want my temporary beacon to be? Have you had enough time to think on my offer? What gift do you wish for, said Grandmama Imari, glaring at Cat already. System, make it a glass copy of the spade on my tail. That's good enough for now, I don't have time to think about it. Understood, user Cat, please hold out your hand and face individual Miner, Shizuka. Cat followed the instructions, and in her hand a glass spade tip manifested in her hand with a faint purple glow inside of it. Gently handing the false beacon to Miner, Cat turned to face Grandmama Imari again and said, I'll take the best rug you are willing to give me. A rug? Said Grandmama Imari. She was extremely confused at this answer. Grandmama Imari was under the impression Cat's moments of staring off into space was Cat thinking of ways to extort her for an extravagant gift. Now she didn't rightly know what to think. Why in Everfrost's name would you want a rug of all things? Asked Grandmama Imari. Gramps collects rugs and I need to apologize for being away so long without telling him, said Cat. Why would your grandfather want a rug as an apology gift? Said Grandmama Imari. Oh no, please don't misunderstand, Gramps isn't my grandfather at all. And as for why a rug, well, he collects rugs, you should see his office, it's covered in them, said Cat. Grandmama Imari looked at Kat like she was speaking in tongues. If he isn't your grandfather, then why in the name of Everfrost do you need to apologize to him instead of your parents, you unfilial child, said Grandmama Imari. My parents are dead. I grew up in an orphanage and Gramps runs the place, said Kat. Grandmama Imari put her hands on her temples and rubbed them vigorously. She desperately wanted to leave the issue there, but each answer of Kat's only served to confuse her more. Demons have orphanages? Asked Grandmama Imari, scared of the answer. I have no idea, said Kat. Grandmama Imari stood up and walked towards the door. I give up, I don't even want to know. Follow me, I suppose. I have some rugs somewhere, I'm sure, and I don't even, said Grandmama Imari, trailing off into a mutter towards the end. Miner and Kat got up to follow her, and as they were walking, Miner spoke up. This beacon is really pretty, Kat. Thanks for giving it to me. I'll take good care of it until you can give me the real one, said Miner. No problem, Miner, no problem at all, said Kat. Well, one problem. Grandmama Imari, but I mean, who's counting? It's going to be strange with you leaving, Kat. I'm thankful that you brought me here and all, and it's nice to see Grandma again, but, even though I've been awake, I guess, for a long time, you will always be the first person I ever talk to, and all Grandma's grumblings won't change that, said Miner. Thanks, Miner, that means a lot, said Kat, as Miner and Kat continued to follow Grandmama Imari. Miner was focused on the beacon in her hands, before she turned over her left hand and slowly pressed the beacon into it. Kat was facing forward, making sure to keep up with Grandmama Imari, and missed what was going on. Grandmama Imari as well was quite lax in her observation of her granddaughter, as she was still trying to puzzle out what scheme Kat was pulling with her strange answers. Kat's beacon sunk into Miner's hand, leaving behind a large tattoo of a spade. After this, Miner quickly hid her hands in her sleeves to avoid anyone noticing. Several twists and turns later through the house, they came upon a room full of chests. They were simple in design, just large wooden rectangles with iron bandings on the sides. The room was small, and yet it still had 3 large chests against each of the walls except the one with the door. These looked more like treasure chests than rug chests. Though I guess, considering Gramps' thoughts on the matter, perhaps they are. Chapter 38. The real treasure was the rugs we found along the way. I believe the 3 on the right might have some rugs. I have no love for any of them really, so I suppose I will stick to my word. Please take you pick, said Grandmama Imari. What kind of rugs are in each chest, said Kat. No idea. I've received a number of gifts over the years that I care not for, but I do keep them around most of the time just in case somebody decides to make a big deal out of it. This room is where I keep the tapestries, the rugs. I think one chest has particularly ill-fitting clothing articles that aren't even close to being correct, said Grandmama Imari. Is that something I'd prefer, I wonder? So many gifts that I need multiple rooms to store them all. It really is a bit excessive, but if she was the queen at one point, maybe this is relatively few things. Kat didn't respond out loud to that and simply opened the 3 chests Grandmama Imari had indicated. The rugs Kat found were all well made, though the designs were often questionable. Everything for extremely intricately woven rugs depicting one of Grandmama Imari's adventuring achievements to a simple well-made rug with a checkered patterning on it. Kat carefully lifted each rug out of the box, examined it for a moment, then refolded it and put it to the side if she was uninterested. Miner sat on one of the nearby chests watching Kat go through each rug, occasionally offering nods of approval, but it seemed her mind was elsewhere. Grandmama Imari on the other hand just stood menacingly in the corner, eyes strained on Kat, as if she was certain Kat was just waiting for a chance to sneak off and rob her blind, but her eyes would occasionally drift over to Miner and soften before snapping back to Kat. In the end, it was 4 rugs that stood out to Kat the most. The first was the previously mentioned checkered rug. It was well made and consisted of alternating red and black squares. It was a simple rug but well made, perhaps the best made rug in the chest if you ignored the lack of a more detailed design. The second rug had 2 foxes growling at each other from either side of an artistic rendition of a chasm. The foxes were very intricately woven, and the individual pieces of fur could be seen stitched into the rug. At the same time, though, the rest of the rug seemed to be stitched poorly and was just barely passable. Finally, the rug was actually really small, just barely 50 centimeters across, which made the poor stitching on the rug even less excusable considering all the others were at least a meter long on their shortest side. The third rug was a garish mess of clashing colors and shapes. There was seemingly no rhyme or reason involved in how they had chosen to arrange the colors on the rug, and it seemed more like someone was showing off the variety of dyes that they had on offer rather than attempting to make a rug that was even vaguely appealing to human eyes. Or D.E.M.O.N. Or Kitsune. The reason it was still in the pile for consideration was that as much as Kat may dislike it, if Gramps were here he'd take that one in a heartbeat. Even still, that was on the rug Kat was almost certain to choose. The final rug, the fourth one, was a strange piece. It was a square rug that had a number of foxtails arrayed out from the center like flower petals, alternating colors red and blue. Sadly, it was not the soft blue of Major and the Queen, it was a dark, murky sort of blue, didn't quite look clean. This contrasted with the red, which was so bright Kat nearly needed eyewear on, it shone almost as if it was backlit by something. Finally, the rest of the rug was a simple black, which would have been fine if it wasn't so uncomfortably close to the blue. I think the one with the alternating tails has to be the one. It isn't Gramps' pick, but this is my gift, and I do much prefer this one. Plus it has some meaning. I can remember the tails of Minor and Major, and I mean sure the colors are unbelievably wrong, but at the same time Gramps did always prefer those sorts of rugs that were at least a little crazy. He always liked to find the weirdest ones and put them in a very visible spot in the office. What do you think of this one with the tails, Minor? I'm thinking of choosing this one, said Kat. It looks, nice. Yeah, looks nice, Kat said Minor with a slight grimace on her face. It looks horrible. I'm surprised I even kept such an ugly thing in my storage, though there were worse ones in there. I wonder what my younger self was thinking sometimes, said Grandma Imari. Grandma, don't be rude, Minor hissed. No, your grandma is completely correct, but that is fine. Gramps loves the stranger rugs, and this one has a little bit of meaning because the colors, while being extremely off, are still blue and red like Major and Minor, said Kat. Minor grimaced at Kat's agreement, but then her face morphed into a real smile when she mentioned the other reason she chose the rug. HMPH. Well, now that you have you, reward, Minor, it's time to dismiss your demons, said Grandmama Imari. Do I really need to, Grandma? Can't Kat stay the night or something? Said Minor. No, even if I was willing to have a demon in my home, I am not willing to pay the price should she be forced to stay once the contract has been completed, said Grandmama Imari. Well, it's not complete until I say so. That was the condition. I have to dismiss Kat once I'm safe, said Minor. Indeed, and you are safe. You are trying to abuse a technicality, Minor, and trust me when I say that demons would never leave such a technicality in the contract if they weren't prepared to abuse it. They are the ones to get off on technicalities, not us, said Grandmama Imari. Grandma, if you say one more thing against Kat, I'm leaving, said Minor. You wouldn't dare, said Grandmama Imari. I would too. Kat has helped me all the way here, being nothing but courteous to you even after you attacked us, and then you have constantly been giving her snide comments the whole time. I get it, Grandma, you don't like demons, whatever. I trust Kat, I really do, and I won't let you keep bad-mouthing her when she hasn't even done anything wrong, said Minor. Fine then. She still needs to leave. But, I promise that I will help you summon her again. Not until you've gone at least a month away from her influence. Once I'm assured that you aren't being manipulated, then summon her all you want. But my point still stands, said Grandmama Imari. Minor looked like she wanted to continue to argue the point, but Grandmama Imari glared at her hard. Minor stuck her tongue out at Grandmama Imari before walking over to Kat and speaking. You can stand up for yourself, you know, Kat. I don't mind if you say nasty things about Grandma, that's all she has done to you, they're just words, Minor. Her words truly do not matter to me because she has neither my respect or my affection. Perhaps she is right about the other demons, I've not met many, but clearly, she has some issue greater than just demons are bad. I think that something happened in her past. I don't remember seeing any demons on the mural, but she is simply dismissing all the evidence to the contrary, and her adorable granddaughter is telling her how great I am, said Kat. Minor pouted and looked up at Cat with exaggerated sadness. Yes, like that, perfect recreation, Minor. How can anyone withstand the power in that gaze, said Cat. This seemed to only intensify Minor's pouting, but it just continued to reinforce Cat's point, so she wasn't too fazed. Cat then turned to face Grandmama Imari with a sly grin on her face. But I will say, Grandma, promising to help summon me, I could turn that into a contract, couldn't I? Wasn't it you who said not to make promises to demons? Said Cat. Grandmama Imari had the decency to look somewhat taken aback but replied, I was making a promise to my granddaughter, not you. There was no risk involved, right? But isn't it also you who said that demons are the masters of exploiting technicalities? I mean, it was a promise to help summon me. That's a dangerous level of commitment, right? Said Cat. Get out of my sight, fiend, before I banish you myself. I can assure you the process won't be pleasant, said Grandmama Imari. Well, Minor, you had the lady time to send me back, said Cat. I really hope this works. Mumbled Minor. What do you mean? Asked Cat. Well, I mean, the wording was that Shizuka had to dismiss you, so I've been worried that it won't work. Said Minor. Minor, you told me yourself. You're as much Shizuka as Major is. Besides, just say the words, and when it works you will have your answer, said Cat. Okay, said Minor with tears starting to form at the corner of her eyes. I, Shizuka Imari, declare that I am safe, and that Cat's contract has been fulfilled. A blazing circle appeared below Cat, the smell of fire and ash was thick in the air. See, Minor, nothing to worry about, thank you for having me, said Cat as she bowed towards the crying girl. See you soon. Minor, said Cat as she vanished. Chapter 39. Back in black, colorful fire surrounded Cat as she drifted through the summoning spell. Cat breathed deeply and exhaled, dispelling a weight she hadn't known she was carrying. Perhaps this is the best part about the summonings, the beautiful fire, the satisfaction of a job well done. The relaxation. Cat yawned. I guess I'm more tired than I thought I was. I don't think I've been awake long, but I suppose the last few days have been rather intense, especially meeting Minor's grandma. I sure hope next time I get summoned she isn't going to try chalking me. Not an experience that I want to repeat anytime soon, but I guess there was no lasting damage. Cat was able to take a few additional moments to appreciate the surroundings before she was deposited into the center of her room. Stifling another, Cat glanced at her door. I should really let people know I'm back, I suppose. Reaching for the door, Cat took a slight glance out of the window and noticed the sky was full of stars. Wait, what? Why is it so bright in here? Oh, right, the eyes, so it's actually the middle of the night, huh? Thought Cat as she turned around to face the bed. Cat dropped Gramps' new rug at the foot of her bed before getting on top of the bed and planting her face in the pillows. Cat had just one thought before she drifted off. A shower can wait. If everything is dirty in the morning, I can deal with it then. Meanwhile, downstairs, Thursday 9:00 a.m. Day 6 of Cat's disappearance, papers fill the room. All that can be seen of the witness is the pom-pom on the end of his nightcap and the occasional glimpse of his face when he breathes and shifts some of the paper in the room. Gramps sits atop a pile of papers. The chair had disappeared into the paper abyss some time ago. The last bastion against the encroaching paper apocalypse was a space in the middle left of the room where three girls sat around a card table playing poker. Why are you playing a game like poker at a time like this? Said Gramps as he read through paper after paper. Why are you using paper instead of a computer when you have so many files to read through and store? Said Vivian. Touché, said Gramps. Well, anyway, we are playing for huge stakes at the moment, so I need my full concentration, said Vivian. Is it really appropriate to be gambling with large sums of money against children, Vivian? I didn't expect this kind of behavior from you, said Gramps. Money? What money? Said Vivian as she reached into the pile of paper to reveal a large cooler. This thing showed up on my doorstep addressed to my roommate, but she didn't want it, so I brought it along. Pulling open the lid, inside was tightly packed with exceptionally large cuts of meat. That is massive. I'm not sure I've ever seen so much steak, said Gramps. Wait, Vivian, the winner gets the steak? I thought we were giving it to the loser. Shit, I was trying to win, said Lily. You can give it to Gramps if you win like I'm planning, Lily. Don't worry about it, said Sylvie. Well, moving on from that I suppose, what fantastic journey is Cat on today? Asked Gramps. Oh, she's passed out on her bed at the moment, said Lily with a shrug, turning back to the card game. Wait, what? Said Gramps. We should get her down here to sign those papers, but then we would have to wake up the guy in the corner and he looks so peaceful, said Vivian. Gramps' vision shifted to the stack of papers containing the witness. I suppose so, but if we get these papers signed today, he can sleep all day tomorrow with no concerns, said Gramps. The three girls nodded at this wisdom, as if this reasoning had not occurred to them, which for two of the three was true. I'll go get Cat then, said Silvio, and I win. Royal flush. Gramps, you own the meat. Sylvie then proceeded to swim through the papers and out the door off to find Cat. Cat felt something press into her side. Cracking her eye open, she saw that Sylvie was poking her repeatedly while staring at her wings. What's up, Sylvie, said Cat. It's time to sign the papers, Cat, said Sylvie. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sleep so long. What time is it, said Cat. Around 11 a.m., said Sylvie, stepping back to give Cat room to get off the bed. Cat examined herself and found her demonic attire in perfect order. Nice, my clothes aren't wrinkled from sleeping in them, so I should be presentable already. The only issue is the wings. Reaching down to the foot of her bed, Cat picked up Gramps' rug and draped it over her shoulders to cover her wings. The rug sat oddly, clearly held up by her wings, but if no one looked too closely it was probably fine. Wrapping her tail around her midsection, she headed for the door. Oh, Sylvie, you can quietly mention my wings to Vivian if you want, but don't mention it to Gramps. I'll tell him afterwards, said Cat. What about Lily? Asked Sylvie as they left through the door. Oh, is she here as well? That's fine, you can tell her as well, said Cat. The two girls made their way through the hallways of the orphanage without being wall-eyed and made it to Gramps' room. Cat opened the door slowly, unsure of how to approach everyone, but Sylvie just scooted between her legs and went straight over to Vivian and Lily before gesturing for Cat to do the same. Gramps turned to face Cat and was surprised to see the rug she was carrying. So the Peruvian rug story was true after all, who would have thought, said Gramps. Peruvian rug story? Never mind, I'll just set everything straight after the witness leaves. It's a long story, Gramps. I'll tell you all about it once the papers are signed and everyone settled down is at a poker table. Said Cat. Yup, we were playing for a cooler full of steak and Sylvie won, and then donated it to the orphanage. Makes my heart proud, so young and already so willing to help others, said Vivian, wiping away an non-existent tear. Right. And, where is the witness? I'm happy to sign the papers with you now, Vivian, but I don't see him, said Cat. I think he's in the right corner under a few papers, said Vivian. I guess I should wake him up, huh? Said Gramps. Walking over to the snoozing man, Gramps knocked him lightly on the head. The man jumped up, papers flying everywhere, eyes flicking around the room before landing on Cat. Ah, I suppose I have to do my job now, said the witness, yawning. Well, I witnessed this, something, wake me up when I need to sign stuff, before promptly wrapping himself back up in blankets. Can he just do that, said Cat. Sure, I guess. Especially for something like this that's more of a formality. You and Sylvie are moving more than 15 minutes down the road and you'll both be able to come over and visit whenever you want, which is actually pretty unusual for this orphanage. The paperwork still needs to be filled out anyway, but I'm not too worried about you three, said Gramps. Gramps reached into the piles of papers surrounding him and brought out 2 stacks of forms before clearing away some space. Offering a pen to Cat and Sylvie, Gramps gestured at the forms that Vivian had signed earlier. If you're sure, just sign at the bottom, said Gramps. Chapter 40, A Wild Chain appears. Cat and Sylvie signed the paper without hesitation. However, just as Cat's pen left the paper, purple chains sprung up to wrap themselves around Vivian and herself, coating each person in an uncountable number of chains before being absorbed into them and disappearing. Cat shakily turned to face Vivian, who had wide eyes on her face, giving Cat a slight nod to indicate that yes, she had seen the massive number of purple chains. Slowly turning her gaze to the others, Lily and Sylvie were looking at them, both confused, and Gramps had the same expression as normal. flicking her eyes over to the witness to see that he had his mask on and hadn't moved since he said to wake him up later. Gramps walked over and rapped the man on the head again and he shot up. "Is it time then? Give me the papers, I suppose," said the man with a yawn. The man quickly signed both with a quick flick of his wrist. "Welp, guess I should head off and do some other work or something," said the witness as he yawned and made for the door. "Have a good day, you lot." "Wait, why didn't he get chains around him like Vivian? He signed my contract, didn't he? Is it because he isn't part of the agreement, just a witness? System? Wait, system, why did the chains happen anyway?" All contracts made by awakened demons result in binding chains. The second signature had no effect on the contract because it was signed after the contract was considered complete, by both user Cat and individual Vivian, thus the chains activated. "Okay, good to know, don't sign contracts with people unless they know I'm a demon." "Well, I guess that's everything you need then. Here is a bag for the pair of you to help pack your stuff. Don't worry about returning it, I bought a bunch of them a long time ago and hand them out to everyone," said Gramps as he pulled out 2 plain brown duffel bags. "Actually, Gramps, there is one more thing, or 2 more rather. Firstly, this rug I'm wearing is yours, I'm offering it to you as a gift, and apology and a thank you, and well, secondly, I said Cat, you don't have to tell me if you wish to keep it a secret, Cat. Every person deserves to keep at least some things close to her chest," said Gramps. "It's not that, Gramps, perhaps it's easier to show you," said Cat. Slowly taking of the rug, she unfolded her wings out to a more comfortable range but not flaring them completely. "Holy shit, you have wings, Cat," said Lily. "Wait, Sylvie didn't tell you?" said Cat. "I didn't want to spoil the surprise," said Sylvie with a big grin. Vivian gave a thumbs up and a smile directed at Sylvie. "Well, fair enough," said Grumps as he sat back down to do paperwork. "Wait, that's it? Fair enough?" said Cat. "Well, what else is there? I guess I should wish you good luck hiding your wings," said Gramps. "I'm a demon, Gramps. I've been getting summoned every Friday night," said Cat. "Well, that is an awfully inconvenient time to be called into work," said Gramps. "Gramps, why are you being like this?" said Cat. "Like what? I'm honestly saying that getting up on a Friday night for work is not a fun experience," said Gramps. Cat groaned. "Why was I even worried about what you would think? I forgot I picked up my what will come attitude from you," said Cat with her face in her hands. Sylvie had a big grin on her face, nodding towards Gramps. Lily just shrugged and Vivian had a smile matching Sylvie's while saying, "I like you, old man. I almost feel bad for stealing this adorable girl's." "You better be. It's been a nightmare trying to get those 3 fools to wake the others up on time in just the few days Cat went missing. I have no idea how I'm supposed to handle getting up so early in my advancing years," said Gramps. "You get up earlier than me," retorted Cat. "I do not. You're supposedly at work in the middle of the night. I'm tucked in bed nicely," said Gramps. "You cook everyone breakfast," said Cat. "Have you ever seen my cook breakfast, my dear Cat?" said Gramps. Cat paused. Gramps had taught her how to cook, yes, and breakfast dishes were included in those teachings, but he had only ever cooked with her at lunch or dinner. Narrowing her eyes, Cat replied, "No, you haven't." "You do cook in the morning though," said Cat. Gramps just shrugged. "I don't really see where the problem is, Cat. You're the same as you were yesterday, and the day before, and the year before that." "Well, I think you are a little taller, but I assure you that's perfectly healthy for someone your age," said Gramps. "Gramps, I have wings and a tail," said Cat. "And I have fake teeth," replied Gramps. Now I just feel really stupid for not telling Gramps earlier. I should have known he'd just accept this if I was okay with this. Wait, did that sneaky old man know before? "Hey Gramps, did you know about this beforehand?" asked Cat. "Nope, why would I?" said Gramps. "I dunno, my parents could have had some cryptic note or something," said Cat. "Nope, you parents were 100% human as far as I know," said Gramps. "So what, that's it?" asked Cat. "Well, I mean, I knew something was up for a while. You were acting a little strange and I was willing to mostly ignore it until you got a new set of hair. Don't think I didn't notice how long it was just because you had it tied up." My dear wife had the same hairstyle for years and I swear I could tell you how many centimeters it grew in a day. Now sure, demonic powers weren't my first guess, but it seems like a perfectly natural way to grow more hair, so I'm really not that concerned, said Gramps. Really? Just accepting that as a natural way to grow hair? This is hardly natural, said Kat. It's still your hair, isn't it? Same color, same thickness, just a bit longer, said Gramps. Yeah, and tough as steel wire, grumbled Kat. Well, that is a nice bonus, extra protection for you, said Gramps. I give up. I could never match the old man in just taking things in stride. I'm rather lax about quite a lot of things, but I'd forgotten that Gramps really just goes with it. Hey, now that you have had the grand reveal for Gramps, could you perhaps talk about the fact that you have wings, said Lily. Sure, I have wings and I can fly now, said Kat. Why do you say that like it's normal, said Lily. Well, it's true and I can't get rid of them, so it is normal, said Kat. Lily buried her head into the papers nearby and groaned. Well, while we are talking about Kat's new abilities, what were those chains? Said Vivian. Lily immediately removed herself from the papers and looked back at Kat. What chains? Said Sylvie. When I signed that adoption paper, purple chains covered, Vivian, said Kat. Yup, they looked really cool, said Vivian with a small clap. Why could only you two see them, said Lily. Well, I can probably see them all the time. And I guess Vivian could see them because she was the other party in the contract. It's an agreement between myself and her, so it makes sense to me, really, said Kat. Right, but what exactly do they do? Asked Lily. Well, I think they are to enforce contracts made with a demon, but I didn't know it would work on any contract, said Kat. Seems useful, said Gramps. I want to talk more about your wings, Kat. They are really cool. Can you carry me around with them? Asked Sylvie. Well, probably not, they just aren't strong enough to lift anything other than myself, said Kat. Sylvie pouted on hearing this but continued. Did you get anything else? Most of your other changes did something else. My muscles have all changed. I'm a bit stronger and really flexible now, said Kat, bending herself forward, stomach flat against her legs. Lily went bright red hearing this and looked away, trying to avoid attention, but Vivian was watching. Lily dear, whatever is the matter, do you have a fever or something? You're bright red, said Vivian. Nope, I'm completely fine, said Lily. Are you sure, dear? You should take care of yourself, said Vivian with a wide toothy grin. Kat and Sylvie shared a look of confusion at the pair and shrugged, while Gramps just continued on with paperwork. Turning away from a blushing Lily and towards Sylvie and Kat, Vivian asked, so how do you girls want to do this? While Kat was away, I picked up some basic furniture like beds for you both, but that's about it. Did you want to grab your stuff and head back with me now, or do you want to stay here for a few nights longer? It was at this moment that the contract Kat had signed really hit home. I'm finally leaving. What a strange feeling. I don't feel sad per se, but I do feel like I have lost something. At the same time, I also feel like I've won something precious. I don't really have anyone to say goodbye to except Gramps and Sylvie, but Sylvie is coming with me and Gramps is here, so I can do that now. Well, I can just ask Sylvie and save myself the trouble. Hey Sylvie, what do you prefer to do? Asked Kat. I think we should leave with Vivian, said Sylvie. Don't you have some goodbyes to say, said Kat. Everyone else already knows we're leaving. I still don't really know my roommates, but I said goodbye to them properly like a good girl earlier today when I saw you were back, said Sylvie. Okay, I guess I'll go get my stuff, said Kat. Want to come with me to pack, Lily? Sure, Kat, said Lily, following behind as Kat made for the door. Chapter 41, What You Leave Behind. Kat proceeded steadily through the orphanage. The hall was relatively quiet, but children could be heard behind a few doors, likely enjoying the break from school. Pushing open her door, Kat threw the bag on her bed and proceeded to fold her clothes half-heartedly and then place them in her bag. After a moment of this, Lily began to assist Kat, silently pulling clothes from their hangers and handing them to Kat, who quickly folded them. Shouldn't you take a bit more care with your clothes, Kat? Asked Lily. Not really, these are all just everyday clothes. They can be a bit wrinkled and I'll live, said Kat. You should take better care of your clothes, Kat, said Lily. I mean, it's fine, isn't it? I don't even iron anything, so a few wrinkles are to be expected, said Kat. Wait, you don't even iron anything? I never knew that. Don't you have any nice clothes that need maintenance? Asked Lily. Well, of course, said Kat. Lily waited while she handed of Kat's clothes, waiting for her to elaborate. After 3 sets of underwear, Lily asked, well? Kat just stared at Lily as she folded clothes and placed them without looking in the bag behind her. Why are you looking at me like, oh right. Is that really the only nice outfit you have? Asked Lily. Pretty much. It's not like I don't have other outfits that look nice, but it isn't like they require any special care, and this outfit keeps itself clean, never wrinkles, and I can summon it at will. Hell, I can even repair rips and tears if I dismiss it, said Kat. Now that's just cheating. I wonder if it grows as you do, said Lily. Kat shrugged. I have no idea. I'd say the chances are likely, considering the system said that most demons only get one outfit. I'd assume that it changes as we do. I mean, my wings can shift through it. Kat trailed off, realizing what she had just done. Lily, did I just walk through the orphanage without anything covering my wings? Asked Kat. Do you really want my answer to that one, Kat? Asked Lily. Fair enough, said Kat, finishing the clothes. Kat then threw in her alarm clock and her extra pillow along with its 2 spare covers. After this, Kat then looked at the bed in consideration. Do I take the sheets as well? Are they considered mine? Do I have space? After being lost in thought for a few minutes without moving, Lily asked Kat, what's up? Something on your mind? Well, I'm just not sure what to do about these sheets actually. See, they aren't exactly mine, or at least they weren't originally. Originally they were just part of a batch lot that the orphanage got, but I've had these sheets as long as I can remember and Gramps never replaced them. Now I don't really mind leaving them here too much, but everyone else has had the sheets replaced, some multiple times throughout the years. These are a bit tattered along the edges, but I don't really mind, so it's more a matter of it someone else would use them if I left them here, said Kat. Huh, well, I mean, I guess so. Does Gramps have spare sheets? Asked Lily. Yeah, we have a bunch in storage for accidents and whatnot, said Kat. I guess just take them then. I doubt someone else will use them. If it's a problem, Gramps can walk down the road and take them back, said Lily. Well, that is true, but I don't really have room, said Kat, pointed towards the duffel bag. Unnoticed to Lily, it had filled up rather quickly. Kat may not have had many things, but between the half-sized pillow and a full wardrobe's worth of clothes, it did actually fill up quite fast. Right, just wrap them around the bag then, said Lily. Nice idea, said Kat, bundling the sheets together and then wrapping the outer layer around the bag. Now it's school books that I question. I don't really need them, but I don't want to just leave them for Gramps, said Kat as she grabbed out her school bag and started filling it with other random things from the room, like her phone and charger, as well as her pencil case and anything else left over. Just bring them down with us and stop by Gramps' office asking what he wants to do with them, said Lily. Hey, wait, Kat, where are the rest of your shoes? Asked Lily. Well, I did have some, but they've sort of worn out in the last 6 months and I just haven't gotten around to it, said Kat. Kat, said Lily, drawing the name out. How many sets of shoes do you own? An infinite number of shoes, said Kat. Well, how do you figure that? Said Lily. Well, these shoes I have as part of my demonic attire can be endlessly replaced as far as I'm aware, so I have an infinite number of shoes, said Kat. Lily stared at Kat, mouth agape. Please tell me why we haven't gone out and gotten you new shoes. Kat shrugged. My shoes work perfectly fine and I didn't want to take on any random jobs around town when I was so close to finishing school. Well, even if I can ignore the rest of your wardrobe, I have to draw the line at 1 pair of shoes, said Lily. Lily, you only own 3 pairs of shoes, Kat retorted. That's triple the number of shoes you own, Kat, said Lily. It's 2 more pairs than I've needed in the last 6 months, said Kat. Lily just glared at Kat as she pulled the last of her books from the closet. Patting the top of the pile, Kat said, well, that's everything. Wait, that's everything? As in those books, and 2 bags worth of stuff, said Lily. Don't forget the sheets, said Kat. Am I a bad person, Kat? Asked Lily. Where the hell did that come from? Said Kat. I mean, I complain to you a lot, and I probably whine to myself even more. But I've done quite well for myself. I have stacks of random books I've hardly ever read and a few more clothes besides, And yet I'm the one always complaining, said Lily. I mean, does it matter? I'm happy to listen to you whenever, even if it's to complain. Besides, I come around and use your stuff quite a lot, said Kat. I guess, said Lily, still looking somewhat troubled. Kat just picked up her things, her hands for the books, her shoulder for the backpack now that her wings were in the way, and her tail for the duffel. I can carry some of that for you if you want, said Lily. I'm fine, I got a decent bit stronger actually when my wings came in. This isn't even a strain on me, said Kat, but Lily still looked a bit uneasy. Actually, can you take my backpack for me? The wings really get in the way, said Kat, handing the backpack over to Lily, who gratefully accepted the pack. Well, I guess we go see how Gramps and Vivian are doing, said Kat as she made her way downstairs, this time eyes and ears on the lookout for troublesome individuals in the hallway. The wings could maybe be explained away, but she was clearly carrying stuff with her tail which would raise several unwanted questions. Chapter 42, Honestly I dunno. I never figured out a good chapter title. As luck would have it, they made their way back to Gramps' office without spotting anyone. They found Sylvie and Vivian stacking paper against the back wall, helping to tidy up a bit. Welcome back, pack everything, said Gramps. Yeah, I guess. I wanted to ask about these books and the sheets. The books can go, honestly. I don't have a use for them, but if you did or just didn't want to dispose of them. As for the sheets, they aren't really mine, but I figured you'd just replace them afterwards, so I thought I'd keep them, said Kat. Well, you're right about the sheets. They really should be replaced, but I suppose you are taking care of that for me. Your pillow too, if you want to go grab that. I'll probably have to replace that after you leave anyway, so it might as well be of some use. As for the books, how did you do at school recently, said Gramps. Kat laughed. Pretty well, Gramps, pretty well. Kat, your grades are nearly as good as mine and I'm near the top of most classes, said Lily. I mean, the work wasn't that hard really, and I don't ace that much stuff, said Kat with a shrug. Did you not listen to all the complaints for the final set of assessment or tests? I'm sure you are considered one of the best students in the school, if not for any one subject, at least for consistency, said Lily. Well, you heard her, Gramps. Want the books, said Kat. Well, I'm a bit torn actually. I think they'd be worth having around as examples for the others, but at the same time I'm not sure anyone else will ever stick around as long as you have, said Gramps, looking up from his paperwork long enough to give Kat a look conveying that's the real question. Huh? I didn't really think about that, said Kat. Well, I think I'll just throw them in the storeroom anyway. Not much in there save for winter blankets and spares. I'm sure I can fit them someone, and if I need the space for something else they won't be hard to get rid of, said Gramps. Sure, I'll stop around back before heading off, said Kat. I'll leave it to you then, said Gramps, turning towards Vivian and Sylvie, who were still stacking papers. Kat asked, is it time to head off then? Yup. Just let me finish this stack, said Vivian, flashing Kat a smile before turning back to the half-completed stack. Sylvie and Vivian quickly worked in tandem, with Sylvie gathering the loose papers and passing them up to Vivian, and they would be done in no time. Hey Lily, if you don't mind grabbing that extra pillow from my room, I'll throw these books into storage and meet you all out the front. How does that sound, said Kat. Sure thing, Kat, said Lily, stepping out of the room. Kat followed behind, but just before she left, Gramps said, remember, I trust Vivian to take good care of you both, but you are always welcome here, whether to visit or to stay. You'll be welcome, no questions asked. Oh, and thanks for the lovely rug. I'm just down the road, Gramps. Maybe I'll show up and try and catch you cooking one morning, said Kat, and she heard the faint chuckling from behind her as she made her way outside and around to the storeroom. When Kat reached the door, however, she remembered that it was locked. Well, great. Why didn't Gramps warn me the door was locked? Puzzling over this problem didn't actually take Kat long though, as when she started to flick her tail in irritation the solution hit her. Well, almost. Her tail would never attack unprovoked. Sitting on the ground, Kat managed to slip her tail underneath the door and wriggle it up to the door to unlock the deadbolt. Did Gramps know I'd be able to get it here? Or did he just assume that I knew what I was doing because I didn't ask for the keys? Dismissing the thoughts, Kat walked to the back of the room and found plenty of space for her books. Placing them down shook up a bunch of dust, so Kat held her breath and made her way back out, making sure to lock the door. Okay, next time I visit I really need to make sure that room gets cleaned. It clearly hasn't been done since last winter. Actually, did we even remember to do it last winter? Never mind, it isn't my problem anymore I suppose, though I'll warn Gramps. Making her way to the front, it seemed Kat's delay with the lock had allowed the others to gather on the porch before she did. Ooh, figured something out, didn't you, lass? Thought it was strange you didn't ask me for the keys, said Gramps. I've got some extra tools for lockpicking now, said Kat, flexing her tail as she spoke, indicating what tool she'd use to open the door. Though the place is really dusty, needs to be cleaned ASAP. I'm not actually sure when we did that last. I'll get on it I suppose, and by I will, I mean that I'll send those 3 lazy sods to do it if they can't manage to wake everyone up properly, said Gramps. Vivian giggled openly at that while Lily hid a snicker behind Kat's pillow. Well, let's load up the car. Lily, I assume you're coming with? Said Vivian. Yeah, said Lily as she and Kat walked to the back of the car. Hey Sylvie, where is your stuff? Asked Kat. Already in the car, said Sylvie. Kat just nodded at that. It seemed reasonable, and she saw an extra 2 bags in the trunk that probably had Sylvie's stuff. Adding her own to the pile, Kat threw hers in with little grace, followed by Lily, who gently placed down the pillow behind Kat before shutting the door. Vivian clapped her hands together. Everyone, time to go. Take your seats. Kat was making for the car door when she realized a somewhat complicated problem. My wings are too long. They extend past my hips if they are folded up, and I need to let them sit spread out in order to sit down at all. Sylvie noticed Kat's hesitation and asked, What's wrong, Kat? Don't you want to leave? No, I'm fine on that front. I just realized that I'm not sure I can fit into the car with my wings now. Sitting down is a bit awkward unless I spread them out, but I can't really do that in a car, said Kat. How far forward can you bring your wings? Asked Lily. Oh, quite a ways, said Kat, extending her wings out all the way and then bringing them together in front of her. You might be a little uncomfortable, but if you sit forward and hold your wings in front of you, they should fit in the gap between seats, said Vivian, holding a hand to her face. Well, let's try it, INC, said Kat. Moving into the car was a little inconvenient, having to open the door, extend her wing into the car and then carefully follow after it, but it turned out that Vivian was right. She could sit with her wings between the seats. Now the issue is how to fit everyone else in, because I doubt you will have space for you legs with my wings out like this, said Kat. I can just sit on your lap and Lily can go in the front, said Sylvie. Great idea, said Vivian. Indeed, Sylvie, everyone can fit that way, said Kat. Guys, is that really safe? Said Lily. Well, maybe. I mean, I'll buckle both myself and Sylvie up and you'll be in the front, so it should be fine. Honestly, I'm still at the most risk because if anything happens, I'll probably break my wings, but that's fine, I can heal from that, said Kat. How can you be so sure you can heal from that, said Lily. Well, I already broke them once and tore off most of my face and I was fine, said Kat. Wait, what? Said Lily. Oh, don't worry, it only took a moment to heal from. Painful, sure, but it didn't even take 10 minutes for the skin to grow back and my wings were fine after a short nap, said Kat, though some of my muscles were still out of commission. Well, okay, Kat, if you say so, said Lily. With that decided, the rest of them bundled into the car as per Sylvie's suggestions. Starting the engine and driving off, Vivian began, so sad. I've adopted 2 cute girls, but they are hiding in the back of the car. What, don't think Lily's cute, said Kat. Why, she is positively adorable. I mean, Sylvie has her beat hands down, but she does quite well when compared to you, said Vivian, sticking her tongue out in the mirror. I can't argue with that logic, said Kat, and Sylvie giggled on her lap. Kat's really cool though, so she gets that title, said Sylvie. Indeed, Sylvie, Kat's the coolest person in school, backed up Lily. Oh? How do I rank on the cool factor then? Said Vivian, glancing between the mirror and Lily with the corners of her eyes, careful to keep watch on the road. That seemed to actually stump the other 3 somewhat. Well, Vivian is cool, but it's somewhat different from what I think Sylvie and Lily were talking about with me? Or maybe not? They aren't speaking up, but I'm not sure I've got enough cool people to really compare. That's a tough question, Vivian, Lily finally managed. Oh, Why is that? Said Vivian. Well, you aren't quite the right kind of cool. I think, it's hard to think about, but Kat gets to be cool with just her presence sort of. Like she can stand there and say nothing but still be cool. You on the other hand seem to do a lot of cool things. I think, I don't really know you that well, but from what I've heard you've designed some nice stuff, said Lily. Vivian pouted at that but then grinned. Well, I can't say I don't know what you mean, especially with the wings now. Kat looks intimidating but in a good way, but I'm a bit too cute for that sort of look, said Vivian. The other three found themselves agreeing with Vivian's explanation but also felt like they drifted off topic a bit somehow. It wasn't long before they approached Lily's and Vivian's streets when Vivian asked, "Where do you want me to drop you off, Lily?" I'll just walk from the edge of the street if you don't mind. I kinda want to avoid my parents see you driving up just in case they ask questions, said Lily. You shouldn't lie either, Lily, said Sylvie. Well, it's not really lying per se, just, when I head out it's to visit Kat most of the time and my parents can't go one sentence without insulting Kat, so I don't mention it and they don't ask, said Lily as they reached the street. Well, this is my stop, thanks for the lift, Vivian. I'll try and visit tomorrow, said Lily as she hopped out. See you tomorrow, said Kat, Sylvie and Vivian. Chapter 43. Did I ever mention how hot Kat is? It's around 150 degrees. Continuing down the road to Vivian's, the girls drove into the garage and gathered their things from the trunk. Kat had slightly less trouble getting out, but only barely. Oh, this is so exciting, come in, I can't wait to intro. Vivian stopped and turned towards Kat, paling slightly. Kat, I told you I have a roommate, right? Of course, I know you mentioned her name as well, but I don't recall, said Kat. Callisto is her name, but what are we supposed to do about your wings? Said Vivian. Kat's eyes widened. Yeah, that does make this a bit harder. I'd always planned to tell her, like I knew you had a roommate when I accepted, but said Kat. Well, this is actually a question now, isn't it? I'd planned to tell Callisto at some point after I got to know her a bit, because if Vivian trusts her enough to pay for everything, she has to be alright, but I'm just not sure how comfortable I am telling her up front. What do you think, Vivian? Asked Kat. Well, that depends. I think it'll be rather easy to hide from her because Callisto pretty much never comes out of her room, but I also feel like I should introduce you both, said Vivian, biting her lips. I guess we'll just see what happens. If I run into Callisto I'll explain it all to her, and if not I guess it doesn't matter, said Kat. Thanks, I really didn't consider that at all when I asked you to stay here. Would it have been safer for you to stay at the orphanage? Said Vivian. Nah, the wings are brand new and I have no idea how I was supposed to hide this anyway, so it's fine, said Kat. Nodding to herself, Vivian went around the back to help with the bags. Kat held her own bags with her backpack in her arms and her other bag held by the tail. Vivian was carrying Sylvie's duffel bag while Sylvie had her backpack on. I'll show you both to your rooms, you'll have one each and they are upstairs, said Vivian as she led the group through the house to the staircase located just off the center of the building. I hope you don't mind that the rooms are upstairs, it's a bit of effort but it keeps me fit. I've never got to sleep upstairs before. That sounds nice, said Sylvie. It's honestly not that different. I used to stay downstairs in the orphanage as well actually, said Kat. Really? Asked Sylvie. Well, I can't lie anymore, so I'll let you figure that out, said Kat. Sylvie pouted in response and sped up to stand beside Vivian. Reaching the landing they found themselves in a corridor with two doors on either side near the stairs and one at each end of the hallway. So, these two doors right here will be your rooms. I'm not sure which one you both want, they only have simple beds in them. I thought you girls would want to decorate them yourselves. The door down the front of the house is mine, but I don't use it much because I'm normally downstairs in my office. I'll show you that later. Down the corridor in the opposite direction is Callisto's room. It's so far away. The meanie said that she wanted the furthest room from mine when I let her pick one out, said Vivian, wiping a fake tear from her eye. Are the rooms different at all? Asked Kat. Nope, not at all, said Vivian. Well, Sylvie, you can still pick first. I don't really mind, said Kat. Sylvie, recognizing that it truly didn't matter, just chose the right door at random and pushed it open. The room was as Vivian described, basically empty. There was a closet on the left side wall with a mirror as part of the door, a bed in the center of the room pressed up against the wall underneath the window, and that was everything. Vivian placed Sylvie's bag near the closet. "Sorry, it isn't much, but as I said, we can go out and buy decoration if you don't have any," said Vivian. "Vivian, this is all lovely. The room is larger than the one at the orphanage. We get one each." "It's fine really," said Kat. "Nope, unacceptable. You're both officially my children now, and as your mother I will make sure you decorate your rooms, no ifs or buts about it," said Vivian, trying to straighten herself up to be taller than Kat while grinning. "You're more like an older sister than anything, Vivian," said Kat. Vivian placed her hand over her heart. "I feel so betrayed. You've only been adopted for a few hours and you are already calling me old. Whatever shall I do?" Kat rolled her eyes and started helping Sylvie unpack her things. "You can help unpack then." And so the three girls spent the rest of the afternoon unpacking and setting up Kat and Sylvie's rooms. They took a short break for lunch not long after they started and finished up around tea time. It was a quiet affair because Kat was still worn out from her adventures. Sylvie was quiet normally and Vivian just didn't mind the silence, understanding that it wasn't the time for her usual endless enthusiasm. Shortly after the meal, Kat had a shower and flopped onto the bed, passing out almost immediately. A short time later, Vivian peeked in through the door and noticed Kat hadn't even covered herself in sheets and decided to tuck Kat in before quietly shutting the door. Kat awoke feeling somewhat unwell, and slightly hot. Throwing off the blankets, she sat up and headed for the shower, grabbing out a set of clothes before putting them right back in the closet. "How am I supposed to even wear anything with these wings now? I was so tired yesterday that I just put my kimono back on instinctively and didn't even think about it, but I can't wear shirts anymore. And why am I so hot all of a sudden? After the change to my skin, I'm pretty sure I haven't really felt the temperature at all, but now I feel like I'm burning." Having a cold shower didn't seem to relieve the sense of heat at all, so Kat just killed time on the sofa downstairs until Vivian woke up, hoping to ask for her opinion. Luckily the seating was soft enough that Kat's wings could sink into it without a need to sit awkwardly, and for that she was thankful. It wasn't long past 7 o'clock a.m. when Vivian walked downstairs and noticed Kat lounging around. "You're up awfully early. I hope you slept well," said Vivian. "I did, well, at least until I woke up. I feel really hot for some reason and trying to have a cold shower didn't help me at all. I think I might have a fever," said Kat. "Oh, dear. Let me see," said Vivian as she walked over to Kat. She pressed her hand lightly against Kat's forehead only to flinch back instantly as pain shot through her hand. Vivian stared at her fingers, now bright red. "Kat, you're burning up. Like, you might be on fire or something. Is this one of your demon powers?" said Vivian. "I hope not. I really don't feel well and this sense of heat is sort of suffocating," said Kat. "Well, you wait right there and I'll grab the thermometer," said Vivian as she ran into one of the nearby rooms. She returned shortly, triumphant smile on her face. "Found it, and in record time too. Let's just see here," said Vivian as she moved to slip the thermometer under Kat's arm but paused. Did you want to do it?" "I don't want to make you uncomfortable by opening your shirts," said Vivian. "Nah, it's fine," said Kat, lifting her arm and pulling her kimono forward. Placing the thermometer under Kat's arm, they waited for a moment before taking the reading. "Well, that's really not what I wanted to see," said Vivian. "So I have a fever then?" said Kat. "Well, maybe. You seem to have broken the thermometer," said Vivian, turning it around to reveal the thermometer reading 3 zeros. "Oh, I have an idea," said Vivian as she ran to the kitchen. Opening and closing several cupboards, Kat heard an excited shout and then Vivian came running back over. "Found this thermometer. It's for food normally, but your skin really burned me when I tried to touch you before, so I think this is the safest bet," said Vivian, proud of her innovative idea. Kat shrugged and allowed Vivian to take her temperature once again. "Well, that still isn't good. In fact, I'm quite concerned," said Vivian, looking shockingly unconcerned. "You seem fine to me," said Kat. "Yes, well, it just seems so silly and you're obviously fine." "Well, not fine per se, but a lot better than having a temperature of 150 degrees would make you think." "That's really quite high even for a Fahrenheit thermometer," said Kat. "Dear, This is a reading in Celsius. I'm surprised the couch hasn't caught fire, said Vivian. What? Yelled Kat, jumping up from her position on the couch. This can't be normal. System, what the hell is going on? Chapter 44. Did I ever mention how hot Kat is? It's around 150 degrees. Part 2. This can't be normal. System, what the hell is going on? D.E.M.O.N.S is unsure. WHY user Kat is experiencing high temperatures. Would user Kat like to grant D.E.M.O.N.S permission to do a full body scan to attempt to identify the problem? Yes. Also, why are you able to scan now when you just said you didn't know for so many other changes in my body? D.E.M.O.N.S is unable to scan remotely and identify D.E.M.O.N.S abilities. User Kat has experienced drastically increased temperatures, which is not a standard part of awakening, thus D.E.M.O.N.S wishes to ensure that no major error has occurred. Scanning. Interpreting data. Error. Rechecking results. Error. Identifying problem. Rescanning user Kat. Warning, critical error detected. User Kat, please leave your residential district as soon as possible. System, what on earth is going on? D.E.M.O.N.S will explain the error to user Kat once moving. Please leave the vicinity of any object user Kat deems undesirable to destroy. IT is recommended to leave residential district entirely. Shit, okay. Hey Kat, what's wrong? You're really pale. I mean, you were pale before, but now it's a lot worse, said Vivian with a strained smile on her face. I don't know, I've just been told to leave my residential area as soon as possible, said Kat as she moved towards the door. Wait, let me drive you, it will be fast, said Vivian. System, is that safe? D.E.M.O.N.S is unsure. Depending on necessary travel distance, making use of additional transportation may be necessary. However, IT is recommended to travel the final length away from individual Vivian to prevent collateral damage. Vivian, apparently I might need your help, just this is going to be dangerous. Are you sure, said Kat. Yup, I'll just run upstairs first and get Callisto to make sure to keep an eye on Sylvie, said Vivian, bolting upstairs. A short time later, Kat was buckled into the back seat of the car and Vivian was pulling out of the driveway. So what exactly is going on? Where am I headed, said Vivian. I'm not exactly sure, the system said it would explain further when I'm on the road and it just told me to leave. I guess just away from the town maybe? Said Kat. Well, ask it, we need to know what's going on, said Vivian. Right, system, can you explain now? Yes. User Kat is suffering from massive demonic energy overload, and why exactly is that? A critical error on D.E.M.O.N.'s part. To fully awaken a demon, they must be overloaded on demonic energy and then left in that state for a period of time. In user Kat's prior instances, the given energy was much less, as even minor amounts of demonic energy would be sufficient. For the final stage of awakening, user Kat must create her demonic flame. In preparation for this, all demons are giving large amounts of demonic energy in the time leading up to demonic flame convergence, right? So why did things go so wrong in my case? Process for injecting demonic energy is automated and not closely monitored. A user is determined to have sufficient energy once a certain amount begins to leak out from host, indicating that user's body is unable to hold any more demonic energy safely. However, in user Kat's case, no energy is or has been leaking out. This is almost certainly due to the unique circumstances of user Kat's dimension. Well, keep explaining the whole thing, please. Understood. Each known dimension suppresses at least one form of energy 90% of the time. This suppression leads to a dominant form of growth amongst the sentient and non-sentient races. Demonic energy, however, is unique in that it is extremely difficult to suppress, and as such dimensions simply don't even attempt it, as failing to suppress demonic energy threatens the integrity of the universe. User Kat's dimension instead suppresses all forms of additional energy, and this strange form of suppression actually does work on demonic energy much more effectively than any other known dimension. This suppression factor prevented demonic energy from leaking from user Kat's body, and as such D.E.M.O.N.S continued to ADD demonic energy long past the point of which user Kat's body could sustain it properly, leading to the increased temperature and current situation. So what is going to happen to me? You said it was too much for me to contain. Can I release it somehow? Negative. Attempting to release even a small amount of demonic energy would allow for a pathway out of the body but also through IT. The resulting energies would likely tear user cat apart. IT is recommended to avoid using any form of demonic ability such as Kamora at this time. Just great, and you didn't say what we are going to do about this. D.E.M.O.N.S is currently suppressing the energy to the fullest of IT's capabilities. The dimension is limiting the assistance D.E.M.O.N.S can provide, and transporting user cat using a summoning circle at this time could lead to potentially catastrophic results for user cat and likely irrelevant damage to D.E.M.O.N.S. D.E.M.O.N.S plans for user cat to find a remote location before D.E.M.O.N.S loses control over the suppression IT has placed on user cat, and then user cat will need to condense user cat's demonic flame to allow user cat to control the extra energy. Great, just great. So tell me, what are the chances I die? Impossible to estimate. Depending on the nature of user cat's demonic flame as well as the stage of condensing user cat is on drastically changes the probability of death. Just great. So what do I need to do to condense my demonic flame then? User cat must condense further and control the demonic energy within user cat. IT is a difficult process to explain properly, and each individual must suppress the energy in a different way. The most common way to condense a demonic flame is to attempt to suppress IT with user's aura. However, it is unlikely that user cat's aura will work in this instance. Why not? Won't it calm down the energy somehow? That is what it does? D.E.M.O.N.S does not possess full details of user cat's aura. However, user cat's aura is likely incapable of condensing the energy with IT. Perhaps IT can assist in the condensation, but user cat's aura behaves so differently to standard auras that D.E.M.O.N.S deems IT likely to be unsuited for the task. Great, so what else can I try? User cat will likely have to attempt to. Error. User cat cannot maintain connection. Suppression expiring 1:43 and 22 seconds, 1:43 and 21 seconds, 1:43 and 20 seconds. System? Hey system? You still there? But no text appeared before cat. Shit, okay, that countdown has to be how long the system can keep the energy suppressed. Okay Vivian, here's what I know. I'm supposed to be condensing a demonic flame, said cat. Well, that isn't quite so bad, said Vivian, and I'm probably going to explode, said cat. You seem awfully unconcerned about that, said Vivian. Well, it isn't a sure thing. So apparently, I've been given too much energy, so I need to get as far away from everything as possible before condensing it to avoid destroying too much stuff. So we have to get as far away as we can. Around an hour and 40 minutes, said cat. Okay, I think I know a good road for that. Why only an hour and 40 minutes, said Vivian. Something interfered with the system I talked to at the end and it left me with a countdown. It said an hour and 43 minutes at the time and was counting down, said cat. Okay, righto, said Vivian, who put her foot down and certainly wasn't speeding. Though cat couldn't say that. A tense hour and 15 minutes later, cat spotted a place to pull into just on the side of the road. Vivian, pull over here, said cat. Sure thing, said Vivian, driving into the parking space. Why didn't we stop so early, said Vivian. I plan to run the rest of the way, straight into the forest, said cat. Well, I'm coming with you. It can't be safe out here, said Vivian. Even if it isn't, it's much more dangerous for you to come with me. Besides, I can fly away if anything too scary comes by, said cat. Okay, but you better promise to come back to me in one piece. I've only had my daughters for a day, and I don't want to lose one already. Gramps would kill me, said Vivian, pouting, clearly willing to go with cat despite the danger if she'd asked. I promise to come back, Vivian said cat as she sprinted off into the woods. Chapter 45, Don't you hate it when you're the butt of the joke? Running through the trees, cat just kept running straight ahead, on the lookout for anything that might get caught up in whatever was about to happen to her. Should I be trying to fly? I'm not sure if that's actually faster, and I've really only had the chance to glide. Better not risk it, I can test that out later. Thought cat as she passed a small clearing without stopping. Cat could feel herself heating up, at an alarming rate, rapidly increasing her temperature, and she noticed that if she brushed past branches, the leaves were singed where she passed. Shit, am I even shorter on time than I thought? Is it the running? Is my body heating up from the exercise, or is it that the timer was wrong? Perhaps neither, though. Perhaps the running is wearing away at whatever protection I have. I wish I knew. Would it be better to slow down and walk? I can't risk it though. I have no idea what the fallout from this is going to be. Kat continued to run, trees whizzing past, and yet everything started to blur together as she progressed on her journey. The heat clouded her ability to think, and the scenery hardly changed. Kat tried to force some energy into her eyes, which resulted in a lot of the heat moving into them, causing her eyes to water, but that brief moment allowed her to spot something useful. Off in the distance was a rock outcropping with a noticeable lack of trees. At this point Kat didn't know how long she had left or if she was far away enough at all, but this clearing seemed like the best that she was going to get on short notice. It took Kat perhaps 30 seconds to get to the clearing, but even that was uncertain. Time had begun to be radically distorted in Kat's mind, and the heat was starting to overwhelm her. Kat tried to stay standing and catch her breath, but she immediately fell onto the stone. Where her body touched the ground, dried leaves and other debris burned up, turning to ash rapidly. Despite the ever-increasing heat, Kat was pleasantly surprised to note that her skin and hair were doing quite well, it seemed, suffering no damage whatsoever either from the temperature or scratches from running through the trees. Okay, try and think, what do I need to do? Thought Kat as she tried to wrangle her mind into order. Without thinking about it too much, she pressed her aura into her head towards her brain, hoping for some clarity in her thoughts. Searing pain was her more immediate answer before a startling clarity gripped her mind. The burning was still present, but she could simply choose to ignore it as she considered what to do. Something has to change. My body doesn't seem to be taking too much damage on the outside, but I don't know if my insides have been changed yet, so I'm probably being cooked alive. The system said that I needed to condense my demonic flame. It used the word condense specifically, so somehow, I need to condense this already excessive amount of energy somehow. I remember it said a normal aura could subdue it, but not mine. Do I have any other choice though? Kat pondered on that question. Do I have any other choice? Her mind spun through as many possibilities as she could manage, unaware of the passage of time, and yet as it wore on the clarity, she felt increased, but so too did the burning sensation, but at a faster rate. I need to act now. I'll try my aura. Or flaring around Kat, she initially tried to use it to compress the demonic energy burning inside her. However, as soon as she released her aura, fire exploding from her eyes, mouth, nose, wings and tail. An eruption of purple flames raced up into the sky, continuing on until it was out of sight. Kat felt her control over her aura slipping, and the clarity she had momentarily attained was leaving with it. Not like this, I have to do something. Thought Kat through gritted teeth as she desperately tried to rein in the growing column of fire. Just as the fire started to slip completely from her grip, something cracked. The air churned and an unbelievable weight descended on Kat, driving her into the stone. The fire followed suit, slamming into her back, burning through her demonic attire, and started to tear instead of burn into her back. The moment the fire entered her back, the pain skyrocketed again, but a measure of clarity also returned. I have to do something else. I need to deal with this somehow. Thought Kat as she reached towards the energy, pressing her aura into it, and for lack of a better word, twisting. Instantly the ground around Kat froze solid and darkness claimed her. Kat clutched her head in pain as she tried to stand up. Shakily finding her feet, she looked around to find nothing but darkness. Stretching out as far as she could see, there was just nothing. The floor didn't exist, or perhaps she couldn't see it. But Kat found her body in full color, nothing seemed amiss except for the endless inky black. Why do you look so confused? Kat whirled around looking for the source of the voice until her eyes landed on herself. Now in front of her stood a face she saw in the mirror every day. Same pale face, dark blue eyes, wearing the same kimono Gramps had given her. However, that is where the similarities ended. The wings behind this other cat were a burning purple fire, and on her head were a set of horns beginning at the back and running around her forehead like a tiara, ending in 2 points in the center of her head. What are you? Said Cat. Well, that's rather rude. I'd say I certainly qualify as being a who, said Cat. Alright then, who are you? Said Cat. Well, I'm you, said Cat. You're me? Said Cat. No, I'm you. You're me, Cat. So, I'm you? Said Cat. No, I'm you, but you are me, said Cat. So I'm me? Said Cat. Yes, said Cat. And this joke has gone on too long? Said Cat. Also yes, said Cat. So who are you? Said Cat. Why, I'm you, said Cat. Really? You didn't get it out of your system the first time? Said Cat. You have to admit we're never getting a chance to make that joke again. We really had to do it, said Cat. You're right. I would like some answers though, said Cat, but what makes you think I have them? Are we not the same person? Said Cat. No, I'm me and you're you, said Cat. I thought you wanted to move on from that joke, said Cat. We both know I couldn't resist one more, said Cat. Touché, said Cat. So what are you then, said Cat. I'm hurt me. I thought we agreed that I was at least a two, said Cat. Would you take a win? Said Cat. No, we are not having time travel in this story. It's already hard enough to keep track of the passage of time when the author made sure all the dimensions run on the same timescale, said Cat. What author? Said Cat. I didn't say anything about an author, said Cat. Cat glared at Cat suspiciously. Right, I suppose not. Am I really that bad when people ask me questions? Said Cat. No, but we do like to beat around the bush when thinking to ourselves on the occasion, said Cat. Does this really count as thinking to myself? Said Cat. How should I know I'm your delusions, right? Said Cat. Are you a delusion? Said Cat. Well, I sure hope not. Maybe you're the delusion instead, said Cat. We are running around in circles, said Cat. Really? I thought I was standing still at the very least, said Cat. Has my sense of humor always been this bad, said Cat. Yes. Sadly it is, said Cat. Well, that's just dandy, isn't it? So how did we get here? I can't seem to quite recall, said Cat. I think we were running away from Vivian, said Cat. Running from Vivian? That doesn't quite sound right, but then why do I remember it? Said Cat. Perhaps the context matters? Said Cat. Perhaps, said Cat. Okay, how about we go back as far as possible and work forward? Can you still remember your parents? Said Cat. Cat just gave her counterpart a deadpan look. What? It's a valid question, said Cat. Neither of us should be able to remember them. We were a baby, said Cat. Damn, I was hoping you'd know something, said Cat. Really? Said Cat. No, we made our peace about that whole thing a long time ago, said Cat. Chapter 46, the grand finale, part 2. Enough clowning around, so I think we need to be at least a little bit serious about this, said Cat. Indeed, we are suspended in an infinite void of blackness as time slips by and the memories of the last time we spoke to our friends drifts ever further away, said Cat. A bit morbid, don't you think, said Cat. It's rather true though. We don't know how much time is passing while we are just sitting here, and we've already discovered that our memory isn't quite up to scratch at the moment, said Cat. Cat sighed. I suppose you're right. First order of business is finding out where we are. Well, my vote is that we're in whichever one of us is the real Cat's head, said Cat. What if we're both fake though, said Cat. An interesting thought. Are we both delusions of another version of Cat? Said Cat. I think we are at the point where we have to consider every angle here. We've turned into a demon, perhaps fully at this point, so we know that magic is real, said Cat. That we do, said Cat. Wait, why do I think that we've become a full demon? Aren't there still steps in my awakening left? I feel like there was still something I had to do, said Cat. Could it be the horns? Those are new, said Cat. But only you have horns, right? Said Cat. I think you should check your own head and see for yourself, said Cat. As she knocked her hand against her head, and to Cat's surprise she heard it connect with the fire. Cat reached up toward her skull and found that she did in fact have a matching pair of horns, though she couldn't see if they were made up of fire or not. Are mine on fire like yours? Asked Cat. Nope, just mine. I wonder if that makes a difference or what it could mean, said Cat. I feel like that has to be important for some reason. I feel like fire was important, said Cat. Well, perhaps we should get back to the hole. Where are we? Think first. We can deal with why my head's on fire later, said Cat. I feel like this is important though, said Cat. Well, we can't exactly take a vote on it, said Cat. Right. Do you have a coin we could flip, said Cat. Yes, because wherever the hell we are I managed to bring coins with me, because we are well known for keeping spare change on us, said Cat. With her hands on her hips glaring at Cat slightly. Fine, we'll go with your idea, trying to figure out where we're first, said Cat. Great, so the current working theory is that we're in a cat's head. Is there any way we can confirm this, said Cat? Could we try to change the scenery somehow, maybe thinking really hard at it? Said Cat. You know how ridiculous that sounds. Would we really want our mind to be an endless abyss, said Cat? Well, you don't have to be so dismissive about it. I didn't think I was that unwilling to test a few ideas, thought Cat. Rude, said Cat. Wait, did I say that out loud? Said Cat. Of course, what are you talking about, said Cat. How about now, thought Cat, placing her hand over her mouth. Yeah, I can still hear you even with your mouth covered. I don't get it, what's the point, said Cat. Aha, I think I have proof we are in someone's mind. Thoughts get projected, said Cat. Ooh, let me try. Yes indeed, I think this does work, said Cat. Without moving her mouth. So we are in our head. Great, now how do we get out? Did something break, said Cat. I don't really think so, said Cat. No, that isn't quite right. I'm certain something broke, said Cat. Nothing failed, Cat. Why are you so worried, said Cat. Failing? Wait, that's it. I failed something. Something went horribly wrong and, did I do something to my mind? Said Cat, started to get agitated. No, we are fine, everything's fine. Why not calm down a little here, said Cat. Calming, shit. Something to do with fire, and calming down. Said Cat. I don't really think we are getting anywhere, said Cat. Starting to sweat slightly. Wait, minor, did I manage to shatter my mind somehow like major? Said Cat, letting out a deep breath. Cat? Didn't know she was holding. She nodded vigorously. Yes, that must be it. We have to be here to reconcile some things if that is the case. Huh? But what could we have to reconcile? Something still seems a bit off, said Cat. No, this must be the last part of becoming a demon. You need to reconcile our new demonic nature, said Cat. Reconcile like what? Said Cat. We seemed to agree on pretty much everything so far. Well, we're a succubus now, so surely we have to find some. Brace, said Cat. Licking her lips. Nah, I'm not doing that, said Cat. What? But you are a succubus. I mean, we are a succubus. It's what we do now, said Cat. Hummed Cat. And I mean, what about that one guy, the popular one that's always wearing leather jackets all the time, said Cat. What, Brent? No way, I haven't talked to the guy in years and I never liked him anyway. I certainly have no interest in, how did you put it, preying on him, said Cat. See, this must be it. You can't come to terms with the fact that you should go after people now, said Cat. No, I'm not like that, said Cat. Correction, you weren't like that, said Cat. With a predatory grin. I cannot agree with you, said Cat, and that must be why we split, said Cat. Visibly excited. You have to let me and Cat accept what you are now. I am not like that, stated Cat firmly. Cat slid up next to Cat and reached her hand out to touch her face to caress it when Cat's tail instinctively slapped her on the face. Cat raised a shaking hand to her face and glared towards Cat, anger in her eyes. What are you doing? Is attacking me really going to solve your problems? You have to let me in, Cat, said Cat. You're not me, you were never me, said Cat with a calm gaze. Now, that's rushing to conclusions. I most certainly am you, said Cat. Ha, you really think that? You don't even have a tail, said Cat, pointing behind Cat. Cat leapt, fire pouring from her demonic features, trying to attack Cat, but it all washed around a bubble surrounding her. I'm afraid that isn't quite going to work. You're the demonic energy, aren't you, said Cat. I'm you. I already said that, just embrace it, Cat, that's all you have to do, said the flaming figure. But I'm not like you. I'm a demon, yes, but I certainly don't need to debase myself by, how did you put it? Preying on people. Think of all the contracts I've already completed. A number of contracts. It was never even close to happening, said Kat. Accept it, you're a demon now. You can't fight it, there is nothing you can do. Nothing, said Kat. See, that's where you're wrong. I remember now, I need to condense my demonic flame, and that's you, isn't it? You couldn't even remember my tale. Honestly, I'm a little annoyed with myself that I took so long to figure it out, said Kat. A tale? You accuse me of forgetting a tale? In the face of my power, why does something so insignificant matter? Growled the rapidly deforming shape as it poured more fire towards Kat. See, that's just it. That tale is what started it all. It was the first of my changes, and to this day still one of my more useful. I've unlocked doors, I can use it to defend against things like you, and it's able to comfort the people I care about, said Kat. Ha ha, fool, comfort? There is no comfort, you cannot escape your instincts, you will succumb, said Kat. But I just went over this, they aren't my instincts, they might be yours, but they aren't mine. Perhaps you need to calm down, said Kat as she started to press her calming aura into the fiery shape. A horrible screech echoed through Kat's mind as the fire seemed to collapse in on itself. What's the matter? No more jokes for me, said Kat. With a final screech, the fire seemed to fold in on itself before expanding once again into a shape mirroring Kat's. However, this time the figure was still with its eyes closed, fully made of fire, and included the all-important tail. Hello? Said Kat, waving her hands in front of the figure. Poking it in the side, Kat felt her own side being poked. Okay, this is weird. What the hell is this? This is user Kat's condensed demonic flame. Great. Thought Kat. If you're back, that means I can rest. Chapter 47, The Long Road Home. Groaned Kat as she started to regain consciousness. Kat could feel stone pressed against her whole body and struggled to recall what had happened in her fevered run. The conversation she had with herself was still clear, but whatever had come briefly before was foggy. Struggling to her feet, Kat wobbled a few times, coming extremely close to falling over when she felt arms wrapping around her. Cracking her eyes open, she found Vivian bearing Kat's head and her shoulders. It's okay, Kat, it's going to be okay, said Vivian. Shouldn't I be saying that to you? Said Kat. I'm not the one surrounded by ice that was just passed out on the ground, said Vivian. I don't even feel the cold. I'm fine, said Kat. Then why are there tears frozen on your cheeks, said Vivian. It's been a long day, Vivian. I'm okay now, but it's been a long day, said Kat, squeezing Vivian tightly and trying to bury her face further into Vivian. Ooh, be a bit careful when you shake your head like that, Kat, said Vivian. Why? Said Kat, lifting her head up. Vivian flinched backwards to avoid Kat's horns. Kat, you have very pointy horns now, and I like having both my eyes. I'd trade them to make you feel better any day, but I don't think that would work here, said Vivian. Kat paled slightly. I am so sorry, I forgot, and I just pulling Kat back into her shoulder. Vivian stroked the back of her hair just under Kat's new horns. It's fine, said Vivian. The pair stood there together for 5 minutes before Kat carefully moved her head off Vivian's shoulder and said, we should go. I don't want you to catch a cold. I'm fine, I've never caught a cold in my life, said Vivian. Really? Said Kat. Why, of course. I did get a fever a few times, and all of the sore throats, but the weather here has always been great, so I've never been cold, said Vivian. Kat let loose a light chuckle. Well, we wouldn't want to break your record. We should head back, said Kat. Extracting herself from Vivian's grip, she tried to step in the direction she thought the car was and promptly collapsed on the floor. Without missing a beat, Vivian scooped Kat up in a princess carry, draping Kat's left wing over her shoulder and supporting the other side with her hand slightly. Wow, you're surprisingly light, said Vivian, bobbing Kat slightly as proof. I'd not thought you would be one to talk about a lady's weight, said Kat. Lady? What lady? Said Vivian, spinning them around, searching with exaggerated motions of her head. Only thing I see around here is some trees and an adorable girl in my arms. I'm 17, Vivian, said Kat. That's right, an adorable girl, said Vivian as she started to jog back towards the car. Kat just sighed and rested her head on Vivian's shoulder, keeping in mind her new horns. The path Vivian took back to the car was far from straight as she followed the trail Cat had carved out in her fevered stupor. Snapped branches and singed leaves giving plenty of indication of where to travel. The trail wound left and right seeming without order and even circled around slightly in places. "Was I really that out of it?" said Cat, "just towards the end, dear. I imagine you were really burning up towards the end." "I mean you literally shot a massive plume of fire into the air," said Vivian. "Wait, Vivian, how did you even get to the clearing? What were you doing there?" "It wasn't safe," said Cat. "Well, after I saw that fire I had a choice to make. Either wait around for you to get back or go and see if you were alright. Obviously, I had to check up on you," said Vivian, "but you could have been hurt. The trial wasn't over yet." "It wasn't safe," said Cat. "So? You were in the middle of the forest. It wasn't safe to leave you passed out and unable to defend yourself, so fair is fair," said Vivian. "But my transformation was much more deadly than an animal attack. You mentioned the fire. Anything near me would have been completely destroyed," said Cat. "Yes, and you already released that fire, so it was well worth the risk," said Vivian. "Thanks," said Cat. "Anytime, Cat. You don't have to worry about a thing. I'll look after you," said Vivian. "I can look after myself, Vivian," said Cat. "I never said you couldn't. Besides, do you really want to make that argument while I'm carrying you to my car?" said Vivian. "Right, I suppose not," said Cat. "But it is really nice to know Vivian cares. This wasn't the way I wanted to test her character to determine if it would be completely safe to stay with her, but running towards a giant pillar of flame to check on the girl you just met a week and a bit ago sure does say a lot about her character." The path had straightened considerably, and the charring less noticeable. Though this posed little challenge, as simply following a straight line was more than enough to keep on track. Another 15 minutes of walking found the pair back at the car. Vivian helped Cat sit down in the back before hopping into the front and starting the drive back. "Hey Vivian, what time is it? How long was I out?" said Cat. "It's about 3 in the afternoon. I'm not sure how long you were unconscious, but at least 4 hours," said Vivian. Cat nodded at that. "I suppose it could be worse," said Cat. "Hey system, I'm still really tired. Will I be summoned tonight? User Cat is currently not registered for additional summonings." "What? Why?" "The circumstances surrounding User Cat's awakening are highly unusual and create a number of contradictions in D.E.M.O.N.S. As such, this issue was given to designated supervisors to determine what happens next. Currently, User Cat is required to rest for at least 24 Earth hours." "Wait, you have a supervisor?" "Inner workings of D.E.M.O.N.S. requires higher classification to answer your question, but you just mentioned you have supervisors?" Cat waited for a response and found nothing forthcoming. "Fine then, what sort of things do I have access to, now that I've awakened?" User Cat has been given rank 0.5, which provides increased classification only in relation to User Cat's current error. "Wait, what is rank 0.5? I thought I was supposed to get to rank 1 when I awakened." User Cat was intended to rise to rank 1 upon awakening, however, due to unforeseen circumstances, User Cat has been given rank 0.5. Rank 0.5 is considered a special holding rank for users that have created conflicting errors in D.E.M.O.N.S. that are not yet resolved. "Great, so you said I can rest for 24 hours. When will I be summoned next?" That information is not yet known to D.E.M.O.N.S. However, User Cat will be notified once User Cat's contradictions have been clarified. "Well, can I change my settings so that I'm not summoned instantly after the weekly reset?" User Cat requires rank 1 privileges to change default summoning settings. "Just great. How about a notification to remind me when I can change default settings? Can you do that?" D.E.M.O.N.S. will inform User Cat once User Cat's rank has increased. "Thanks," thought Cat as she leaned further back into the seat. "Hopefully this means all my changes are over for the moment. And I have a chance to rest. Should I go talk to Callisto while I'm on break perhaps? I can't avoid her forever and I trust Vivian's judgment." "Well, I trust her judgment of people," thought Cat, thinking about Vivian's decision to run towards the fire instead of away from it. "And I have horns now, I guess? So Vivian, what do my horns actually look like? I'm guessing I know the general shape. They curl around my head, right? Is there anything else you can tell me about them? Said Cat. Yeah, they do curve around your head. They're a really dark purple actually. I thought they were black the first time I saw them. That's about it, to be honest. I don't really see anything especially demonic about them, said Vivian. Having black horns isn't demonic? Said Cat. Well, I did say they were slightly purple, but even then there are a few animals with black horns. They aren't that strange, said Vivian. I'm pretty sure no other horns curve around the head, said Cat. My details, as I said, hardly demonic. They look nice on you, gives you a bit of a regal vibe, said Vivian. Cat just shook her head and relaxed, content to enjoy the rest of the journey home. The lush green woods and the slightly mountainous terrain was a joy to look at when your body wasn't on fire and threatening to incinerate the surrounding area. Chapter 48. Everything is fine. By the time Cat and Vivian returned to their house, it was well into the afternoon and the sun was setting. Cat had recovered somewhat and was now capable of exiting the car by herself. However, her mind was still somewhat fogged, and her body felt strange to her. Perhaps talking to Callisto will need to wait. I'd like to be fully functional for such an important conversation. Then again, if I run into her when I walk through the door, should I just have the conversation then and there? Vivian opened the door for Cat before she could walk into it accidentally. Giggling slightly at Cat, Vivian followed her into the living room where Lily was reading a book next to Sylvie, who was similarly engaged. Lily and Sylvie looked up upon hearing the sound of the door shutting. When they saw Cat's disheveled state, covered in twigs and random bits of grass, then immediately got up and went to meet her. Lily worked on getting the debris out of Cat's hair and horns, while Sylvie worked on the stray bits stuck in the kimono's sash. Thankfully the rest of Cat seemed clean. The kimono hadn't picked up grime and Cat's skin wasn't marked with dirt, but they just chalked that up to her changed skin. After cleaning Cat up, they leaned in to hug her and Cat responded in kind. Is everything alright? Said Lily. It's fine, I'm fine. Said Cat, being careful not to poke at her friend's eye. What happened? Said Lily. Don't worry, I just froze a bit of a national forest, said Cat. Sylvie said you had a fever. How do you end up freezing a forest? Said Lily. Well, I really needed to cool down, didn't I? Had to get rid of my fever somehow, said Cat. We were worried about you, Cat. Can you tell us what happened? Said Sylvie. Now girls, Cat's had a rough day. If she needs to, she can tell you all about it. I'm sure she'd love to tell you both when she's had a bit of rest, said Vivian. Thanks for the consideration, Vivian, but I'd like to tell them both now. Said Cat. So, I woke up this morning absolutely full of energy. I was practically vibrating in my seat. In fact, perhaps I was considering how hot I was running. So I had a quick chat with Vivian, and she agreed to take me out for a run. Obviously, it wasn't safe for me to run in the neighborhood considering everything, so I headed for the forest instead. Eventually I just couldn't wait anymore, so I hopped out of Vivian's car and took into the fire and let off some steam before I took a short rest with my face in some stone, highly relaxing. I managed to chill out a bit, possibly freezing some other stuff, but that's fine. Met up with Vivian a bit later and then we came back. That about sums everything up, said Cat. I mean, I can pretty much confirm that, I suppose, said Vivian. Lily and Sylvie, however, did not look impressed with the joking pair. We've been seriously worried, and I hate that I know you can't lie, so obviously what you said is close enough to the truth, but even still. What happened? Said Lily. It really was basically what I just said, but with a lot more fevered insanity and a lot less out for a nice jog. Got some neat horns out of it though, so I'd say it was worth it. Said Cat. Cat, you look really cool now, said Sylvie. Cat laughed and patted Sylvie on the head with the top of her tail, her arms still occupied with hugging. Lily pouted as if she wanted to contradict Cat, but, in the end, she wasn't willing to spoil the moment. Cat really did seem fine now, and the fact she couldn't lie about it was of some comfort. After standing in the hallway for another minute, they group waddled over the couch, unwilling to let each other go just yet. Despite Cat's explanation and assurance, as well as Lily and Sylvie's willingness to accept them, they also still understood that Cat is lucky to have come out of this as healthy as she did. No one was willing to mention that fact, but they all seemed to understand it. Vivian chose this time to sneak off to visit Callisto. She'd had her time to look after Kat already, and she was more than willing to let Sylvie and Lily have their turn by themselves. Kat, what are the chances something like this happens again? Do we need to be worried about more of your future changes? Said Lily after 15 minutes of relaxing on the couch. I think you've got nothing to worry about. I've completely awakened Door, so I've been told. So nothing like this should happen again. In fact, what happened this time was never supposed to happen, so it should be fine, said Kat. What do you mean a mistake? It could have been really bad, said Lily, not willing to quite say what was on her mind. Just a minor technical difficulty with the process, Lily. It's all been resolved now, I think, said Kat. Why did you add that I think on the end? I saw you pause. You had to add that on the end, so it wasn't a lie, didn't you? Said Lily. Well, I mean, stammered Kat in surprise. I didn't think Lily would already be using this sort of thing against me. There are some ongoing issues. None of them are dangerous though, in fact I even get a break tonight from summoning. I might have to do a job later in the week, but I swear I'm not in any extra danger, said Kat. I trust Kat can deal with anything, said Sylvie. She came back to us this time, despite everyone worrying. That means we don't have to worry as much next time. In the silence following Sylvie's sentence, the three girls heard a door shutting and turned around to see Vivian getting some water out of the fridge. Sorry to interrupt you, I was just sneaking down for some water and I wasn't planning to interrupt you guys, said Vivian. Join the hugs, Vivian, said Sylvie. Well, if you insist, said Vivian, placing her glass on the counter. Vivian picked up Sylvie and placed her on her lap, then snuggled in next to Kat. Seeing as I'm included now, I'll add that we need to take you girls shopping. There is still nothing in your rooms and I was going to take you today, but well, things happened, so I guess it's fine. Lily, you are more than free to come as well. I plan to take these girls and maybe Callisto, though I doubt she will want to come, to the city 2 hours away to buy some things, said Vivian. I'm happy to come. There is actually a few books I was looking at that I can't really pick up around here. Also, because school's over, my parents probably won't freak out too much. I wonder if it would be better or worse to tell them Kat's adopted mother is taking us, said Lily. Vivian, how exactly do you plan on hiding the fact that I have wings, a tail, and even horns now? Said Kat. I'm glad you asked, Kat. I've actually been thinking a lot about this. If we go to the city, I think I have a master plan that will work, and it's only because of the location, said Vivian. Well, don't keep us waiting, said Kat. The answer is nothing, said Vivian, big smile on her face accompanied by grand hand waving gestures. I don't follow, said Kat. Absolutely nothing, said Vivian. Kat stared at Vivian with a deadpan look. Okay, fine. So that city actually has some conventions throughout the year. And sure, none of them are happening at the moment, but I bet if you just act naturally and don't do anything weird, people won't even comment on it. At worst, people will take a bunch of pictures, but that's fine, right? Said Vivian. Do you really want to go shopping and be interrupted by random people taking photos every few seconds? Said Kat. Vivian shrugged, and Lily made a concerned face but didn't say anything. Sylvie just shrugged with a smile on her face as if it had nothing to do with her. Well, I guess it won't be so bad. It will be nice just hanging out with Lily without having to worry about schoolwork or demon stuff. We haven't really been able to just hang out, and it will be a good chance to get to know Vivian a bit more, see what kinds of things she likes. Besides, I haven't gone shopping in the next city over before. I wonder what it will be like. Chapter 49. On the highway to Mall, Kat was getting ready for the day trip by fixing her hair in the mirror. Her outfit was set because nothing other than her kimono could properly allow for her wings. Fixing her hair, though, Kat noticed that she'd been slightly mistaken about how her horns sit around her head. Kat found that her horns start behind her ears, going backward and then curving and returning to the front, rather than simply started at the base of her neck like the fiery counterpart she'd seen. Well, this makes styling my hair a bit easier. I thought I'd have to deal with two horns splitting my hair at the back, but this is considerably more manageable. Kat played around with her hair a bit before deciding that keeping it unbound was best. I never really liked doing anything fancy with my hair anyway. Even the hair sticks were just to avoid people noticing how long it's gotten. Now that I can just leave it down and my hair is kind enough to stay straight and orderly, I can just forget about it. Kat found her way downstairs and ate her part of the breakfast left on the table. Callisto had apparently told Vivian she wasn't coming today, but it seems she was nice enough to still prepare breakfast. While Kat was eating, Sylvie joined her for the meal and the two ate in companionable silence. "Huh, I'm not sure if I'm early or late," said Vivian as she came down the stairs. Vivian was wearing a light blue knitted turtleneck sweater with a complimentary pair of long pants. "Well, you're later than me, but around the same timing as Sylvie, I guess," said Kat, glancing between Vivian's outfit and Sylvie's pajamas. "I suppose so. Do you know when Lily will be here?" "I don't think I actually gave her a time," said Vivian. "I'm sure she will be here soon. Lily likes to sleep in a bit, but she hates being late to anything." "I'd say there is a good chance she arrives before you finish breakfast," said Kat. "I'll go get ready then," said Sylvie, heading back upstairs for a shower. Vivian ate quickly and then disappeared upstairs while Kat waited for Lily to arrive. It was only around a minute after Vivian left that Kat heard a knock at the door. Kat peeked through the window to double-check it was Lily before opening the door to reveal Lily in a long navy blue coat and an even longer gray dress. "Morning, Lily," said Kat. "Good morning. I hope I'm dressed all right. I haven't been to the city in ages," said Lily. "You look great," Lily said, Kat ushering her inside. "Sylvie's just having a shower and I'm not quite sure what Vivian is up to. She seemed in a rush," said Kat. "That's fine, I just didn't want to be late," said Lily. "I called it. Shame Vivian ate so fast, and I might have been correct on the timing as well." Kat and Lily spent a few minutes on the couch waiting for Sylvie and Vivian to arrive, but what they saw was a shock to both of them. Walking down the stairs was Sylvie, dressed in a black kimono with white flowers that looked shockingly similar to Kat's own. "What? How did you?" "I have questions," fumbled Kat. "It was Vivian's idea, and I think it's great," said Sylvie, smiling wide. "Well, I can hardly take all the credit. I just suggested getting her something nice to match your kimono. After I found out that you'll be wearing it a lot, I just had to see Sylvie in something that matched," said Vivian. "That's so cute." "Good job, Sylvie," said Lily. "I don't see what the big deal is, guys. Sylvie is always cute. I don't see how she looks any better than normal." "Well, I'm glad you agree with me," said Vivian. "Now that we're all here, shall we get moving? It'll take around 2 hours to get into the city and I have a few places in mind to visit," said Vivian. "Where are we going?" asked Kat. "Well, that's a surprise. At the very least, we're heading to the mall for a few random things and some books for Lily, right?" asked Vivian. "Yeah, said Lily, "if you don't mind. The bookstore I'm looking for is in the mall." "No worries, I'm sure everyone can find at least something in the mall to occupy themselves," said Vivian. "And, are you sure Kat will be fine looking like that?" said Lily. "Not that there's anything wrong with how you look, Kat. I mean, it's fine." "I understand what you mean, Lily. I am somewhat noticeable. It's the wings that really cause the issues. Even my horns aren't that bad if I wanted to hide them. I really have no idea what to do about my wings though, even folded they are quite noticeable," said Kat. "Oh, and how should I hold them, Vivian?" "It was your suggestion to just act naturally, but how naturally for my wings?" "Well, how do they normally sit?" "I guess it depends really," said Vivian. "I can keep them folded without too much trouble, but that isn't actually that comfortable. I feel the urge to stretch them out after a while. Something closer to half unfurled. It's hard to explain. I'll just stand up and show you the difference," said Kat. Standing in place, Kat unfurled her wings, stretching them to their maximum length. "So this is mostly for preparing to fly. It isn't actually that comfortable to hold. I can kind of compare it to being in a runner's start. Your muscles are prime and ready, but you can't just sit there forever," said Kat. "Then you have this at the other end of the spectrum." Kat closed her wings all the way, folding them against her back and keeping them tight. "This I'd say is comparable to standing in place. You can do it for a while, but you feel the need to fidget, and when it comes to my wings the fidgeting would be rather noticeable. Finally letting her wings relax, they rested somewhere around 2/3 extended with slight bends in the material. This is totally relaxed. My wings can comfortably sit like this pretty much forever, but they will probably bounce a lot as I move, which is honestly not that bad. I hardly notice it. Well, said Vivian, dragging out the word as much as she could, I think as long as your wings aren't full extended it's fine. You will just have to commit to a pose and keep it. Assuming you had fake wings, I doubt they could move much, or if they can it will look really fake. I think that will be the only point of concern, natural movement, but I bet a few little things here and there if you're careful will go unnoticed, said Vivian. Okay, just one more question then. What about the fact that they face through my clothes, said Kat. Huh. Right, I forgot about that. I mean obviously that's how you wear the kimono at all, but I just hadn't considered what that would look like, mused Vivian. I'm sure it will be fine, just don't move around too much. Would it be safer to hide my tail then? It's a little expressive and it moves a bunch when I'm walking, said Kat. But your tail is so cool, said Sylvie. Yes, but Kat needs to be careful about these things, said Lily. Well, I think the tail is the easiest to get away with actually. A few robotic fake tails have come out recently, and I mean, they aren't great but they are surprisingly well done. If anyone asks we can just say Kat is testing out a prototype of the newer ones and I'm sure it will be fine, said Vivian. Why do you know so much about fake tails, said Kat. Well, don't robot limbs seem so cool? I could get even more work done if I had 4 arms. I keep up with these things, said Vivian, puffing out her chest. If it was anyone else I'd call their bluff, but Vivian's certainly enthusiastic enough about everything that she might actually choose to have extra arms if she could. Indeed, Vivian, I wish the robotic eye replacements were a bit further along as well. They just aren't practical at all. The technology is basically non-existent, but a girl can dream, said Lily. You as well, Lily? I thought you liked your glasses, said Kat. I spent a week on robotics about 3-4 months ago now. The theoretical technology level is shockingly high, but practical stuff just isn't there yet. It's all really cool to look at though. Didn't I tell you about it? Said Lily. I think that must have been during Term 3's exams. I vaguely recall you mentioning it once. Wait, is that why you got such middling grades on your modern history exam? Said Kat. No, said Lily, finding Sylvie's kimono much more interesting than she did 30 seconds ago. Lily, I have magic vision. I can't tell you are lying, said Kat. Wait, you can see eyes? How does that work, said Lily. It doesn't, I cheated. I have magic vision, and separate to that, I can tell you are lying, said Kat. Lily pouted at this and walked towards the garage, blushing. Why are you embarrassed? Or actually, why did you think you could get away with one of the most obvious lies ever? Vivian and Sylvie could probably tell, and they don't know you that well. Shrugging her shoulders, Kat followed Lily to the garage. Chapter 50. Just ignore the demon. Walking casually through the mall, entering the city outskirts, Kat was underwhelmed. Lily and Vivian seemed so excited. The city isn't even that impressive though. Sure, you have some large buildings, but it's just missing something. It's all so boring. Kat gazed out the window listlessly. Sylvie was strapped into the seat next to her and seemed to be enjoying just sitting around with Kat rather than the city itself. Sylvie had her eyes closed as she leaned into Kat with an adorable smile on her face. Sylvie seems to have the right idea, enjoying the moment with calm grace. Though I suppose I can't help but respect Vivian's unending enthusiasm, so, first stop is the mall. Now when we are there, I want you all to pick out at least one thing, that includes you, Lily. You can pick whatever you want except a desk. I have plans for that later when we visit a good friend of mine, said Vivian. Shouldn't you be encouraging us to spend less on useless things? Said Kat. Well, your rooms are so bare, anything to liven it up cannot be useless. And besides, I trust you both not to go overboard. If you girls start spending money like water, then I'll need to rethink some things. But I have seen your rooms at the orphanage, said Vivian. Well, it isn't as if we had the spare money to decorate in the orphanage. We could be horrible with money, said Kat. I doubt it, dear. You both know the weight of money, so let me spoil you a little. Just this once, I don't promise, said Vivian, trying to obfuscate the don't in her sentence. Kat just sighed. It's at times like these that make me wonder if Vivian is the most childish out of all of us, or if she is the wisest. I suppose she has the money to spend, but at the same time is this responsible? Then again, she also recognizes that she is likely to do this again, but only if we behave well. Vivian, how long will we be in town, do you think? Originally I was going to have my wings in resting position, but now I see the crowds, I think doing that will take up too much space, especially if we are on the sidewalks, said Kat as she looked over the busy streets. Well, we can't stay too long, especially in the mall, because my friend we are visiting shuts his shop at 3 p.m. on Saturdays. I'm sure he'd be happy to chat with us a bit longer, but I don't want to keep him too long. So assuming we can find everything in the mall, we will probably spend 3 hours at most, said Vivian, after glancing at the dashboard clock. Okay, I think I can manage 3 hours with my wings folded. If not, I'm sure I can find somewhere to hide for a moment and stretch, said Kat as the car started pulling into the parking lot. Well, if you think you'll be fine. I agree with your reasoning, but I wonder if you will find enough space to stretch, said Lily, glancing towards Kat, whose wings were currently occupying the entirety of the back seat. What do you mean? I just need a bit of a quiet corner with no people around, said Kat. Kat, I guess maybe it's a bit different from your perspective, but your wings are huge. Stretching them will require a lot of space, and I just feel like some random shop corner won't actually be large enough, said Lily. Huh? She's right. I hadn't considered the extra space required to stretch. These demonic editions can be weird like that. On the one hand, I can walk and balance perfectly with wings and a tail, and I can move them as if I'd grown up learning. But on the other hand, I still fail to take these things into consideration, like size. I know instinctively how big they are and where I can fit with them spread, but thinking about more abstract things like stretching somewhere, eventually doesn't seem to give me the same aid. I think I'll still keep them closed though. The last thing I want is for someone to run into them and have nothing happen to me. My muscles are strong and my wings can support my whole body weight essentially. I don't even know if I'd notice someone running into me, and that could shatter the whole. Cat totally isn't a demon, it's a costume plan. I think I'll keep my wings folded even still, Lily. I wouldn't want to shatter the illusion, said Kat. What do you mean, asked Sylvie. Well, normal fake wings that people are going to assume I have would be flimsy light things made of styrofoam. My wings are strong, supported by a number of muscles, and are capable of supporting my entire body weight. Having someone knock my wings and then have them remain intact would probably make it hard to believe this is a costume, said Kat. Interesting. I hadn't considered that, Kat. How strong are your wings exactly, said Lily as Vivian managed to find a park. Well, I know they are strong enough to lift my whole weight, and nearly enough to lift a second person, but not quite. I can glide, carefully, holding someone, but doing anything more advanced than flying in a straight line is a massive strain on me, said Kat. While interesting, you should make your decision quickly. I can see a few people around the parking lot, so I think it's best to pick now, said Vivian as she glanced between the groups traveling around the parking lot. Kat folded her wings and got out of the car, fixing her tail in a comfortable S shape so that it could bounce a bit. She refrained from letting her tail rest close to the ground like others might expect, because for some reason her tail always rested up if possible. Vivian walked up to Kat and whispered, "Just act like you normally do and no one will notice." Everyone started walking through the parking lot towards the mall. It was a rather large but stocky looking building, as if it had intended to be 2 stories tall at one point, but the decision was changed halfway. Despite this, the building sprawled out and covered a large chunk of the outer city area it resided. The group followed Vivian as she led the way. "Where are we heading first?" asked Kat. "Well, I mostly want you girls to just wander around, but I think I know the bookstore Lily is aiming. So I've been heading roughly that direction." "You're looking for the old second-hand bookstore behind the hairdressers, right?" said Vivian. "Ah, yeah, how did you know?" said Lily. Vivian just looked back and wiggled her eyebrows playfully at Lily. "How is it behind another shop?" said Sylvie. Vivian looked pointedly at Lily, asking her to speak. "Well, Sylvie, The shop used to be something else, I think, and the hairdressers didn't need all the space, so it was split between the two, said Lily. Close, the bookstore is actually the owner of that space, not the hairdresser, said Vivian. Wait, what? Why would they take the back section then? Said Lily. Vivian just shrugged. She had a few guesses but nothing concrete. As this conversation was going on, Kat was watching everyone's reactions to her group. With her improved eyesight, and her newly improved ability to process information, she could keep track of everyone she passed with only some minor thoughts, still focusing mostly on the conversation. Vivian was right, these people really just aren't bothered. Most people just keep walking like I don't have wings or horns. A few do double take but just keep walking, and even less stop to take pictures. And I think I can see about 5 groups of people who are conversing about me. Actually, can I try and listen in? Kat pushed some of her energy into her ears, using the same process of compressing her aura and pushing it towards her head. It was a bit harder to split the feeling between both ears rather than just throwing it to the front of her face, but it did the job. Whoa, do you see that girl in the demon costume? That's next level. I don't recognize her from anything. Do you know what show she is supposed to be from? The craftsmanship on those wings, I'd hate to be whoever made those, but I'd love it as well. Focusing on that last conversation, just in case they'd noticed something strange. That group consisted of a man missing one of his fingers, who had just spoken, and a lady who had her arms wrapped around his. I don't get why you think they are such high-quality productions. Her wings are so plain, it's the details on the horns that interest me, said the lady. No, you don't get it, those wings bounce along with her steps, said the man. So, everything bounces, her clothes bounce, my clothes bounce, that's how people walk, Julian, said the lady. Look, it ain't like that. They don't move like a single piece, they move more like. Not quite sure what it's like, said Julian. Well, if you can't even explain it, let's go. We are already late for the gathering at Paul's, said the lady as she started pulling Julian through the crowd. I guess I'm being a bit too suspicious. Chapter 51, If a stack of books falls in an empty bookstore, who has to pick it up? Rounding the corner, the group found a hall with a shocking number of hairdressers. 4 different ones to be exact. Vivian paused and made her way to the side of the hall to get out of everyone's way. Right, well, this is new, said Vivian. Is there supposed to be 4 of them, said Lily. Nope, there was only 2 before and I can't rightfully remember which one the bookstore is behind, said Vivian. It's that one, said Sylvie, pointing towards the hairdressers in the back right of the hall. It was past a few other shops and the furthest hairdresser from the group. How do you know, Sylvie, said Lily. Vivian said this is new, but only 2 of them. The 2 on the left are much newer than the ones of the right, and the other one on the left is stuck between 2 other shops. The one at the back has another hallway if you look closely, said Sylvie. Lily and Vivian looked at Sylvie surprised, while Kat simply nodded and focused on looking for the hallway she'd mentioned. Yup, I can see it there just past the hairdressers. It's actually pretty noticeable now that I'm looking, thought Kat as she patted Sylvie on the head for her hard work. The hallway behind the hairdressers was a well-lit service entrance with a large fire door at the end and lights all across the ceiling. Despite this, it still felt dingy. The wall was stacked stone bricks without a covering and the ceiling had a number of pipes running across it near the lights. Towards the back of the hallway right next to the door stood an open shop front with books that almost spilled into the hallway. It seemed that the owner had taken care to keep the fire doors unobstructed, but this resulted in a number of precarious stacks of books lining the store's edge. Ah, yes, just like I remember it, said Vivian, beaming. Wait, this is normal for this store? Said Kat. Yup, it's been like this for years, at least a decade I think, said Vivian. What were you looking for last time, said Kat. Second-hand textbooks for my university degree, said Vivian. Walking into the store, they found a young clerk manning the counter. He was reading an unmarked book and simply waved to acknowledge the group's presence in the store without removing his eyes from the page. Kat found herself a bit wary of the strange stacks of books. Her newfound appendages threatened to topple many of them if she turned too quickly or in the wrong way. Even the tunnels under Miner's Place weren't this bad. How do you expect self-respecting demons to fit in here? Plus, why are all the books in stacks? How do you tell half of these apart? Lily, however, had other thoughts as she seemed to glide through the stacks of books like they weren't there at all. Vivian showed similar grace, and while it was not to the same graceful extent as Lily, Vivian was more than able to hop from pile to pile as she inspected books. Sylvie was simply small enough that she had room to spare and wandered the store with ease. It's just me? Am I the one who's crazy? Surely normal people struggle with this, right? And Kat was right, the piles were stacked in such a way as to challenge people who enter. They were never intended to stand for long, a gimmick the owner had come up with after finding a number of compelling books by accident, but Kat didn't know this. Kat let her eyes scan the store in order to limit the amount of movement she'd have to do. What she saw, however, further reinforced that she had no idea what she was doing. The books in any one pile didn't seem connected to each other and were just as likely to contain a school textbook as a fantasy novel. Despite this, the stacks did seem to be grouped together somehow. Adjacent stacks seemed to have the same types of mixed literature. For example, if one stack contained a few business textbooks spread throughout the stack, it was almost certain that its neighbors had the same. This continued with fantasy or sci-fi books as well, sticking in their clusters despite the muddled piles. There were a few other books that Kat saw no connection between, but simply assumed there must be something connecting them, as she was no bookworm. It was just after Kat had finally made some sense of the filing system the shop employed that she spotted Lily. Now this wasn't strange, but it was her hands Kat noticed. They trembled as she hovered between books. Without Kat's new eyes she might not have noticed the difference, but there was no excitement in Lily's movements, only hesitation. Lily looked like if she chose the wrong book her arm would be taken instead. Lily would be so close to placing her hand on a book a number of times before pulling back and shying away. Kat made her way over to her friend, being extremely careful not to topple any of the stacks. Kat stood right next to Lily, clearly within eyeline, but she didn't react. "Hey," said Kat softly. Lily jumped half a meter into the air and spun around, coming awfully close to toppling a few of the nearby books in the process before staring at Kat like a deer in headlights. "Is everything all right?" said Kat. "Why, yes, everything is fine," said Lily, swallowing. "Lily, you can talk to me about anything, you know that, right?" said Kat. Lily nodded to Kat but kept her mouth closed. "Really, I won't hold it against you, no matter what you say," said Kat. I don't know what I'm doing," said Lily, finding the dust on the floor fascinating all of a sudden. "I'm afraid you are going to have to be a bit more specific than that," said Kat. "I don't know what to do now," said Lily. "Well, right now you need to tell me what's wrong," said Kat firmly. I don't know what to do with myself now that I've finished school," said Lily. "I don't see how that could cause you to make such a face." "Surely that can't be all," said Kat. "It's complicated," said Lily. "I'm sure it is," said Kat. "I meant to tell you, I did," said Lily, sighing. "I'd been putting it off for weeks. I probably should have included this in the birthday note, but I just couldn't. I can't figure out what I'm supposed to do." "Kat, I don't see how that would offend me," said Kat. "Well, I'd planned to go to university, I think. But I can't figure out what to do, and I felt like I had to go. I was hoping to use this as a chance to learn some new things and get away from my parents," said Lily, stammering. "And look, I know that's horrible to say, I mean you didn't have that chance and I'm running away from it. Then all this D.E.M.O.N stuff happened, and I mean, this has just been so much more important, and like I came here to look for as many old textbooks as I could, the cheap ones, and just read them all so that I could find anything at all that I wanted to do, but I can't help but feel that I'm making a horrible mistake," said Lily. Kat brought Lily into a hug, careful not to automatically wrap her tail around Lily. "I can't be seen moving that, and I don't think I want to use my aura here. Lily needs to deal with this herself, or at least ask for help without prompting." "I think that's perfectly reasonable, Lily. Your parents haven't been terribly nice, but I think going off to university is an admirable idea," said Kat. "But I don't really want to go," said Lily. "It's an excuse. I wanted to be away from my parents, and I think for some reason I thought you'd be with me." "I doubt that will be the case now," said Lily. "Hey, I can still come with you. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with myself. Apparently, I'm being paid every time I get summoned. Once I awakened, they said, but now look, still not a cent to my name, said Kat. I know, I think I'd lose something if I went. If I decided to commit myself to a course that I hated just to get away, said Lily, crying into Kat's shoulder. Why not take a year off? Maybe work at the library or something, said Kat. Ha ha ha, laughed Lily between sniffles. I hadn't even considered that. My parents seem to expect me to go, the guidance council didn't even recommend it. I certainly never thought of it. Lily tightened her grip on Kat. I shouldn't have needed to hear that from you. I should have figured it out myself. But thank you, Kat. Really, thank you, said Lily as she tried to crush Kat's bones with a hug. Luckily for Kat, hers had been improved since and was able to comfortably embrace her wounded friend. Chapter 52. A bright flash of light. Kat continued to hug Lily for a while, reassuring her friend that it would work out. After calming down, Lily slowly separated herself from Kat and said, okay, thank you. I needed that, a lot. I think I'm still going to look through these books. I think I'll find the cheapest textbook for the subjects I'm interested in, said Lily. Okay, I'll come and look with you, said Kat, patting her friend on the head. The girls spent a bit of time examining the books around the store. It wasn't hard to find assorted textbooks on a wide range of topics, but comparing the prices was a nightmare. Some books were marked on the corners, others had a slip on the front cover, and no small number had no visible pricing, just a sticker with a barcode on them. A few even seemed to be lacking anything at all to identify the price. Maybe you should get a job here, clearly they need someone to organize this mess, said Kat. They have that guy out the front. He seems unconcerned, said Lily. Yes, because teenage boys are the best benchmark for if a room is cleaned or not. I've lived with quite a few of them, and outside a few specific instances the mess just accumulates somehow. Honestly, it's pretty magical to watch week by week, said Kat. Hey, wait a minute, said Kat after a moment of thought. Isn't your room just as bad as the shop? Well, no, most of my books on the floor are heavily damaged and can't be read anymore. Only a few specific stacks are still fine, and I keep them orderly, said Lily, blushing. Gathering together 4 books that Kat and Lily could only assume were the cheapest in the shop, they headed to the counter. Lily had chosen to cover science, design, teaching, and computer science. So I get the design, and maybe even the science, but why the teaching and computer science? Said Kat. Well, the science and the computer science are both for researching. Science you figured out, but computer science also has some research areas like data science. The teaching is because if I want to be a teacher librarian, I have to be a qualified teacher as well, said Lily. And you want to teach? In front of people? Said Kat, raising an eyebrow. Well, I mean, not really. I'm just keeping my options open. These are the only things I'm even remotely interested in, I think, said Lily. Well, I hope you think otherwise. Nobody's got any idea what you're doing, said Kat. Lily and Kat placed the books on the counter, and the boy behind the counter stopped reading long enough to ring through the prices before turning back to his book. Lily was about to walk away when Kat jabbed her with an elbow lightly and whispered, ask him if there is a chance you could get a job here, said Kat. Lily paled and returned with, I'm not prepared for this. And I mean, the city is a long way away, if you're sure, said Kat as she swiped the 4 books and went to meet up with Vivian and Lily, who were waiting out the front. Hey, I can help with that, Kat, said Lily. Kat responded by lifting the books with just one hand. They really aren't that heavy, said Kat. Still, I shouldn't make you carry them, said Lily. Kat then lifted the books up onto 2 fingers. Kat was struggling a bit to balance them, but the weight was no issue. Fine, said Lily, pouting. As the group started walking, Kat noticed that Vivian was holding a book. What did you buy, Vivian? Actually, Sylvie suggested it. We are going to make our way through it together, said Vivian. Turning the book around, it read Shogi for Dummies. I feel like I should have questions, but I can't figure out what they are. So where to now? Said Kat as they left the store. Wherever you girls want, said Vivian. Why are you leading the way then, said Kat. Would you like to lead the way? Said Vivian. Silence followed, as no one replied. I thought so, said Vivian. I'm just planning to go through the whole mall. Just stop me if you find anything interesting, said Vivian, and so the group continued to wander around the shops. Occasionally Vivian would lead them into a store for them to look around for a moment, but nothing of note was purchased. Things were relatively normal until two girls around Kat's age tapped her on the shoulder from behind. Turning around to face the pair, Kat saw that they were both wearing matching outfits of jeans and split-sleeve shirts. These girls have to be twins, or at least sisters. Actually, they remind me of Annie and Amanda. Could it be the same girls? Do you think we could get a picture with you, said Twin 1. We'd be quite grateful, said Twin 2. Sure, if you'd like, said Kat, and before she even finished her sentence Vivian had appeared beside the twins. I'll take the picture, said Vivian, bringing out her phone. Thanks, said the twins. So how do you want to do this, said Kat as they moved out of the central walkway into a bit of a corner. If you don't mind, said Twin 1, we'd like to stand either side of you, said Twin 2. Kat nodded and took position along the wall. The twins took up positions either side of Kat, posing slightly with their arms crossed, leaning away from Kat slightly. Should I be posing as well? Kat decided on crossing her arms to match the twins and leaning backwards slightly. Everyone ready, said Vivian, lining up the shot with exaggerated hand movements. Say demons. Kat flashed a grin, and while the twins responded faithfully with demons, the camera flash went off and Kat was pleasantly surprised to note that she wasn't blinded by it at all. The twins, however, both had to blink their eyes a few times before they headed over to Vivian to check out the photos. Huh, I didn't think Kat had purple eyes. Strange photo, said Twin 2. The world slowed as Kat's mind went into overdrive. Why are my eyes showing purple? I didn't use any powers, did I? Shit, the flash, could it have caused this? I used a bit of demonic energy to counteract the flash and they showed up purple? As the twins turned to face Kat, she put the barest hint of energy just behind her eyes, hoping that it would replicate the purple tint shown in the photograph. Huh, I guess you're wrong, sis. She's got purple eyes right now, said Twin 2. I thought for sure they were blue just before, said Twin 1. Might have been the lighting, said Twin 2. Vivian paled slightly while this conversation was going on, connecting the dots same as Kat had done with only a little more time in between. Hey girls, how did you want me to send you this photo? Email? Text? Said Vivian calmly, trying to redirect the conversation. The twins both shared a look with each other before nodding to some unspoken agreement. Send it to email protected, said the twins in perfect sync. Sounds great, dears, just one moment said Vivian, fiddling with her phone. Sent. It was at this point Kat noticed a line forming around her. Oh great. I say yes to one picture and now I have a crowd. Normally I wouldn't mind, but Vivian said we have to leave in time to visit her friend. Plus I don't really want to be taking pictures on my day off when I could be hanging out with everyone. Okay, I apologize, but I have things to do. I'll do 5 extra pictures. You provide the device to my friend, said Kat, pointing to Vivian, who waved and smiled, and we can take one picture. I don't mind if you want to partner up or have a few groups at once. Just be mindful of each other. No fighting, and don't take too long. Turning back to face the twins, who were beginning to walk away to avoid the crowd. See you both next time, Annie, Amanda. The twins waved back, not really thinking about it and continuing for a moment before turning and realizing what Kat had just said, though when they turned Kat already had quite the crowd. So they left to continue their day out. While this was happening, Kat heard a shudder go off from the crowd. Should I be mean about this? Yeah, I think I will. Okay, that's one photo, said Kat. The crowd made displeased grumbles but couldn't identify the person. Because of this, the crowd started to ramble and had the voices mix into indistinct sounds before they seemed to reach a census. The groups surrounding Kat split roughly into 4 groups. Well, I guess this is how we are doing this now, school choir style. As everyone was getting into position, Kat carefully released her calming aura to surround everyone. Better off using this now to prevent an issue. Hopefully we can just come and get a few group photos and I can be on my way. Chapter 53, Photos are a great way to practice using demonic energy. While everyone was gathering together, Kat was finding it hard to maintain a slight level of demonic energy behind her eyes and maintain the calming aura at the same time. Why didn't I practice this? Actually, I know why. It's because I never thought I'd need to learn how to change my eyes slightly purple to prevent a bunch of random people noticing my eyes changing color. But really, this is what's actually going to get my caught. My eyes? I have wings, for crying out loud, and my eyes that just sometimes change color are what get me. Kat couldn't believe how things had turned out. Should I pretend to take out contacts maybe? But no, I can't do that, because if any of them have the flash on, they'll go purple again. During Kat's internal monologue, she kept lightly applying her calming aura to the surroundings. At least I have an instinct for calming aura that tells me how heavy I can lay it on people before they notice. To Kat, this feeling was something akin to knowing how hard you could squeeze a grape or knowing how to keep a shovel balanced on your hand. She was constantly making slight adjustments to the aura to keep it from getting noticed, lowering and raising the intensity as needed to keep everyone calm but unaware. She was surprised at just how easy that was compared to lighting her eyes up slightly. During these thoughts, the first group had assembled around Kat, kept a mostly respectable distance from her, but everyone was packed quite tightly into the corner, so a little discomfort was expected. "Okay, so I've got this girl's camera," said Vivian, pointing to one of the girls on the edge of the crowd. "You can see her for this picture afterwards." Vivian, waiting another moment before giving the call, "Say demons." "Demons," said the group, and as the flash went off, Kat felt the energy behind her eyes lurch forward, straining against her control to further reinforce her eyes. She was able to hold it together for a moment until more energy crashed into the energy she was holding and sent a lot of it into her eyes. Luckily, the area was more than well lit, and whatever light there might have been went unnoticed. "Damn, that was close. I need to be more careful next time." The crowd dispersed somewhat slowly, but Vivian shooed them off and ensured nobody was trying to sneak into extra photos. The second group was much like the first, except this time when Kat stared intently at Vivian's hand and the moment before the flash went off released the energy. Kat felt it return towards her core, only to burst forth to cover her eyes once the flash began. "I can't believe I didn't notice this reaction when I was in the tunnels. It's so easy to tell when my body is using energy for stuff. Wait, do I use it to regenerate as well?" User Kat likely uses demonic energy to regenerate. While D.E.M.O.N.S is unable to confirm at this time, it is only standard for certain other species of demons to use other sources of energy, such as gorgers, which can also use stored mass. Kat nearly jumped out of her skin when she saw the familiar burning text appear in front of her. I'd almost expected not to hear back from the system at all until it had sorted everything out. I'm actually kind of glad it's still here though. Quickly recovering from the shock, Kat watched Vivian direct everyone to some other poor sap who had to go through the effort of getting a group of 15-ish people's contact information. The third group of people were now crowding around Kat. Gathering around, lining up, getting everyone to fit into position. Kat prepared her energy behind her eyes, ready to let go just before the flash, just like last time. The moment Vivian's hand touched the button, Kat let go of the energy and waited for a flash. That didn't come. I didn't think they'd have the flash off. Kat panicked and tried to grasp the energy she had been keeping behind her eyes, but she felt it slipping away back into her core. Putting the full weight of her mental energy behind it only made it halt in place, traveling neither up or down. What am I supposed to do? Why can't I move this? Time slowed as Kat searched for a solution. User Kat is informed that demonic energy will return to the user's core if possible after completing a command. Okay, I can work with this. Dropping her control of the current energy, she reached into her core for more and found plenty awaiting her command. Pulling it swiftly up behind her eyes once again, Kat could only hope that she hadn't lost the purple glow when the camera took her picture. The final group was preparing to take the last picture. It had quite a few extra people in it who had joined in towards the end, but it was just barely a manageable amount for their little corner. Kat, however, was distracted. Okay, so how do I safely manage this? I need to hold the energy behind my eyes to keep them purple. I also need to let go of that energy when the flash turns on so that my eyes don't actually start glowing. But I also need to be careful about if there isn't a flash. If there is no flash, I'll need to pull the energy up myself after I let go of the first batch to keep the amount behind my eyes consistent enough. Vivian prepared to take the final photo, her bright smile slightly strained. She'd seen Kat's expression go through a number of rapid changes during the 4 photos. Most people wouldn't have noticed, but Vivian was keeping her eyes squarely on Kat. Perhaps the only other person to pick up on the rapid and subtle expressions was Sylvie, but she was a bit sure to see over the crowd. Vivian pressed her finger down and once again there was a flash. Kat quickly let go of the energy behind her eyes before grasping at some still in her core. Letting the first crash happen, Kat waited until she could feel the protective energy fade from her eyes before she pushed more up to take its place. Okay, I think I've managed it. I'm somewhat disappointed there was a flash. I need to test this sort of thing out in the future. Perhaps after today I need to spend some time really testing out my abilities. Now that I've awakened, I doubt I'll be going through so many rapid changes. While the groups were distracted with handing over their contact details to Vivian's chosen sacrifice, Vivian managed to round up the girls and slip through the crowd unnoticed. How she did this was beyond Kat's understanding. How is everyone so distracted? Vivian just walked through them, with me in hand, and no one even glanced back. In the end, Vivian led the group to the food court for lunch. Kat found herself to not feel like food at all, which was strange because it was now 1:30 p.m. Hey system, is there a reason I'm not hungry at all? User Kat has fully awakened. As a demon not of the gluttony classification, food consumption has likely been drastically reduced. User Kat is likely capable of ingesting food still, but the quantity has been limited slightly. Good to know, I guess? Kat, are you sure you don't want anything? Said Vivian, already munching on her salad. No thank you. Apparently, it's because of that thing from yesterday, said Kat. Vivian nodded in understanding but turned to Sylvie. Has Kat always eaten well before? Said Vivian. Yup. She always ate more than me at meals, said Sylvie, also with a salad in front of her. Sylvie seemed to be enjoying it less than Vivian but was making no complaints. Yeah, I can confirm that as well. I've seen Kat eat a bunch at school, said Lily, who was the odd one out eating a burger. Kat blushed slightly, but it was very noticeable to the others. I didn't eat that much. I mean, I did plenty of physical exercise just getting to and from school, so it's fine, said Kat. Sylvie nodded sagely, while Vivian and Lily stifled laughs. Choosing to ignore the two, Kat threw out another question for the system. If demons can get classifications like gluttony, does that mean I'm related to lust because I am a succubus? User Kat does not yet have a classification. Demon classification is traditionally done after the user reaches rank 2 and powers relating to the classification begin manifesting. Some demons can display classification markers earlier, but User Kat has shown no defining characteristics of any classification at this time. Just great, I've got a whole world of sin still open to me. I do wonder what I will be classified as though. I don't think I'm particularly sinful in any area. Chapter 54, honestly I need to get back to summonings. I promise only one more chapter of Earth stuff after this. After the group finished eating lunch, Vivian addressed everyone and said, so, we don't have much time before we have to go and meet my friend. Kat, you have 5 minutes to go buy something. What are you talking about, Vivian? Said Kat. Well, I did say that you need at least one thing to decorate your room, said Vivian. What about Sylvie? She only picked up a book. I can just pay for one of Lily, said Kat. In response, Sylvie pulled out a bag and placed it on the table. Inside were a number of decorations for her room. Some notable inclusions were a tiny rug, a stuffed demon toy that had bat wings and a tail similar to Kat's, with black hair and red eyes, and of course the book mentioned earlier. When did you pick up so much stuff, said Kat. When you were getting your picture taken. Lily and I grabbed a few things that looked nice, said Sylvie with a cheeky grin. Ugh, so now I have to go looking for something? Like what? What am I even supposed to grab, Vivian? I've never really decorated my room before, said Kat. Well, you have to pick something, and you have 4 minutes now. Go shoo, said Vivian. Kat looked around for help from Lily or Sylvie, but they just both shrugged at Kat like it was none of their concern. "Really, Lily, even you?" said Kat. "Honestly, Kat, I think having a bit of personality in your room will do you good," said Lily. Kat sighed and looked around the food court searching for something easy to grab. "You won't find anything right here. You'll have to find something outside of the food court. Better start walking." "I promise we'll keep up," said Vivian with her trademark smile. "Fine. I think I saw a shop with some knickknacks around." Backtracking a slight way, Kat found the shop she had been looking for. It didn't seem to have a visible, but inside it had a large collection of random things. From clocks to coasters, from sculptures of fairies, to carvings of toads. Somehow this shop seemed to pack everything into it. The only problem with this shop is that most of this stuff isn't that well made, thought Kat as she examined one of the nicer looking fair sculptures before putting it down. Kat let her eyes wander through the shop. "So what can I get? Maybe a clock? That's at least somewhat practical for me to have." Moving towards the section housing the clocks, Kat was surprised by one clock in particularly. The clock face was fairly standard, but the edges were decorated with a fire pattern that seemed to shift and change in color. "There's no way. Hey system, is this a magical clock? It shifts a bit like the flames when I get summoned. D.E.M.O.N.S can detect no magic within the identified object. User Kat is required to touch it for complete affirmation. Should I? Is it worth the risk?" Kat reached a shaky hand out towards the clock. Just as she touched it, she felt a spark jump to her fingers and she stepped back. "Was that enough confirmation for you, system?" User Kat is informed that the clock contains no higher energy of any kind. D.E.M.O.N.S believes the highest probability is that the clock is simply malfunctioning and released a static discharge. Kat felt her eye twitching as she looked at the clock awkwardly. "You mean to tell me that the clearly bizarre clock in this strange store that changes color and shocks people isn't magic?" "Yes. The chance of this object having magic is 0.00000000000000001%. Something up with that clock, Kat," said Vivian. Kat nearly jumped out of her skin. "I didn't hear Vivian sneak up on me. Actually, how did she sneak up on me anyway? My peripheral vision is exceptional now. How could I have missed her?" "Nothing, it's a completely normal clock," said Kat. "But you were staring at it so intently. Is this the kind of thing you like?" said Vivian. "No, it's just. This reminds me of the summoning portal. It's all rainbows and fire. I thought the clock might be special, but it turns out that it's a completely normal clock," said Kat. "Well, that's a shame. And I will say I'm a little disappointed that you were trying to cheat and get a clock," said Vivian. "How is it cheating to get a clock?" said Kat. "You should get something that speaks to you. I bet you thought of getting a clock because it's at least somewhat practical, right?" said Vivian. Vivian's words hit Kat hard. That was Kat's retort died on her throat. She was incapable of finishing the sentence to deny Vivian's words. Vivian for her part just smiled like the cat that ate the canary. Or perhaps the canary had its chance to eat a cat. "Fine, I promise to keep looking for something else," said Kat. "Do I have to make you sign a contract, dear?" said Vivian with a pout. "You don't have to go that far. Plus you should be careful trying to invoke a contact with me. You've seen the chains, Vivian. That isn't my power, or at least I don't think it's really mine." "I just don't understand what it does," said Kat. "Well, just don't go trying to break them," said Vivian. "Fine," huffed Kat. Returning to scanning the shelves, Kat was struggling to find something that was worthwhile. After some further investigation, Kat realized her first impression of the store might have been uncharitable. It isn't like there's no finely crafted things here, it's just that they aren't the majority. Switching tact, Kat instead walked over to Lily to see if she'd found anything of note. "Hey Lily, found anything worthwhile?" said Kat. "Well," said Lily, "I might have found something, but well, I'll just show you." Lily led Kat back over to the sculpture section. Brushing aside some of the less well-crafted ones, Lily pulled out a sculpture of an angel sitting in the back. The angel was sitting down and holding a book in her hand. She had long wings that encircled the front of her body, not closing completely but being pulled forward a decent way. The angel's body was sitting on an intricately designed chair of thorns. The angel seemed to be both young, and yet ancient at the same time, especially when you looked at the eyes, that were pitch black. "This is really nicely done. What's weird about it though?" said Kat, looking the figure over. "Well, I just can't shake the idea that the face looks familiar somehow. I mean, it's not like I really recognize it, but I get the feeling I should," said Lily. Kat held the statue up to her eyes. Taking a quick glance around to ensure that they were alone, she pressed a bit of energy into her eyes and looked at the face. The angel had large eyes, a small nose and mouth, and Lily was right. The face invoked a strange feeling of familiarity. Huh, Lily was right. Why could this seem so familiar? It's really well made, but this feeling is a little off-putting, especially when I can't figure out why it looks familiar. Putting the statue back, Kat spoke. "So anything else you recommend?" "I think you're right, that statue does look familiar and it bugs me." "Not really, sorry Kat," said Lily, looking down. Kat shrugged and pulled Lily along. This time looking for Sylvie instead, perhaps she'd found something of interest. They found Sylvie closely examining some of the wood carvings. "Anything good over here?" said Kat. "Not really," said Sylvie as she glanced at the other two. "Welp, you'll have to pick something because I've already given you 10 minutes," said Vivian as she appeared from nowhere. "How do you keep doing that?" said Kat. Vivian just shrugged in response. "Pick something, right now, quick," said Vivian. Kat's thoughts stuttered as she walked back over to the angel statue Lily had found. "The whole overly familiar thing still bugs me, but I guess I don't have the time." Picking up the statue and taking it to the counter, the lady hardly glanced at Kat twice as she scanned the item and put it away in a box. "Huh, I thought I'd at least get some response from her, considering I'm a demon buying an angel. Guess this city is more used to this sort of outfit than I thought." "Good, I'm glad you picked something nice. We do really need to get going though," said Vivian as she scooped up Sylvie and started to lightly jog out of the store. "I can carry Sylvie if you want," said Kat. "Nonsense, I'm abusing this chance to carry my daughter," said Vivian. "I'm probably stronger than you are now," said Kat. "Strength has nothing to do with it. I'll pick you up as well if you want," said Vivian as she moved Sylvie onto one arm and made grabbing motions with the other. "Huh, hey, hop-handed Lily, slow down, please." Kat simply picked Lily up in a princess carry as her response. Not to be outdone, Vivian switching Sylvie to the same position. "Kat, this is embarrassing," said Lily. "Don't worry about it," said Kat. "I thought she was having difficulty keeping up. What's the problem?" Lily just sighed at Kat's response, resigning herself to her friend's antics. Chapter 55, Chekhov pushed the girls' bundle into the car once again and set off straight into the city center. "So, where are you taking us, Vivian?" said Kat. "Well, I already said I'm taking you to visit a friend of mine." "If he heard I didn't bring such interesting girls to visit, he'd be really disappointed in me," said Vivian with a put. That sounds kind of suspicious," Vivian said Lily as she hid her face behind a book. "Oh, don't worry, Chekhov is completely enthralled by woodwork and I refuse to let Kat and Sylvie have a room without a desk. If he finds out I went somewhere else for that, he'd be heartbroken," said Vivian. "Right. So what does he do?" said Kat, trying to slightly redirect the conversation. "Chekhov is a carpenter, I suppose. He works with just about anything related to wood carving, but for some reason he has a bizarre fascination with desks and will go above and beyond for an interesting client. I should have remembered to show you mine before we headed out. I had intended to, but you wanted to go for a short trip to the woods and threw off my schedule," said Vivian as she smiled into the review mirror. "Sorry," said Kat, her full wingspan and tail collapsing downward. "I've just been adopted by Vivian and I've already made her go through such a traumatic event." "Don't look so down, Kat. I enjoyed the scenery. The snow was lovely this time of year," said Vivian as she admired the bright sun. The conversation drifted off somewhat awkwardly and they made their way past the city center and towards the outskirts of the town opposite the way they'd originally entered. Finally, right at the very edge of the city outskirts, Vivian pulled up to a nondescript shed that took up a large plot of land by itself. "Well, we've arrived, let's head inside," said Vivian as she opened the doors and picked up Sylvie. To the shock of Kat and Lily, the little girl just curled up in Vivian's arms and let herself drift off. I guess it's been a bit of a big day for Sylvie, huh? I'm surprised she didn't fall asleep on me in the car if she was that tired though. Walking towards the door, they were surprised to see it kicked open and watch as a man came flying out. The man bounced a few times against the concrete before dusting himself off and walking away from the store. "And stay out, I tell ya, I'm not going back," said a voice from inside the shop. "Chekhov." "It's lovely to see you," said Vivian. "Ah, Vivian, it is good to see you. Why you back so soon? If I find out you've destroyed my desk already, I might have to ban you from store," said Chekhov with a laugh. "Oh, I could never do that to you or your desks, Chekhov. I've bought more victims." Vivian coughed. "Customers. I've brought you some more customers." Is that man you just threw away all right?" said Lily. "Yeah, he's fine. I throw him every other week," said Chekhov. "Why does he keep coming back then?" asked Kat. "Well, that's long story. I'll tell you short version for Vivian's sake. I used to work for some unsavory people before I moved here and they want me back. I tell them I'm not coming back, they say I am, I drop a few tons of lumber on their business and then suddenly they calm down a bit. Not sure why though, it was honest mistake," said Chekhov. "Right," said Kat as she looked towards Lily and tried to ask with her eyes if she was hearing this as well. Lily gave an almost imperceptible nod. "So, more desks for these three, yes? Why do you think I'd take this job, Vivian?" said Chekhov. "Well, I'm pretty sure you'll find them all interesting, plus I adopted two of them," said Vivian. "What, that roommate wouldn't let you take the third? Too much responsibility?" said Chekhov. "Nah, Lily lives next door." "Huh, well. Hey Kat, does it count as next door if we share a fence?" said Vivian. "How should I know?" said Kat. Vivian shrugged. "Sylvie probably knows, but I don't want to wake her up. Lily is still a neighbor even if it isn't directly next door." "She is still adjacent to your property," said Sylvie without opening her eyes. Chekhov burst out laughing. "Well, that's at least one interesting lass you brought me. Come inside out of the cold," said Chekhov as he walked back inside. Walking into the warehouse, it was stacks of wood as far as the eye could see. Stacked high to the left and right and even against the wall housed the door. It seemed like Chekhov had enough wood to furnish a small town. Sitting in the middle of everything was a small desk and chair. The desk was well carved, if a little amateurish looking. Mr. Chekhov, if you don't mind my asking, why is your desk so simple? Considering what Vivian has told us, shouldn't your work be a bit more elaborate?" said Lily. Chekhov nodded. "If I'm a Mr. Anything, it's Pushka, but I don't go by that name anyway. Just call my Chekhov. This desk though," Chekhov slammed his hand against it, "is the first desk I ever made, and I am not one to disrespect the passion that went into its creation." "Huh, I wouldn't have thought Chekhov would have been so sentimental about something like that." Chekhov walked behind the desk and opened the drawers to take out a pair of glasses. "Now, let me have a look at you all to determine your flame. I have to know what type of desk I'm making after all," said Chekhov. "Wait, flame? And hang on, he hasn't even mentioned my demonic traits either. What is going on? System, is this guy a wizard or something?" D.E.M.O.N.S finds the idea unlikely. Due to the composition of user Kat's universe, it is impossible for any type of higher energy to exist. Demonic energy is able to just barely circumvent this restriction. Individual Chekhov is certainly not a demon. Can you elaborate on the higher energy thing? User Kat requires rank 1 for that information, of course. Chekhov fixed his glasses and first tried to look at Sylvie. "Vivian, do you have to hold the little one? Your flame is still just as needlessly bright as last time and it hides the little ones," said Chekhov. "Chekhov, what exactly are you doing?" asked Kat. "I see things when I look at people. I know them, and what they are. It is family trait, I believe," said Chekhov. "So, what did you mean when you described Vivian's flame as needlessly bright?" said Kat. "Yeah, Vivian has bright flame. It is almost like staring at the sun. Endlessly bright, and forever burning," said Chekhov. "Oh, stop, you flatter," said Vivian. "Just put the girl down for a moment," said Chekhov. Vivian pouted but placed Sylvie onto Chekhov's chair, at which point she sprung to full attention and looked him in the eye. After an intense staring contest, Chekhov broke eye contact first. "Little one. She is strange. I am already looking forward to this," said Chekhov, grinning. "Little one's flame is strange, it feels ever present, and yet even I can't quite see it. I know it is there, but it is not." "What the hell does that mean? And wait, what is he going to see when he looks at my flame? Will it actually be my demonic flame?" Chekhov turned next to Lily, who instantly broke eye contact. Chekhov lingered on her face a little more before speaking. "Interesting flame again. You is like the last bit of fire in candle before you turn in for night. Flame looks weak, but it will not fail you, it has lasted you through the night and it will continue until the end." I'm not sure I like being told I'm weak," said Lily. "Yeah, but you is nearly smaller than little one. Your desk have 5 hidden compartments, yeah?" said Chekhov. "Wait, I'm getting a desk, and hidden compartments. I mean," Lily was cut off by Chekhov. "Not, it is more, 13? That is unlucky number for you though. Seems almost fitting though." "I do 14," said Chekhov. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to pay you back, Mr. Chekhov," said Lily nervously. "Don't worry, you will. You is loyal little flame, I do it free now, you pay later," said Chekhov. "I can't, I don't even know when I will get the money," stammered Lily. "You pay me back within decade, I know it," said Chekhov, patting Lily on the shoulder before turning to Kat. "Your flame is strange to me. It is boring, and yet it dislikes my disapproval. Which is not boring. Your flame is strange," said Chekhov. Chapter 56. I lied. "We're still talking to Chekhov. What do you mean it's boring, and what do you mean that my flame dislikes you?" said Kat. "Well, your flame is boring, it not seem to do much special. Companions all have very strange fire. But then, when I think this, I can feel your fire looking at me, telling me that I am wrong. That confuses me. Never have the flames been like that," said Chekhov. Is my flame purple by any chance?" said Kat. "No. Why would flame have color?" said Chekhov. "No." Kat's reply got chalked off. "Oh, that is strange, girl. What was that?" Flame was not happy with that at all. "Why?" said Chekhov. "It's a long story, I'm not sure that I'm willing to tell," said Kat. "Yeah, this is fair. Still, that display make flame more interesting." "Okay, I've decided. I'll do the lot," said Chekhov as he pulled out a stack of papers. "Glasses, we already establish, you have hidden compartments everywhere. I'm also thinking shelves." "Thoughts," said Chekhov. Why do you think I need hidden compartments?" said Lily as she tried to hide her face behind her hands. "Look, you is hiding right now. You is hiding even when we are all friends here, so surely you must hide even more from those you dislike," said Chekhov as he started to scrawl in the paper. Whatever Chekhov was designing, it wasn't a desk. It almost seemed like words, but it wasn't anything the girls recognized. "Watch a writing there?" asked Sylvie. "Ah, little one, of course you would notice. This is my notes. I write in. Well, it not code exactly, but I understand it nonetheless. It sticks in my head to write this way," said Chekhov. "Now, glasses, what sort of shelves do you want?" Shelves for books?" said Lily as if it was a question. "Confidence glasses." "But yes, shelves for books," said Chekhov. "You want more shelf space or more hidden compartment space?" "I don't need all these hidden compartments," mumbled Lily, trying not to cover her face this time. "To quite glasses, but I will build into main desk. Leave shelves mostly for books. Just one hidden compartment there," said Chekhov. "Now who is next, little one or Pointy?" "Wait, why am I Pointy? I get the other nicknames, but why am I Pointy?" said Cat, tail flicking slightly in mild annoyance, but luckily Chekhov remained fixated on his plans. "You has pointy tail, pointy wings, pointy horns. You have more points than spiked boots," said Chekhov. "Oh. He's right, isn't he? Even if he isn't going to comment on them, I guess he did notice the demonic features. I suppose Pointy is better than being called Demon. Though now that I think properly about it, at least Demon wouldn't feel quite so much like an insult, considering that's what I am." Sylvie spoke up, seeing Cat was lost in thought. "Do mine next," Sylvie said with a big smile on her face, playing innocent. Ha! Chekhov barked out a short laugh when he glanced at Sylvie. "Little one already has enough hidden things, I suppose you not need more." I don't need to hide anything, said Sylvie. Yeah, I suppose you're right, little one. You managed to hide everything and enough, and that be much more effective than anything I can make you, said Chekhov as he pulled out another set of paper, presumably for Sylvie's desk. So, I'll need a lot of shelves like Big Sis Lily, said Sylvie. Yeah, but you want space for computer or just more shelves? Said Chekhov, pausing in his writings. Sylvie shrugged and looked toward Vivian. I should really get a computer for you both as well. I suppose we'll have to put that off later, but I think you'll need the space for a computer. Wait, why didn't you ask me that question, said Lily. You have computer, why would I need to ask if you need space for it? Said Chekhov. Lily's face paled at that. She didn't know how to respond. Seriously, system? This guy isn't using magic? How could he possibly know so much without it? D.E.M.O.N.S stands by previous examination. Chance of individual Chekhov being able to use higher energy are too low to be worth considering. How? This seriously doesn't make any sense. Kat glanced at Sylvie and Vivian, but they both just seemed to think Chekhov's logic was reasonable. Lily did already have a computer, so why would he need to ask? So, little one, what design do you want? Theme? Said Chekhov as he looked up from his worksheets. Something with fire, and maybe snowflakes, said Sylvie. No thorns for you, little one? Strange, I could have sworn. Said Chekhov as he looked through Sylvie, before turning his eyes to rest on Kat. Ah, I see. Ice fire it is. Now, Pointy, what would you like? Seems you fire doesn't quite approve of the elaborate setups of your friends, said Chekhov. That sounds fine to me, but how come you didn't ask Lily what design she wanted, said Kat. Glasses would never choose anything other than plain wood. Perhaps she might prefer a certain type of wood, but I'd never let anyone else choose that in my shop, said Chekhov. Kat glanced at Lily for confirmation but saw her friend not in agreement with Chekhov's claims. Right, well, I think I'd like to keep my desk a bit plain, said Kat, unsure. Your fire seems confused. It is so weird for it to react like that, said Chekhov, shaking his head. How about one set of shelves, but I'll throw in some extra drawers? What exactly do you mean by one set of shelves? Asked Kat as she tilted her and tail in confusion. This time Chekhov did see the movement, but he didn't react. Unlike little one and Glasses, whose desk will have a lot of shelves, you will have small one fitted to the left. Right side apparently, said Chekhov. Right, that sounds quite nice, said Kat. Of course, I have a design in mind, but I'm going to keep that part to myself, said Chekhov with a strange grin. Turning away from Chekhov to face Vivian, Kat asked, what sort of design do you have on your desk, Vivian? I can see Chekhov won't say more, but perhaps I can get a hint. Well, mine has quite a lot actually. Mostly different suns, but also a few other shapes mixed in. It's hard to explain really, said Vivian. Vivian has a number of designs I had to weave together. I don't quite understand how that piece was made myself. You can only gaze upon it but not understand, said Chekhov with a grin that seemed both happy and pained at the same time. It's not that mysterious, Chekhov, but it is a lovely piece, said Vivian, returning Chekhov's grin. Well now, I believe it is time for you to leave. You have given me quite a lot of work to do, said Chekhov as he picked up the paper now strewn across the desk and bundled them under his arm. Vivian led the girls out back to the car and they all bundled in together. It was a quiet drive back home. The encounter with Chekhov had seemed to come to an abrupt end, but even still he had left an impression on them all. It was not until 30 minutes had passed and the city was long out of sight that Lily spoke up. Is Chekhov always like that? Yes, for as long as I've known him. A strange man, but a skilled one, said Vivian. Much like yourself, Kat chimed in. But of course, we are both masters of our craft. He simply works more directly with the ingredients than I tend to, said Vivian. I do not think Vivian would just agree with me. Is she really that similar to Chekhov? Kat thought back to all the interactions she'd had with Vivian over the past few weeks. Maybe she is. Her strangeness is a bit less direct, but she always seems to know more than she's letting on and has a much better understanding of things than it first appears. That was the last thing said on the matter. Lily managed to fall asleep rather quickly and Sylvie had nodded off before they'd even left the city limits. Cat didn't feel the drowsiness her companions did, but she was content to simply relax and watch the scenery as it passed by. The journey back was without interruption, and Lily was dropped off at the corner like they'd done after the visit to the orphanage. Vivian pulled into her garage and grabbed a sleeping Sylvie out of the car. It had gotten somewhat late in the afternoon, but the sun was still just barely peeking between the houses, casting enough light to see by. The trio entered the house and could smell a meal already prepared for them. Chapter 57, D.E.M.O.N.S Accounting Services. Cat woke up to the smell of ash and flames. I guess it was about time something like this happened. Propped herself up against the wall to get more comfortable, Cat looked at the message that had been left for her. User Cat's case has been handed over to the accounting department. Visiting this department will be considered User Cat's mandatory summon for the week. Please inform D.E.M.O.N.S of your desire to be transferred and a portal will open. Why am I being sent to the accounting department for an error resolution? Shouldn't it be the support section or maybe the lawyers? User Cat's case was determined to be most relevant to the accounting department. D.E.M.O.N.S cannot provide information on any other department at this time, but User Cat should be assured that this decision was heavily computed. Guess I should get this over and done with. I'll just tell everyone. Wait, how long will I be gone for? User Cat is not expected to be gone longer than 14 hours at maximum. This is due to the nature of the error and that the accounting department User Cat will be sent to isn't open for more than 14 hours at a time. With that, Cat jumped off the bed and headed downstairs to explain what was going on. Only to stop and realize that nobody else was awake this early, except perhaps Callisto. Nobody really knew when she slept. Do I just leave then? Is it better to try and leave and get this over with, or should I let the others know? A note then, I suppose. Returning to her trip downstairs, Cat entered the kitchen and faced another problem. She had no idea where they kept any spare pens or papers. Running back upstairs, Cat rummaged through her backpack and took out her pencil case and a notebook she used for English. Opening it to the last page, Cat wrote down a message for Vivian, or whoever else saw it first, and left it open on the dining table. Hopefully someone will notice that. Okay system, I'm ready to go. That burning smell of ash and the sight of spinning runes of fire greeted Cat. Placing her hand onto the fire, she was sucked into the portal and left to float in that place of fire. Though this time, unlike before where the fire would flicker and twist through many different colors, it was a solid reddy orange. The same color D.E.M.O.N.S's words always appeared in. I kinda miss the lights already. Is this because I've awakened, or is this because I'm being sent to the D.E.M.O.N accounting offices? Perhaps they have a more stable connection to everything. As the background faded, Cat found herself dropped into a chair. Surprised not to be on her feet, Cat was about to sit up when she noticed that this chair was much softer than it had any right to be. Relaxing, Cat leaned back and was shocked the second time. The back of the chair contained slight indents for her wings to sit in. Fully relaxing, Cat scanned the room. The rest of the room seemed to contain a number of various chairs of varying shapes and sizes. There were a few more like bowls than chairs, a number that matched her own with a place to fit your wings. One giant-sized chair with wing indents and a few child-sized ones lined the walls. The rest of the room was completely bare except for the maroon walls and a large door on the right-hand wall. It wasn't until Cat had relaxed and was examining the ceiling that she noticed there were no lights. I guess it makes sense this place would cater specifically to demons. No need for lights if we can all see in the dark, and these chairs clearly aren't designed for humans. Or well, not primarily for humans. I suppose they'd work well enough. However, Cat didn't have long to enjoy the relaxing atmosphere when the door opened to reveal a giant eyeball. Coming off this eye was a number of tentacles, and beneath it sat a massive set of teeth. It wasn't until the second glance that Cat realized the eyeball had a monocle and a rather tiny sun hat. "Cat, your assigned accountant will see you now," said the eyeball. Cat got up and followed the creature through the door. She entered into a hallway full of doors that seemed to stretch on forever. The eye didn't even stop to glance at them as it continued along its way. Cat walked for around 5 minutes before the eye stopped at a door that seemed no different to the rest and pointed with one of its tentacles. "You will find your assigned agent behind that door. I'll leave you to your meeting," said the eyeball before it flew away down the hall. Cat slowly pushed open the door to reveal a giant behemoth of a man sitting in a beanbag chair behind a desk. His horns scraped the top of the ceiling in his office, which was easily over 5 meters in height, though his horns accounted for at least half a meter themselves. He was wearing a surprisingly well-fitting black suit that contrasted his bright red skin well. "Ah, Cat? I believe it was. Please take a seat," boomed the demon before waving his hand, and a chair appeared to Cat's side similar to those found in the waiting room. Taking her provided seat, Cat found herself able to relax almost immediately. "Let me just bring up your files here, and then we can get to sorting out your issue. I'm KRSFSDKFSR," the man said with a sound that was similar to grating rocks, "but that's a much older name from a time before I retired. Please call me Cracks," as he flicked his wrist once again. This time a portal of fire seemed to manifest beside him. Cracks reached his hand in and pulled out a stack of papers that seemed to be made from a strange orange glass crystal structure. The words in them looked like the trapped fire of the D.E.M.O.N.S, right? "So you were assigned to me for a, Section 26348 subsection JJS 12, paragraph 18 exception 4. At this point Cracks readjusted his glasses and then reread the words a second time to confirm what he'd just seen. "By my blazing hellflame! I've never even seen a JJS 12, let alone an exception 4, and I've been working here for centuries," said Cracks. "I have to get some of the others in on this, that is, if you don't mind? This is perhaps the most interesting case I've ever been assigned." Do I want other people in on this? Does it matter? What would be the purpose in inviting extra demons to view my case?" asked Cat, trying and mostly succeeding to sound professional. "Well, I mean, the final decision would still go to me, I suppose, or well, D.E.M.O.N.S gets to approve my final suggestion. I'm only interested in bringing in the others for a bit of fun and to prove I've actually found a JJS 12. We practically never see those, and I doubt the others would believe me without a few witnesses," said Cracks, smiling and revealing a row of shark-like teeth. Somehow though it didn't seem scary at all. "Sure thing then. Will your office have enough space?" asked Cat. No problem at all," said Cracks, and with a clap the room seemed to double in size if not in height, rapidly expanding to accommodate additional demons. "Wait, if you can expand your room, why don't you raise the ceiling a bit so that your head isn't touching it all the time?" asked Cat. "Well, that's actually rather complicated, and to explain it properly I'd need to go into quite a few other things," said Cracks. "Let's just say that because of the way the building is designed, it has an almost infinite ability to expand outwards, allowing for me to grow and shrink my office with a minor application of my power, but raising the height, while technically possible, is extremely difficult. Why do you think you had to walk so far when surely it would be faster to just have some stairs?" "Honestly, Cracks, I'm not sure that does make much more sense," said Cat. Cracks shrugged. "You'll get used to it." Cracks stood up and was able to pass Cat in just a few strides. Pausing at the door, he turned around and said, "I'm just going to grab a few friends, then come back. Technically you're free to do whatever you want in the meantime, because this is a rather informal setting, but seeing as you aren't even rank 2, I'd advise you to stay in this room." "Why does it matter what rank I am?" said Cat, craning her neck to face the demon behind her. "These halls don't quite adhere to the laws of space all that well, so if you aren't powerful enough or skilled in a few specific areas, it can really throw you off." "Don't worry, I'll be just a minute," said Cracks, and he stepped through the door. "Well, guess I don't mind waiting if the seats are this comfortable," thought Cat as she closed her eyes and decided to relax for a while. Chapter 58, Meet the Beholders. Cat was able to calmly wait for Cracks to return with his friends. "I can't believe how much more comfortable it is to have a place to rest my wings. Have I just been putting up with it, or are these top quality chairs?" Cat closed her eyes and simply let her mind wander. She was in no rush, and extra time spent enjoying these seats was time well spent. Eventually Cat's ears picked up the sound, the door opening, but decided to keep her eyes closed. A few extra moments of relaxation were needed after her hectic last few days. As fun as it was to go shopping with everyone, it didn't give Kat any time to unwind. Who would have thought the best place to relax is in hell? Actually, is this hell? Is hell real if demons are, or would that be a misconception? Cracks for his part had returned to his seat with his friends in tow. Looking at the relaxed expression on Kat's face, he was unsure if it was best to leave Kat or continue with their discussion. He was the one to break protocol first, but at the same time he didn't want to be accused of slacking off. In the end he spoke up first. "Kat, would you like to continue the meeting now?" "Sure thing, these chairs are just really comfortable," said Kat, cracking open one eye. What she saw, however, surprised her. The room was now filled with 6 floating eyes similar to the first, though it was hard to tell these all apart. They all had the long mouth full of teeth, but 2 of the eyes were cat or snake eyes instead, sporting a vertical slit instead of a standard circle. Otherwise they looked mostly the same except for one of the normal looking eyes that had a small tie hanging under its mouth. "Okay, how am I supposed to tell these guys apart? The one with the tie is far enough, but even the 2 with the snake eyes look the same. Cracks, help me out here." "So are you going to introduce me to your friends?" said Kat. "Of course, first are the twins Azjilan and Razjilan, those are the 2 with snake eyes." The 2 in question waved their tentacles at Kat. "The one with the tie is called Zoglux." You 2 bobbed up and down in response, "And the last 3 are Rilrock, Tovan, and Bob," said Cracks, who all tilted their bodies forward slightly. How am I supposed to tell the last 3 apart?" asked Kat. "I suppose you aren't used to beholders then. It's quite subtle, but I suppose I'll just do this." Cracks waved his hand and a series of bin bags appeared underneath all the beholders. Most of them were the same maroon color like Kat's, but 2 had unique coloring. They sat under 2 of the last 3 and were a dark blue and a gray color. Bob has the maroon seat, Rilrock has blue, and Tovan has gray. "That should make it a bit easier to tell the difference," said Cracks. "I had expected that anyone sent to this office would be more able to distinguish beholders from each other," said Rilrock. "I don't see why that would be the case," replied Kat. "Was that your attempt at humor?" asked Rilrock. "Leave off the poor lass," said Tovan. "She's just barely a rank 1. How can you expect her to be familiar with demons outside of her house?" "Bah, most demons should know the difference. Why, back in my day," started Rilrock, but he was cut off by Razjilan. "If you had taken notice of the case number, any JJ case involves someone who hasn't grown up around other demons. If you actually did your job, you'd know this. Don't talk back to your elders. Just because you're higher rank than me doesn't mean," started Rilrock. "Enough," said Cracks. "I brought you here because it's an interesting case. I expect you to be professional." "Rilrock, would you speak to a client like that?" Azjilan stuck her tongue out at Rilrock, thinking Cracks wasn't looking. "And don't even think about it, Zaz. I think you're all forgetting I'm the strongest demon in the room. Enough bickering." Rapidly switching tone and turning to face Kat, Cracks asked, "Do you have any further questions before we go over your case? Just to clarify things?" "Well, I'm not sure if it's rude to ask, but why would Rilrock assume someone sent to this office would know how to differentiate beholders?" asked Kat. "Well, this particular office is only for individuals that have certain augments to their eyes. Traditionally these are almost exclusively held by beholders. Not to say that other demon types don't have powers born from their sight, just that the ones that matter for this office are mostly beholder exclusive," said Cracks. "Like what?" "I mean, I notice there isn't any lights anywhere, but that's about it," said Kat. "Well, light sensitivity is actually one. Another such ability is one that lets you see through walls. There are a few others, but I'm not sure why you were sent here specifically. It isn't in the file I was given," said Cracks, tapping on the glass tablet. "Oh, can you tell us?" said Bob. "Now, it's considered inappropriate to request information on another demon's powers without offering an ability of your own. You know the rules," said Tovan. "Sorry, I've just never heard of a succubus with eye magic that doesn't charm," said Bob, "but charmers do get sent to our office. Most beholders are immune to it, and I know Cracks pretty much is," said Razjilan. This seemed to stump Bob. He got the feeling that Kat didn't have charming eyes, and as he'd never had a succubus client come through on account of his lacking defenses, He hadn't considered Cat might have such an ability. Actually, that would be important to know. I'll trade you information on my power instead. I'm capable of ripping apart magic formations or cultivator arrays with just physical strength, said Krax. That's cheating. How can you do that, said Zazjilin, pouting. Or at least that's what Cat was assuming the action was. Lacking lips made it hard to tell. I'll speak no more on the subject, said Krax, fixing his glasses. Well, I don't have charming eyes. I don't have any charm powers. Is that what I was supposed to say? Asked Cat, tilting her head in slight confusion. Yes, thank you. I'd not considered the lacking immunity Bob has. He's new, said Krax. No problem, said Cat. I want you to tell us what your eye powers are, said Zazjilin. I'll trade this. I can shoot laser beams from my eye that put people to sleep. Well, I'm not certain about this because I haven't had it entirely verified, said Cat, but I'm pretty sure I have true sight. What? Shouted the beholders. How can a mere succubus possess true sight, said Rilrock. It's not that rare, Rilrock. Everyone else has it in this room, said Krax. I refuse to believe that a rank 1 succubus has access to such a prestigious ability without underhanded tactics, said Rilrock. Now, Rilrock, it isn't really that rare, I mean, started Telvin. It damn well is rare, said Rilrock, and that was when all hell broke loose. The beholders all started to hover out of their chairs, climbing slightly higher and beginning to shout over each other to be heard. Cat was sure if she really wanted, she could make out what was being said, but she saw no point. At this point they were just hurling insults at each other. I thought these guys were professionals. But Krax did mutter something that caught Cat's attention. Why do I even bother? Try to be the nice friend and bring these guys into an interesting error dispute and they make it about abilities and heritage. I left the Wrath faction years ago to avoid this shit. Do I attract these people? Huh, I can almost hear capitalization in Wrath. Guess a few of the Sensor factions or something? System want to chime in here? No, well alrighty then. Thought Cat as she closed her eyes and snuggled back into the couch. It really couldn't be underestimated how comfortable this was, even with a horde of angry screaming demons floating next to you. This argument continued for a few minutes before Krax slammed his hand down on the desk. Everyone froze. Well, Cat stayed relaxed. The beholders all froze and snapped their attention to Krax. Right, now that you idiots have calmed down. I brought you here for one reason. To go over a case. I did this because it's interesting and I'm a good friend, but don't make me regret it again or I'll kick you out of my office. Do I need to repeat myself? No sir, ate the beholders as they floated back down to their chairs. Chapter 59, Error List. Krax scanned the room, looking for any further comments for the peanut gallery, and when none were forthcoming he faced Cat. First and foremost, Cat, do you consent to the reading in full of the error scenario list I have been provided to the additional observers? It is within your system rights to refuse such a request, and while this will not trigger the chains of covenant, it is still an important matter, said Krax. I accept, said Cat, nodding along. Krax continued. Okay. Now Cat, I believe this is your first experience with an error. Would you like me to inform you of standard error procedure? Please, nodded Cat. Okay. Disputes are a different category and will not be touched on. Errors are considered to have occurred when the D.E.M.O.N.S is directly responsible for an unforeseen outcome that causes harm to the user could have been prevented. When an error is deemed to have occurred, the user it affects is able to claim compensation proportional to the error immediately and without prejudice. Do you follow? Cat nodded. Okay, in your case the reason for this hearing is that you have a number of conflicting errors that I will now list. An error in the awakening process that caused significant extra demonic energy to be expanded. An error in the awakening process causing increased likelihood of death in user Cat. An error in the forming user Cat's demonic flame causing unforeseen changes to the size and shape of user Cat's flame. Do you agree the following is accurate and understandable? Yes, okay, good. I apologize for the slightly strange language. I am required to read out the error listing in full and by word before we address the conflict. Before we move on to that, observers, do you have any additional questions, said Krax. None of the beholders moved. Kat got the impression they just didn't want to annoy Cracks. Okay, now to begin with, these errors cause conflicting information when relating to the amount and manner of compensation. I'll go over the errors in order. Pulling up another tablet, Cracks adjusted his glasses and continued. Kat, during your awakening you were given an additional demonic energy that surpassed the amount necessary, to the tune of 500 standard units of demonic energy. Cracks was interrupted by Rock. 500 units? How could such a thing be allowed? That much demonic energy could be used to awaken 50 demons. Wait your turn. Cracks glared at Rock. But to answer your question, Kat had to undergo a full awakening, that only accounts for 100 units. Why was she ever given another 400? That's not safe, said Sazjilan. According to the report, Kat's home dimension suppresses demonic energy, and as such nothing was detected leaking from her during the final step, said Cracks. A barking laugh was heard from Zogluxuch, who had yet to speak. Hey! I never thought I'd see the day. A dimension that can suppress demonic energy, how can it possibly have done so? I'm not allowed to inform you of that. Kat might be, but I'm not, said Cracks. System, can I inform them? Should I? User Kat is allowed to inform any individual of the details of User Kat's home universe. D.E.M.O.N.S is unaware of what User Kat should do. Great, thanks for the advice. Not my dimension suppressing all forms of higher energy, said Kat. This got the old beholder's attention. A flash of light gleamed in his eye before nodding slightly without saying anything. Why does that matter? Asked Bob. It means that the dimension can suppress demonic energy because it doesn't target it specifically, it suppresses everything. Clearly it doesn't do so perfectly because Kat was able to awaken, but just the fact that the universe doesn't collapse is interesting in and of itself, said Sazjilan. Why would a universe collapse? Asked Kat. I'll tell you, the others probably can't, said Zogluxuch. A universe is built upon its laws, and its higher energy. If an incompatible energy enters into that world, either the person using it is torn apart and killed, or the universe is torn apart and killed. For some reason, no universe has ever been able to suppress demonic energy, they all tear themselves apart instead. How would we know though? If a demon has to travel there, isn't there a chance they died instead? Said Kat. I can explain that one. Said Cracks. It's only if the energy and the universe clash that this happens. Say you had mana and never casted a spell, nothing would happen to you. On top of this, demons that have been summoned are automatically sent out of the dimension instead of dying. These two factors mean that a demon could find a world without it killing them, but we never really have. So is my dimension completely unknown before this? Asked Kat. Possible, but doubtful. The fact that D.E.M.O.N.S was connected to it implies that a demon was summoned there, or at least visited in the past. Then again, I don't truly know how D.E.M.O.N.S does what it does, that's just what I've heard, said Cracks. Anyway, back to the issue at hand. The first error is that you were given more energy than intended. This has some knock-on effects, but for this issue the main point is, should you be charged for the extra 400 units? You will already be required to pay for the initial 100, but you never asked for the additional amount. Well, I think, said Rock. Nothing yet, finished Cracks. These issues are too closely linked, so moving on. Kat's increased likelihood of death. This is much harder to quantify because D.E.M.O.N.S has never experienced an awakening in a dimension like yours, Kat. As such, while you were likely put at greater risk, exactly how much is up for debate. Perhaps it was a negligible amount, perhaps you barely survived. We simply don't know. Kat was, however, not properly informed of the awakening process, and was never given a way to deal with it considering her unique course, said Cracks. Finally, said Cracks, sighing the others for interruptions. Kat's starting flame isn't a fire, it has taken a shape. What, that's it? Said Sazjilan. That's all that's written under the error, said Cracks. I'm not entirely sure why this counts as an error, to be honest. Isn't shaping a sign of at least rank 3? Said Bob. Indeed, normally a simple shape will emerge at rank 3 or above, said Tulvin. What shape is it? Said Sazjilan. How rude. I can't believe you'd even ask that, said Rock. But it could be important, said Sazjilan, and then the beholders were off to the races. The arguments started flying left and right, once again taking to the sky. There they go again, said Kat. Ah, the joys of the young, it warms my heart to see the old arts haven't died, said Zogluxuch as he hovered behind Cat. Spinning around in shock, Cat looked at the tie-wearing beholder. She hadn't heard him move behind her. Then again, if you don't have feet, perhaps that's easier. Why do you say it warms your heart? Said Cat. Well, beholders have traditionally found diplomacy and research to be their true battlefield. There's only one other family that can claim the same, though I'm not allowed to speak about them, said Zogluxuch, but in the more recent centuries more and more beholders have chosen the way of combat. It disappoints this old soul to see the old arts lost. It's not the end for us by a long shot, but the youth are more hot-headed these days, mumbled Cat, not really following anyway. Why does it matter what my demonic flame looks like? Well, it is an immensely personal thing to share one's flame. Even speaking on its true form is considered something for close friends and family, said Zogluxuch, though not always family. Zogluxuch muttered softly but more than loud enough for Cat to hear. Right. Then why do they even ask? Asked Cat. Well, they've not worked here a long time. The kids are used to getting absolutely every scrap of information relating to the case, and something as important as a rank 1 demon with a shaped flame is valuable and interesting in the extreme, said Zogluxuch. I think I understand, Zogluxuch. Do you think I should tell them? I do believe it to be somewhat relevant, but if it's so precious I'm not sure I should share, said Cat. I think, if you believe you must, bind them with the chains to never speak of your flame's appearance to anyone. Actually do it properly and prevent them from even considering informing others in any way, shape or form. It sounds like your flame is going to be quite shocking, and you don't want other fools to come barking at you, said Zogluxuch. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind, said Cat as she sunk back into the chair. It seems like another argument I'll have to wait out. Chapter 60, Chibi Cat. This time the argument raged on with no end in sight. Crax even tried to interrupt them a few times, but the group of arguing beholders glared at him and brought power into their eyes, causing them to glow a little. Cat had the feeling Crax would have won anyway, but it seems like he was willing to let it drop. After over an hour of relaxing, Cat decided enough was enough. She was more than willing to wait if there was actually an end in sight, but this was excessive. Why is this such a big deal to you all? I'd have shown my flame if you'd just asked, but no, had to start an hour-long discussion about it. Enough, said Cat and forced her aura onto the beholders. To her shock and their own, it crashed over them, instantly dispelling the fight. What sort of aura is this? Asked Tovan. It's my aura, and I think this fight has gone on long enough, said Cat, standing up and flaring her wings. I'll show you my flame as long as everyone in the room agrees to never reveal its form to anyone, anything, and in any shape or form. Do you accept? Zogluxuch, Tovan, Zazjilan and Razjilan instantly agreed. Crax and Rolrock however paused. What does your aura do? Asked Crax. I hope it doesn't influence them to agree. No, I don't think so. I suppose it could be an issue of semantics on what constitute that, but I'd say no, said Cat, pondering on that question herself. I'm sorry, but I refuse anyway, said Rolrock. Well, I'll have to ask you to leave then, said Cat. I'm tempted to let you stay, but that would just be unfair to the others at the point. Understood, said Rolrock, who floated leisurely to the door and left without complaint. Tovan and Crax's eyes nearly fell out of their heads. Tovan just stammered and waved his tentacles at the door, but Crax spoke up. How did you even do that? My aura probably helped, but I don't know if I want to say too much more than that, said Cat. Well, I suppose I also accept, said Crax. As he said that, a myriad of colored chains extended between the demons. Each chain seemed to dye itself a slightly different color, but it was hard to tell as they shifted and warped underneath the gaze of everyone in the room. Whoa, why did those chains have so many colors, said Cat. Well, normally the chains are the same color as your demon fire, but because this contract involved so many demons, the flames mixed together to change it. Sometimes it has some weird effects, but it's all visual, I assure you, said Crax. Right, well, now that's settled. How do I actually show you my flame? Asked Cat. Just think about projecting it. Feel into your core and push it in front of you. Some like to push it out of their hands, said Cracks, and so Cat followed his instructions. Finding that well of power in her stomach and pushing out with it. Purple flames erupted from Cat's chest and shot towards the center of the room. Cat dropped her control instantly in a panic and the fire faded. Blushing awkwardly and looking at the ground, Cat mumbled, "I don't think that was quite proper, ha ha ha, you failed spectacularly, even newly awakened demons can do it." "Ha ha," said Vrazgelan, "System, can you tell me what went wrong?" Thought Cat as she continued to stare at the floor. User Cat's demonic flame makes up 95% of User Cat's demonic energy. Projecting it could have serious consequences to User Cat's health. It also seems to have limited User Cat's ability to project the demonic flame. Wait, so does that mean I can't use it outside of my body at all? User Cat will likely have no issues with this. It is only projection, as User Cat is not capable of releasing User Cat's full reserves of demonic energy in such a fast fashion. Theoretically, if User Cat slowly projected User Cat's demonic flame, it may still be possible. Well, how long would that take? D.E.M.O.N.S estimates the time taken will exceed 10 hours. Great. The beholders for their part just sat and watched Cat patiently. They couldn't see D.E.M.O.N.'s messages, but they did recognize the telltale signs of a young demon who was conversing with it. The slightly focused stare just in front of their face. The eyes that roamed across the lines of text. The slightly twitching facial expressions in response to various news. Do I have any other options? D.E.M.O.N.S is calculating to devise a suitable method of false projection. It is deemed a necessary demon skill. As such, D.E.M.O.N.S believes a solution must be found. Calculating. Running simulation. Discarding results ending in crippling. Discarding results ending in gender reversal. Discarding results ending in death. Discarding results ending in excruciating pain. Discarding results that contain euphoric pleasure. Discarding results deemed unsuitable for this story. Final results calculated. Options remaining 3, recalculating. Discarding results requiring advanced power level. Final results calculated. Options remaining 0, error, recalculating. Final results calculated. Options remaining 0.5, method deemed acceptable. Should I be worried at all, system? User Cat is advised not to worry. Right, I'm advised to, but what are the chances this goes horribly wrong? Define parameters for horribly. Oh, I don't know. Death? D.E.M.O.N.S calculates chance of death using final method to be 5%, isn't that kind of high? D.E.M.O.N.S informs User Cat this is only for the first activation of skill. Once complete successfully, D.E.M.O.N.S will know with certainty if death will happen. Fine, let's have a go then. Cat sighed. Following the instructions given to her by D.E.M.O.N.S wasn't too hard. Bend a bit of power here, twist it there. Push it towards the hand outstretched and spin. The demons in the room were watching Cat spin in circles with some confusion, so Cracks decided to speak up. Cat, why are you spinning? D.E.M.O.N.S had to come with a way for me to use false projection. Can't talk, concentrating, said Cat. Finally, after 7 rotations, the power in Cat's hand flared and on it appeared a tiny copy of Cat made of fire. It had its arms laid out in front of it, mirroring Cat's position, but unlike Cat, the fire copy of her appeared to float with her feet hanging down. Fire Cat's wings were spread as well, with her tail coiled into a hook. Fiery Cat's horns also seemed to glow brighter than the rest of her figure. Unknown to Cat, however, projecting her demonic flame onto her palm was having an effect on her as well. Cat's eyes glowed purple, matching her flames, while her horns turned much further to a purple shade with tiny licks of flame spouting from the end. Her tail burned with fire surrounding the tip, while her wings glowed purple along the bones. The beholders were shocked. Jaws dropping, they plopped back into their chairs and just stared at Cat uncomprehendingly. Cracks, however, paled significantly. Cat's manifestation looked like a fearsome display of power and control that even he would struggle to imitate. Cat. What rank are you, said Cracks. Cat, who was admiring the small figure in her hand, replied 0.5, I think the system said, right, but how strong are you? Said Cracks, just rank 1, I think. Why? Asked Cat, looking to Cracks, who had recovered from his shock slightly. Could you double check for me? Asked Cracks. Sure? Said Cat, confused, tilting her head to the side. Sadly, the mini cat didn't imitate her movements. User Cat is roughly equivalent to a rank 1 in power. D.E.M.O.N.S is unsure why user Cracks would ask this question. Nope, says I'm rank 1 and that it's confused as to why you'd even ask, said Cat. Now it was Cracks' turn to look confused. Glancing off to the side, he checked the system and received a similar answer. Right, so. Your demonic flame naturally looks like you? Said Cracks. Yup, though I have to say this version of my flame is much cuter than normal, said Cat. Right, well. Cracks struggled with his words and looked to the beholders for some assistance. It was a shame for Cracks then that they hadn't yet managed to pick their jaws off the floor. They did not understand the significance of having a shaped flame unlike Cracks, but after hearing Cat was only rank 1 they seemed to share in some of his confusion. Huh. I think I understand why I was assigned to this case now. Things just got a lot more complicated when it comes to dealing with your error report. Whatever has happened to your flame, it is obviously changed and likely for the better. This sort of benefit is likely impossible to quantify and now makes it nearly impossible for us to calculate the compensation you owed, if any, said Cracks with a headache. Chapter 61, The results are in and. After a moment of silence, Cracks faced Cat and said. As much as it pains me to say it, I believe you're not entitled to compensation, and you will need to pay for the additional 400 units of demonic energy as if you had chosen to do so. What? How is that a reasonable judgment, said Bob, spit flying slightly as he spoke. I dunno. Seems mostly fair to me. It was decently painful, but I got a lot out of it. Young one, I believe Cracks is right. She is not entitled to anything, said Zoglix Huge, but. What about you twins? Can you accept this, said Bob. Honestly, yes. We have to make tough calls in the business. Cracks right, as mean as it might sound, said Zazjilin. Boo, sis is boring but correct. I think she's cute enough to give some leeway to, but I suppose that's why I don't get assigned many cases, said Vrazjilin. It's fine, guys. I'm not quite sure how I profited, but a bit of extra debt doesn't faze me too much as long as the interest rate is low, said Cat. Indeed, all rank 1 awakening materials will never accrue interest. The only question is if the additional 400 units fall under this, said Cracks. Well, how much do I owe for 500 units of demonic energy? Asked Cat. Well, going by awakening rates, it would be around 5 fireplace. But I'm not sure if you should be charged awakening rates for the extra 400, said Cracks, tapping his finger on the desk. Bah, don't pretend you're doing the girl a favor. Demonic energy has been cheap recently, 5 fireplace is about standard rate anyway, just give her that much, said Zoglix Huge, tie bobbing with him. I suppose you're right, said Cracks, sighing as he tapped something into the glass tablet. Why am I being charged in fireplaces? Said Cat. Do you not know standard demon currency? Asked Zazjilin, shifting her gaze to Cat. No, should I? Asked Cat. Of course, silly, every child knows the song, said Vrazjilin, to which her sister promptly whacked her on the top of the head with 3 of her tentacles. Ignore this fool. There is no song relating to the demonic currency system that I know of, said Zazjilin, while Vrazjilin poked her tongue out facing her sister. Yes, Cat. Well, you have embers fiercely. Then 100 embers make a candle, 100 candles make a fireplace, 100 fireplaces make a bonfire, and so on. Things change a bit after that, but you don't need to worry about them for now, said Cracks. System, can you give me the full list of currency denominations? Thought Cat, not quite believing Cracks. Officially, currency designations are as follows: ember, candle, fireplace, bonfire, pyre, inferno, sun. I didn't actually think that was really the currency here. What's the conversion rate? Ember, candle, fireplace, bonfire, pyre require 100 of the previous denomination. Inferno requires 1000 pyre, and sun requires 10,000 inferno. Good to know, I guess? Why is the currency named that way? Surely you have something better? Said Cat. Well, It's just how it's always been, said Zoglix. Even as the oldest, the currency system predates me by a number of years. Besides, it's perfectly serviceable and causes no real confusion considering the system manages it all, said Krax. Isn't that kind of strange? Don't you guys have coins? Asked Cat. Of course we do, but no one carries them around, we just request them from the system when we need them, said Vresgilin while rolling her eye. Right. So is 5 fireplace expensive? Asked Cat. For someone as young as you probably, said Vresgilin with a big grin. I'd love to say ignore her, but she is mostly right. A fireplace is quite a lot. What's some things I can use as an example? Oh, so a basic summoning is always at least 2 candle. And that's basically a week's worth of pocket money. It isn't something you would live on, but it's not nothing either. A cheap meal is probably around 30 ember? I'd say? Asked Krax, trailing off a bit at the end. Geez Krax, way to rub it in about how rich you are, said Vresgilin mockingly. Look, I'm an old demon, I can afford to live a little luxuriously, snapped Krax. A decent meal is about 10 ember, and the nicer stuff without special effects is around 1 candle, said Vresgilin while glaring at Krax. I'm not sure how much this has helped me understand the value of things. How much have I earned on my jobs up till now? Asked Cat. Wait, you don't know, said Vresgilin in shock. Nope, I was supposed to be informed after reaching rank 1 I think, but then all this happened and it just kept getting delayed. I can ask the system if you guys want? Said Cat. Sure, try that first, said Krax. User Cat is currently rank 0.5 and does not have access to total earnings at this time. Please resolve User Cat's errors for a finance report. Nope, nothing available to me just yet. I need to solve these errors first, said Cat. Well, I am part of the accounting office. I can bring that up if you want. Perhaps that will help you decide if you want to argue your case, said Krax. Is arguing an option? Asked Cat, tilting her head to the side. Well, yes, but it's heavily discouraged. A formal complaint costs at least a fireplace, and if the verdict remains unchanged, you are normally required to pay extra for wasting people's time. I think the system is a bit harsh, but at the same time, you pay nothing if you are found to have a valid complaint, and it requires a great number of demons from the relevant department to hear a complaint to ensure the maximum fairness possible, said Krax. Well, let's hear my results then, said Cat. Okay, and just so you know, I only have a summoning case number and the amount you received for it, said Krax, brining out another glass tablet, this one glowing with purple fire. Case 01, 2 candle, Case 02, 50 candle, Case 03, redacted, Case 04, 2 fireplace. Redacted? Why is your third case redacted? Asked Krax. If possible, do not answer that question, User Cat. D.E.M.O.N.S wishes this case to remain low profile to prevent similar tactics being used more carefully in the future. Don't worry about that, I know why it's redacted and I'm not supposed to talk about it, said Cat. Yeah, well, in that case, why in the name of the eternal fire is your fourth case worth 2 fireplace? Weren't you just an unranked demon? Asked Vresgilin in shock. I just had to kidnap the princess, no big deal, said Cat. What? You seem so nice though, I can't imagine the system ever assigning you to something like that, you poor thing, said Vresgilin. Oh, no, it was her mother that hired me on her behalf, so it's fine, said Cat. Right? Said Vresgilin, looking supremely confused. Krax clapped his hands together. Right, in that case, Cat, your total balance, assuming nothing strange from Case 03, is a debt of 2 fireplace and 48 candle. This is to be paid off in a maximum of 2 months, and because you have already paid off more than half of your debt, you will also gain access to the store. However, if you choose to purchase anything going into debt for shop items while remaining in debt, you will have 1 year or 42 weeks to finish paying your debt off with a 2% non-compounding interest rate. Wait, what? How is 42 weeks a year? Asked Cat. That's your question about all this? Said Krax. Yes, said Cat firmly. Well, I guess in that case. Standardized working demon year, ask the system about it, said Vresgilin, jumping in before her sister could get out another snide comment. User Cat is now a rank 1 demon due to fixing all associated errors. User Cat is now part of the demon working year. As a rank 1 demon, you may choose to skip one summoning every 42 weeks. You have one available skip. Counting begins after using first skip. User Cat may save only one skip at a time. Seems a bit harsh, only one day off every 42 weeks, said Cat. Well, most summonings only last a day or two, and you can change your settings a bunch to make it easier on yourself. Explore that after you leave though, said Cracks. Boo, trying to kick me out already? Asked Cat. Yeah, trying to kick us out already, said Razjilan. Yes. This matter is now officially closed, said Cracks and waved his hand. The room vanished and Cat found herself in the hallway with the beholders. Wait, he can do that? Screamed Bob. He, that Yunjin has a few tricks up his sleeve, said Zogluxuch as he floated away down the corridor beside Tulvan. Well, it's been fun, see you, said Razjilan, heading off in the opposite direction with her sister in tow. Bob just looked around awkwardly for a moment before chasing after Zogluxuch and Tulvan. How do I leave? And with that thought, a summoning circle appeared below Cat, and she vanished. Wait, I forgot to ask about the chairs. Chapter 62, Callisto's Secret Hideout. Cat found herself returned to Earth in her bedroom. Looking around in surprise, everything seemed to be in place, but that wasn't the issue. Didn't I get summoned from the dining room? Why am I back here? User Cat has assigned this room as destination home. You will default to being returned to this room. Wait, why didn't I end up at the orphanage then? If this is a matter of settings, didn't you say I couldn't change those until rank 1? User Cat's place of residence was automatically updated when entering into a contract with individual Vivian. Well, that's something I wish I'd known earlier. What would I have done if I'd ended up in my old room? User Cat would have walked to Vivian's house. Cat just glared at the unhelpful text for a moment. Dismissing and resummoning her attire to fix anything that was out of place, she carefully opened her bedroom door and looked around. She sensed no movement in the hallway and paused for a moment with slight indecision. Eventually, with a shrug, Cat headed downstairs. Just as Cat reached the bottom of the stairs, she was met with a pair of angry glares from Vivian and Sylvie and a sympathetic one from Lily, who had all taken up residence in the lounge room. Well, Cat, what do you have to say for yourself? Said Vivian, glaring at Cat with her hands on her hips. The intimidation this provided was undermined by her tongue sticking out and her cheeks puffing out, so Cat responded in kind. I went on a grand adventure to a world known as the accountant's offices. Taking up a seat on the free armchair, Cat lamented that it just wasn't as comfortable as the ones in the accounting offices. We were seriously worried, Cat, said Lily, whose point was undercut slightly by the book still open on her lap. I've been going on summonings every week for a month now. Why is it just becoming a concern? Said Cat. I wasn't worried. I knew you'd be fine, said Sylvie, puffing her cheeks out to match Vivian from her lap. See, Lily, Sylvie wasn't worried, said Cat, smiling at her friend. Lily decided the best response to this was to hide her face behind her book and not comment. Well, anyway, the real reason I wanted to talk to you, Cat, is about Callisto. I'm sure she's seen your note, so perhaps it's too late. You probably need to talk about this whole thing with her soon, said Vivian, hugging Sylvie tighter, who responded by snuggling into her arms. Yeah, said Cat, trailing off. Finding the ceiling to be fascinating, Cat took the chance to observe it closely while Vivian and Sylvie grinned in response. Should I just go for it like with Gramps? Probably. I'll double check with Vivian first though, just in case. So, Vivian, is there anything I should be aware of? I'll go talk to Callisto now if there is no problem, said Cat. Nah. You need not concern yourself with the whims of my roommate, it will work out, said Vivian with a cheeky grin and a glint behind her eyes. That sounds so much like trouble. I doubt Vivian would lie, it's just, clearly she isn't telling me something. Sighing, Cat stood up and made for the stairs. I take it Callisto will be in her room? Asked Cat. Of course, Vivian replied with a shooing motion before returning to hug Sylvie. Can't I go with Cat? Asked Sylvie, turning around to face Vivian and pouting. Nah, they should probably sort this out amongst themselves. Don't you think, Sylvie, said Vivian. At this point Kat was already making her way upstairs, so she missed the nod Sylvie had in response and the concerned glance Lily shot her way. Climbing the stairs, Kat strode towards Callisto's door that stood alone at the end of the upstairs hallway. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Kat knocked twice on the door. After a moment the door cracked open and a single blue eye appeared. "Ah, you must be Katerina." A sharp intake of breath and a short pause later Callisto continued, "I see, that name offends you. Kat, then, please come in." The door swung open to reveal a room completely filled with different projects. The room was surprisingly large, twice the size of Kat's, but somehow Callisto had managed to make it feel small. Scraps of paper littered the floor, crumpled and discarding, clustering around one of the 3 desks within the room. The first desk, surrounded by paper, contained rows of pens that lined the sides of it, while the top was filled with a surprisingly neat stack of paper in the corner and 2 sheets outlined in front of the chair. The desk had quills patterned on the legs, but other than that was quite plain. On the opposite side of the wall to that Callisto had a desk with a computer. This one, however, while suffering less from paper clutter, had neat orderly rows of wires that snaked and coiled around the desk, weaving patterns through the wood. The computer itself seemed to make up parts of the desk as well. Kat could identify at least 2 separate towers containing parts, but it looked like some others were part of the desk's design of circuitry and wires someone, presumably Chekhov, had carved into the sides. The third and final that lined the back room commanded the most space by far. It wasn't pressed against the wall like the other 2, instead it surrounded the chair assigned to it on both sides, covering over half the room by itself. All sorts of drawers and shelves of various sizes lined the tops and underside of the desk, and it had a series of faint carvings depicting everything from cogs and gears to fairies and elves. It was only after taking everything in that Kat truly became aware of the fact that the room was hardly lit. The bulbs in the ceiling giving off the barest necessary light for a human to operate by. Perhaps even a bit less, and while this didn't affect Kat's vision, it was a bizarre sight. The second strange thing that struck Kat about the room was the distinct lack of additional furniture. There was no closet or bed in sight, and the room, despite its increased size compared to her own, did not seem to have the space for either of these fixtures, even if they were hidden from her at the moment. As Kat stepped into the room and Callisto let the door softly close behind her, Kat felt herself pulling in. Her wings were folded against her back and her tail had coiled itself into a loop and flattened itself enough to phase completely through her kimono. Kat slowly turned to face Callisto, now more unsure than ever as to what she would see, and yet she was still surprised at what she found. Callisto stood taller than even Kat by about a head. Kat found this strange, as the eye that had peered back at her seemed to have matched her eyeline before, perhaps indicating someone of smaller stature or hunched back. But derailing these thoughts, Callisto stood with perfect posture, even looking down at Kat slightly. Her eyes were blue like Kat's own, but they seemed to have a crazed light to them that made them glow despite their dark shade. Callisto's outfit was even stranger. At first glance you could be mistaken for thinking it was an elaborate maid outfit, and yet so many things failed to line up with this idea. Firstly, it extended so far as to brush against the floor, hiding her feet from view, with the sleeves ending in large drooping sleeves that would have been completely impractical for any sort of housework Kat knew Callisto regularly participated in, from the meals and cleaned rooms Vivian insisted was never of her own doing. And the color scheme seemed to further emphasize its impracticality. The main body of the dress was a pristine white, with the frills outlining the neck and sleeve edges a deep blood red. Callisto's hair as well stood out to Kat. It was easily as long as her own after her transformation. Kat couldn't tell quite how far it fell from the front, especially with the full-length dress in the way, but from the brief glimpse of it as she moved, Kat was sure that extensive. "I would guess that you have been suggested by Vivian to pay to me a visit," said Callisto. "It seems she truly has gone through with this adoption business she has so ill-conceived." Pausing to place a sleeve in front of her mouth, Callisto continued, "Of course, I suppose that isn't really why you're here. The question of whether or not to adopt 2 young ladies was already made before I was consulted, so I could only agree. It does, however, seem that you both are interesting." Chapter 63, 20 Questions Right. said Kat, drawing out the word as long as possible to allow her brain to catch up to what was going on. Originally Vivian seemed like quite the personality, but despite Callisto's reclusive nature she seemed to trump Vivian in a number of ways. "Can I ask what's with the room?" asked Kat after giving up on trying to just make sense of everything herself. "Yes, you can. We should even do a bit of back and forth then so that I can learn a bit more about my best friend's new daughter." "I'll take that as your first question," said Callisto. Kat was intending to wait for more information, but when Callisto said nothing else, Kat nodded in response. However, at the moment of confirmation, chains of purple fire surrounded the two, linking them together. Layers upon layers of chains blazed into existence and rapidly cocooned the pair before dispersing. "Shit," said Kat, looking unimpressed towards Callisto. My, now that is certainly entertaining. I'd seen the note you left on the table and I wasn't quite sure what to make of it. But this is fascinating. I could see those chains appear before me. I've never entered into a contract with a demon before." "How novel," said Callisto as she wafted her hand around the area the chains had connected them moments before. "Well then, for my first question, I suppose I'll ask what you are, in full please." "Weren't you going to answer my question first?" asked Kat. "Why, I did. I said that you could ask me about my room, did I not?" replied Callisto with a grin. "I had intended it as a slight joke, but now it seems to have escalated. I'll give you that answer for free though, no worries." "Why did Callisto trick me like that? Especially with a contract on the line?" "Wait, it can't have been. She didn't know I was a real demon, or even if she suspected, I doubt she would know how the contracts work. I'm a succubus, apparently a rare subtype, but I wasn't told exactly what that is," said Kat, returning Callisto's glare. Callisto just made an open-handed gesture implying for Kat to ask her own question. "Can you explain how your room is set up and why the lights are dimmed and the bed is missing?" said Kat. "My, getting ahead of ourselves, aren't we? I'd say that's more than one question, no? You should just pick one," said Callisto. "Fine, I'll go with the missing bed and cupboard." "Why are they missing from your room?" asked Kat. "Well, as to the closet. Vivian has a rather large house here, and when I first moved in, and even still now, the amount of spare space in the cupboards astounds me. I simply make use of them and keep my outfits throughout the house. It can be quite fun to go on a hunt for a specific set of clothing," said Callisto, "though of course, the matter of a bed is a bit different. I have something known as SSS, or short sleeper syndrome. I simply don't need a full night's rest, so I spend my time working instead. Those few hours of sleep I do get, I simply flatten out that chair." Callisto motioned for the chair in front of her writing station and grab a blanket from somewhere under that pile of paper. After Callisto finished her answer, she stared straight into Kat's eyes, for 10 seconds, as if waiting for some invisible cue. Whatever Callisto was waiting for she found, because she followed it up with this question. "Can I touch your wings?" Kat looked strangely at Callisto, unsure if she had heard correctly, even slower her perception of time slightly to get longer to consider the question. After confirming multiple times the question that had been asked, she replied, "Sure?" Still very confused. In the moment Kat blinked, she found Callisto had disappeared. Wondering where she had gone, Kat was about to start looking for her when she felt a tug on her left wing. Turning to face the side, she found Callisto stretching out her wing with a tape measure in her mouth, mumbling to herself. "Doesn't seem large enough for prolonged flight, gliding perhaps? That doesn't make sense though, I'm not sure it's long enough for that either. Are her bones hollow? No, that can't make sense. These weigh too much in my arms for even the wing bones to be hollow." Stretching the measuring tape this way and that, measuring various angles and areas of Kat's wing, she bit the bullet and asked Callisto a question. "What are you doing exactly?" Callisto's head immediately snapped towards Kat. "Well, your wings are fascinating. They simply shouldn't function at all, but I doubt they are purely for looks. Then again, you're a succubus, so maybe looks are extremely important to your species. It brings up other questions about your tail and horns, but I don't really see how either of those would benefit you either." Pausing for just a moment to breathe in, Callisto continued, "It's actually quite curious. Tell me, can you actually fly with these wings?" Kat opened her mouth to respond. Closed it. Then opened it again. "Honestly, Callisto, I wish I knew. I know for a fact I can glide with them, but the only time I've had the chance to actually try flying with them I had to carry a girl with me and they are certainly not strong enough to lift us both. I could feel my muscles having trouble though. I think that was only when I was stopping a bank turn, mumbled Callisto, turning back to examine Kat's wings. Well, in my professional opinion your wings shouldn't even allow you to glide yourself, let alone while carrying someone. I suspect that for whatever reason you can actually fly if it's just you, but I could be wrong. Actually, wait, back up a moment. How is it your professional opinion about if I can fly or not? What do you do for a job? Asked Kat. Now, that's two questions right there. Take your pick, said Callisto. Of course, why couldn't she answer without being like this? At least the system is clear enough in its answers. Hey wait, can I fly system? User Kat will need to test that. Many demon types with wings are unable to fly, but around 65% of succubi with wings have flight capacity, with a further 10% who have lost their ability to fly that they once had. Well, nice to know the odds are in my favor. Tell me what your job is then, said Kat. Well, if I wanted to make this difficult for you, I could say that I don't have a job. Though I would suppose this is only true insofar as I have no permanent employment arrangements. Initially my pride prevented me from working at something I considered unworthy of my time, but living in Vivian's house for free humbled me quite a lot. I decided to find a job to pay her back, but she kept eating my resumes I tried to mail out, said Callisto. Wait, what? You didn't really answer the question, and you can't just say Vivian ate your resumes without elaborating on that, said Kat, shocked. Of course I can, I answered the question, though I suppose it might not have been in full. To disclose properly, then I make my money off of various side projects I work on in my spare time. A lot of that is helping Vivian's clients with smaller things, while I also build art pieces. I suppose most would call them. I'd love to say I detest making the damn things, but if given time and funding, the challenge of building something is thrilling indeed, said Callisto with a glint in her eye that was actually a little off-putting, considering she was still staring at Kat's wing in her hand as if it was responsible for all that is wrong with the world. Yes, so much to explore. Can I investigate your horns next? Asked Callisto, standing up with a rubber mallet in hand. Callisto, where did you get that mallet? Asked Kat. Do you want that to be your question? No. So can I investigate your horns sometimes with this rubber mallet? Fine. And so Kat resigned herself to the poking and prodding of Callisto. Thankfully she was actually quite careful in her investigations, much like she was with her wings. Tapping lightly here and there, humming slightly to herself in a questioning tone, she searched for something. Your horns are fascinating, whatever they are. It isn't bone. Or maybe it is? It isn't human bone, that's for sure, said Callisto after some time tapping away. What do you mean? It just doesn't sound right to me. Listen, said Callisto, giving her horns a significant whack. Kat strained her ears for any sort of sound but heard barely anything noteworthy, hardly even a thump. I don't really hear much of anything, Callisto, said Kat. That's exactly my point. Bone doesn't sound like nothing when you strike it. Oh, the possibilities are endless, said Callisto as she cackled. Chapter 64, How I Met Your Mother. After a full 10 minutes of horn investigation, Kat was getting a bit bored. Which was rare for someone like her, who could find the joy in relaxing just about anywhere and understood the meaning of patience extremely well. This was, however, getting stretched nearly to its limit with Callisto. She hadn't said anything or done anything new in the past 5 minutes. Callisto would carefully tap a spot on Kat's horns, wait for anything to happen, and then repeat the process. Callisto? Don't you have anything better to do? Asked Kat. Nope, said Callisto, continuing her ongoing investigation of Kat's horns. Kat was stunned. She hadn't expected someone to just outright admit they didn't have anything better to be doing than poking her with a stick to see what happened. Is she serious? How could she possibly be learning anything new about my horns after the first 100 taps? Would you perhaps like to do something else? Asked Kat. That's 2 questions in a row, said Callisto, but I guess I'll answer anyway. Your body is extremely fascinating. It seems to break the laws of this universe, or at least I suspect it does. And I can't help but wonder what purpose each piece serves. Actually, I guess I will ask my question, is there anything else you got when you became a demon? Yes, said Cat. 2 can play at the stupid answer game if you really want, Callisto. I suppose I deserve that one. Well, go ahead then, I surrender myself to your questioning, said Callisto, who, contrary to the statement she was surrendering, was in fact still investigating Cat's horns, though she moved on from minor taping to running her hand along the edges. What do I even ask? I hadn't really prepared questions, unlike Callisto seems to have. Is there really anything I want to know about her? I mean, I guess it's actually a matter of which questions not to ask. The room already brings up several, but I want to know more about her as a person if possible. Please tell me the story of how you and Vivian met, asked Cat. Well, before I answer that, I'd like clarification. Do you want to know how I met Vivian or how Vivian met me? Said Callisto. Is there a difference? Asked Cat. Why, of course there is. I knew of Vivian's existence long before she ever knew of mine. I'm not sure which you'd prefer, but they are both interesting enough tales to tell. Both with Vivian in the starring role, of course, said Callisto. Well, let's go with whichever one happened first then, said Cat. Excellent, let me set the scene, said Callisto, running over to grab the chair for her computer desk. She wheeled it behind Cat to let her sit down. Spinning the chair around once, Callisto jumped back and began. So, for the first story we will have to be how I met Vivian. As I said, I knew of her existence before mine, which I thought would imply it happened first. But anyway, I'm already getting distracted by minor inconsistencies. It was a day of moderate temperature. Perhaps some would say it was too cold, but an equal number would say it was too hot. Of course, none of this mattered truly because the school had air conditioning running. It was the first class after lunch, and it was woodwork. Vivian and I were the only women who actually chose to take it. I already knew how to cook, and so I thought I'd do something useful with my time. Vivian, on the other hand, just seemed to think it would be more fun than anything else, or at least that's what she tells me. It was the second week of term and already she was causing problems. We were younger then, fresh out of primary school, so people were starting to get to that awkward teenage phase. I actually quite safe in the woodworking class. I didn't look as immaculate as I do now. Back then I had horrible acne and tried to wear a nice scarf to cover it up. Of course I know now I just looked like the lunatic who wore a scarf to school every day, but that's in the past. Anyway, that coupled with my underdeveloped build and the fact I was sick the first 2 weeks meant that nobody had really noticed I was a girl. This meant that to the rest of the class Vivian was the only female present. The only one that shouldn't have been there in the eyes of most of the class. Luckily the teacher didn't count among those numbers, but it was the start of term and they hadn't had to confront any students too directly yet, so everyone was trying to toe the line. The issue came when we were instructed to mess around a little with the carving tools and make something to show our parents. We were recommended to keep it simple, like carving our names into something, or if we were feeling really adventurous, to try and carve a scene into a block of wood. Now Vivian took this as a challenge, so when the wood slab was provided for us, instead of carving something minor like a normal person, she went into a flurry of movement, shaving bits and pieces of wood here and there. It was at this moment I'd stopped working on my own project just to watch her. The speed and accuracy that she managed to carve was astounding to my young self, and even thinking back on it, I doubt I could match the energy she displayed after learning woodworking and practicing it as part of my job. Of course, before long I wasn't the only one watching Vivian carve. Eventually it was a class-wide event. Everyone had pretty much given up on completing their own work on time if it meant watching the spectacle Vivian had created. Quite some time passed. Even the teacher was enthralled with her. It wasn't until Vivian finally stopped moving did the spell finally break. Now at the time I didn't know how long it had been, I only later found out we'd watched her carve this thing for over half an hour. After a minute of silence the teacher finally asked Vivian, "What did you make?" And she replied with that big bright smile on her face, "I'm sure you already know I made the world's greatest toothpick because I have lunch stuck in my teeth." You could hear a pin drop in that room. Here was this kid that we just watched carve up a storm with a passion and fire that nobody would argue was fake. And it had all been for a toothpick. Yelling and cussing rang out throughout the classroom. The kids accused her of being a show-off. Most of them said stuff along the lines of "this is why girls can't do woodwork" and other such nonsense. Even the teacher looked quite irritated with her, but then he seemed to catch something out of the corner of his eye and he slammed his hand down on the desk. He said, "Enough, class. I said to make something simple, and Vivian seems to be the only person who even tried. Look at you all. You just spent the last half hour watching a girl's first attempt at woodworking without trying anything yourselves, and instead of congratulating her on being the first to finish something, you scream at her. Not only is what she made complete, it is also functional and useful. I'd give her full marks if I was grading this assessment. Now sit down and think about what you've done." Now I wasn't harassing her like the others. As much as I wish to say I was trying to defend her, that would be a lie on my behalf. But no, I was sure she'd made something better, and when I saw that strange look pass over the teacher's face I knew the others had all missed something. So I stared at her hands trying to figure out what she'd done. When I saw it, Vivian had carved a beautiful flower. The only problem, of course, was that it was carved into the desk and not the block of wood she'd been provided, which she'd actually knocked off the desk when she went to grab her tools. I don't think anybody ever noticed that carving, and I also learned the desks in the woodwork room are made from spare timber and easily replaced so as to avoid accidents, not quite like this one. When I noticed the flower missing the second time we had class, I was actually a little devastated. It was such an amazing work. I was upset at the idea it had been destroyed. Yet I was the fool. The teacher knew that it was special, because if you looked closely, the front of the teacher's desk had been modified. It now had the carving of a flower slotted into the front with the edges trimmed well so as to look like a continuous piece of wood. No one else ever commented on the flower the teacher's desk now held. I like to think they noticed, but I'm not sure they really did. It really was an amazing sight. It wasn't the best looking flower you'd ever seen. The technique was sloppy, the edges weren't carved symmetrically, heck, there were chips in the edges in a number of places as well. But that didn't matter to me, or clearly the teacher. We had seen the passion that led to its creation and it was breathtaking to behold. Chapter 65, check this out. Wow, Wow, said Kat, rather stunned at Callisto's rendition of how she met Vivian. She sure seems to be good at everything. You said that was her first attempt at woodworking? You're somewhat correct in your assumption, Kat. Vivian, much to some individuals' surprise, is not in fact good at everything. Cooking, for example, I wouldn't trust her anywhere near a kitchen if it's for anything more than heating food up. She'd disagree, but I think it's just that she killed off her taste buds enough times they were willing to accept anything, said Callisto. In regard to her woodworking proficiency, well, there are indeed some things that Vivian seems to just take to without much effort. She told me it was her first time woodworking, and I'd believe her considering her distaste towards lying to people. Which I do find amusing, considering that she enjoys playing tricks on people and misleading them almost as much as I do, said Callisto. Now I do believe you owe me 2 questions. Kat nodded in response as Callisto continued, so, I suppose I'll make use of them both somewhat together. Have you gained any sort of abilities from becoming a demon, and what are they? So that's your 2 questions? Asked Kat. Callisto just stared at her in response with her mouth in a thin line. Right. Said Kat. Well, I've gained a calming aura that I can extend, and I've learned how to manifest my demonic flame, but I think I'm supposed to be able to do something with it. Well, please inform me about this calming aura first if you can. That seems a bit more interesting to me, said Callisto. Well, said Kat, slamming the full weight of her aura into Callisto. To Kat's surprise, she hardly even stumbled in response. Huh? I thought I'd gotten more powerful? I'm pretty sure I used more power than that time I knocked Major over. Oh, now this is fascinating, said Callisto, slowly moving her hand around and examining it from multiple angles. I can't quite place my finger on what this does exactly. I feel mostly the same, but... Callisto looked steadily around the room, letting her eyes resting on different items before moving on, never lingering on one thing for long. Kat was somewhat puzzled watching Callisto carry on her various examinations. I don't think that I've seen a reaction like this before. What is it actually doing to her? I think, my ideas seem to flow a bit smoother. No, that's not quite it. I'm less tightly wound, I think. My body isn't screaming for me to do something other than stand across from you. This is a strange feeling, said Callisto as she rolled her shoulders forward a few times. Huh, that's quite a different reaction to what most people have, said Kat. Said Callisto, humming. Guess I'll use my other question on that. What sort of reaction have other people had? Well, everyone else seems to experience a general feeling of comfort. And there was that one person I dropped to the floor with it accidentally, said Kat. Huh, I guess I can see how you reached the conclusion that's what it does, but I think your aura is more profound than that. I'd have to do some more testing, but it's hard not being able to reach into anyone else's mind for answers, so I guess I'll leave this one for you to test some more. You make it sound like I should go around experimenting on various people I know to see what their reaction is, said Kat. Yes, said Callisto, right. Said Kat, intentionally moving her eyes to focus on the floor and the very interesting gray carpet instead of Callisto for a moment. Would you be willing to continue your tale of how you met Vivian? Said Kat. I have concluded the full tale of how I met Vivian, though I do suppose you are talking about the time in which I believe Vivian to have met me? Said Callisto. Kat nodded in response. Well, in that case I suppose I shall begin to regale you with my tale. This event took place a few weeks after the woodworking incident. If you recall correctly, I mentioned I wore a scarf to hide my acne at the time. Well, maybe a month or two into my high school life, to my immense satisfaction and amazement, my acne was actually clearing up. For the first time in a grand number of years I didn't feel like a walking lizo. Now, I did not achieve the graceful looks I now have for quite some time, but I had at least mustered the courage to abandon that dreadful scarf I wore all the time. Much to my discrediting, it wasn't even a good scarf to begin with, so to my surprise everyone, and I mean everyone, recognized me by that scarf. It was so bad that nobody actually recognized me. I hadn't even been sick for quite some time, so my voice was back to normal, but I guess that was the voice that stuck in everyone's heads even after I recovered. So instead of fading into the background now that I wasn't a lunatic wearing a scarf, I was instead the center of attention as the weird new girl. Yes, I was still crazy even without my scarf, but I guess there was nothing to be done about it. Anyway, there was this group of girls, 5 of them if I remember correctly, led by these 2 particularly nasty characters. Janice and Lauren. You'd think I'd set their house on fire, which I later did by the way, with the way they treated me, and I couldn't escape them. Wait, hold up. You set their house on fire? Asked Kat aghast. That's a separate question. Do you want me to continue my story? Asked Callisto, to which Kat shakily nodded her head. Right, so where was I? Janice and Lauren. So I'd moved most of my activities to the library during lunch. You weren't allowed to eat, so quite often I'd skip lunch, but at least teacher supervision was near constant, so they didn't have the chance to pull any of their nastier stuff. The only issue was on this particular day, the teacher librarian in charge had called in sick, or at the very least they weren't present in the library. So, like any good scum of society, when presented with a golden opportunity to ruin someone's perfectly good day, they managed to find this little fact out. Which means someone told them, because those unintelligent fools never would have set foot in the library otherwise, plus they darted straight towards me like they knew where I was. So here's this group of 5, beelining for me straight across the library, and everyone else knew something was going down. A few people left so as to not be involved. Most stepped back to watch from a safe distance. So Janice and Lauren stand in the front of their little group right in front of my table. Lauren picks up one of the books I was working on and starts flipping through it. Now it wasn't anything incriminating, just my English homework I'd finished earlier, but I've always written in this ridiculous flowery script. So she says to me, "Gee, this book sure was written funny, reckon I should take this home and investigate." Janice, who responds with, "I dunno, Lauren, I've heard the author is a piece of trash or something to that effect. Anyway, after some more insults I never really cared to remember, one of them decided, can't remember who, that it was a good idea to take it from me. So they were about to leave with the excuse of checking out a library book when Vivian comes in from the side. I expected her to reason with them, or perhaps admonish them for their poor behavior. But nope, she pulls out this massive tome of a book, hardcover, at least 800 pages, probably more like 1,200, and she slams the thing right into Laura Ames' head, who in turn smashes into Janice. Never had I seen Three Stooges so stunned by her appearance, and as Vivian swung in she said, check this on out, creeps. Oh, the sound, it was a brutal crunching sound. I'm pretty sure one of the girls had their skull cracked that day. But guess what, it didn't matter because not a person spoke of it. The school never addressed it after the fact, clearly no students ever told on Vivian, and we surprisingly didn't hear anything from the parents. But after that slamming, Vivian said to me something I'll also never forget. Why did you put up with these guys? You're so much cooler than them, before walking away, slightly bloody book in hand. Best part is, I heard a rumor, though I never could confirm it, that the parents of those girls knew about the incident and kept quiet as well. Some people even went so far as to say Vivian was paid to do it to teach them a lesson. I doubt it though, she wouldn't take money for something she was going to do anyway. Chapter 66, Does God Exist? I wouldn't have thought Vivian was so violent, said Kat after hearing Callisto finish. Well, I wouldn't say that she is. Nowadays, especially after seeing her adopt you and Sylvie, I imagine her more like a very cuddly bear. Hugs are great and preferred, but if you really cause problems, she has no problem knocking some sense into anyone. Actually, Chekhov. You've met him, right? Said Callisto, to which Kat nodded in response. She met him on a job she was doing for some bigwig in the city. Chekhov was arguing with one of the contractors because they thought he was stealing lumber from them because he always had so much. Well, Vivian walks right up to the contractor and says, if you've got a problem with him you can go through me, and obviously he laughs, so she kicked him in the jaw and knocked him out. Huh, as strange as that sounds, I can picture that. Though I don't think I can imagine Chekhov just taking that sort of abuse, said Kat. Well, from what I heard he'd only just moved here and he hadn't recovered from his injuries he sustained during his escape. Of course, that was only because he didn't take a break like any sane man would and kept aggravating them. But what can you do, said Callisto with a shrug. Right, yeah, I can certainly imagine that part, said Kat. Chekhov seems passionate about his work. That's putting it mildly, said Callisto. You should have seen the look on his face when I asked for 3 desks. With the way he looked at me, I might as well have been God-given form. Huh, now that's actually an interesting question for you, Kat. Now that you're a demon, do you think God is real? If so, which one? Said Callisto. Huh, I don't know really. Said Kat. I never really thought about it before. I just sort of thought I didn't matter. How should I explain this? So, regardless of if God exists or not, we can't know that, not until we die, so I just believed that it was irrelevant to consider. It never mattered. Though now, maybe if God is real I could meet them? That's a bizarre thought. Why yes, I do suppose something like that is. Personally, I never believed in him, because it just didn't seem realistic to me at all. Though, if magic is real, I guess the doors really open up, don't they, said Callisto. Silence enveloped the room. Callisto seemed content to continue waving her arm around, enjoying the sensation of Kat's calming aura, but Kat herself was somewhat at a loss. What am I even supposed to say? Do I have any other questions for Callisto? Kat racked her brain, thinking up a number of inane questions like what's your favorite color or which elder god do you worship, knowing that one day they will accidentally devour the universe, what your favorite food is, what's your favorite song, but none of those were really what Kat wanted. I guess one conversation with someone isn't enough to be comfortable with them even if you're living with them. Or does that perhaps make it worse? Kat finally managed to settle on the next question even if she wasn't entirely happy with it. Where do you buy your clothes? That outfit you have on is rather unique, isn't it? I buy all my fabric and make them myself. It is a minor effort on my behalf to do it this way, but as I mentioned earlier, when you barely sleep, time seems to open up to you," said Callisto. Pausing for a moment, she turned to face Kat. "It seems this conversation has run its course. Don't take this as me ejecting you from my abode, but I do think the conversation has been buried in the grave. You should give the others some time of their own. They were more concerned than they let on when they read that note of yours." Kat felt a small smile creep onto her face, hearing that, lifting the corner of her mouth just slightly. "Well, don't you still have a question to ask me?" Callisto let out a wicked laugh. "I don't remember ever setting a time limit on that. I'll hold on to my question for now. I'm certain I can utilize it at some point in the future. Now go on, you've spent enough time with this crazy recluse for one day." With the end of Callisto's speech, she walked over to the largest of her desks and brought out a stack of paper and started drawing. Kat looked at her for a moment longer to see if she really was ignoring her, but after walking over and standing right behind Callisto with no reaction, she decided it was time to go back to the others. Returning downstairs, she found the three of them seated at the dining table with a number of brochures spread out across it. Most of them were clustered around the center where a small sculpture of a wave normally sat, which was now moved to the kitchen bench. Putting a little bit of energy into her eyes, she examined it further for the first time. After hearing about Vivian's woodworking escapades, I wonder if this is something she's made herself. Actually, are all the decorations around the house things she and Callisto have made? If that's the case, why was she so insistent on Sylvie and I buying something when we went into the city? "Hey guys, what are you looking over?" said Kat. Vivian waved her over with a big smile. "Just going through some things. Lily can tell you more if she really wants to." Lily seemed to shrink slightly now that she had been called out, but answered anyway. "These are brochures for some of the universities that can be considered nearby." Closing the brochure, Lily continued, "But if you'd be willing to speak about the meeting you just had, I'd prefer that." "Are you sure, Lily? This is important for you." "I don't mind going over them with you," said Kat, taking a sit beside Lily and across from Sylvie, trying to keep her wings tucked in. "No, I mean, I know, but I don't really want to think about it right now. A distraction is probably a good thing right now," said Lily. "Yeah, tell us about your trip, Kat. Plus all these unis aren't very good," said Sylvie, putting away the brochure in front of her. "That's a little rude, Sylvie," said Vivian. "But they are. The course offerings are rather lackluster. The prices are set to be around 1.5x what they are actually worth, and the facilities they are boasting are at best second rate." "Do you really think otherwise, Vivi?" said Sylvie with big eyes. Vivian reached over and grabbed Sylvie to put her on her lap. After securing the girl in position, she wrapped her arms around Sylvie and pouted. "Just because it's true doesn't make it less rude. Should I say untrue things so that I'm not rude then, Vivi?" asked Sylvie. However, she looked at Kat as she asked this, despite addressing Vivian. Vivian and Kat shared a glance between the two of them and came to the unspoken agreement for Vivian to take the wheel. "You make an excellent point, my dear. If they are bad, you should say so. I do suppose you weren't being overly rude. It just pains my heart to see such a cute girl exposed to the subpar realities of the world." Kat felt her smile twitching slightly. Why does that sentence sound so much more aggressive now that I know Vivian can happily smack someone in the side of the head with a book? Is it because I know she'd say bad things to someone's face if they were true? Or is it just that I'm seeing her more aggressively now after the talk with Callisto? Then again, aren't those two things basically the same? They kinda suck, don't they? Said Lily quietly. "Maybe it's just because I don't know what to do with myself, but looking at these brochures certainly didn't help." "Well, dear, I suppose I could try and find the brochures for my old university. You've been sent stuff from around the country, but I've not even heard of half of them if I'm honest," said Vivian. "Do you think I'd find a good place there?" asked Lily. "Well, maybe not. It was a design-heavy place focusing on a few disciplines. At the very least, the few options they do offer were top of the line when I still attended," said Vivian. "Thanks for that. But really, I want to hear about what happened, Kat. Tell us the full story," said Lily, turning now to face her friend. "Well, in that case, after I left that note, I was teleported to a strange office that had these really nice chairs." Chapter 67, The accomplice's cat finished retelling her encounter with Cracks and his beholder friends and then sat back to let her friends have the field. Those chairs sound interesting, dear. I wonder if you could convince Chekhov to figure something out, said Vivian. Why did you keep mentioning that anyway, Cat? Surely it can't be that much of an improvement? Asked Lily. I feel a bit bad saying this, but yes, it is that much of an improvement, but I don't think you could ever understand. Lily tried to interrupt, but Cat held up a hand and continued, I'm not saying you can't empathize, but they are the only thing I have been remotely comfortable sitting in since I got my wings. Sleeping is awkward as well. Somehow, they just let me relax. Maybe there was enchantments on it or something, but those chairs were well worth mentioning. Do you think demons can enchant things? Have you heard of any enchantments at all? Asked Sylvie. Yes. That time I was gone a few days I encountered a powerful enchantment, though I never really saw how it works properly, said Cat. At the very least I can confirm they exist, murmured Vivian. Do you think enchantments would work for us? We don't have magic to use them. Cat thought on that for a moment before answering, I'm not sure. I've heard multiple times that this world suppresses all forms of higher energy, making nearly impossible to use anything other than demonic energy at all. But clearly, I can exist. I managed to develop these demonic traits, so maybe if you made the enchantments with my energy it would work? I'm not exactly sure how they stay powered. I think Callisto would enjoy learning enchanting, said Sylvie. This surprised Cat. She didn't know when Sylvie had even seen Callisto, let alone struck up a conversation with her. They'd only been living at Vivian's for a short time. When had she managed that? You're right, Sylvie, she'd die for the chance to upgrade her crazy existing costumes, said Vivian. Vivian, Sylvie and Cat all shared a knowing look and a nod, while Lily just sort of awkwardly looked at the others, trying to decide how truthful the other three were being. Cat, noticing Lily's slight distress, decided to redirect the conversation. So, shall we investigate the settings I've supposedly unlocked now that I'm rank 1? At the very least we should all decide when I get summoned every week. Yeah, it's rude to just vanish and not be around in the morning. You should make it a time when we can all wish you good luck, said Sylvie, with Vivian and Lily nodding along. Even you, Lily? Asked Cat. Of course. If I can see you off, I'm not going to miss that chance, said Lily. Well, you heard them. System. Open settings, initializing settings, examining rank, displaying options. Which of the following does user Cat wish to view? Summoning, accomplices, home designation, system reactivity, system monitoring. Huh, some of those look interesting, but I guess let's start with summoning. Summoning. Please select from the following: minimal payment, scheduling, beacon management, skill set adjustment, blacklisted dimensions. Why are two of the options crossed out? I mean, why even display them at all? In relation to blacklisted dimensions, user Cat has not yet been blacklisted from any known dimensions. As such, while user Cat retains the rank required to view this option from the menu, nothing can be done with it. Right, and the other one? Skill set adjustment lets a demon whose skill set has grown considerably to narrow down their focus to only specific kinds of requests. User Cat is not yet skillful enough at a variety of tasks to qualify for this option, but your rank allows it to be displayed. Hey, I can do plenty of things. D.E.M.O.N.S stands by the previous statement. Cat felt her eye twitch slightly at that one. A decade of schooling and she wasn't even qualified to narrow down her options. Fine then. Tell me about scheduling. Welcome to the scheduling page. Would user Cat like to view the extended introduction to the scheduling page, as D.E.M.O.N.S has detected this to be the first instance of user Cat accessing scheduling page. Hey Cat, everything alright? Asked Lily. Yeah, the system is just being difficult, don't worry about it, replied Cat. Yes please. Scheduling enables the user to select times they are willing to accept a summoning. Default setting is any time. All preferences will be overridden if a user has not completed a weekly summoning with less than 24 hours remaining, including those from other settings. Additionally, a user may opt to take on additional summonings before the week has ended, scheduling separate availability for each successive summoning up to 4. Huh, that's actually pretty handy. As Cat thought this, the message disappeared and in its place as a grid appeared hour increments separated into columns for days. At the top of the table 4 boxes with differing flames appeared. They each seemed to have a different pattern to them. The first perfectly matched the default flames. The second box had the flames waving side to side in a rhythmic motion almost like a wave. The third lot of flames seemed to bob up and down, though unlike the second which were in time, the third seemed to spy that idea and bobbed randomly. The fourth made it seem like they'd run out of ideas because it was just a still image. Right, well, I've got a timetable up and I can select when I want to be summoned, but if I haven't done a job 24 hours before reset it will ignore everything anyway, said Cat. Actually give me a second. Hey system, I could send a message to these girls before so they could see you. Is there a way to do that again? User Cat is recommended to select the accomplices page. This will allow other individuals to see D.E.M.O.N.S messages. Fine, system, go to accomplices tab. Welcome to the accomplices page. Would user Cat like to view the extended introduction to the accomplices page, as D.E.M.O.N.S has detected this to be the first instance of user Cat accessing accomplices page? Well, I do suppose so, considering you directed me here. No need to be rude. Wait, what? Accomplices allow user Cat to designate up to 5 individuals as accomplices. At rank 1 this allows accomplices to view user Cat's messages. Warning: at rank 1 accomplices cannot be removed unless they have been confirmed to be dead for more than 876,001 hours. Why does it have to be such a specific number of hours? Some souls find it hard to remain deceased. However, it was decided after 876,001 hours they have been deceased long enough to have any subsequent revivals count as a new individual. Well, I suppose that does make a morbid kind of sense, doesn't it? So do you guys want to become accomplices? Asked Cat. Sure, why not, shrugged Vivian, with Sylvie nodding along. Cat, what exactly do you mean by that? Accomplices is a bit of a strange word for whatever it is you're planning, said Lily. This will let you guys view my messages from the system. That way I don't have to relay everything all the time and you can actually understand what's going on, said Cat. Yeah, but why accomplice? Asked Lily. Cat shrugged. It's just what they're called. Fine. If that really is what it's called, cool. System, designate Sylvie, Vivian, and Lily as accomplices. Is user Cat sure they wish to appoint individual Sylvie, individual Vivian, and individual Lily as accomplices? This process is irrevocable at user Cat's current rank. Yes. Has user Cat given proper and thorough forethought as to the ramifications of this choice? Does user Cat still wish to appoint the individuals, Vivian, Sylvie, Lily, as accomplices? Yes. Does user Cat solemnly swear that this choice will not be immediately regretted upon the enactment of the request for D.E.M.O.N.S to provide individuals, Sylvie, Vivian, Lily, with irrevocable accomplice permissions? Yes. Does user Cat? Cat swiped her hand through the forming text, interrupting it. Are you really going to keep doing this? Is there a reason you need to repeat the damned question so many times? That's one of the few things that gets to me, you know. Cat waited for some form of reply and got none. Oh great, now you've got nothing for me. Seriously, 4 times? How long would that have continued? Until the author got sick of writing new iterations of the same question. Didn't that just happen? What incident is user Cat referring to? You know what? Never mind. Cat heard a gasp from the chair beside her. Turning to her right, she saw Lily with wide eyes and a gaping mouth staring at the air in front of Cat where the D.E.M.O.N.S message had appeared. Is that the system? That fiery red text that? Asked Lily. Ooh, seems it worked. Congratulations on becoming my accomplice, said Cat with a grin. Chapter 68, Messing Around in the Settings. You know, Cat, when you said that it was flaming text, I didn't expect it looked more like fire that's been made into words rather than words made out of fire. It's an important difference, said Vivian. Ha, if you think this is crazy you should see the flames involved in a summoning. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, said Cat. You haven't mentioned that in any of your stories, Cat, said Sylvie. Well, it's not really something I could describe to you properly anyway. It's just immensely comforting and enjoyable to watch. The way the colors mix and flow between each other, said Kat, but let's not get distracted. We should first decide what to do with this. Kat gestured towards the floating table that was the schedule option. Examining it properly, it actually took up a surprising amount of space in front of the air. Huh, I didn't realize that was quite so big. Guess my improved vision makes it take up a lot loss of my field of view. Hey, wait a minute. Kat tried to rapidly shift her view throughout the room. An action like this had a decent chance of making her sick after her eyes had been upgraded, but now there was no discomfort at all. Is it because I'm a full demon now? That doesn't really make any sense. Oh well, a problem for another time. Ah, Kat, are you alright? Why are you looking around so much? Asked Lily as she watched Kat whip her head around. Yeah, I'm more than alright. Whatever was messing with my eyes from before doesn't seem to affect me anymore. I hadn't noticed because I just sort of got used to the uncomfortable feeling I had when I looked around too much. Not sure when it disappeared, but I have a decent guess, replied Kat. Well, I'm glad you're feeling alright, dear, but are you not the one who just said we are getting distracted? Said Vivian, turning her head to give Kat a wry smile. Kat just smiled wryly and looked at Sylvie instead. What do you think, Sylvie? When should I accept a summoning? Should I accept extra in a week? Nope. For now you should spend more time with us. You don't really need to do more, right? Asked Sylvie. I guess not, said Kat, and the additional flames above the table seemed to dim a little, but that still doesn't answer the when I'm free to be summoned. I mean, it's basically whenever, right? Well, the question is, does it matter? Do you just instantly get taken away, or do you have other things you can do before you get transported? Asked Vivian. Oh, I do actually get a bit of time. Not sure how much, but at least a minute or two. I've already delayed accepting it long enough to get changed out of pajamas before, so, however long that is, said Kat. Now dear, please tell me you fixed your hair before you left, said Vivian. My hair is exceptionally well behaved now, I have no issue with it, said Kat. Your hair does look nice, Kat, but wouldn't you have had your attire for the summonings that happened after your hair got fixed? This must have happened before that, said Sylvie. You have no proof of that claim, said Kat, choosing now to look at Lily instead of Vivian or Sylvie. Right. Well, Kat, how about just making the summonings school hours or a work day or something like that, suggested Lily. Boo-oo, I have to do more work starting next week, so I might not be around, said Vivian. Wait, when do you work, Vivian? I know you said you took the week off, but I'm not actually certain about what you do, said Kat. I work whenever I want to, replied Vivian with her signature grin. Kat let out a long sigh, exhaling deeply. I really don't mind when I get summoned. You are the ones worrying. Why can't I just leave it as whenever I get first called? User Kat is capable of keeping default settings. System, are you ratting out my inner thoughts to my friends? No, an accomplice can see any part of D.E.M.O.N.S you give them access to. But this was clearly not a question User Kat wanted broadcast. You're damn right. So does anyone have any real preference? I don't even mind leaving it as it was, where I'd get summoned around 1 a.m. Saturday morning, said Kat. Well, I doubt I have much of a say in this. If you only have a few minutes regardless of when you get summoned, I probably won't be able to wish you good luck, said Lily. Vivian bit her lip in response to this as she considered Kat's question. As much as it would be nice to watch over the girl, it wasn't really something she wanted to control. This was an important, albeit strange part of Kat's life, and while it would be nice to know when she was going to be out of the house, she didn't truly believe it was her place to dictate when that was. Besides, Callisto will probably be available if she needed to notify someone, and the notes from last time were helpful just to let us know she was safe. Honestly, I think it's fine as it is unless you want to make sure you aren't woken up in the middle of the night, said Vivian. Sylvie looked back at Vivian and then to Lily, who was sitting across from them, and seemed to understand why they didn't believe it was their place to pitch in, and decided to go along with it as well. Kat should pick the best time for her, said Sylvie. Huh, well, in that case I'll just leave it as is. Despite sleep being nice, I haven't felt tired really. I mean, there was that time right after I finished my transformation. And that time I walked for around 12 hours. But I mean those are extreme examples, right? Said Kat. Vivian and Lily just looked awkwardly between each other, unsure how to respond. Luckily Sylvie had ideas. Yeah, I doubt that you will transform into a demon again, considering you're a demon now. You make a compelling argument, Sylvie said Kat as she swiped in the air and dismissed the timetable. The gesture was unnecessary, but it was fun to play it up a little now that the others could see Kat swiping at something rather than just looking like she was going slightly insane. This brought Kat back to the summonings option page and Lily's eyes lit up as she saw the beacon entry. Kat, you can make beacons? I mean, those are real? Can you give us one so that we can summon you back if anything happens to you? Said Lily. I'm not sure. The system let me cheat the first time when I was making a beacon, so I don't actually know what that section would do, said Kat. Okay system, bring it up and show the others. Welcome to the beacon management page. At rank 1 you will see a list of all active beacons. False Beacon 1, Shizuka Maimari, Minor. Can I make beacons of my own? Yes. Let me rephrase that, can I make beacons for Lily like she asked? No, at rank 1 user Kat is only allowed to make beacons for summoners. Similar features will be unlocked at higher ranks for accomplices, but user Kat does not have a high enough rank. Of course I don't. Guess you won't be getting a beacon just yet, Lily said Kat. Lily pouted at this and turned to Kat. How come this Shizuka person has a beacon? I don't remember you mentioning her before. She's the princess that I had to kidnap, said Kat. Wait, but didn't the queen hire you for that job? That means she didn't summon you. Why is it that she gets a beacon? Asked Lily. Good point. System? Asked Kat. Summoner Minor's situation is highly unusual. Combining that with user Kat's ongoing awakening and status as a wish token holder, an exception was made due to the beacon being a one-time use false beacon. Minor will need to summon user Kat for a true beacon. I thought you said her name was Shizuka? Why did the system call her Minor? Asked Sylvie. I forgot I hadn't actually told you guys the full story of the princess kidnapping stuff yet, have I? Said Kat as she looking between the three of them. Nope, said Vivian. Sylvie shook her head in response and Lily said you didn't. Well, said Kat, glancing at the time and seeing it was still around 4 in the afternoon. I guess we still have a good deal of time. I'll start telling you what happened. First off, I was summoned by the Fox Queen. Chapter 69, a rather professional summoning. In the end, Kat's retelling of her princess adventure took well into the evening and Lily had to head home. The girls had planned to mess around with Kat's options menu more once everyone got together again, but Lily wasn't available as her parents decided to take the rest of the week off to spend some time with her. Kat was tempted to go and rescue her friend a few times, but Lily's text messages assured her that her parents weren't that bad to be around, and while Kat begged to differ at least in the specific case of Lily's parents, it also wasn't her place to comment otherwise. And so Friday night came and went, and just as Saturday morning began, a portal opened for Kat. She quickly knocked at Callisto's door to inform her she was leaving and received only a shrug in response. Collecting herself and resuming her attire, she stood in front of the portal. I really need to find a way to wear other clothes again. It's nice that my kimono shares the grime-repelling attribute my skin has, but sometimes I still feel like it's dirty even after resuming it. Am I just making it up in my head? Yes. Unless user Kat's soul is dirty. No dirt will contaminate user Kat's demonic attire. A soul can be dirty? Is that something I have to watch out for? No. Shaking her head, Kat pressed her hand against the flames and was whisked away. The fire that encapsulated Kat had returned to its vibrant, shifting nature that seemed to bend and twist a number of colors together and let them swirl around Kat. There was one difference though, and Kat had to enhance her eyes to see it clearly, but everything was shifted slightly purple, the tiniest amount. If she hadn't enjoyed the flames so much prior, the subtle shift would have gone unnoticed, and it had indeed gone unnoticed by many demons before her. Suddenly Kat's feet met the ground and she found herself in a willed room. The ceiling had plenty of light sources dotted around it, but there was no window in sight. Across from Cat was a very neatly dressed man in a white robe that had countless blood red symbols sewn into it that all lit up and danced with light as he stood there. Looking around further revealed another surprise for Cat. Unlike previous summonings where she stood in a rather small circle opposite a summoner, this time they were separated by a large distance, around 10 meters in fact. And yet it wasn't the distance that surprised Cat but the exceptional number of glyphs and sigils packed into the drastically larger circle that surrounded her. Cat turned around to study the full room and saw that the circle continued in all directions, sigils overlapping and interlocking, all glowing in the same blood red that matched the runes on the man's outfit. A cough interrupted Cat's cursory investigation of the symbols and she returned her gaze to the man. In addition to his elaborate robes, he stood straight and tall with the air of a professional who was having his time wasted. He had strange gray hair that let him keep his air of youth despite the age associated with the color. It was slicked back flat against his head and had that shine you associated with too much hair gel. Cat gave him a questioning look. His impatience was strange. Didn't he want her for a job? What, never seen a real summoning circle before? Asked the robed man. Well, I guess not then. I've not seen anything so. Cat paused, not necessarily wanting to compliment the rude man but deciding it was true nonetheless. Impressive. This is simply a standard setup for multiple consecutive demon summoning. Nothing so impressive as to get worked up over. I do suppose the criteria that needed to be set is to blame. I suppose the clients will be happy, said the robed man. What do you mean? Asked Cat. I run a respectable demon summoning business. You have been summoned to assist one of my clients, or a group in this case. I'll take you to the meeting room shortly, but I'll get to the contract now. Demon, you are contracted to follow me down the corridor for exactly 50 meters, turn left and then enter the room before you. You will not stop moving until you are inside the room. Once inside, you are required to remain within the room until you have accepted the deal offered to you by my client. In the event you decline their offer, you will immediately be banished and receive 20% of the promised amount. In the name of Tobias ISN. Are you willing to accept the terms of the contract? Ah. Cat just stared at the man. What's up with this setup? Do I accept? What promised amount is he even talking about? The payment for each job is sent to D.E.M.O.N.S to then be later distributed. This summoner is aware that additional payment terms can be given in the initial contract. Certain figures would never be accepted by D.E.M.O.N.S. D.E.M.O.N.S has deemed 20% a reasonable fee in the event a user doesn't accept the request. The system seems to think this is normal, so I guess I just accept? Sure. Said Cat, and the chains appeared from Cat and the summoner. The chains originating from Cat was her trademark purple shade she had acquired after her awakening, but the chains that originated from the man were that deep blood red of the runes that coated the room. Cat's eyes grew wide as they wrapped around her and sunk into her flesh. Cat was genuinely disturbed by the blood red dripping chains that emanated from this summoner. System, you better tell me why those chains were blood red, or so help me. Summoners that have taken extra steps will have their own representation in the contract. Powerful users are capable of using their chains to influence the contract in their favor and skew the interpretation of the contract terms in the user's favor. This summoner has drastically increased the number of necessary runes to ensure that deals remain neutral to both parties. Why doesn't he try to skew it in his favor then? The runes required to skew a contract away from a demon's favor are extravagantly complicated, strict in their requirements and uses. Additionally, there would then be a contest of wills between the summoner and the user, likely resulting in the summoner losing, as demons have an instinctual understanding of how to fight against them. Why do you look so shocked, girl? Asked the man. Despite the professional tone, the girl part seemed like a sneer. Despite this, Cat couldn't see any dismissal in the man's eyes. I've never seen chains that color, said Cat. Indeed, well then, enough questions, it is time I took you to the clients, said the man, who chanted a quick spell and began to float towards the door. Cat was about to step over the circle and follow him when the man whipped his head around and hissed, do you have no respect for my profession? Fly over the runes, you insensitive fool. I haven't really learned to fly properly. I don't even know if I can, said Cat. Just flap your wings a bit, "You're a demon, it should be really easy," said the man, who moved his body into a sitting position while still floating towards the door. "Oh yeah, like it's as easy as flapping your wings," said Kat as she flapped her wings for emphasis. And started flying. Kat's eyes darted around the room as she could feel her wings rhythmically beating about once every 2 seconds and keeping her afloat. "This doesn't make any sense. Why is this so easy? I shouldn't be able to fly like this," said Kat, who had enough knowledge for physics class to understand she shouldn't be able to fly, let alone hover in place with a wingspan this small. "Consider how light Kat was." The man just shrugged. "If only learning levitation was that easy," said the man, clearly not believing Kat had just learned to fly in that moment. Kat just shook her head and followed the man out of the room, annoyed that she hadn't even tried to fly during the few days she had been on Earth, or even during the time she was with Minor. "It clearly isn't even hard. It just works. Who on earth knows why, but it just works. Doesn't even take that much energy. I could just fly all over the place then. System, can you ease my suffering and tell me how easily most demons pick up flight? Does user Kat mean demons possessing flight capabilities?" "Yes, almost instantaneously. User Kat may have taken the longest recorded instance to learn that flight was within their skill set. Certainly the longest among demons with functioning wings. I regret I ever asked." Chapter 70, Demon Client Professionalism clearly only extends to summoners. Kat found herself in a hall that matched the previous room well. The corridor had wooden walls and lights all across the ceiling. The corridor extended for quite some ways into the distance, and Kat estimated it was around 200 meters, with doors every 10 meters or so. Kat had the desire to open the doors that they had passed. So many of them looked identical, and yet she had a feeling something interesting was behind at least one of them. Despite this desire though, Kat continued to fly forward. Every time she considered opening up a door, she could hear the clink of chains in her ears, and the words of the contract would come forth into her mind, reminding her she'd promised to walk straight and enter a room without deviating from that. It wasn't an uncomfortable feeling per se, even that fact it seemed to loom behind her wasn't all that concerning. It was more like a watchful parent that wanted to ensure the best for their children. The method might be harsh if called upon, but they ultimately wished for it go never come to that point for both of their sakes. Eventually Kat did arrive at the door. The robed man had walked slightly past and then bowed, extending his arm towards the door, indicating for her to walk in. Following the instructions, Kat turned the door handle and carefully walked inside. To no surprise whatsoever, this room also featured nothing but wooden walls and well-lit ceilings. Would it kill you to put some decorations up? Or windows? Could you do windows? While Kat was complaining internally, she was also scanning the 4 people who happened to be in the room. It was of some surprise to Kat that there was 4 people in room, considering that Mage had talked about the client singular, but she guessed that a group could count as a client in these circumstances. The next thing that stuck out to Kat was the hair of the group. It was all vibrant colors. Not the usual lush hair, but in the case of one girl it was a bright neon green. The group was arranged somewhat professionally. One of the men stood in front of the others, with bright brown hair that was cut extremely short and close to his hair, just barely long enough to avoid being labeled a buzz cut. His face had the radiance of youth, and he wore a big, if somewhat forced smile. He had a full set of plate armor on, though the material was strange to Kat. Instead of a shiny steel finish, it had a bluish tint to it. None of the figures carried any weapons, but the gauntlets on that plate mail armor looked deadly enough by themselves despite their unadorned nature. Just the sheer bulk of the armor was more than enough to cause someone trouble. To the man's right was a much taller and thinner man in a set of scale mail armor. The leather was a dark green and evoked images of dark swamps and mangroves. His hair was a matching brown with his other companion, but his hair was a good deal longer. Not to the point that it even covered his neck, but more than long enough when compared to his friend. His face was a strange mix of youth and experience. He didn't seem older than the first man, but his face had a random assortment of scars in various places and angles, and a particularly nasty one covering his left eye. Based on the fact he was staring at Kat with somewhat undisguised disapproval, she could tell that his eyes still worked. The final member that was grouped together was a tall woman, even taller than both her male counterparts, dwarfing Cat, who was already quite tall for a woman by a significant margin. She had her face set in a hard line with a pair of thick glasses and stared at Cat like she was trying to look into her soul. There was no hostility like the second man, no judgment, only cold analysis of her in the situation at hand. Contrary to the armored men beside her, she had a robe that more closely resembled the mage outside. It was a dark blue much like her hair and was covered in runes that glowed faintly against the fabric. They were hard to make out, being the same color as the cloak itself, but Cat's eyesight more than met the challenge and was able to identify 3 distinct markings at least on the front. On the woman's back, Cat could see the faint outline of something resembling wings. They were hard to make out, but Cat was sure she could see them. The final figure stood away from the group, around 3 large strides behind them to be exact. Cat couldn't see much of the last girl because she was hidden by her companions quite well. All Cat could see from this angle was her green eyes and wavy green hair. It wasn't as vibrant as the others and seemed to be trying to blend into the background. Of course, bright green hair against a brown wooden background still stood out well, and Cat was able to notice her without any trouble. Cat stopped around 2 meters away from the group. She was unsure what the proper etiquette was in this world, but such a distance would be far enough away to make it clear she wasn't encroaching on their personal space, but easily close enough to have a conversation. Well, perhaps she was a bit further away than necessary, but stepping closer to what looked to be veteran fighters of any kind wasn't high on Cat's to-do list. The group just looked at Cat in return. The polite smile, the disapproval, the analysis, and now, from the hidden figure in the back, innocent curiosity. Cat was unsure what to make of a group like this. She couldn't help but wonder what sort of job they'd want from her. They all seemed capable in their roles. Well, the girl in the back was perhaps the least professional, but between them Cat couldn't figure out what skills she might have that they lacked. Right, so we have plate mail, grumpy, glasses, and green? That'll do for now, I suppose. Are you our demon? Asked plate mail as he stepped half a step towards Cat. My name is Cat, and well, I certainly don't belong to anyone, but I am considering working for you, said Cat. Oh great, it's a smartass, said Grumpy. Hey, these sorts of contracts are extremely binding. I have to be careful what I agree to. Wouldn't want to have a misunderstanding causing the contract to curse you now, would you? Said Cat. Also, you're being rude. The demon in front of you is almost certainly of the female variety, and I for one would be rather put off if I was referred to as an it, said Glasses. Besides, we need her to accept the contract. We hardly have the time or funds to hire another demon. Well, don't tell it that. Now it's got leverage. This is why I hate working with you, said Grumpy. Please don't fight, said Green in the back, but was promptly ignored. Consider it your punishment. I won't have you treating her as anything less the sentient being. I know you have your problems with demons. And Dragonkin. And most of the other races, but that isn't her fault, said Glasses. Look, you fairy bitch, just because the young master likes your whore of a charge, doesn't mean I. Grumpy was cut off when plate mail slammed him in the face and sent him flying into the wall. A bright light coated them for a moment and he bounced off before the wall dimmed and Grumpy groaned on the floor. Fix your accursed mouth. I've let you accompany me on my adventures for years. We played together as children, but every time you insult my fiancé I get this much closer to kicking you out. I understand your problem, I really do, but now isn't the time for this, said plate mail. Indeed, scum, hissed Glasses, we need another teammate and your poor attitude is getting us nowhere. Why, listen here, fairy bitch. I might not be able to insult your Grumpy called himself your lovely companion, but I can still insult you. So why don't you? Cat tuned the bickering pair out at this point. Whatever it was they wanted to say, clearly it wasn't worth her attention. This was an old argument, and she doubted it would be resolved here and now. While this arguing was taking place, however, the final member of the group was sneaking around the outside of the room towards Cat. The other didn't seem to notice her presence as she walked past them towards Cat, but Green did pick up on Cat's eyes that followed her around the room. Walking around and past Cat, she started speaking from behind Cat's wings. I'm sorry for those two. We really need your help, said Green. What with? I certainly can't fix their dysfunctional attitudes, said Cat. Cat could hear Green taking a big breath behind her and pausing for a moment as if afraid to speak the words Cat needed to hear. We need you to enter a tournament. Chapter 71, What's this about a tournament? A tournament? I'm not much of a combatant myself, surely you are capable enough? Said Cat. No, well, yes So we need to have 5 people for the tournament, 1 for each category they test. We've got a defender, a striker, a healer, and a scout, that's me. We don't have any magical attacks between us. Well, Nixalai has a few, but she's taken the healing role, which I'm told demons don't do well in, said Green. Right, but I'm not much of a mage either? Why even hire me for something like this? Asked Cat. Well, we've had some issues with our 5th member quite a few times, said Green. Is it something we should go over while Nixalai and the other guy yell their heads off? Asked Cat. Oh, don't worry about them, they love each other, it's fine, said Green. We do not, yelled Nixalai and Grumpy together before growling at each other and resuming the argument. Green gestured at the pair as if that reaction explained everything, which to be fair it did explain quite a lot. So they're together, whispered Cat. Oh no, never, they'd attack you if they heard that, said Green. Right. Well, tell me about this tournament then. Or wait, actually, can we start with why you needed to hire me instead? Asked Cat. No. We agreed to only tell you if you asked, but not until after you agreed to help us, said Green. Cat just turned an unimpressed gaze towards the girl, finally turning to face her properly. The girl she'd referred to as Green was more aptly described by that moniker than she'd first thought. Clad from head to toe in a mixed green and brown cloak that looked ideal for blending in with forest terrain, a matching leather shirt and pants, the amount of green on her outfit more than warranted the name. Green also seemed to share the strange see-through wings that glasses, now known as Nixalai, possessed. Green shrunk under Cat's gaze and looked like she was ready to tell Cat what she wanted, but then glanced over Cat's shoulder at something that strengthened her resolve. No. We promise not to say. I won't say, said Green, trying to convince herself more than Cat. Right, well, how about you tell me about the tournament instead then, asked Cat. It isn't worth pressing the scared girl for answers when I have 3 capable fighters at my back. I don't know how strong they are, but it sounds like it would be a pain to attempt to fight them. Oh, yes, the tournament. So it's teams of 5, and everyone has to be in the first stage of adulthood for the race or younger. The roles, as I mentioned, are defender, striker, healer, scout, and mage. The tournament is split up into individual and team events, and we have to go to a bunch of cities for each group. So there are 5 teams that compete in each city, and you win if you have the most points. Points are gained for doing well at whatever the round needs you to do, but some rounds require specific roles to participate. So in the past, for example, there was a course where you had to clear a room full of traps. In some of the first tournaments, people sent in the defender, triggered all the traps and claimed the prize, but the organizers said that was a bad thing, so now some of the tasks are role specific. So we need you for at least this city. There might be able to find someone else for the later ones, possibly, but we can talk about that later. Only the 2 best teams from each city even move on in the round. But, Gareth said that he's confident. He seemed to think we only needed to summon you to make up the numbers. Said Green. Right, I'm still hung up on the fact I'm the mage apparently. What sort of thing would I need to do? Asked Cat. Green mumbled, looking for words. I don't really know. There was a flying obstacle course once, I think. But that might have been a scout task. I don't really know. Guess that's a dead end. But a mage, really? Can I do any magic system? All demons can utilize their demonic flame to attack. Demonic flames have a different effect based on the user, but as the demonic flame is a compressed form of higher energy, calling it magic is acceptable for most cultures. So what, I can shoot fire out of my hands? User Cat can likely shoot fire from wherever User Cat desires. Demons are not limited in this, though most develop a preference to one style, such as coating the hands in flames or spitting it from their mouths. Improvements in technique can develop over time. Right, so I can throw fireballs at people. Anything else? User cat's calming aura would count as magic for some cultures, the same as user cat's ability to strengthen eyesight. Depends on the dimension in question. Cool, thanks. System, for once you provided a good deal of useful information. D.E.M.O.N.S always provides the most accurate and relevant information based on the question. Ignoring the flaming text in front of her, cat glanced back at the arguing group. Playmail had taken to leaning against the wall while Grumpy and Nixalai continued to argue. So, what's everyone's name? Asked Cat. Oh, am I supposed to tell you that? Asked Green. Well, you already told my Nixalai's name and Gareth's. I've only got 2 more to collect before I've got a full set, said Cat. Green seemed to ponder this information for a moment, face changing from concern to sadness, to joy and back. Quite the expressive young lady. Well, I don't think Cress would like me telling you his name, so I guess I just won't mention it, said Green, nodding to herself like she'd done the right thing. I want you to think about what you just said a second time before looking so pleased with yourself, said Cat. Green's face just showed confusion for quite some time before morphing into embarrassment as her cheeks slid up, looking towards the ground, no longer able to meet Cat's gaze. Not that she was before, but at least her head was facing the general direction of Cat's. Feeling sorry for the poor girl, Cat patted her on the head. This made Green jump a little but quickly relax and press into Cat's hand for comfort as she let a little of her calming aura flow through her hand. Green mumbled, "The girl. What was that, dear?" said Cat, channeling her inner Vivian, smiling down at the girl with a big smile. Sadly for Cat, her demonic features helped lend a slightly sinister air to the smile. Luckily for Cat, though, Green didn't look up. "My name is Green," said Green as she kept her eyes fixed on the floor. Wait? The girl's name is actually Green? Who names their kid Green? I mean, sure, her hair is very green, and I guess the color scheme matching, but seriously, parents? What an interesting name, said Cat, just to have a response for the poor girl. So who is who? So Gareth is my fiancé, Nixalai is supposed to look after me, Cress is the meanie, and I'm Green. So, does that mean you are going to help us? Asked the girl, turning her eyes up and looking at Cat with a slight pout. Sadly for her, Cat was unaffected by such a low-level cute stare. Sylvie's stare is so much more powerful. It seems I've developed a resistance to lower-class cute things. Minor had a bit of an advantage because she looks more like an adorable scared animal than a person, so her eyes still pack a punch, but Green, sorry, you just don't quite cut it. Wait, is it true to think of Minor like an animal? Cat pictured Minor but could only see Minor with her bushy tail and ears flat, pouting up at her. Nope, if that isn't adorable like a real fox, I don't know what is. Not necessarily. I still have to hear from the rest of the team. I can't have someone like Cress use my acceptance to bully me if I haven't outlined my own terms, said Cat, half as a joke. She wasn't truly afraid of Cress after watching his shouting match against Nixalai. She still remembered that time she recovered from having half her skin ripped off by the floor, so a bit of bullying was nothing. Cat felt like showing off a little and testing out an idea. Gathering demonic energy in her lungs, Cat took in a deep breath and let the rest seep into her eyes just for the glowing effect. Are you two quite done? Asked Cat. Chapter 72, The Agreement. Are you two quite done? Asked Cat, voice surrounding and encapsulating the room. Whatever the energy had done to Cat's voice, it had changed it and made it clearly heard, yet not any louder than how she'd normally spoken. Instead, it seemed to almost bear down on them as if they were being scolded by a parent. The whole room seemed to freeze in place. Green seemed to shrink into herself. Gareth took a slight step in front of the arguing pair that now stood staring at Cat, Nixalai with her calculating stare and Cress now with a similar look. Just as tension started to build between the two parties, Gareth spoke up. Well, I'd say that was actually quite deserved. You two should know better. I've never seen you this bad on the job, though I suppose it's a bit different now that we are the client, Cress seemed suitable, placated by Gareth's admonishment, but Nikolai seemed completely unconcerned with the issue at all. Now, it seems Green has told you what we need, but perhaps not the specifics. The tournament of 5 starts this weekend and we need a 5th member. You will fill in the mage role. Now your actual skill in this is basically irrelevant, the team is more than strong enough to pass this first round. I'd like to see how well it goes, then before you are dismissed discuss the terms for any future rounds with participate in. Gareth kept a very professional sounding voice throughout his speech. And Kat had to admit it seemed like an easy by the sounds of it. I just have to wonder what the catch is. Probably why their 5th member isn't around, but Green already said they wouldn't talk about it until after I accept. And what are the exact terms of our agreement? You've said a few things that you want, but not what you need. This is a binding contract. You have to be clear about what you want. Kat spoke in the same business-like tone Gareth had conveyed, and yet the remnants of the demonic energy helped this tone carry further and stick in the mind. They weren't facing Kat, the inexperienced demon with no idea of what they were doing. The impression Kat gave off was instead one of experience, a depth of understanding that seeped out of her voice. Are you trying to Cress was interrupted by a blow to the back of his head by Gareth. Kat winced a little at the sight. Cress seemed unharmed, but she'd heard a loud thump as Cress' head collided with Gareth's steel gauntlets. What my foolish subordinate meant to say was, "We understand, so I will lay out the full terms for you. We require you to sign up under our team, the Misfortunate Four, and participate in the final round of the tournament, the 5-man duel with intent to win. Secondly, you must participate by at least coming forward for any mage-only tasks. Effort is not required for these tasks, but it is appreciated. Once the tournament has concluded and any awards have been received, we will have an hour to calm down, then a meeting shall be convened to discuss our continued working relationship. Do you accept?" Kat felt the demonic energy in her flare slightly, and unnoticed to her a wicked smile crept onto her lips, causing a shiver to run down Cress's spine. "I accept," and with a loud boom the chains appeared. Different to all previous encounters though, the chains had multiplied even further and began to constrict around all 5 occupants of the room. They were Kat's trademark purple and seemed to blaze with an exceptionally vibrant light as the deal was made. Kat for her part was used to the sensation, and hardly noticed it at all, even with the additional 3 people in the contract. The others though not so much. Nikolai felt the chains settle heavy on her shoulders. The limits of their reach seemed to intuitively reach into her mind and settle there just out of reach. Gareth felt them like a firm handshake, the confirmation of a deal struck, and a pact to be upheld. Green felt overwhelmed by a sense of responsibility tempered with companionship. They'd added one to the party, but at what cost? And finally Cress. Instinctively he fought against the chains, trying to resist whatever they had planned for him, but to no avail. He felt like he was suffocating as layer upon layer of chains wrapped around him and seemed to press in from all sides, both literal and physical. The mental weight of what he'd just accepted falling into place, and the concern of making a deal he could no longer back out of. This concern of Cress was only further amplified when the chains started to clear, and he gazed back towards Kat. She now wore a face of extreme calm, but the fading remnants of the chains had left her body aflame. Purple seeped out of her horns and the bones along her wings, painting an eerie picture of the events that had just unfolded. Her tail coiled and ready to strike out at any time with its pointed end and blazing edges, and Cress couldn't help but let out a gulp. Of course, on Kat's end, man, that was a lot of chains. And that felt a bit different to the other contracts I've made. Even the one before with the summoner didn't feel, oh what's the word? Real, I guess? This is a real demonic contract. Like all the ones previous were made on flimsy sheets of paper, but this has been carved in stone. It's a strangely entertaining feeling. Kat simply thought to herself without reacting much to the inferno going on around her, further unnerving the rest of the group until she broke into a grin and said, "So what now, guys?" Shaking himself out of his stupor, Gareth said to Kat, "We should leave this room. They charge by the hour to use it, and while I think we have some time remaining to use, I don't want to pay again. We can talk more along the way, because I'm sure you have questions." Kat nodded and followed the group as they left through the door opposite the one Kat had entered from. Expecting to see the real shopfront now, Kat was disappointed to find more plain walls and bright lights. Still no windows or anything? What are we minors? The group continued their march forward for another 5 minutes straight before they found themselves at a door much like the rest. The only distinguishing feature was that it blocked their path, unlike the ones lining the sides. Gareth didn't even pause and just strode towards it and pushed it open to reveal a quaint dining table and chair setup. There was enough for around 12 people, but the group besides Kat all instantly grabbed chairs together. Kat following suit and finding a seat next to Nikolai, who hardly reacted to their presence. The group sat there for a while with no one speaking. Kat was about to break the silence when the room shook slightly and started to rise. Kat looked around for something to indicate a trigger or a button, but nothing stood out even when she enhanced her vision to see things more clearly. Shrugging it off, she waited for the platform's slow ascent. After a short journey, the lift stopped moving and everyone else made for the door. Kat felt like sharing in the excitement. She was curious as to what a demon summoning shop would look like. Waiting her turn but bouncing slightly on her heels, she walked out to find a rather normal-looking cafe. Turning around, she looked at the door behind her and saw a sign labeled "Private Booth" on top, which was a little strange, but everything else was just a normal shop. A man manned the counter in a brown uniform as he went from one stage to another making coffee. In front of him, a shimmering surface that didn't quite look like glass kept a number of various sweets Kat had seen before contained. Things like cupcakes and cookies, as well as the odd bite or two in the corner for people after a heartier meal. Why are we in a bakery?" asked Kat, more than a little confused. "Well," said Green, "demon summoning is a bit weird. It was completely illegal up until around the time I was born, but when the new king took over he allowed it, but with a caveat that everything be kept rather quiet, and obtained a permit. What she means is the king gave permits to all the scum already summoning demons using hidden entrances and secret lairs and told them to go nuts. Now everyone does it because that's how you get a permit," said Cress with a heaping dose of cynicism. "What have I gotten myself into? And here I thought demon summoning would be a respectable profession." Chapter 73, The Fifth Members. Kat found herself being led through a town, or perhaps a city. The lines between the two blurred somewhat when you could see the people walking everyone and there were no cars. The town itself was a strange mix of brick and wooden housing alongside perfectly smooth structures that looked like they were made of the soft gray marble substance. Why would you ever have such ugly buildings around? Kat poured some energy into her eyes to get a better look at them and quickly found the answer. Any gray building was layered in countless rooms, and while the gray buildings were by far the least common, they all stuck out like sore thumbs. The other thing that stood out to Kat was the surprising number of flowers around the place. They didn't seem to be particularly well kept, but every building had at least a flower patch nearby, and most had them thrown all over the place. Using the same trick to try and find anything about them, all Kat could see was normal flowers. Even ramping the energy up significantly, slowing down her perception and seeing the crazy details she had to be careful with, there wasn't anything to suggest they were anything but normal flowers. "What's with all the flowers around?" asked Kat. It was discovered that high concentrations of magical energy that gather in places such as cities tend to cause issues given enough time. The solution that was found is to plant excessive plant life, specifically a few varieties of flowers, and replace them every year or two. "This prevents a great deal of magical catastrophes," said Nikolai. "Huh, I never knew that," muttered Gareth, not intending for the others to hear him, and yet this statement only missed by Cress, though the others chose not to comment. The group continued making their way through the city and the crowds started to thin out. Kat thought this might be a decent chance to find out what had happened to the previous fifth member of the team. They were still in a public enough place, but at the same time, the team had picked up the name Unfortunate Four, so Kat assumed that whatever had caused their team members to leave, it was fairly common knowledge. "So, about your previous members. What happened exactly?" Green said. "I'd get told once I accepted the deal." Gareth paled ever so slightly at this. Kat was only able to notice using the remnants of her enhanced vision, as he started to speak with a thinly veiled calm. "Well, some strange things happened, none of them were really our fault, Actually, most of them have nothing to do with the rest of the team at all. Aren't you responsible for the arrow though? Asked Cress innocently. I was holding off 5 other goblins at the time. I'm not a babysitter, I'm the defender, said Gareth with confidence that only came from repeating a line countless times. Cress and Gareth looked like they were about to sidetrack, so Nikolai stepped in quickly before things spiraled out of control. As you have heard, we have been assigned the moniker Unfortunate 4. This is due to the number of strange things that have occurred to our 5th members, causing them to leave our team for one reason or another. We have no reason to believe that any of these individual instances are connected. However, a few rival teams started to spread a number of rumors saying that we were responsible for all these problems, or that we were cursed, and even some that say we'd gone through more than twice the true number of applicants. To start, please realize that we built the team with the 4 of us in mind, and the 5th person was always a bit of an unwanted addition. We always understood that we would have to enter the tournament, and that we'd need a 5th, but it wasn't until recently that we'd even bothered to look. The first person who joined us was perhaps the best fit for the team we have ever had. He was very quiet but was able to observe the battlefield well, like myself, casting spells from afar and never getting in anyone's way. Well, he was called to attend his mother's funeral and had to leave the party. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss, said Kat. Don't be. His mother was the most wanted serial killer in the neighboring 5 kingdoms. Her death was sought after by many people, from other criminals, to bounty hunters, to the church. Hell, I even heard of a few innkeepers that figured out who she was when she was staying at their place that tried to poison her, said Grass. What? Asked Kat, confused. Is it rude to ask what killed her in the end? Heart attack, said Cress. Feel sorry for the bastards that found her. They didn't even recognize who they brought into the guard station. They were shocked when they were handed the bounty and a medal of honor. Right, well, what about the others? Oh, there was that guy that got trampled by Taurinox, said Cress. Yes, I remember that. How is he, by the way? Cress, you knew him better than I did, said Gareth. Well, you know about the court hearing, right? Gareth nodded. Well, turns out that one of the Taurinox broke their leg stampeding over him, and technically he was trespassing at the time, so he's still working of the debt from that, said Grass. Green, not wanting to be fully left out, whispered to Kat. There was this one girl who stepped on a teleportation circle in the ruins. Indeed, we never did find her again. I initially thought that it had to be a genuine sabotage attempt, but after I investigated, it seems like that circle was ancient. We did hear a loud voice saying something about a demon lord, but only Green and I could hear it. Perhaps it was our imagination, said Nikolai. Green pouted at her friend, not truly upset she'd stolen the story from her, but a little put off. There was also that time our wizard took an arrow to the knee. All Gareth's fault, really, said Nikolai. I already told you, I was holding of half a dozen goblins. I couldn't block an arrow on top of it all, said Gareth. Don't you have healing magic? Why didn't he recover? Asked Kat. Well, I did heal him, but a piece of the arrow was lodged into his kneecap, and I can't heal metal out of a body. I can only fix what's broken, said Nikolai. There was that other poor sod who got forced into a marriage by his parents, so had to join his fiancée's team instead. Poor guy, said Cress, wiping away a fake tear. Hey, Wiltreed is a nice lady, and a decent combatant. There is nothing wrong with joining her team, said Gareth. Right, except for that fact they hate each other's guts and were raised to fight about every little thing in that stupid dick measuring contest their houses were having at the time. I give it 3 years, no 2 tops, said Cress. Gareth looked to refute Cress' point but seemed to realize that he was probably right, so thought better of it. Who else was there, muttered Gareth. There was Jar. Gareth immediately cut Nikolai off. We don't speak of him. We do not even utter his name. He doesn't exist, he will cause us no more problems. Correct. Yes, you're right, actually. What are you talking about, Gareth? I can't remember the person in question at all. Their only other person who tried to join our team was Una, but she had a house fall on her, said Nikolai. Did a house she was in collapse? Did everyone else make it out all right? Asked Kat. No, Una had her house ripped out of the ground and dropped on her head, said Gareth. And she deserved it, said Green. Now Green, it's rude to speak ill of a dead like that, said Gareth. But she did. She was marrying into one of the strongest Earth Mage families in the kingdom. Apparently her husband really liked her, and instead of spending time with him she spent all his money traveling around sleeping with anyone she could get her grubby little hands on. Disgusting behavior from a disgusting woman, said Green, and Kat was surprised at the vitriol contained in that statement. I'm surprised you seem so, insistent that she deserved it, Green said Kat. She tried to take my Gareth away from me. I hated her. She already ruined her own love life, why did she have to try and attack mine too? It's just plain rude. If I was an Earth Mage I would have dropped the house on her as well, said Green. Gareth slowed down a bit to pat Green on the head. Green responded with a big grin on her face and pushed into his hand in response. She was never going to sway me, Green, you didn't have to worry. I wasn't worried, I trust you. Doesn't mean I wouldn't want to drop a house on her though, said Green with a pout. Cress just laughed at the two, enjoying the look of a pouting Green getting pampered by Gareth as he whispered under his breath, I'd do the same thing, Green, though this time, only Kat caught the whispered message to the winds. Chapter 74. A light spar. As the conversation dwindled to a close the party seemed to arrive with their destination. It was an ash-gray building with a complimentary fence around it, and yet unlike the others that were made purely of the strange material with some embellishments to make it look more acceptable, this building was made of much paler material, though still identifiably the same stuff. It had dark highlights and carvings that didn't appear to be ruins at all, just more pleasing structures. This is my family's estate in this city. It's an important trade hub, so we have a small compound here. If you are ever lost, try and look for this building. It isn't the tallest, but the paler color scheme should make it stand out well enough, said Gareth. Yeah, what's with the ash gray everywhere? Surely you guys don't think this actually looks good? Asked Kat, somewhat sick of the recurring plain gray buildings. Gareth coughed awkwardly at that with a slight heat rushing to his face, though not enough to be noticeable. Well, the material is extremely good for defensive wards. At least twice as good as ordinary materials, and it's relatively inexpensive. Green's family actually developed the stuff. Green shimmered a moment and then stood still. Kat kept looking at Green, oblivious to the obscuring ability she'd just used, so when Green turned to face her she was shocked to see that Kat hadn't lost track of her at all. Pouting, she looked to Gareth for help, but her spell had worked, and he couldn't see her at all. Green's face went bright red as she hid in front of Gareth to hide herself from Kat's view. However, this also failed spectacularly due to the party's march forward, and so Gareth promptly bumped into his poor fiancée. He looked up at him with sad eyes. Gareth started to sweat and look awkwardly away. He wasn't quite sure what he'd done to earn Green's disapproval, but he wasn't about to stop her acting so adorably. Cress and Kat just shook their heads at the display for similar reasons. The party stood around awkwardly for a few moments in the entrance to Gareth's estate before he finally decided to do something. Well, anyway. Follow me, I suppose. I've got a training area at the back, said Gareth, heading around to the left of the estate through moderately well-kept gardens. They were the same mix of overabundant colorful flowers, and while it was clear some effort went into arranging them, the sheer volume and variety of them limited the ability of the gardeners to make them anything more than vaguely presentable. As they rounded a corner, they came upon what looked to be a square concrete box. Kat once again recognized the horrible-looking ash-gray material. Really? I mean, I get that this stuff is supposed to be good for magic, but this is excessive, right? It ruins the garden. Hell, it ruins everything to have a box just in the middle of your backyard. What were they thinking? Gareth approached the stone doors and slowly pulled one of them open. Kat was tempted to help him with it, but seeing that the others were standing back unmoving, she decided to do the same. Well, Green was awkwardly fidgeting, but Kat had learned this was a standard state of being for Green and didn't think too much of it. As the door inched open under Gareth's power, it revealed more gray material. To Kat's disappointment but not surprise, the inside was simply more gray stone. Nixel, I noticed Kat's sighing but didn't comment. Welcome to the training arena. It'd be nice to have a quick spar, if you are interested, Kat, "Just to see where you stand," said Gareth. "Is this really necessary? You are all trained fighters. I suppose if you insist." "Sure, who am I fighting?" asked Kat. Gareth went to answer, but Cress jumped in with, "You'll be fighting me," as he strode towards the other end, pulling out his dual swords. "Take it easy on her," Cress shouted. Gareth, "Of course," smiled Cress. Kat walked to her position roughly opposite Cress on the other half of the arena. "So what are the rules going to be?" Kat asked as she started stretching. "There are none," said Cress, grinning. "What he means," said Gareth in a forceful tone, "is that the arena is enchanted to stop damaging blows. Bumps and bruises won't be stopped, but serious injuries and especially death will put a shield around you, preventing further damage from being dealt." Kat nodded in understanding and got ready to fight. She wasn't a professionally trained fighter by any means, but she'd faced off against a few bullies in her time and kept herself quite fit with her trips to and from school. Her main source of confidence was actually her healing ability. The risk of injury didn't scare you as much after having gravel scrape your face off and successful recover. Kat and Cress took their stances, waiting for the signal to start. Kat wasn't exactly sure if they were waiting for a signal at all, so she just stood ready, wings flared slightly and body positioned into a fighting stance. While Kat was mostly relaxed, Cress looked like a taut string, ready to unleash a flurry of blows when Kat showed the slightest opening. Of course, it was difficult to find an opening when your opponent was well outside of your striking zone. This didn't seem to deter Cress though, as he stood unmoving, be ready for the slightest twitch. After staring at each other for a good minute, Cress decided that it was time to move forward. Despite Kat's claim she wasn't really a magician, he had been waiting for her to start casting a spell. That was always the best time to charge a wizard, as it took some time to finish chanting, and if you scared them enough it would backfire. Kat, taking a fighter's stance, had thrown him well off his game. Charging in, Cress went straight for a double slash towards Kat's neck. For Kat's part, her demonic energy instantly reacted. Her eyes glowed and the world seemed to slow down immensely. Kat was able to watch the oncoming Cress with fascination instead of fear, and saw the slash coming from miles away. As the swords came down, Kat simply bent her body backwards and let the swords sail over her. Not to be outdone, Cress pivoted on his foot to try and bring the swords back around, splitting them up, this time to target the space where Kat's head should be and the space where her midsection was. For Kat, however, the attack was just as easily dodged as the first. Dropping down into a crouch to duck both swords, she moved in close and used her moment to land a fist straight into Cress' stomach. A brown light flashed, and Kat felt like her hand impacted a stone wall. Kat stepped back and dropped her arms, thinking that she'd triggered the arena's shield ability. Sadly for her, or perhaps for Cress, this was not the case. Cress had used his mana to harden the leather on his outfit and protect him from the main portion of Kat's strength. Cress was shocked Kat even had the chance to strike back, and charged once again, doubling the ferocity of his attacks. Coming from the left and right, mixing and matching his dual-bladed strikes, trying to catch Kat off guard and land even a glancing blow. And yet, to Kat's eyes it was all just so slow. It was only a matter of moving her body just slightly out of the way each time. Even her flowing kimono went untouched in his mad flurry of blows. The attacks continued like this, left, right, up, down, dodge, dodge, dodge. Kat was getting rather bored. The fight wasn't challenging, and Cress had given up using any interesting technique. He was simply trying to swing as much as possible and overwhelm her. "I guess I should just fight back then." Pouring her demonic energy into her arms, Kat was surprised to see her nails glow with purple light. Changing her idea, instead of going for a punch, she slashed downwards with her hand in a sweeping motion towards Cress. Right before it impacted his shoulder, a glowing light encapsulated him, and a boom resounded throughout the hall. Kat blinked, trying to banish the sight from her eyes, and yet it remained. The area around the impact was coated in ice. Even with the barrier, Cress had icicles forming on the edges of his armor. Cress shivered slightly, though whether it was from fear or cold no one, perhaps not even Cress, truly knew. Kat was shocked, simply taking in the apparent power of her strike. It seemed that pushing energy into her nails provided some shocking effects. She didn't really know how this compared to a normal wizard, but the ice coating the arena indicated to her it was powerful enough. Chapter 75, Let us partake in this meal. An odd clanging sound reverberated around the arena, like the striking of a hammer on an anvil. It took Kat a moment to realize that it was actually Gareth clapping with his gauntlets on. A fine show indeed. Nikolai had her analytical face same as ever, but Green seemed to be clapping as well, though whether she was simply quiet or overwhelmed by Gareth's clapping was unclear. Cress, however, had a twisted expression of his face. He looked like he was about to wind up for another attack when Gareth said it was a good showing. Even though you were going easy on Kat, it was a spectacle to behold. Cress' expression got much darker in this statement, but Gareth's glare only intensified, and Cress could only look away from that gaze in shame. Nice job, Kat. That ice attack at the end was pretty strong. I'm surprised, said Green. Was it really? Asked Kat. Yeah, the fact it froze stuff even after the barrier went up is amazing, said Green. Actually, Green, I believe it to be more of a secondary property of Kat's flame, if it can still be called that, considering it freezes things. Demonic fire tends to linger in places. It isn't the same as a normal fireball, so I'm not sure if it is as impressive as the destruction would imply, said Nikolai. Yeah, well, it's bloody cold. Which one of you clowns is going to fight her next? Asked Cress as he walked out of the ice field. The rest of the group shared a look between them that seemed to indicate none of them wanted to fight Kat at all. I thought we agreed that only one of us needed to fight Kat. You jumped at the opportunity, and you have the best matchup against her anyway, said Gareth. Cress growled a bit at that, but quickly quieted down as he seemed to recall that indeed they had agreed beforehand to have only one person test her capabilities. This was to ensure they didn't overly annoy whatever demon they summoned, and to keep most of their skills hidden just in case. Gareth, sensing that Cress' mood wasn't improving without something to help it along, clapped his hands again. Well, with that wrapped up, everyone should prepare for dinner. Kat, is there anything I will need to let the staff know about your meals? I'm not sure if demons have any fancy requirements for meals. Hey system, I think I asked before, but do I have anything I need to eat? User Kat does not have any specific dietary requirements. This is due to User Kat's succubus heritage that uses demonic energy to burn whatever food is placed within the body. User Kat may not require food at all anymore, but testing would be required. Huh? Is it just succubi don't need to eat? A large portion of demons have this ability, though some like succubus have advanced it further than others. More detailed information requires a higher rank. Not at all. I'm not very picky, and I can eat pretty much anything. I suppose I could ask you to hold off on the holy crosses, but I could make do, said Kat. What makes a cross holy? Asked Green in confusion. Oh, right, I guess that isn't a thing here. Don't worry about it much, Green said Kat, walking over to pat her head. Green instinctively tried to duck away from Kat's hand, but she was faster and managed to pat the girl anyway. After a moment, Green relaxed. Gareth coughed lightly into his gauntlet to get everyone's attention and started to head outside. After the others exited the training area, he shut the door behind them and led them back through the path. Sorry about this, we did have a door at the back of the estate for easier access to the training area, but it turned out to be in a critical area for warding sigils, so it had to be removed, and once they went up it was a bit too much hassle and expense to put in a new door somewhere. I did warn your family at the time that the estate was being constructed that the door had the potential to cause issue, except none of you took it under advisement. I honestly wonder how your family managed to convince Greens to hand her over, said Nikolai. Gareth blushed slightly at this but made no further comment. He wasn't sure why Nikolai's suggestion had been overlooked at the time, but he wasn't going to stand up for whatever poor fool thought they knew better than her. As the group approached the front doors, they swung open to reveal a grand waiting room with two servants standing either side of the door. The pair was a young and old man that shared a few similar facial characteristics. The same square jaw, brown eyes, and overabundance of facial hair. Where the old man's was gray, the young man had black and was cut short, unlike his aging counterpart. Greetings, young master, dinner has been prepared for you already. Please allow me to take you and the guests to the dining room, said the old man. Wait, What? Why bother asking if I can't eat things if the food's already prepared? Thought Kat, but eventually she just shrugged off the strangeness. Of course, Maxwell, please take the others there first. I just need to remove my armor, said Gareth. I would be happy to assist you, young master, said the younger man. And with that the group split in two, with Gareth leading the butler down the right-hand hall and the older butler leading the rest of the group down the left. The hallway was a sparsely but well-decorated hall. The grey walls had alcoves carved every few meters with various sculptures of animals in each, which Kat examined as they continued towards the dining hall. Each sculpture seemed to have a lot of care put into them, and yet the styles were also wildly inconsistent, as if done by several different sculptors. This was made even more apparent once Kat realized that they were not of different creatures, but different sculptors' interpretation of the same strange creature. It looked like a mix between a dog and a stag, with sharp teeth and canine ears, but with the hooves and tail of a deer, though even those details seemed not entirely consistent with each iteration of the sculpture. Ah, young miss, I see you are admiring the master's collection. These were part of a competition the Lord ran a few years prior to find the best sculpting talent in the region. These are all from the top sculptors of the competition, though the winner's piece isn't displayed here but at the main house, said Maxwell. Kat nodded at the explanation, which fit her prior assumption. Shortly after this, Maxwell pushed open the door to reveal a well-lit room with an extravagant table built to seat at least 30 guests. The room had no windows, but the chandelier in the center lit the room very well by itself. If that wasn't enough though, the walls seemed to be lined with the same crystal that lit the underground demon summoning business. The table was laid with a beautifully embroidered cloth that continued until halfway up the table before changing into a plain white sheet for the section that housed the food Kat presumed was for them. The table consisted of a shocking amount of vegetables and fruits. That isn't to say that there was no meat available at the table, but it was in the minority, and took up only a small portion of what was laid out before them. Arranged before them was a number of salads with different compositions, all containing various ingredients organized into appealing shapes and patterns. There was even one made exclusively of different colored apples. As Kat was admiring the various salads available to them, Cress seemed to teleport to one of the chairs next to the few pieces of meat available to them and started eating with a happy expression. Kat's jaw nearly hit the floor when she saw that the man was actually capable of looking happy for a change. Recovering from her stunned state, Kat was looking for a seat for herself when she noticed that Green had also appeared in one of the spare chairs. Though unlike Cress, who had an expression of bliss, Green seemed rather indifferent to the spread before her. She hadn't even grabbed at any of the food. Sighing, Kat followed behind Nixalai and took a seat next to her. This Green, Nixalai and Kat on one side of the table with Cress on the other. Nixalai simply grabbed an entire bowl of salad from nearby and started eating without so much as a twitch in expression. It was at this moment the doors opened to reveal Gareth. The man now sported a very formal-looking outfit. It seemed he was wearing robes, though they were not the large flowing garments typically associated with the word. Instead, it was as closely cut as possible for the upper half and loose at the bottom. Kat thought it looked a bit like a dress actually, but she wasn't going to be the one to point it out. The robe had some minor embroidery around the midsection and the edges of the sleeves, as well as the collar. Just some gold thread to contrast with the black of the garment. Well, I guess I should have expected you to start without me. Let the meal begin, I suppose, said Gareth. Chapter 76, An early night dinner with the unfortunate four was a strange affair. Green consumed a small amount of food from around the table and then stood up and nestled into Gareth's arm and promptly fell asleep on him. Gareth for his part just patted her on the head a few times before continuing to eat as if he didn't have a sleeping girl on his arm, though he seemed to take a small amount of extra care to ensure no food would drop on Green. Nixalai wasn't much better. She just finished that first dish that she had acquired and then sat and watched Gareth and Green with that same stare she had before, treating this strange event as an everyday occurrence, though for all Kat knew it was. Cress for his part just kept enjoying the food, grabbing any unattended bits of meat he could find. Gareth took a few of them for himself when Cress wasn't looking, but most of them were devoured by Cress. This didn't bother Kat because the guy just looked so at peace with everything as he ate, Like nothing could ruin his happiness, and Kat wasn't going to try. In the end, Kat sampled a bit of everything and found it to be extraordinarily well prepared. Well, she missed out on any of the meat dishes, but it wasn't a major concern anyway. The chefs clearly had a lot of experience preparing salads, but Kat was mainly impressed with variety of taste and texture on offer. Kat intended to say a few words about the meal, but seeing everyone else eating in perfect silence, she felt it would be wrong to break it for some reason. In the end, she finished long before Gareth and Cress and just spent her time awkwardly admiring the rest of the room. It wasn't long before Gareth noticed her discomfort and said, "Would you like to retire for the night? We have a room prepared for you if you so desire. I'd show you the way personally, but well." Glancing between Kat and Green on his arm, Kat nodded. "I understand, Maxwell," then glancing over at the butler who had resided in the corner for the whole meal. Maxwell stepped forward and nodded slightly when his name was called. "Of course, my lady, please, if you would follow me." Maxwell promptly began to make his way for the same door the group had entered. He paused a moment on the threshold to listen and ensure Kat was following him, and after hearing her footsteps continued down the corridor. Noticing this movement, Kat had a grand idea. After they passed one of the other doors in the corridor, Kat started to use her wings to lighten her steps. Not using them enough to actually hover, but more than enough to reduce the sound of her footsteps. Maxwell didn't falter the slightest in his movements. However, Kat noticed that his footsteps had gotten quieter as well to match her own. Not to be outdone, Kat started to hover, only barely dropping to the ground occasionally to give Maxwell a hint that she was still following behind him. To Kat's shock, though, Maxwell began to mimic Kat's new method of walking. He would seem to float down the hallway for a few steps distance before lightly landing on the ground and continuing on his way. Maxwell, for his part, never left the ground by more than a few centimeters, but it was evident he was floating by the fact he kept his legs in a stationary position until quickly swapping over. And so the two continued down the corridors, reducing the amount of time spent on the ground until Maxwell stomped his feet and stopped in front of a door that had an ornate mountain carved into it. "This is your room, my lady, please use it at your leisure," said Maxwell as he bowed and then walked back down the corridor the way he came. Meanwhile, back in the dining room. "I believe it is time we discuss our impressions of the demon we've summoned," said Gareth, eyes roaming the other two but leaving Green out of his gaze. Cress looked up from his meal, heartbroken, like someone had just told him his dog had died. "Do we have to get to this now? It's mealtime, and I cannot let the food cool." "Cress, you're on the last piece of meat, is there any better time?" asked Gareth. Cress looked around the assorted dishes and saw that Gareth was right and sighed. Quickly finishing the last piece and sighing again, he looked towards his leader to begin. Nikolai watched the conversation with an unchanging expression, though when it was clear that Cress was ready to begin, she cast a concerned glance at Green. "Do you really want me to wake her up for this, Nikolai?" "I can, but I won't," said Gareth. "I would dare not contradict you in this, Gareth. Though I believe she has the right to be included in the discussion, I also am aware that her contribution would be minor at best due to her nature," said Nikolai. "Well, I'm glad we have an understanding. I'd like to start with your observations, Nikolai," said Gareth. "Well, the most stunning part is perhaps the martial prowess shown by Kat. Even considering that Cress held back at this," Cress coughed into his sleeve to avoid notice, "the level of ability is quite astounding, considering we requested a mage-type demon. That leads us to a further problem, which is what magic abilities she truly has. I'm uncertain as to what will be required for this competition, but I worry she will not meet the minimal requirements for it. That being said, as a demon she is likely powerful enough to assist us properly in the group staging, perhaps rendering this negative mood." Gareth and Cress nodded, simply deferring to Nikolai's expertise in these matters. They knew even less about demons and mages than she did, so they simply took her word for it. "That being said, I suppose we need to move on to the real consideration, which is her attitude," said Nikolai. "Frankly, I cannot get a true handle on it. I cannot understand which faction she would belong to. The temptations we have arrayed for her seem not to have even registered, which should be highly unlikely for such a low-level demon." "What do you mean?" asked Cress, genuinely confused. "What I mean is that demons tend to embody one of the various sins our people know. Her quick acceptance of the spar and lack of enthusiasm for her own room to retire seems to indicate she doesn't embody sloth, but perhaps that is her strongest connection. She certainly doesn't embody wrath, after fighting so calmly and accepting the end of the match immediately. Despite the various wealth we have shown her, she seems unmoved, though perhaps her sense of it is skewed, making envy unlikely, and her lack of haggling in the contract price precludes greed as well. Pride seems highly unlikely considering she has been nothing but cordial to all of us, and let's not even consider the chance she is a gluttony demon considering the amount of food left on the table. The most likely candidate for her should have been lust considering her species, but I did not even see her glance twice at the various beauties and handsome men we had planted along our route back. I truly do not know what to make of her. Gareth let this information sink in. He had been counting on Nixalai to uncover what Kat's vice was to ensure that no potential problems arose. The fact she showed no inclination towards any of them was a confusing and worrying development. Is it possible she doesn't belong to any of the vices? Asked Gareth. Nixalai revealed a pained expression. For the first time from my knowledge it is theoretically possible, however this is only in stronger demons or those that are unhinged in some other clear way. It isn't to say it's impossible for a weaker demon to be cordial, it very much is, but that sort of self-control is not typically associated with demons and I cannot help but feel it doesn't apply to our guest. Gareth sighed. Crest, do you have anything to add? That ice fire, that isn't natural whatever it is. Even demon fire burns, hell demon fire burns everything, it leaves nothing unscathed. Not only is this demon's cold, but it doesn't spread rampantly. I don't know if I should thank the gods or curse them, for surely she is capable of something much worse. We can only hope we haven't missed anything. Hopefully the tournament will be no issue, said Gareth. The only consideration truly is keeping an eye on our demon. We cannot lose her, and if she proves to be capable of resisting all the sins, then we need to ensure she participate for the remainder of the tournament. This sort of even-headed thinking is rare in demons. Chapter 77. Sleepy Green Cat for her part did not hold any complex meetings or overly analyze her new teammates. Instead she found the rather nice bed provided in the center of the room and fell asleep. Morning came and Cat easily got herself out of bed. Refreshing the summon of her kimono, she walked to the door and opened it to find the hallway empty before carefully closing it once again. Looking out of the window, she only just now realized she had been provided. It seemed like it was still very early in the morning, though the lack of a clock made it hard to tell for sure and just how much time had passed. At the very least Cat could see the sun peeking over the horizon. I guess I can just look around my room or something? I'm supposed to wait for a butler or whatever, right? That's how these things are supposed to work, I think. And so, taking her own advice, Cat began to inspect the room. It was kept well enough, but Cat felt it was lacking a certain something the rest of the house possessed. It was strange, despite the tapestry on the wall and the rune carvings around the place, it felt like no one actually lived in the room. Which, on second thought, is probably true. This is just the guest room, one of likely many. That's probably why it feels like one of those fairly new hotels. A bunch of fancy stuff and clean sheets, but not like something you'd actually live in. A short time after Cat had given up admiring the room, she heard a knock at the door. Opening it revealed Maxwell, who bowed upon seeing the door open. I had come to inform you of the bathing facilities, but it seems you have already taken care of yourself. In that case, would you like to head towards the dining room now? You guys had baths and you didn't tell me? Rude. Oh well, it's not like I get dirty anymore, so I suppose I'll just head to the dining room. Down the hall, past the entrance. And down another hall, Cat found herself once again in the dining room. This time, unlike the previous night where the table was filled with a multitude of dishes, Cat instead found that each of the seats they'd occupied the previous night now had a plate with some neatly arranged fruit slices consisting of apples, something that looked like a blue cherry, and something else Cat didn't recognize. The exception to this was the chair Gareth had sat in, which instead had two plates nearby and a slight but noticeably larger chair than had occupied the space at the head of the table last night. Despite Maxwell offering the use of the baths first, Kat was actually the second to arrive in the dining room. Munching happily on the fruit was Cress, who, as opposed to the bliss he seemed to be experiencing yesterday, now seemed to be absorbed in a calming atmosphere. His constantly scowling face had leveled out. His eyes remained closed as he grasped each fruit with surprising precision for a man not looking at his plate. Cress would move once every 30 seconds, snatching the next article of food before returning to stillness for another 30 seconds. Taking her seat, Kat addressed Cress. I thought you only enjoyed eating meat. It is all about balance in your food. That is the only way to truly appreciate it. Then why would you eat only meat last night and only salad this morning? I do not mix my meals, D.E.M.O.N. Morning is for fruits, lunchtime is for vegetables, and evenings are for meat. The occasional snack is acceptable too, however it should never come at the expense of one of the 3 core meals, said Cress with the ghost of a smile and vigor Kat didn't expect from the man. I guess everyone has things to be happy about, even Grumpy over here. You know what though, good for him. Kat tried her best to imitate Cress' serene calm as he slowly consumed the food on his plate and failed. Sure, she could take a bite every 30 seconds, but she felt like she was missing something important, just going through the motions and lacking the weight Cress had managed to put behind his own dining experience. I wonder if it's just because I don't enjoy food the way Cress does, or if there is something else to it. He looks almost religious this morning, but that certainly wasn't the case yesterday. Sometime during Kat's musing, Nikolai managed to sneak into the room unnoticed, though Cress did pause for an extra second when eating. Perhaps he detected her presence. Gareth and Green arrived a short time later, walking in and taking a seat at the end. Well, Gareth walked in. Green looked half asleep as she leaned heavily on his arms. Though, as soon as Green touched the seat, her eyes shot open and she casted a spell. Green light enveloped her and pulled at her elbows and hands. Moving at a speed Kat could only follow by using a bit of demonic energy, Green quickly ate around 2/3 of the food on her plate before stopping and snuggling into Gareth's arm and closing her eyes. My lady, what have I told you about using your haste spell to eat breakfast, said Nikolai. No response. Green, I know you can still hear me. No response. Nikolai gave a blank look towards Gareth, who sighed and nudged the sleeping woman in his arms. Green pouted and only buried her face further into Gareth's arm, pretending not to acknowledge her presence. Gareth, close your eyes, said Nikolai as a sigil lit up in front of her hands. Rotating a spinning, it grew brighter until a massive flash of light went off, not from Nikolai's hands but in front of Green's face. A squeak came from Green as she jumped a little in Gareth's arms before glaring angrily at Nikolai. I have warned you many times that it is unhealthy to eat breakfast like this, said Nikolai. What about the damage to my eyes from that, pouted Green. I've designed this spell especially for you, my lady. It causes a flash of light and pain in the eyes, specifically. In fact, I've keyed it to just your eyes, though the flash is something everyone sees. No damage is being done to you, explained Nikolai. How can you do that? So mean, said Green. I have warned you, repeatedly, that using haste almost defeats the point of eating breakfast. With all the extra energy you burn in that state, it is so wildly inefficient. I should make you eat twice that amount, said Nikolai. D.E.M.O.N.S, said Green, hiding once again in Gareth's arms. You are not a child, Green, said Nikolai, stressing Green's name. You need to act more like your age, or at the very least not act like a spoiled child. I behave myself perfectly well, I know the rules of etiquette, but no one is around, and it's early and I'm tired, said Green, whose claim to know of etiquette was undermined due to the fact she wouldn't remove her face from Gareth's shoulder. Nikolai looked to Gareth for help, but he objected. This is your crusade, not mine. I quite enjoy my future wife's morning affection and enjoy having her with me. If she really wishes to abuse the haste spell to spend more time sleeping against me, I cannot fault her for that, for I enjoy it as much as she must surely. What do you plan to do when she complains of hunger in a few hours during the competition then? Asked Nikolai, keeping her formal tone. I have space for snacks in my storage pouch. She is adorable when munching on various snacks, don't you think, said Gareth. Kat cut in at this. Wait, aren't storage pouches really rare? Those are the things with extra space in them, right? Yes, they are, though rare is not something I'd claim them to be. A bit expensive perhaps, but not unreasonably so for a wealthy merchant or perhaps an above-average adventurer. We find them all the time in ancient ruins. I'm sure they'd be harder to buy if you could keep more than one on you at a time without them potentially exploding, said Gareth. Wait, what? Why do they explode? Asked Kat. Gareth just shrugged. The conversation dwindled after that. Cress had basically finished, but the others still had some food to go. It only took everyone another 5 minutes to clean their plates. Well, is everyone ready to leave for the tournament? Asked Gareth as he stood up, taking Green with him into a princess carry. Kat wanted to say yes, but she couldn't help but let her eyes drift to the calmly resting girl in Gareth's arms. Chapter 78, The Stable. Stable Master. The group was gathered outside, now equipped in their adventuring gear. Green was even fully awake and prepared to go. Gareth glanced around and seeing that everyone was prepared to leave, headed off towards the city outskirts. It was still quite early in the morning and the streets were relatively sparse on people. You could always see at least one that wasn't part of your group, but the street wasn't full of people like it was when Kat was first taken to Gareth's house. As they approached the edge of town, their destination became clearer. Gareth had angled the party slightly towards a rather large building that sprawled out even further than his estate in the city. It looked like some sort of cross between warehouse and barn. The building did have walls, but they were closer to support pillars for the roof. Behind the building you could make out a fence that seemed to stretch endlessly behind it, presumably where animals could be kept when not in the barn itself, but none could be seen at the moment. When the party had come within 50 meters of the building, Gareth yelled out, his voice booming and presumably amplified by some magic, "Is the stable master in?" "Of course I am, Brad," another voice returned. Walking towards them was a figure wrapped in thick leather garments that looked unsuited for combat, but well suited for working with heavy machinery. Their face was covered by cloth wrapping, leaving only a set of eyes peeking out. Their boots came up to around their knees and they had their pants tucked into them. The only strange thing about their attire was that they had no hat. Their hair was very thick and seemed to be tied back tight, leaving the impression they were wearing a bandana. It wasn't until the figure started getting closer that Kat realized they were actually quite short, extremely so in fact. Whoever this stable master was, size was not one of the graces that had obtained. "So Brett, I take it you want to head to the tournament grounds?" said a voice, that to Kat's surprise sounded quite feminine. The shouting had obfuscated this at first, but chances were the stable master was a woman. "Of course we don't want to be late after all," said Gareth, and the lady nodded. "Hi Granny," said Green in an innocent voice. The figure stumbled a bit like they'd been punched in the stomach. "Now Greenie, I think I've told you I ain't that old," said Granny. "But, you're nice and sweet, and an old lady?" said Green, oblivious to the distress she was causing. "Granny?" Searched Green's face for any trace of mockery and found none. This information though came with mixed feelings. Should she be happy Green wasn't trying to be rude? Or sad that she genuinely believed what she was saying? Sighing Granny sent out a series of complicated whistles that only Green and Kat seemed to be able to hear. After a brief silence, 5 horses came trotting out of the building towards the group. These 5 all looked identical, with sleek brown coats and steady gaits. Each horse walked past, nodded slightly to Granny, and took its place beside one of the group members. Everyone immediately jumped up into the saddle with perfect riding posture and got ready to leave. Except Kat, who had never even seen a real horse before, let alone knew how to ride them. Glancing around nervously, Kat said, "You know, I can just fly behind you guys. I don't need a horse. It's more like I can't ride a horse, but what's the difference really?" "Are you fast enough to keep pace?" asked Nixalai. "Of course she wouldn't be, I bet she just can't ride," sneered Cress. "System? Can I keep up? How could D.E.M.O.N.S know? User Cat has not bothered to test User Cat's abilities. D.E.M.O.N.S does not possess the ability to see the future. User Cat should refrain from asking these questions in the future, as User Cat has in the past. D.E.M.O.N.S does not hold the answer. Okay, fair point, but do you know what the average flight speed for a demon is? Look, okay, fair point. I should be fine, Cress, "Thank you for your concern," said Cat as she started flapping her wings and hovering beside the party. Though Cat could have sworn the horse assigned to her was mocking her as she did so. "Well, if that's what you have decided. Stable master will be off," said Gareth as he set off waving behind him. "Yeah, by Granny," snickered Cress. As he did so a look passed between Granny and the horse Cress was riding on. This movement was noticed by the girls, but they didn't say anything. Whatever punishment was about to befall Cress was his to bear alone. And so the group set off at a decent pace, the horses cantering along the road heading out deeper into the fields. Cat was pleased to find that her bluff of flying along actually paid off. It was a little taxing to keep pace with the horses, but as long as they weren't riding for days Cat felt like she could keep up with them. Of course, keeping up with Cress was even easier. His horse had decided that a light trot was more its pace and kept firmly to the back of the pack. "This is actually really comfortable," thought Cat as she beat her wings to keep up with the group. "I enjoy a nice jog, but there is something so much more satisfying about flying instead. I really need to properly test my abilities. I feel so free like this, even though it isn't exactly a breakneck speed, and I could probably keep up if I was running, if only barely. This just feels right." Cat spent most of her time hovering around Green and Nixilai. It was interesting to watch their various methods of observing the surroundings. Green let her gaze wander, from point of interest to point of interest, taking in the scenery at her own pace, and yet as Cat observed longer she noticed that slight sounds would cause Green to focus on that direction with shocking speed and accuracy, and yet it still seemed as if her gaze was wandering. Nixilai on the other hand looked like a scanner. She was taking in absolutely everything in the environment. Additional noises or noteworthy plants were just more things to observe to her. Her eyes shifted across the scenery evenly, in an almost repeating pattern, with it being mixed up just enough to not become routine. After around half an hour at their pace Cress had finally had enough. "Stupid damn horse, what the hell are you even trained for? Keep up with the rest," said Cress. His horse however clearly wasn't listening, as it didn't so much as twitch at Cress' complaints. "Whatever do you mean, Cress? Your horse is traveling at exactly the same speed," said Nixilai, raising her voice so that Cress could hear her speak from 100 meters away. "It's not the same and you damn well know it. Why else would I be so far away from you all?" said Cress. "Perhaps you're smelly," offered Green. Gareth bit his mouth shut but air puffed through the openings. Luckily for him though the sound of hooves covered for him. Cress scowled and went to kick his horse in the side, however just as he was about to bring his heel down the horse whipped its head around and took a bite out of his hand. "By the great Earth Mother's tits that hurts," screamed Cress, "I should have you whipped for this, or perhaps hunted by a pack of grey wolves. Damned beast." Now Cress, violence is unbecoming of you," said Nixilai. "Oh, like you're one to talk. Why don't you do something useful for a change and heal me?" said Cress. "Oh, but I wouldn't want you to use that hand to attack a poor defenseless animal. The weight on my conscience would be too much to bear," said Nixilai deadpan. "You're a healer. You heal things. I need to be in top shape to compete, you know," tried Cress. "Ah, but we only needed 4 competent members to pass this round, and we have Cat now. Sure, we can't sub you out, but if you lose all the contest you participate in then that would be just as expected," said Nixilai. "Now listen here, you started Cress." "Enough," finished Gareth. "I know you think this is funny, Nixilai, and Cress, you are being ridiculous attacking a horse like that. But he is correct, heal him." Nixilai just shrugged and lit up a spell circle, shooting of a beam of green light towards Cress' hand. The red marks that covered it slowly disappeared, though the little bit of blood remained. "See, was that so hard?" asked Cress. "I said enough," finished Gareth. Below is the author's note because apparently it was too long for mobile. Vongrax DL Drive, Power Stone Bounties, 750, Mini Chap Q&A with Cat, 1500, Bonus Chapter, 2500, Bonus Chapter, 3000, Mini Chap Q&A with Sylvie, 4000, 2 bonus chapters, 50,000, Mini Chapter Q&A with Chekhov. Discord https://discord.gg/ggdhc, Power Stone Bounties, Extended cut. So, I'm starting to do weekly bounties for Power Stones. The mini chapters will be released on Sunday after collecting reader questions. So this week it will be Kat's assuming you meet the criteria, then next week will be Sylvie's if you meet the number. All questions submitted to my Discord will be accepted and used, and I will also try to add any from web novel as well. Bonus chapters will be released on Sundays just to make scheduling chapters easier for me. If you all really want them earlier, we can talk about that. I'll put out new bounties each week, but I won't be explaining them every time. Also, I think these numbers are pretty reasonable. I regularly surpass 2K readers in a day, so even if everyone just put it a stone on one day, you'd get most of the rewards, and you all have 3. Further information can be found on Discord. Hopefully you are all having a good day. Chapter 79, Introducing the Concept of Time. The journey continued in silence. The group returned to their previous methods of observing the world, and Grass remained angry at everything they passed. Kat just sort of hovered around the group, finding it rather easy to flit around everyone now that she had wings, and was thoroughly enjoying the mobility they provided her. We are approaching the tournament barrier, get ready. Kat's relaxation was interrupted by Gareth. Just moments after Gareth had spoken up, Kat felt something wash over her and looked around to see what was going on. Do not be alarmed, Kat, what you have experienced is the passing through of a potent magical barrier. Its strength made its presence known, but do not worry about it harming you, right? What's it for then, asked Kat. To hide the tournament grounds and keep out the public, said Nikolai. Kat looked around searching for the tournament grounds that Nikolai had mentioned, but only saw the same flat plains that had accompanied the rest of their journey. Sensing Kat's confusion, Green asked, what's wrong, Kat? I don't see what there is to be confused about. I mean, where is everything? Didn't you say this was the tournament grounds? Asked Kat. Well, yeah. What did you expect, a coliseum? Asked Green. Kat didn't say a word, letting the silence carry on until Chris shattered it with all the social grace of a jackhammer on Sunday morning. Ha ha ha, you thought it'd be a coliseum. What an idiot. Why would there ever be a coliseum here? Nikolai, not missing the opening, said, considering the coliseum in the city we just left, it as not an unreasonable assumption. Plus, in the richer areas there will likely be a coliseum for the tournament to take place in. Cress clicked his tongue in annoyance. What a waste of money. You either make them too small and they get trashed, or you make them too big and no one can see shit. That's because the big guys like to waste money and make people think they're cool, said Green. Gareth paled a bit at that and seemed to look around for something, but seemed to not find what he was searching for. Casting a worried look at Green, he bit his lips and held his mouth shut. Ha, wasting money is right, though I suppose if they are gonna waste it on anything, at least it's shit everyone can enjoy and not them getting fat on taxes, said Grass. Actually, once you start talking about particular prestigious Coliseum projects, especially the oldest of the lot, they are actually used as training grounds for apprentice enchanters, utilizing the exceptional amount of space to layer enchantments over each other and across the whole thing in a quantity over quality approach that wouldn't work anywhere else. They are actually a rather fascinating piece of history and have rumored to have had some unforeseen consequences in Upper Continent, where they have more powerful apprentices willing to use their time coding a 12-acre surface. That isn't even accounting for the higher level enchantments made to facilitate interesting and unique challenges. Ooh, fascinating history lesson there. The group whipped around to face this new voice they didn't recognize. It was a strangely echoey androgynous voice that seemed to be right behind them, but somewhere else at the same time. Searching around, they couldn't catch sight of anyone other than each other. Kat was particularly surprised at this because her true sight hadn't failed her yet. Does this mean whatever it is too strong for me? Or are they just hiding some other way that I don't understand? Did you know you guys are the third group to arrive? Decent, I suppose, but compared to the other guys who have been here for an hour, you are quite late. Kat pushed herself into the air, hovering with her feet around the same height as Gareth while he was on his horse, and pulled her energy into her ears to try and hear something. Then again, I guess you're still an hour early anyway, so perhaps it isn't my place to complain here. Kat found that the voice wasn't coming from just one place. It was coming from several, all just behind the various party members excluding herself. Kat readied herself for the next line the being spoke and was quickly rewarded, "And it seems you have a fifth teammate, how strange for the unfortunate four, though I suppose they do make that a requirement, so I shouldn't be too surprised." Kat homed in on the nearest copy of the voice to her and noticed something strange. It wasn't coming from behind everyone, but instead it was coming from the grass near everyone's feet. Kat stared intently at the blade that was making noise near Green and kept watch on it. "Ooh, looks like someone figured it out." Quite the surprise too, especially considering it wasn't the Scout. Then again, flying around is cheating, you can figure it out so much easier that way. The spot Kat was staring at suddenly had a surge in the grass growing upward into the sky past Kat seemingly endlessly. As the grass was shooting up, parts of it were brushed aside by a slender arm wrapped in countless vines of varying shades of green. This was followed by the rest of the person's body that left the group slightly confused. In front of them was a figure clad in vines and flowers, spiraling around and weaving in and out to provide the semblance of clothes and decency. This was disturbed however by the slight pulsing and shifting that each of the vines went through instead of the figure breathing with their chests as you might expect. It was hard to say if that figure was male or female. Calling them a plant would be more accurate than either of those terms. It had a humanoid body but nothing seemed quite right. The chest area was too small, the arms and legs too long, and the head was missing a nose. The eyes looked more like they were carved into the figure's head than things that could function, and yet even that expectation was betrayed as they moved to examine the party one by one. Quickly manufacturing a fake hat out of leaves, the figure then tipped it towards the group and bowed. "Congratulations on figuring me out. Let me introduce myself properly to you. My name is Time, much like the spice, and the unit measuring the passing of the moment. Sadly I didn't get any time magic to further continue the gimmick, but I suppose there isn't anything you can do about that." Gareth placed his right hand over his heart in a sort of salute and inclined his body forward as much as was reasonable on a horse. "I take it you are the overseer for this current tournament location. I greet you as Gareth, leader of the unfortunate four. Thank you for taking charge of this event." Green and Nixalai for their parts hopped of their horses first but repeated the gesture. Crest saluted but did not bow, and Kat, well, she actually missed the actions of the group as she was too busy examining the strange plan man to pay attention to the proper etiquette of the situation. Time made an attempt at what Kat could only guess was a laugh, but instead sounding more like the crushing of bark. "Indeed I am, and I'm glad you like the name. Some of my finest work in my opinion, which is a shame because they don't let me host these things too often. A real shame actually. I mean, what's a dryad to do in between those few hundred years of mating cycles other than host tournaments really? Sure, some fools train, but our bodies are just weak constructs, anyway, hardly makes a difference to train them, I say. Though I suppose none of you would really know what I mean. Well, perhaps the flying one might have an understanding one day. Your energy source is a very strange shape. Wait, you can see my demonic flame?" asked Kat. "If that's what you want to call it, sure. Got myself these special eyes here," said Time as it pulled out their left eye and held it up as an example. "Did some mighty fine work on this one, if I do so say myself. Gives me that bit of extra information, and everyone thinks you're nuts. It's the perfect combination." Finishing its sentence, Time crushed the eye in front of the others, eliciting a gasp from Kat and Green, but then proceeded to immediately regrow the lost eye as if nothing had ever happened, not even so much as flinching from the rapid restoration. "Welp, enough fun for just the moment." Waving its hands, Time started to force the grass surrounding the party to encircle them. "I suppose I should take you to the rest of the competitors." Chapter 80. The God Crushers. Kat felt herself being tugged into an adjacent space. Lifted off her feet, she found herself in an area that felt somewhat reminiscent of a summoning. Except things weren't quite right. The lights faded in and out instead of a constant warming presence calming her down. Instead of the beautiful array of colors, the darkness seemed to press in, and the few sparks of light she could see all felt wrong, like meeting an old friend who has changed so much you can't even recognize them. And yet before the weight of the wrongness could fully impact Kat, she felt herself being deposited onto soft grass. Yuck, what was that? It leaves such a horrid taste in the mouth. Why would anyone travel like that? Though Kat's complaints seemed minor in the face of what the rest of the party was experiencing. Everyone else was vomiting profusely except Green, who seemed to be holding everything but only barely. Time looked over the faces of the group, judging their reactions. Seems you aren't a fan, shame that. It is one of the grandest ways to travel. Something in Kat's mind threatened to boil over at that. Never had she felt so personally attacked by a statement. Not the bullies, not the flippant comments about losing her parents, not that time Lily tried to accuse Gramps of something horrible. Kat let her aura flare, calming herself down and helping the others recover their stomachs. And yet the burning seemed to remain. It was a colder anger now. One that needed to be expressed, understood. How can such a perversion of a beautiful process be considered a grand way to travel? Grumbled Time as it flipped its head to gaze at Kat. How curious, you cannot lie and yet you dodge the subject slightly by asking a question. All the same, though I see it in your eyes, you truly feel affronted by this. So strange, to cover such great distances in an instant is a wondrous thing, no? Time let its head drift toward Kat, extending past the neck and effortlessly brushing aside the aura Kat had been letting out, reinforcing that Time was much stronger than he appeared. And yet one thing stuck out to Kat, that the travel was instantaneous. Sure, it was fast, but that seemed off to her. Do you see nothing during the journey, Time? Why no. Of course not, the travel itself takes no time at all. What is there to see? Asked Time. Kat bit back a laugh so as to keep at least some civility. I suppose you do not see what I do. That transportation process is corrupted, it is wrong. I see more than nothing during the journey, and what I saw, I did not like. This actually seemed to shake the strange plant man who had thus far not actually shown much expression at all. Still didn't, in fact, but the vibrant colors and lush green vibes it had dimmed quite a few shades, and the tips of the few flowers present on its body seemed to wilt slightly. Time quickly gazed around and noticed the rest of the party had recovered and said, well, swiftly moving on, I guess I'll introduce you to the other competitors. Kat felt a rather significant portion of her anger cool as she saw how unnerved Time was. She wasn't one for such reactions anyway, and to see the obvious effect on him helped douse whatever remained after her outburst. Pulling down the grass screen, Time revealed two other groups of 5 that were talking amongst themselves. They kept to their respective teams, or what Kat assumed was their respective teams, considering each group had 5 members. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be introducing you all. So get ready, said Time, who had now changed their voice into a booming announcer voice that echoed across the fields. First in arriving, and perhaps first in the competition, are the God Crushers. These guys are ruthlessly efficient and have completed the highest number of contracts out of all the competitors. They are famous for never once turning down a job that has been offered to them, and the messier it is, the happier they are afterwards. Give them a hand. Contrary to Time's introduction, though, the group he had pointed out looked more like well-equipped farmers than adventurers. They all wore the same leather overalls and thick cotton shirts. Their weapons and hats were really the only thing to separate them. If you could call their farming equipment weapons. The man standing in front held what looked to be a wagon wheel with boards nailed into it in place of a shield with a sturdy iron cap. To his left was a man holding a sharpened pitchfork with the 2 outer ends chopped down to make it look more like a trident, wearing a leather cap with a spike on top. The man to the right had a sling on his hips and wore no hat at all, and finally the last pair that stood behind the first 3 looked to be twins, or at least they had similar enough appearances. They held no visible weapon, and instead of a hat they just seemed to have more dirt caked onto them. Perhaps they weren't twins, but with the amount of dirt covering their facial features it was basically impossible to tell. Kat gave a confused look to Gareth, hoping he would explain. He just shrugged in return, but luckily Nixilai had the answer. The team, the God Crushers, are the local handyman group. A bunch of nice kids really, that just go around doing odd jobs like cleaning basements and clearing out rat infestations. Their mage and healer just have decent potential and can throw it at things, but it isn't that effective to just shove mana at the problem. Technically everything Time said about them was true, by the way, just context. Why are they even in this tournament then? Asked Kat. Well, Actually I don't know, answered Nikolai, because Jim's mother promised us raspberry and honey pie if we entered, shouted the God Crusher with a wagon wheel for a shield. And I'll be damned if I miss out on some raspberry honey pie. No offense Demon-Miss, I think, none taken? Asked Cat, somewhat confused as to what she should be offended by. Seemingly satisfied with this, Wheel stepped back into his group and nodded. Time cleared his throat noisily, which sounded more like crushing bark than a clearing of the throat. Are you quite done, my guests? Yes? Good. And now, the next group, the totally not related at all group. Now yes, I stand by that, despite their appearance they are not related in any way, shape or form, though perhaps in form. And I guess that makes them related in a way too. And wait, now that I think about it, shape and form are basically the same thing. Time trailed off trying to analyze the hole he dug himself into. And what a hole it was, because the second group he was referring to did look similar indeed. Though even that didn't quite cut it. Despite the group's obvious attempts to differentiate their appearance with accessories and hairstyles, they couldn't escape the fact that they all clearly looked the same. They all shared the pointed ears, marking them as elves, long white hair that extended down to just past the shoulder blades. Matching faces with blue eyes and a small nose. Each member exactly the same height and build. Honestly, it was a little creepy. Outside of their weapons, which were a more standard affair matching Cat's group, they each distinguished themselves with a unique hairstyle and a different take on the outfit. The first kept the hair hanging free and straight down, and utilized the fact she was wearing plate mail to limit the need for an extra way to tell her apart. The one with dual swords had twin tails with basic strings to keep them separated. The one holding the bow, well, had a bow. Sitting atop her head was a bow that easily stretched 30 centimeters in height, giving her the slightest illusion she was taller than the others. The two casters were harder to distinguish. They had their hair bound in a ponytail on either the left or right side of their head, and held a plain-looking wood staff. Which one was the healer and which was the wizard, Cat had no idea. Nikolai, explanation please. Seriously, there has to be a good reason for this one. Even twins don't look quite so similar. If someone told me they'd made clones, these guys would be the first suspects. I have no idea. I've never heard of these guys, said Nikolai. What's this? Something the great Nikolai doesn't know. The world's going to end, said Kress as he pretended to search for some world-ending threat. Of course, it had to be. At that moment the ground started to shake. Dash,